After completing the Lord Development Manual task, please select your initial hex from the following options. Hex 1 War Spoils I. War Spoils: when enemies are slain, there is a 15 chance they will drop loot, including source crystals. Hex 2 Power of Enhancement. Power of Enhancement: the rank of your next enhancement rune will be increased by 1 tier. Hex 3 Useful Materials I. When an unarmed subject under your command dies, there is a 40 chance they will drop 10 source crystals. Alan lay inside a dilapidated stone hut covered by a tattered sheepskin blanket. The cold night wind of the island kept blowing in through the gaps of the rusted iron door. Outside the stone hut, monsters that only roamed at night were wandering about. This is a complete disaster. A collapse from festered opening. Today was the 7th day since Alan arrived in this world. During the previous few days, he had been utterly bewildered as fragments of the original boundless memories flooded his mind like scenes from a movie. These days he had been digesting the information brought by those memories, and only this afternoon had he finally emerged from the shock of transmigration. At the same time, he had also come to understand his current situation. Alan, Lord of Aitlon Island. Aitlon Island was a fief under the jurisdiction of the Azure Federation, protected by the Federal Code of the Azure Sea region. At first glance, starting out as a lord seemed like an absolutely blessed beginning. Yet once you understood the environment in which Aitlon Island was situated, you would no longer think so. Aitlon Island was a small island on the border of the Azure Sea region, lying right next to the outer rim of the Sea of Death. Even in ordinary times, it suffered constant harassment from monsters emerging from the Sea of Death. As a result, the island was so barren that not even a blade of grass grew there. Under the day after day, year after year erosion of the sea winds, the soil of Aitlon Island had long since turned into sandy ground on which nothing could be cultivated. Not only was farming impossible, the island's infrastructure was abysmal. Because it lay right beside the Sea of Death, Aitlon Island simply could not recruit free citizens willing to settle there. Even when they went to the trade island and spent money to hire people to help with construction, it was hard to find workers. In the end, only after paying a hefty price did they manage to find a few free citizens who were not afraid of death to help Alan build the stone hut he currently lived in. If it had only been these problems, it would not yet count as a catastrophic beginning. As a soul from Blue Star, Alan had plenty of ways to manage this island well. What truly broke his defenses was that this world had no continents at all, only oceans. Moreover, on every full moon night, a dark tide would be triggered. Simply put, it was a monster tide. An endless stream of monsters would be carried out of the Sea of Death by the dark tide. During the dark tide, the monsters were even more aggressive than usual. The original Alan and his father, Old Alan, had met their game over in the last monster tide. According to the data in the original body's memories, in 4 days they would once again face a new monster tide. Originally, Alan could have chosen to pilot the island's only small boat to another island to avoid this disaster. He had not expected that just moments ago his golden finger had awakened. Lord Development Manual. Please recruit your subjects, Lord. When your subject score reaches 30 points, you will obtain 1 opportunity to draw a hex rune. In addition, each time you complete a scoring settlement, you will receive another opportunity to draw a hex. Note, as a lord, when your territory faces danger, you must confront it bravely rather than shrink back. If the Lord flees during this dark tide, this manual will never open again. As though to tempt Alan into staying, the scene at the very beginning unfolded immediately after. War Spoils I. Power of Enhancement. Useful Materials I. 3 silver hexes gleamed brightly before Alan's eyes. The moment he saw War Spoils I, the gambler within him instantly awakened. Alright, so that's how we're playing it. Fine, I'll take the bait. Listening to the constant sounds of monsters wandering outside the stone hut, Alan burrowed deep into his blanket. As long as he made no sound, monsters would generally not barge in recklessly. This was the conclusion Alan had reached after the battles of the previous 2 days. Sleep. Tomorrow I'll go to the trade island and try my luck. Let's see if I can recruit a free citizen. Trade island. A lord has come to recruit islanders. Should we go and try living on his island? I heard he only collects 1/10 in taxes. Are you crazy? Do you know where his territory is? Aitlon Island. That island right next to the Sea of... They say hundreds of monsters roam the island every day, and those monsters destroy any attempt at development. And they say that besides inheriting that desolate island, he also inherited a federal debt so enormous he will never pay it off in his lifetime. When the Federation comes to collect, he'll probably end up like us, becoming a free citizen. No, he might even... I don't think he'll even make it to the day the Federation comes to collect. The dark tide is in 3 days. If he doesn't spend the dark tide on Trade Island, Aitlon Island will probably soon welcome its next lord, just like the dozen or so lords who died there before. Hearing the discussion drifting over from the free citizens' labor market behind him, Alan felt utterly helpless. He had not expected that so many people on this island knew the original him, leaving his silver tongue with no room to work. What should I do? Did I come here today for nothing? Alan wandered aimlessly around Trade Island, and suddenly found himself before the signboard of a much larger market, the slave trading market. So this world really does have a slave trade. The manual only said to recruit subjects. It never said slaves couldn't be subjects. With that thought, Alan turned and walked inside. The slave market was extremely lively. Stalls selling slaves were set up in an orderly yet crowded fashion throughout the marketplace, with men and women, young and old, all present. Each slave had a price tag hanging from their body. When he saw the first female slave's tag reading 30 source crystals, Alan knew he had probably come here in vain again. The original Alan had only left him 10 source crystals, and he had already paid 1 source crystal as an entry tax when registering on Trade Island. The 9 source crystals in his hand now were all that Alan had left. I'll just walk around. If nothing else, I can treat it as a way to clear my head. Alan strolled past the various slave stalls. His eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the line of voluptuous female slaves sitting on the ground. This one's big. This one's a bit small. They're all missing something. This something he found lacking was not their figures, but the score unique to each person that the Lord Manual was. He did not know what criteria the manual used to judge. For now, however, not a single slave in the entire market had a score above 20. Yet he needed a score of 30 to complete the initial task of the Lord Development Manual. If only I had 100 source crystals. If I bought 3 to 5 slaves, I'd surely be able to piece together 30 points. Could it be that there is no single individual with a score above 30? Alan did not understand the manual's scoring standards. Just as he was concluding that no single individual could possibly have a score above 30, a number suddenly flashed between 2 female slaves in a corner. On the ground, Alan spotted their target, a gray heart of mist. As long as they collected it from the ground, the mist enveloping this dark 6.7 points. It was not them. His gaze then stopped behind the 2 of them. As Alan paused there, the slave trader stepped up beside him. Following Alan's line of sight behind the 2 mature female slaves, there was a frail figure curled up in the innermost corner like a frightened rabbit. She wore a long robe utterly unsuited to her size, wrapping her entire body so tightly that her appearance could not be seen. Male slaves in the market were generally bought as serfs to work the fields. Female slaves, on the other hand, were usually purchased as playthings, so their clothing tended to be extremely revealing. She alone was dressed so conservatively that she looked like someone who had only just become a slave. Feeling the gazes of Alan and the slave trader on her, the slave girl hugged herself tightly in fear. The movement inadvertently revealed the red birthmark on her face. "Boss, how many source crystals for this slave?" Seeing the trader had come to his side, Alan asked. With a strange look, the trader reported a number. 10 source crystals, and you can take her away right now. 8. I'll take her for 8. Deal. Afraid Alan might regret it, the slave trader yanked the girl from the corner as soon as he agreed, grabbing her with one hand while stretching out the other for payment. Alan was momentarily stunned. Had he haggled too timidly? Could he have started at 3 crystals? Clearly the trader had no intention of giving him another chance to bargain. 8 it would be then. Alan reached into his pocket, took out 8 multicolored crystals no bigger than fingernails, and placed them in the trader's hand. These crystals were the currency of this world. Source crystals. All right, this slave is yours now. The trader shoved the girl toward Alan with rough impatience. Hey, be careful. She's mine now. Watch it. Seeing the pained look on the girl's face, Alan protested. No, she isn't yet. Is this your first time buying a slave? A fledgling. Let me give you a free lesson. The trader pulled the girl's arm out from under her black robe, revealing a hexagram-like rune engraved on her skin. The rune looked freshly carved, with traces of blood still seeping around its edges. Seeing the rune, Alan froze. He recalled that the spring at the heart of his island inheritance was surrounded by stone bricks bearing a similar pattern. Buddy, don't just stand there. Drip your blood onto the slave rune. From then on, she will belong to you completely. These runes are protected by the Sea Region Code. No one can take your status as her master. If this slave harbors any malice toward you, she will immediately be plunged into unbearable agony. Moments ago, Alan had wondered why the Lord Development Manual in his mind had shown no reaction despite his purchase. It seemed his procedures were simply not complete. After thinking it over, Alan bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the slave rune on the girl's arm. And then, as the rune instantly absorbed Alan's blood, the slave girl let out a cry of pain. It was as if she had suffered a tremendous blow. Her body went limp and she collapsed toward the ground. Alan hurriedly reached out to catch her frail body. He saw her teeth chattering from the pain and felt her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the concern on Alan's face, the trader felt a hint of disdain. Still riding the high of his completed sale, he cheerfully explained, "This is the inherent reaction to signing a slave contract. The stronger the slave's will to resist the contract, the more excruciating the pain. But once she learns to maintain loyalty toward you, it will ease. It usually doesn't take long. Even the strongest-willed slave needs only to endure 3 sunrises." Watching the girl suffering in his arms, Alan felt ill at ease. After all, he was not truly from this world, but a transmigrated soul, and he could not yet fully adapt to this slave-based society. Still, once his blood touched the slave rune, the Lord Development Manual in his mind finally reacted. In his consciousness, an ancient yellowed manual slowly opened. On the title page, a few lines of text surfaced. Slave obtained 1. Loyalty testing in progress. Progress 1. 3. Loyalty then. According to the trader, he would probably have to wait for the slave girl to adjust. The girl was so light that Alan could easily carry her in a princess hold. Just as he was about to leave with her in his arms, the trader behind him spoke with a teasing tone. Hey buddy, didn't expect you to have this kind of taste. To be honest, this little one was forced into my hands to sell. I thought this scrawny thing would be stuck on my hands, but you bought her. 10 days from now is the Grand Sea Wait. By then I'll be bringing in another batch of new slaves. If you like these little ones, I can specially search for more of them. We can talk about the price. Hearing how the trader had clearly misunderstood his preferences, Alan did not bother. He was entirely focused on the progress bar in the manual and had no time for this man's twisted sense of humor. Still, he noted the mention of the Sea Wave Festival in his mind. Alan had already gone through the slave market once, and for the moment had not found any slave with a higher score than the girl in his arms. He wondered whether by then there would be other slaves as cost-effective as she was. He felt a faint sense of expectation. Cradling the girl, he left the slave market. Seeing that the progress bar in his mind had only reached 20%, the impatient Alan turned more of his attention to the girl in his arms. By now she seemed to be gradually recovering from the pain. Though still somewhat listless, she looked able to manage simple conversation. Alan prepared to talk with her to see whether verbal reassurance could strengthen the bond between them. In a gentle tone, he said, "From now on, I am your lord and master. What is your name?" Hearing his question, the girl did not understand why this master insisted on putting lord before master, but she still answered honestly, "My name is Lino." "Lino, what a lovely name. From today onward you are my subject and my slave." "Yes, master. I would prefer that you call me lord." "Yes, my lord." Perhaps because the title of lord was easier for her to accept than master, the pain in her very soul diminished by 80% the moment she uttered it. At the same instant, the binding progress in Alan's manual jumped to 50%. Gusts of sea wind swept past, lashing painfully against their faces. The sun was mercilessly scorching the waters as though intent on drying up the entire sea. This environment, like a blistering furnace, was far from something ordinary people could endure. However, we are finally almost there. After passing 3 verdant islands rich in resources, Alan at last caught sight of the territory that belonged to him. It was a barren island, utterly bald, seemingly without a single blade of grass. Though its area did not appear small, the absence of any flowers, plants, or trees made it resemble nothing more than a cluster of reefs protruding above the water's surface. Yet the dilapidated stone house at the island's center, the dried-up spring before it, and the remnants of 2 storm arrow towers all proclaimed that this place already had a master. As a member of the Azure Sea Federation, Atlan Island was also under the Federation's protection. However, that protection only extended to attacks launched by other federations. Monsters invading from the sea or from demonic domains were not included in that protection. Guiding the small sailboat, which could at most bear 5 people, Alan brought it alongside a natural pier on the island's western side and carried Lino out from the cabin. Seeing a first-tier demonic beast, a giant clawed crab, wandering not far away, Alan could not help recalling the grim encounter he had had the previous night. With a thought, he once more opened the ancient Lord Nurturing Handbook within his mind. Alan dejectedly discovered that compared to when he had checked it midway, the progress had increased by only 10%. 65%. The loading speed of the progress bar was as slow as a crawling turtle. At this rate, he had no idea whether he would manage to unlock the Lord Nurturing Handbook before the arrival of the black tide. The black tide would descend in just 3 days, and he had to find a way to survive that calamity within the pages of the Lord Nurturing Handbook before it arrived. The current progress was far from satisfactory. Alan turned his head to look at Lino behind him. She followed him step by step, her face still etched with pain. Her small bare feet sank into the sand, leaving faint, feeble footprints. Clearly her stamina had reached its limit. "Let's get back to the camp first," he said. Alan himself had also reached the peak of exhaustion. The journey at sea had drained much of his strength. He no longer had the energy to contemplate better solutions. As the sun gradually sank westward, Alan pushed open the stone house door. The heavy, decrepit iron door scraped against the stone floor and walls, producing a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine. Alan collapsed onto the stone bed. A tattered piece of leather, serving as a mattress, kept his backside from hurting too much. After catching his breath for a moment, he slowly rose again. He walked over to a large stone water trough in the corner of the room, intending to ladle some water to drink, only to discover that the trough had long since run dry. Only a faint dampness at the bottom testified that water had once filled it. When hungry people can often hold out a while longer, but when thirst sets in, that primal instinct for survival surges up irrepressibly. Alan drew out his last piece of source crystal from his breast and prepared to toss it into the spring before the stone house, hoping to drink a few mouthfuls of cool spring water. But after a moment's thought, he put the source crystal back. This crystal was his final possession. Though he was parched, he would not die of thirst in the short term. The source crystal's role was far too important. If kept, it might one day save his life. Alan decided to endure the hardship a little longer. At the very least, he would wait until he truly unlocked the Lord Nurturing Handbook and found a way to obtain more source crystals. At that thought, Alan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Poor before crossing worlds, and poor after crossing as well. What meaning did this transmigration have for him? Lino. Absorbed in his inner struggle, he had completely forgotten about her. When he turned around, he found that Lino had vanished from sight. Had she not followed him inside? At this thought, Alan's heart tightened. He hastily shoved open the stone door and looked toward the pier. The stone door once again emitted that hair-raising grinding sound. Even more chilling, however, was the fact that there was no trace of Lino anywhere on the island. He had barely begun to harbor ominous suspicions when a weak call reached his ears. Lord. Following the sound, Alan realized that Lino was actually curled up in a corner of the stone house. Her small, thin frame blended almost seamlessly into the gloomy interior. Fear flickered in Lino's eyes as though she dreaded that Alan would scold her for not being found immediately. So you were here all along, he murmured. Seeing her curled up in the corner like a startled fawn, Alan finally relaxed, realizing his panic had been for nothing. Yet as he watched her, he frowned in thought. How could he accelerate the binding progress of the handbook? Recalling the words of the slave trader, Alan pondered rapidly. This kind of loyalty obtained through forcibly binding with slave runes was a passive loyalty. It relied on a system of punishment that instilled fear, turning slaves into obedient beasts. If so, perhaps increasing her active loyalty could hasten the binding process. Like affection points in a game, perhaps. For instance, offering a hug. Drawing on his extensive experience with role-playing games, Alan's mind raced. He began to observe Lino's expression carefully. Moving slowly closer, Alan gently opened his arms. But when he saw the sheer terror in her eyes, he abandoned the idea. Such intimate gestures were perhaps too excessive for Lino at this moment. Besides, with both of them famished and parched, even simple conversation felt exhausting. Then it struck him she had spent the entire day sailing at his side. Their shabby little sailboat offered no means of cooking, and the food he had brought along had all been eaten that morning while wandering the slave market. He glanced again at Lino's frail, undersized body, clearly the result of long-term malnutrition. Fortunately, there were still some seabird eggs and a little wheat flour at home. Alan moved to one side of the bed. Beneath the stone frame was a storage compartment. From it, he took out a few seabird eggs and a small sack of wheat flour. Without saying much, he stepped outside. Next, what is my lord going to do to me? Lino thought, clutching her body in fear as she recalled the words of those senior slaves at the market. Unease smothered her entirely. It was said that for slaves, especially female slaves, being purchased by a master was the true beginning of a nightmare. After all, in the market, female slaves were essentially regarded as tools for venting. The door closed with a sharp scrape. Shrouded in apprehension, Lino slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Her pale green pupils swept over the room. The figure that had made her so tense was gone. Only the golden light of the setting sun filtering through the crack of the door and the sound of waves striking the rocks entered her senses. Lino hugged herself tighter, burying her head in her arms. Her mind once again raced uneasily, wondering whether her master would do something terrible to her that night. Until the sound of the stone door opening broke the silence. Before her anxiety could surge again, the rich aroma of wheat flooded all her senses. She widened her pale green eyes, blinking as she stared at the stone plate in Alan's hands. On it lay 2 light golden wheat cakes, exuding a strong, mouth-watering fragrance. Beside the cakes rested 2 seabird eggs, each the size of a fist. Finally done, Alan said softly, adjusting the plate in his hands and addressing Lino gently. You must be hungry. Go on, eat. This is your dinner. Dinner. Lino stared in disbelief at the wheat cake he offered, unconsciously swallowing mouthfuls of non-existent saliva. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. So I can have food without begging. And it is a precious cake. She remembered what those senior slaves had said. The more benevolent masters might allow their slaves to eat food made from rotten rye and bran. The harsher ones fed their slaves nothing but bran and weeds. Yet her lord was using precious wheat, which even freemen begrudged themselves to make bread for her. Was he not perhaps a messenger of the gods of sea and storm? But was he truly giving this to her? Looking at the bread before her, Lino still did not dare reach out to take it. A moment later, however, a wave of agony surged from the depths of her soul. The second rule of the slave contract: a slave must obey the orders given by the master. Driven by the pain and still nervous at heart, Lino nevertheless bravely took the wheat cake from Alan's hands to avoid the torment from intensifying. As she cautiously lifted the bread to her lips, tears inexplicably spilled from her eyes. It seemed she had reached the very limits of hunger. From tentative nibbles, she slowly grew bolder, and in the end began devouring mouthful after mouthful, eating faster and faster. Watching the girl before him savor every bite, Alan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. For one who loved cooking, seeing others enjoy his food was a profound source of fulfillment. What delighted him even more was the binding progress bar in his mind. In almost an instant, it leapt from 66% to 95%. Alan turned his gaze back to Lino. Seeing her choking slightly from eating too quickly, he hurriedly handed her the seabird egg he had already prepared on the plate. Eat more slowly. There is no water on the island right now. Drink this jujiao bird egg to replenish some moisture. As Alan soothed her with gentle words, he could feel her wariness toward him diminish markedly. At the very least, when he approached, she no longer trembled in terror as before. "Thank you, my lord," she whispered. After she finished the egg, Alan noticed her little belly slowly rounding out. At that moment, Alan lifted his hand and gently placed it on her head, beginning to softly stroke her hair. Lino's body jolted at the instant of contact. Yet under his gentle caress, her body gradually relaxed, and a faint sense of peace stole over her. "My lord's hand is so warm," she thought. Without realizing it, she inched closer to Alan. He continued to comfort her with one hand, while keeping a close eye on the binding progress bar. At last, binding 100. No longer frozen on the loading page, the ancient, Lord Nurturing Handbook, in his mind, began to flip open. On the first page appeared an image reminiscent of an illustrated compendium. Lino's figure stood at its center with various data about her arranged neatly beside it. Before he could examine her information, the Lord Nurturing Handbook flipped back to its title page. Citizen Compendium unlocked. Score has reached 31 points. Settling rewards for reaching 30 Lord score points. Reward source crystals 20. Reward Hex Rune draw 1. Alan slammed the worn iron door shut and propped a thick wooden stick against it. He gripped a sturdy iron rod tightly in his hands. This was to prepare for the upcoming night. He remembered the first night after his arrival when the door was broken open by a wandering sea monster. Before his journey, Alan was just an ordinary worker lacking any combat experience, and even his exercise routine was pitifully minimal. Fortunately, the physique of this body was still quite decent. After going through a set of calisthenics and a few punches, he finally brought down the lowest tier of magical creatures, the Wandering Sea Monster. In fact, the Wandering Sea Monster looked quite deceptive, resembling a ghost draped in a coarse cloth cloak floating in midair. Their combat methods were very primitive, relying solely on instinct for physical attacks. After defeating a Wandering Sea Monster, Alan did not feel relieved, as he clearly saw that there were still many Wandering Sea Monsters roaming along the coastline. Once all preparations were made, Alan focused all his attention on the Lord's development manual. He was ready to draw the first Hextech Rune. Looking at the 3 silver icons appearing on the title page, Alan strained to read what was written on them. There were 3 entries. War spoils I. There is a 15 chance that enemies will drop loot upon being killed, including source crystals. Strengthening energy. Your next strengthening runes tier is raised by 1. Useful material I. When unarmed subjects perish, there is a 40 chance to drop 10 source crystals. Seeing the 3 selectable Hextech runes in the Lord's development manual, Alan found he had little choice. After great effort, he managed to activate the manual, finally obtaining an opportunity to draw a rune. If he chose strengthening energy, it was uncertain whether he would see the sun 3 days later. As for useful talent I, he currently had only Lino as his subject. Thus, without hesitation, Alan chose killing monsters could drop loot, which included source crystals. It should be noted that source crystals could only be obtained from rare or veins or certain mysterious rituals. Source crystal mines are monopolized by those great lords. In other words, it is precisely because of the source crystal production that they have become great lords. Small lords can only exchange their islands produced for source crystals from the great lords during trading days. Source crystals are directly tied to survival. Fresh water on the island can only be obtained by investing source crystals into the springs. The island's defensive devices also rely on source crystals for operation and maintenance. Source crystals are the absolute hard currency of this world and are essential for lords to maintain their territories. The nighttime monsters were originally just a headache for the lords. But now with war spoils I, those monsters would henceforth become an inexhaustible resource for him. A resource that could yield loot, including source crystals. If he could make good use of the first 3 nights before the dark tide arrives, he might just obtain a large quantity of source crystals. He intended to use them to repair and activate the already damaged Storm Arrow Tower on his island. Rustle, rustle outside, the sound of giant claw crabs landing on the beach could be heard. Once night fell, they generally came ashore to roost. Without the chance to look at Linus' subject compendium, Alan hurried outside. With only 3 days left until the dark tide, he needed to cherish every moment ahead. Acquire more resources to build his territory. The sun had gradually disappeared below the horizon, leaving behind the last glimmer of light. Alan looked at the 2 remains of the storm arrow towers and walked towards the left one, which was relatively well preserved. He then took out the 20 source crystals he had just received as a reward. One by one he dropped them into the energy rune core beneath the tower. The air around him gradually turned into a raging wind, converging towards the storm arrow tower. 8, 12, 18. He had only 2 source crystals left in hand, and Alan began to sweat slightly. The repair of the storm arrow tower depended on the extent of the damage, typically requiring between 10 to 30 source crystals. He couldn't be that unlucky. Surely 20 crystals would suffice for a repair. Alan cautiously dropped one of the last 2 crystals into the core. Under his tense gaze, the sound of a storm finally echoed in his ears. A storm gathered overhead, and a tornado shot straight into the sky. The storm arrow tower immediately rose to 5 meters. The majestic storm arrow tower no longer resembled a mere ruin, but transformed into a 5-meter-tall black pillar. Mysterious energy continuously converged from the bottom runes of the tower to its top. At the very peak of the pillar, a ball, emitting a faint blue glow, became particularly conspicuous as night fell. Swish, swish, night descended. Alan heard the sound of wandering sea monsters slicing through the air from afar. A wandering sea monster seemingly wrapped in a cloak appeared in his line of sight. This sea monster has entered the attack range of the tower. Why isn't it shooting at it? The level 1 storm arrow tower's attack range was roughly about 100 meters. The sea monster that appeared in Alan's vision was clearly within the attack range. However, unexpectedly, the storm arrow tower did not automatically attack the sea monster. At this moment, more and more sea monsters seemed to be attracted by the blue glow of the storm arrow tower, gathering closer and closer. Hiss! Meanwhile, the sea monster in front of Alan was also issuing a call to its kind. More and more sea monsters flew towards Alan. Seeing 5 wandering sea monsters targeting him, Alan felt a tingle of anxiety. Where did things go wrong? Alan kept pondering. Suddenly, he recalled something and smiled helplessly at himself. The storm arrow tower had already collapsed into ruins when he arrived. The 19 source crystals he had just used were only to repair it. To activate it, he would need 2 more. Besides the 20 source crystals given by the system, he only had 1 left. Alan quickly took out one from his pocket. This was the one he had saved up by enduring thirst earlier in the afternoon, and it was proving to be crucial now. Lord, be careful. Just as Alan was about to drop the 2 source crystals into the rune core, he heard an anxious voice from behind. Turning his head, he saw Lino running out of the stone house, surprisingly holding a wooden stick. She stood in front of him with the stick. Though scared, she faced the approaching wandering sea monsters with determination. Let's go. Seeing this, Alan hurriedly tossed the source crystal into the rune core and pulled Lino towards the stone house. Meanwhile, the storm arrow tower was infused with activation energy. The faint blue glow overhead gradually deepened to a dark blue. A storm-converged arrow shot out from the top of the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, hiss, hiss. Just as they returned to the room, Alan heard the shrill cries of the sea monsters. Through the peephole in the door, Alan saw that the 5 wandering sea monsters flying towards him had already been shot down to just 3. The remaining 2 were also pinned to the ground in the blink of an eye. However, the island's knights would never lack wandering sea monsters. They seemed like monsters generated from thin air, appearing to be endless. They kept flooding in from the coastline towards the island. And the storm arrow tower continued to repeat the steps of gathering wind arrows and firing them. Joy shone in Alan's eyes. From now on, wandering sea monsters and other magical creatures would no longer bring fear. They were not monsters at all. They were clearly walking treasures. Alan closed the door behind him and propped a wooden stick against it once more. He turned around and spoke to the little slave who had just rushed out recklessly. Thank you, Linua. Behind him, Linua shyly lowered her head, unable to believe that the Lord would actually thank a slave like her. This is what Linua should do. My lord. Alan then affectionately patted her head to show his close. Linua gradually grew accustomed to the warmth of his large hand, unconsciously wanting to lean into Alan's touch. Outside the house, the sounds of arrows being fired from the storm arrow tower and the wails of wandering sea monsters echoed. Inside, a dim candle cast a faint orange glow, which felt particularly warm after the dangers they had faced. It's time to continue looking at the Lord's training manual. With another thought, the Lord's training manual in his mind slowly unfolded. The cover page still lingered on the last calculated screen. 30-point settlement reward source crystal 20 Hextech Rune draw 1 next settlement score requirement 80. The reward for 30 points is already so surprising. How incredible must the 80 points reward be? Alan had never imagined that the Lord's training manual contained such a miraculous thing as Hextech Runes. although some runes in this world were also quite extraordinary. But if the runes in the manual were truly the Hextech runes from his previous life in the game, he couldn't believe what kind of island he could transform with them. He couldn't help but begin to speculate what runes could be included in the 80-point reward. Thinking of this made him somewhat restless. However, reaching 80 points in a short period seemed like wishful thinking. If he relied on buying a large number of slaves to accumulate points, he would need a substantial amount of source crystals. Unless he could find 2 more slaves with Linuo's potential, otherwise he would have to honestly save up source crystals and adopt a numbers strategy. Thinking of this, Alan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now, as he didn't have a single source crystal. He could only see if tomorrow's war treasure I would bring him some surprises. Alan instinctively flipped a page in the manual, arriving at the Citizen's Guide section. This was Linuo's guide. Citizen Linua Slave ID 1, Age 18, Loyalty 100, Talent Attribute. Overall rating 35. Alan discovered something surprising. Linuo's rating had actually increased by 4 points. How did this happen? After bringing her back, he hadn't done anything strange to her. He had merely ensured she was well-fed and patted her head right. Is it that being well-fed leads to growth? Also, why is this talent hidden? Are there talents that I as the Lord cannot see? However, behind the talent, there was an explanation. Talent. Description: no one knows how to awaken their own talent, including the talent's possessor, but it exists after all. Looking at the textual description, Alan fell into deep thought. He knew that this world possessed but they felt far removed from his current tier. Could it be that Linua harbored an unawakened extraordinary talent? It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a great find. After extinguishing the candle that illuminated the room, Alan laid down on the stone bed. The worn sheepskin blanket was one of the few valuable items in this territory. After extinguishing the candle that illuminated the room, Alan laid down on the stone bed. The worn sheepskin blanket was one of the few valuable items in this territory. This tattered sheepskin blanket brought him a slight warmth. The temperature difference between day and night on the island was extreme. During the day, it could be as hot as a furnace. At night, it would turn as cold as winter. Alan was not quite accustomed to this. Outside, the Storm Arrow Tower was still attacking. Alan had grown used to the rhythm of the Storm Arrow Tower's attacks. It sounded like pleasant white noise, providing him with a sense of security. After a long day of running around, during which many things had happened, Alan's fatigue had reached its peak. Suddenly, he was awakened by the sound of teeth clattering. Alan turned to look, and Linua had returned to the corner of the room. Even in the darkness, he could see her body trembling from the cold. Alan hurriedly beckoned her over. "Come here, Linua, sleep with me." Linua opened her eyes, her light blue pupils first filled with fear, then transformed into a hint of determination. Since the Lord had spoken, as a female slave I can only. With that thought, Linua approached the bedside and began to shed her black robe. Upon getting closer, Alan saw the resolute expression on her face. Alan couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Stop, stop, stop. Linua, I didn't mean for you to serve me in that way. The nights on the island can be particularly cold, and right now there is only this one bed and one set of sheepskin. From now on you will sleep with me. Otherwise I worry you might freeze to death." Hearing Alan's warm words, Linua's tears flowed once more without reason. What a merciful Lord he is. Linua carefully climbed onto the bed and lay beside Alan. Just moments ago she had seen her mother. Her mother had said she would take her away from the mortal realm to the warm embrace of the sun god. If it weren't for the Lord's call, she might have followed her mother to meet the sun god by now. After seeing Linua obediently lying beside him, Alan also relaxed and fell asleep. Wrapped in the warm sheepskin blanket, Linua found it hard to fall asleep. Besides recalling her tragic experiences at the slave market, she was also worried about her mother. She wondered if her mother would end up like her, captured and turned into a slave. Amidst her fears and worries, Linua gently inched closer to Alan's direction. Seeing that she hadn't awakened him, she sighed in relief. "If my mother unfortunately gets caught and becomes a slave, I hope to see her at the Sea Wave Festival in 10 days. I wonder if the merciful Lord would buy her as well." Linua's face bore a hint of hope. Lost in thought, she fell asleep in Alan's warm blanket, while a teardrop tinged with a bit of happiness quietly rolled down her cheek. When the first ray of sunlight poured through the door crack and illuminated the room, Alan slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled softly. Yesterday had been exhausting, or it felt like just a blink of an eye, and it was already the next day. This deep sleep was something he hadn't experienced since before his transmigration. Ever since arriving in this dreadful place, Alan's mind had been in a constant state of tension, only getting a good night's sleep last night, when the defense tower was erected. How pitiful indeed. Without waking the sleeping Lino, Alan carefully got out of bed. The morning by the sea was still chilly, and his breath formed white mist in the air. Alan retrieved a tattered linen robe from under the bed and draped it over himself to fend off the biting cold. He cautiously pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sunrise by the sea was beautiful, with the sun rising from the east, as if to drive away the endless darkness. Looking outside at the disarray that followed a night of siege and defense, a faint smile appeared on Alan's lips. Centered around the storm arrow tower 20 meters in front of the stone house, the area within 100 meters was littered with the remains of wandering sea monsters. These sea monsters lay dead, resembling torn rags scattered across the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was as if this place had become a landfill for discarded fabrics. War Treasure Eye enemies have a 15 chance to drop loot upon being killed, including source crystals. With hundreds of remains on the ground, how many source crystals could he potentially gather from the 15 drop rate? Just as Alan was about to inspect the bodies of the wandering sea monsters for loot, he caught sight of a small sailboat on the sea. On the sailboat, a dark figure was watching in his direction. Alan had excellent eyesight and immediately recognized that figure as the son of the neighboring Lord Little Pallet. What is this guy doing back? Alan frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed. He almost forgot that this guy appeared every morning to scout the shores of his island. He was not here out of goodwill. His intention was to covet the spring on the island and the Storm Arrow Tower. To be precise, it was the rune core of the spring and the rune core of the Storm Arrow Tower. Here Alan had to thank the Oceanic Codex. All lords within the Blue Ocean Federation cannot attack each other. It is not merely a verbal promise or a law that can be trampled upon at will. Rather, it is a form of extraordinary power that binds people to adhere to the contracts laid out in the Codex. Anyone who violates the Codex will face its sanctions. For instance, one clause states that no one may intrude into a lord's territory without permission. Violators will be subjected to extreme pain until they leave the territory. Or that within the trading islands no one is permitted to kill. The moment one entertains thoughts of murder, they will experience soul-wrenching agony. Thus, the lords, by virtue of their territories, enjoy the power granted by the Codex. Meanwhile, the free people receive its protection. Only slaves lacking any protection from the Codex are instead bound by it. Under the protection of the Codex, lords are deemed absolutely safe on their islands. At that moment, the island would lose the protection of the Codex, and anyone could infringe upon it. Alan was currently in dire straits, with only the spring and the rune core of the Storm Arrow Tower being coveted by neighbors. At that moment, the island would lose the protection of the Codex, and anyone could infringe upon it. Alan was currently in dire straits, with only the spring and the rune core of the Storm Arrow Tower being coveted by neighbors. In fact, the significant debts under Alan's name were all incurred by his predecessor's father when purchasing rune cores. There is a saying in the Endless Sea: you may not inherit your father's wealth, but you will undoubtedly inherit his debts. Fortunately, the original father's foresight was exceptional. For some unknown reason, the prices of the spring and the rune core of the Storm Arrow Tower have more than tripled in them. Moreover, they are priced, but not available. Thus, the motives of his dear neighbor have become evident, waiting for him to possibly be killed by a monster, so he can rush onto the island the moment he dies to seize the rune core. Seeing Little Pallet on the distant small boat continually gazing in his direction, Alan no longer felt the previous anger. He even found it somewhat amusing. Hoping for his death. Sorry, my hex rune won't allow it. Ignoring Little Pallet's presence, Alan prepared to continue inspecting his spoils when suddenly a sense of vigilance made him halt his movements. Normally, after a night passes, it is completely routine for a lord to tidy up the bodies of monsters and clean their territory. Yet Alan had yet to collect any loot and was unaware of what form the loot might take. What if opening a monster's remains unleashed a blinding light? Wouldn't that expose his information? Although Little Pallet would not be able to discern the truth from such tiny details for safety's sake, it was better to let the loot lie quietly for a while longer. If there were any strange messages that got out, then it might not just be Little Pallet keeping an eye on him. Subsequently, Alan pretended to be relaxed, crossing his hands behind his head, and leisurely strolled around the island. After ensuring that Little Pallet could see his movements, he returned to the stone house. Damn, Alan, why haven't you Little Pallet stood on the small boat, holding a tattered telescope, constantly observing the island. This damn guy, as long as he doesn't die, forces me to row this lousy boat to see him every morning. Damn, Alan. Today, as usual, he returned to the outskirts of Atlantis Island. Little Pallet was surprised to find that the once ruined Storm Arrow Tower had suddenly stood upright again. This discovery astonished him. They actually repaired a Storm Arrow Tower. Sure enough, my father's speculation was correct. Little Pallet recalled his father's previous speculations, which he initially thought were unfounded guesses. Now, looking at the Storm Arrow Tower shimmering with a pale blue glow, perhaps his father's assumptions were true. After observing for a while from the boat, and noticing that Alan had entered the stone house and had not re-emerged, the sun rose higher. Little Pallet prepared to return. He needed to quickly inform his father of the news he had detected. Alan's island was called Atlantis Island, while Little Pallet's island was not far from it, taking only an hour of rowing to see his own island. The island's name was quite simple, called Pallet Island. At the central manor of Pallet Island, 7 or 8 male slaves and a dozen female slaves had already started their day's work. They were busy fetching water from the spring to irrigate the land planted in the manor. Upon seeing Little Pallet returning from the sea, they all paused their work and paid their respects to him. Little Pallet would scan each slave's figure, as if looking for which slave had disrespected him, so he could find an excuse to take action. His father had taught him since childhood that one should treat slaves like livestock. This way they would obey you, fear you, and work hard for you. However, one must be careful not to affect their work efficiency, or else it would be a loss of property. Little Pallet deeply remembered this point, and randomly picked a slave he found displeasing, kicking him. Amidst their fearful gazes, he triumphantly returned to his wooden house. Father, that damned Atlantis Island actually repaired a storm arrow tower. On the second floor of the wooden house in Parrot's study, young Parrot stood respectfully in front of the desk, reporting the information he had gathered this morning. A knowing expression appeared on Parrot's face as he said with pride, "I knew it. The cunning merchant, old Alan, surely left something good for his wretched offspring. Could it be a large amount of source crystals?" Young Parrot ventured a guess, believing that since Alan had repaired the storm arrow tower, he must possess a considerable number of source crystals. Parrot did not respond to young Parrot's question immediately, instead falling into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while his voice rang out softly. "It could be source crystals, but it might also be something else like a treasure map." He added, "You must know that old Alan was renowned for his cunning during his time at sea. It's not surprising that he left something good for his son." Parrot then pressed on with another question. "Has the spring on his island revived?" Upon hearing his father's sudden question, young Parrot felt a tightness in his chest. He quickly recalled the scenes from the morning, responding somewhat uncertainly. I don't think so," he said. "The island still looks as barren as a rocky outcrop with not a trace of greenery." Hearing this, Parrot suddenly burst into laughter. "It seems that cunning old Alan left very few source crystals," he said. "Those crystals are probably only enough to repair one storm arrow tower. Otherwise it makes no sense not to revive the spring," he continued. "No one can withstand the thirst akin to dehydration under the erosion of the sea winds, no one. And one storm arrow tower is far from enough to face the dark tide." As he spoke, a proud smile appeared on Parrot's face. It was as if he was very confident in his deduction. "Father is indeed the wisest person in the Federation." Young Parrot hurriedly praised him. Parrot was very pleased with this, and as if rewarding young Parrot said, "After the dark tide you can go collect it. Starting tomorrow morning you won't need to keep an eye on him anymore," he said. "Just in time, I need to go to the trade island, and won't return until the day after tomorrow. Stay on the island and have the slaves thicken the walls of the manor to at least double their usual thickness. Additionally, expand the height to prevent some jumping magic frogs from easily leaping over the wall." Young Parrot was very pleased with Parrot's arrangements. After his father left, the entire island would be his domain. He could also enjoy the treatment of a lord in advance. He still remembered how happy he was last time when his father went out. Thinking of this, young Parrot's body stiffened slightly. After giving young Parrot a few reminders, Parrot put on his most luxurious coat. At the same time, he was pondering the issues. As a well-informed lord, he had numerous channels for obtaining information. It was said that many of the major lords were hoarding food and defensive runic cores. This sudden news hinted at a signal of danger. To find out exactly what would happen, Parrot planned to personally head to the trade island to seek out his old friends and gather intelligence. "Sorry, my lord," Lino overslept. The sun was already directly overhead, indicating that it was noon. Alan, unable to see young Parrot through the door crack, prepared to go out again. Behind him came Linos' timid voice. Turning around, Alan saw that Linos' black robe was somewhat disheveled with a hint of fear on her face. Lino seemed worried that she would be punished for this. However, her concern was unwarranted. Alan did not think that sleeping in was a fault. Moreover, with the island being completely destitute, her waking up would not help much. "Oh wait, there was something for her. Just in time you woke up. Come with me to collect the spoils." Spoils? Lino wondered, did the Lord engage in battle with the opposing Federation last night? Otherwise, where would the spoils come from? Filled with curiosity, Lino hurriedly donned her robe, getting out of bed to follow Alan. Pushing open the old rusty iron door, outside lay the remains of wandering sea monsters scattered across the ground. Alan had no intention of hiding from Lino the fact that killing monsters yielded spoils. Due to the existence of the legal code and the slave contract, Lino couldn't mention her secret to anyone. Having gone an entire day without water, Alan also did not plan to waste breath explaining anything to the curious Lino. When she unearthed the spoils from beneath the monster's remains, she would naturally understand what he was talking about. Lino followed Alan out, her face full of curiosity. Once outside, Alan first cautiously surveyed the surroundings. After confirming that there were no ships or creatures on the horizon, he approached a nearby monster's remains. Turning over the tattered cloak-like remains of the wandering sea monster, Alan was fortunate. On his first corpse inspection, he found a source crystal. Joy was evident on his face, yet Lino stood behind him dumbfounded. Why would there be a source crystal beneath the monster's corpse? Could it be that the Lord accidentally dropped it there last night? Following this, Alan moved to another monster's remains and flipped it over. This time luck was not on his side. He did not find a source crystal, but unexpectedly discovered a fist-sized piece of iron ore. Good stuff. Iron ore was a scarce resource in the Azure Sea Federation. Just this fist-sized piece of iron ingot could be exchanged for a whole sack of food enough for him to eat. However, all lords were in dire need of iron ore, including himself, who under non-essential circumstances one would absolutely not exchange iron ore for food. Seeing Alan once again unearth an iron ore from the monster's remains, Lino was even more bewildered. Could it be that the Lord dropped an iron ore last night as well? Or had it been dropped earlier? As if sensing Linos' thoughts, Alan helplessly explained, "Stop guessing. Source crystals and iron ore are dropped by the wandering sea monsters. There are over 300 sea monster remains here, and I'm a bit slow by myself. Ships could appear at any moment on the sea, and it wouldn't be good if we were discovered. You take charge of that area, turn over all the sea monster remains, and see if there's any loot underneath." Upon hearing the Lord's orders, Lino did not dare to dawdle. She hurriedly dashed toward the direction Alan pointed, diligently examining each monster's remains. When she truly discovered a source crystal beneath the remains, her mouth dropped open in shock. This must be the Lord's kindness moving the God of Runes to bestow a gift upon the Lord. Almighty God of Runes, please continue to bless the Lord. While praying, Lino swiftly rummaged through the monster remains. In no time, the various spoils in her hands exceeded what Alan had found. The sun hung high in the sky. The heat was intense, yet it paled in comparison to the fervor in Alan's heart. Beneath the 100 corpses of monsters he had overturned, Alan had collected a full pouch of loot. The spoils had strained Alan's inner pocket to its limit, forcing him to take some into his hands. Otherwise, he felt a slight pain in his chest. With a 15 drop rate, how could I have found so many good items? It seems my luck has finally turned today. As someone who only ever receives the minimum rewards in games, this was undoubtedly a rare stroke of luck for me. Alright, I haven't counted the gains from Linos' side. Suddenly, Alan remembered that the monster corpses he had just searched were not the only ones Lino was responsible for exploring in the opposite direction. Alan stood up and turned his head, discovering that Lino had also finished exploring the monster corpses in her area. She was using her black robe as a makeshift bag, struggling to carry a bundle of loot as she walked towards Alan. The pile of spoils was so large that it completely obscured Linos' small frame. Alan could only recognize her by her hair. "My lord, I have searched all the monster corpses. Here are all the spoils," Lino reported to Alan, panting. Alan smiled and replied, "Well done, Lino. Come with me, let's count what we have obtained this time." Alan quickly walked over to Lino, patted her head, and motioned for her to follow him back to the room. After all, there was no vegetation on the island to provide cover, and Alan knew well the wisdom of keeping wealth hidden. Lino obediently followed behind him as they entered the house. With spirit crystals in hand, Alan's perspective shifted. Upon returning to the room, he felt that the crude stone house was somewhat unworthy of his lordly status. After all, the furnishings inside were far too simple. There was only a stone bed facing the entrance, a stone water tank for storing water, and some wood for burning and cooking beside it. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the room. Some miscellaneous items were piled under the stone bed, making the entire house appear even more vacant. To be honest, it could be said that the house was bare. There wasn't even a table, and it was worse than the homes of some commoners. Without a table, the two had to dump the spoils onto the bed to count them. Alan knew how many spoils he had acquired, and there were no unexpected surprises. However, when Lino laid down her black robe, the spirit crystals rolled out from her arms one by one. The corners of Alan's mouth lifted and couldn't come down. This little maid truly was his lucky star. The amount of spirit crystals she found was even more than his own. Putting other spoils aside, Alan eagerly began counting the spirit crystals. 5, 15, 30. Alan had found 12 spirit crystals himself, while the little maid had discovered 18. Together, they had obtained a total of 30 spirit crystals. Wow, with these 30 spirit crystals, I could buy 3 more little maids. God of Runes, God of Storms, God of the Oceans, Goddess of Life. Thank you for your blessings. Ha ha ha. After enjoying himself for a while, Alan carefully stored the spirit crystals and began to tally the other spoils. The other spoils were quite abundant as well. They had obtained a total of 5 fist-sized iron or stones. They also acquired 3 pieces of burlap, which unfolded to about 2 square meters. In the end, the most significant find was a small pile of rye. It appeared to weigh about 10 kilograms and was of excellent quality, looking very plump. That was the entirety of last night's harvest. In just one night, Alan had narrowly escaped the line of death. If these material spoils were converted into spirit crystals, then just from last night's harvest, he had obtained nearly 33 spirit crystals. An average middle-class commoner barely earns 33 spirit crystals in a year. Alan's one-night gain equaled a commoner's annual income. If he could achieve this level of harvest again tonight, then repairing the Storm Arrow Tower or even enhancing it would no longer be a challenge. If he had 2 storm arrow towers in peak condition, or even enhanced states, the defensive strength of his Atlantis island would be significantly strengthened. Even if it couldn't compare to the defenses of the larger lords, at least he would step into the ranks of ordinary lords. On ordinary nights to come, he could sleep soundly. In a typical dark tide, one could safely pass through with a bit of caution. If he could smoothly navigate the dark tide in 2 days, then he and his territory would thrive due to the existence of War Treasure Eye. He needed to purchase enough food, as well as clothing and blankets for warmth. He needed to build more houses He needed to order a sufficiently new iron door from the blacksmith workshop on the trade island to replace the old worn-out door that always made a loud noise. He needed to buy a set of tables and chairs from the carpenter's workshop, as it was strange to always sit on the bed to communicate now that there were 2 people in the house. Even if he sat on the bed and Lino stood beside him, it still felt odd. To Alan, the bed was not a place for However, the thought of lavish spending only flashed in Alan's mind for an instant, quickly followed by the recollection of his original self and how the original Alan's father had met a tragic end. He also recalled how this vibrant Atlantis island had turned into a barren wasteland. It was due to a dark tide not long ago, which was much fiercer than usual. 3 times the usual number of monsters surged onto the island. The attack frequency of the storm arrow towers could not keep up with the charging speed of the monsters. Under the relentless assault of the numerous monsters, the 2 storm arrow towers collapsed in an instant, reducing them to rubble. Then the spring eye runes were destroyed. Finally, after the defensive mechanisms failed, the monsters took the lives of old Alan and his son. After the monsters' wild revelry that night, Atlantis Island became a desolate wasteland devoid of even a blade of grass. The previous situation was a mutated dark tide. But what about the 1-2 days from now? Who could ensure that its intensity wouldn't last through the night like the last time? Thinking pessimistically, could this time be even more turbulent than the previous one? He had to prepare for the worst without any illusions about his safety. When facing unpredictable dangers, one must be fully alert and ready for everything that can be prepared. Moreover, in this endless sea, threats do not only come from monsters. The dangers posed by human compatriots are often even more deadly. Pirates, slave raiders, lords of warring federations, and reckless adventurers. After gathering all the spoils of war, Alan led Lino out of the house once more. Looking at the scattered remains of the wandering sea monsters, Alan felt a headache coming on. The corpses of these monsters had no edible parts whatsoever. After being dead for more than 24 hours, they would emit an extraordinarily foul odor. Fortunately, they could be used for composting, which was the only form of waste utilization. However, moving these hundreds of wandering sea monsters together was no small physical task. Since yesterday, Alan and Lino had not had a single drop of fresh water. They were solely relying on a few sea bird eggs to replenish their moisture. Just that morning, they had finished the last 2 sea bird eggs. Therefore, the urgent task was to activate the spring to restore fresh water resources. With the source crystal in hand, Alan walked 20 meters to the spring located directly in front of the stone house. The spring existed in the form of a 3-square-meter water pool. The perimeter of the pool was surrounded by a stone barrier nearly 50 centimeters high, and inside was a water pit nearly a meter deep. However, at this moment, it was dry, revealing beautiful and mysterious runes within the pit. The steps to activate the spring were quite simple, similar to activating the storm arrow tower. All that was needed was to place the source crystal on its rune core, which would automatically absorb the energy from the crystal to repair itself. The rune core of the spring was not at the bottom of the pool, but rather right in front of the stone barrier close to the stone house. Thus, as soon as Alan stepped out of the room, he could see the dull rune core wrapped in stone. Alan took a source crystal from his pocket and gently pressed it against the rune core. In an instant, the source crystal transformed into a stream of blue energy, infusing into the rune core. Then a miraculous scene occurred. At the bottom of the pool, a stream of water appeared out of nowhere. The flow was slow but steadily filled the spring pool. Seeing the water appear, Alan plunged his head into it without a second thought. Having been extremely thirsty, he buried his head in the water and gulped greedily. Only after drinking to his fill did he rise from the water. The fresh water trickled down his cheeks and onto his body. He paid it no mind and contentedly let out a burp. At that moment, he noticed Lino beside him, carefully watching him, constantly swallowing non-existent saliva. Every time Alan saw this, he couldn't help but reflect on the discipline of a slave society. Without his consent, even though Lino's throat was parched, she didn't dare to step forward for a drink. After pondering for a moment, Alan spoke up. "Lino, as your lord and master, I hereby issue my first official command to you. I command you to drink water when thirsty, eat when hungry, and sleep when tired, all without my permission." Hearing Alan's righteous and serious tone, she initially thought she had done something wrong and was about to be reprimanded by her lord. However, upon hearing the content of her lord's words, Lino was moved to tears. Her kind and great lord had granted her the rights of a free person. I. Lino wanted to organize her thoughts to express something, but she was at a loss for words. Seeing her teary-eyed expression, Alan smiled happily. He gently patted her head. You must be very thirsty. Go ahead and drink. Lino nodded and gently buried her head by the spring pool. The water from the spring pool had already overflowed and was flowing down the stone barrier through a pre-existing drainage design like an open faucet, slowly flowing towards the stone house. Originally, that area was a lush green farmland. Once the water from the spring pool overflowed, it would automatically flow towards the farmland for irrigation. At this moment, that farmland was barren. The soil had become sandy from prolonged lack of water. Lino did not drink as boldly as Alano. Like a little deer, she took a few gentle sips, and then stood obediently to the side. At that moment, a bubbling sound came from Lina's stomach, causing her face to turn bright red. I actually forgot, since yesterday's flatbreads we haven't eaten anything until now. Lino, can you make rye porridge? In response to Alan's inquiry, Lino nodded gently. Yes, my lord. Then we have a clay pot under the bedwood beside the water tank, and now there's water. Go use the rye we just obtained to cook a pot of rye porridge for our lunch. Yes, my lord. Hearing her lord's command, Lino happily went to do it. Being needed by someone, especially being respected, was a very joyful thing. Lino did not know what emotional value meant. She only knew that serving her kind lord made her feel incredibly lucky. After Lino went to busy herself, Alan followed the flow of water to the area that used to be farmland. The land here, having long suffered from drought, transformed from sandy soil to mud with the influx of water. However, Alan knew that it had not improved. The water was merely acting as an adhesive, binding the sandy soil together. Essentially, it still lacked any nutrients, and once it dried up, it would revert to its original state. It might be necessary to successfully ferment the corpses of the wandering sea monsters into compost to improve the soil quality. Considering this, Alan decided to consume all the rye obtained from the spoils. Even if the land recovered, planting rye for slaves or livestock was not cost-effective. At the very least, they should plant some wheat. After passing through the planned farmland area, Alan returned to beneath the storm arrow tower. He hadn't observed it in the morning, but now he noticed some scratch marks on the column of the storm arrow tower. It seemed to have been caused by the wandering sea monsters last night. The storm arrow tower had considerable firepower. It could easily take down first-level monsters like the wandering sea monsters with a single strike. However, it also had a fatal flaw. The attacks required charging, and charging created an attack interval. The attack speed was roughly 1 gale. Arrow could be fired every 3 seconds. This might be fine on an ordinary night with few monsters attracted. But when the dark tide comes, this attack speed may not be sufficient. Is there a way to enhance it? Yes. Although these 2 storm arrow towers belong to the first-level defense towers, they had always operated in a low-efficiency mode. If he invested 50 source crystals at once, he could obtain the Storm Arrow Tower Full Recovery Edition. Although it would still be classified as a first-level defense tower, its attack speed and power would far surpass its current state. However, a problem arose. He had only harvested 30 source crystals overnight, and there were only 2 nights left before the dark tide. If he could harvest 30 crystals every night like last night, he would have a total of 90 source crystals. Additionally, there was another Storm Arrow Tower that still needed repair, which would likely cost around 30 more. Moreover, he needed to reserve some source crystals as backup energy. I can't calculate. I really can't calculate. Doing the math gives me a headache. Even if the accounts are giving him a headache, there are tasks that cannot be neglected. First is the activated Storm Arrow Tower. The energy from the 2 source crystals used last night had long been exhausted, and the energy sphere above turned light blue once more. To ensure safety for tonight, Alan took out 2 more source crystals and placed them on the bottom rune core. The source crystals transformed into energy coursing along the rune lines of the tower, infusing into the energy sphere at the top. Instantly, the blue light of the energy sphere intensified considerably. However, it still did not return to the brightness of last night. Strange, what's going on? Alan looked curiously at the tower's body. He suddenly noticed that the attack marks left by the wandering sea demons last night were gradually fading. It turned out that part of the energy from the 2 source crystals was used to repair the tower. Seeing this, Alan had no choice but to take out another source crystal from his pocket and place it into the rune core. After absorbing another source crystal, the energy sphere at the top finally regained the brightness of last night. After inspecting the Storm Arrow Tower and confirming there were no issues, Alan moved to the opposite side to the right of the house, which was the west side. Here I should mention the layout of Alan's territory. In the very center stands his lord's mansion. That is the stone house. The house faces south. Stepping out and walking about 20 meters south leads to the spring water pool. Surrounding the spring water pool are stone bricks divided into small channels that flow further south. 50 meters south of the stone house lies a nearly 1,000 square meter farm ruin. Water is continuously irrigating that area. Behind the stone house to the north side there used to be a grove, which has now become a grove ruin. Cooking is done on a simple stove located behind the stone house. At this moment, Lino is tending to the earthen pot, boiling some rye porridge for their meal. As for the west side of the stone house, there are two storm arrow towers. They are 100 meters apart, with the stone house positioned in between them 50 meters away from each tower. The defensive range of the storm arrow tower is a diameter of 100 meters, making the stone house perfectly situated within their overlapping firepower zone, ensuring its maximum safety. This layout of the territory was clearly planned by Alan's father, Old Alan. In his design, even without a sturdy fortress or city walls, it was more than sufficient to withstand an ordinary dark tide. However, he did not expect to encounter an extraordinary dark tide due to bad luck. This led Alan to develop a severe fear of insufficient firepower. Alan approached the remains of another storm arrow tower. As predicted yesterday, this storm arrow tower was more severely damaged. Repairing a storm arrow tower usually requires between 10 and 30 source crystals. The one from yesterday was completely restored with just 19 source crystals. Yet for the one in front of him, he had already fed it 20 source crystals, and there was still no sign of movement. He had used 1 for activating the spring, and 3 for repairing and replenishing the energy of the storm arrow tower. After feeding this remains 20 source crystals, Alan was left with only 6. Now he not only had a fear of insufficient firepower, but also a fear of insufficient source crystals. Each time he fed one inside, his hand trembled. Fortunately, after feeding the third one, the storm arrow tower nearby finally showed signs of revival. Winds howled around Alan, eventually converging into a 5-meter-tall storm arrow tower. Today, Alan would not repeat the mistakes of yesterday. He immediately threw in 2 of the 3 remaining source crystals to recharge the storm arrow tower. As he watched the 2 storm arrow towers emit a brilliant blue glow from their tops, Alan's fear of insufficient firepower eased somewhat. However, problems soon followed. If the drop rate from last night continued, he could obtain 30 source crystals over the next 2 nights, but he would still only have about 60 source crystals. To fully upgrade both storm arrow towers would require 100 source crystals. He only had enough to upgrade 1 tower. But facing the unknown dark tide, Alan wanted to maximize all values. Since the storm arrow towers had room for upgrades, he certainly needed to find a way to upgrade them together. As for where to get the 40 source crystals needed, Alan felt a bit of a headache. No talking, just eat soup and rice. Thinking is a very exhausting task. With a growling stomach, Alan's mind became a messy mush, lacking any clear thoughts. At that moment, a delicious aroma of food wafted from behind. Alan had to set aside his thoughts and prepare to eat first. At the same time, he heard Lino calling from behind. "Lord, please enjoy your meal." Lino stood in front of the stone house, holding a clay pot filled with rye porridge, calling out to Alan with a respectful expression. Alan had long been drawn in by the aroma of the rye porridge, and upon hearing the call, hurriedly walked towards the stone house. Nothing is more important than eating. "Lino, come in and eat with me." Then Alan walked in front, leading Lino back into the stone house. At times like these, Alan wished for a set of tables and chairs. Upon entering the stone house, however, there was no place to sit and eat. Alan had to roll the sheepskin aside and sit on the bed to eat. Lino, on the other hand, stood by Alan's side, instinctively holding the clay pot, waiting for him to eat. In response, Alan helplessly said, "Put down the pot and sit beside me to eat. You're so hungry you're starting to shake. Hurry up and finish eating, or we still need to pile up those sea demon corpses in the field this afternoon." Alan understood that different living environments lead to different cultures and thoughts. Alan lived in an era where everyone was equal, or at least advocated for equality. Centuries had passed since the backward system of slavery. He found it hard to comprehend the thoughts of people under slavery. However, he never considered transmitting these ideas of equality for all to Lino. It wasn't that he wanted to reap the benefits of slavery, but rather that Lino had grown up in a slave environment stamped with various ideologies of slavery. If he were to forcefully explain some concepts of equality to her, she might not be shocked, but rather frightened, afraid that she could be considered a mad lord. Thus, regarding Lino, Alan could only utilize the rules to give her some directives that would allow her to live as comfortably as possible. Alan never thought that simply giving a directive to eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and rest when tired would significantly increase Linos' loyalty to him. Indeed, Alan had just glanced at the Lord Development Manual, and Linos' loyalty had now reached 100, and it seemed her rating had also increased significantly. Lino slave, age 18, loyalty 180, talent. Loading 0. 2. Her talent seems to be awakening. Comprehensive rating 55. Alan tasted the rye porridge cooked by Lino and checked her profile. He was delighted to find that her profile had suddenly updated significantly. Firstly, her loyalty had surprisingly surpassed 100, reaching an unusual 180. How this number was derived, Alan could not comprehend. However, the explanation following the loyalty did clarify the reason for the change in comprehensive rating. Loyalty. Explanation: once loyalty surpasses 100, it provides a corresponding bonus to the rating system. Based on the above explanation, Alan did the calculations. Linus' initial rating was 31 points multiplied by 1.8, yielding approximately 55 points. Thus, the comprehensive rating of 55 was understandable. This was truly an unexpected joy. To unlock the next manual reward, a score of 80 was required. At this rate, if he managed to gain another 25 points, he could once again receive the settlement reward. In the last settlement reward, Alan received War Treasure's Eye. He wondered if he could draw Hextech in the next. Besides being concerned about the rating, Alan was also curious about the changes in Linus' talent entries. Her talent inexplicably began to awaken. Today, Lino did not do anything special, so what triggered? Alan curiously glanced to the side. Under his instructions, Lino was now carefully eating the rye. As Lino swallowed another mouthful of rye porridge, Alan was astonished to notice that the awakening progress in his mind had actually increased by 0.1, reaching 0.3. After taking another bite of rye porridge, Lino noticed Alan looking at her in surprise. Uncertain why the Lord was gazing at her this way, Lino cautiously paused her eating and gently set down the wooden bowl, but was hurriedly called by the Lord. "Don't stop, keep eating. I want to see what's going on." Lino was unsure of what the Lord wanted to see, but she knew she had to obey his command. Although feeling a bit anxious, Lino continued to pick up the wooden spoon and gently drank the rye porridge. Loading 0.4. As expected, it was just as Alan had anticipated. Linus' awakening was related to her eating. As for what talent entries she could awaken, judging by the mysterious appearance of the manual, it must be something good. "Lino, I command you to eat well, at every meal, every day." "Ah, okay. Okay, my lord." While drinking the porridge, Lino quickly responded to Alan's command. "Eat quickly, eat quickly." "Yes, my..." Finally, with Alan's urging, Lino finished a full bowl of rye porridge and gently burped. After burping, Linus' face turned red with shyness. Loading 1, 2. Looking at the progress on the manual, Alan's side. Linus' appetite was limited to just one bowl, filled her stomach. For some miserly individuals, she would be the perfect slave. However, for a curious lord like himself who wanted to know what talent Lino would awaken, it was quite frustrating. Lino could not suddenly become a big fat person, nor could she awaken her talent in just one meal. At this loading speed, it would probably take a month to reach 100. However, he could also provide her with extra meals in addition to the 3 daily meals to see if it would speed up the awakening process. Besides, generally people ate more after working. In the afternoon, there were still many monster remains waiting for him and Lino to transport. He wondered if her appetite would grow in the evening. After the two finished lunch, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. It was also the fault of that damn little Palut who spied on his life early in the morning, causing him to only come out around noon to search for spoils. After finishing the search for spoils and eating his fill, it was already 2 in the afternoon. On Atlan Island, the sun usually set around 5. So after eating and drinking, Alan took Lino out to work. The remains of the wandering sea monsters were not heavy, only about 7 or 8 pounds, but there were so many of them. More than 300 corpses of wandering sea monsters were lined up here. If he wanted to compost them, he would have to dig a pit and bury each one. This was no small amount of work. In the time that followed, the two of them had clear roles. Lino was responsible for moving the sea monster corpses and Alan was in charge of burying them. And so they worked until the sun was about to set into the ocean. There are too few hands, the Lord has to personally till the land. If other lords find out, I will become a disgrace among lords. Alan found this amusing. As the sky gradually darkened, Master Alan returned to his room. Lino once again brought in a pot of rye porridge. At noon, he was too hungry, so the rye porridge tasted exceptionally sweet. But now that he had already eaten a meal, it was somewhat difficult for Alan to swallow. Indeed, rye was primarily used to feed livestock and slaves. This coarse texture was something Alan had never tasted, neither in his past life nor before his transmigration. Once I survive the dark tide, I will buy a shipload of wheat flour. I will feast on flatbreads, then buy 2 old goats, and feast on goat meat. Thinking of the taste of flatbreads and goat meat, Alan's saliva uncontrollably flowed out, and he wiped it frantically. This left Lino, who was beside him, feeling a bit perplexed. She did not understand what was wrong with the Lord, but since he commanded her to eat, well, Lino diligently practiced it. A spoonful of rye porridge made Linus' eyes turn crescent-shaped with happiness. Loading 2. 4. Alan glanced at the manual. Doing physical labor did not increase her appetite at all. Lino still had the same amount of food. Alan suspected she might be too shy to eat more, but seeing her gradually softening belly, he knew she really couldn't eat anymore. Well, then I can only add extra meals. After the dark tide passes, I will find a way to get some fruits. Eating fruits doesn't take up space. After finishing dinner, night gradually fell. In this impoverished home, there were no entertainment activities. So what to do in the dark? He could only go to bed. However, Alan was a person who valued hygiene. He had not bathed yesterday because there were no conditions. Today the spring had revived, and after a whole afternoon of physical labor, he certainly had to rinse off well before sleeping. Therefore, as long as there was still a bit of sunlight left, he took action. Alan hurriedly went outside, stripped off his clothes, and enlarged the opening on the spring enclosure. The water flow immediately became swift, washing over Alan's body. Alan had a refreshing bath, wearing only a coarse burlap cloth he had just received, and returned to the stone house. You should also take a bath. A source crystal can only produce water for 7 days. Don't waste it. Upon hearing Alan's command, Lino obediently complied and went outside the stone house. Suddenly, Alan realized a problem. Lino had been cloaked in a black robe since buying it, and her face bore some. In fact, until now, Alan had no idea what she looked like. He only remembered a birthmark shaped like a swimming dragon on her right cheek. Curiosity welled up within him. However, Lino soon satisfied Alan's curiosity. After her bath, Lino took off the long robe's hood she had been wearing. Her light green hair cascaded down from her head to her chest. Beside her exquisite oval face were a pair of expressive light green eyes framed by long eyelashes. She resembled a mysterious girl straight out of a comic book. The only flaw might be that she was rather ordinary. But being ordinary was fine. That could lead to further development. Commonly referred to as Mimieta. To be honest, Alan was somewhat stunned by her beauty. Her looks perfectly aligned with Alan's tastes. Umitbach. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Holy Mother Mary. I cannot guarantee that I will always. To be honest, at that moment, Alan truly wanted to embrace the realm of slavery. In fact, as long as Alan spoke, Lino, being a slave marked with a slave rune, could not refuse his requests. However, Alan resolutely retained his original intention. As a good youth of the new era, this was wrong. To resist temptation, Alan threw himself onto the bed, turning his head away and no longer looking at Lino, who resembled a lotus emerging from the water. At this point, Lino had already gotten into bed. Seeing the Lord suddenly turn away, Lino, worried about making a mistake, moved a bit closer to him. Scented with a faint fragrance of a young girl, the Lord, already struggling to maintain composure, became even more uncomfortable. He shifted from lying on his side to lying face down. Fortunately, the bed was made of stone. If it were a wooden bed, who knows if a hole would appear in the bedboard by tomorrow. Night had fallen. Outside the house, it had once again turned into a paradise for monsters. However, compared to the previous night, when a storm arrow tower was needed to hunt down monsters to ensure the stone house's safety, tonight the 2 storm arrow towers set up seemed more than sufficient to deal with the wandering sea monsters. In fact, even the 2 towers felt a bit overwhelmed, not to mention causing damage to the storm arrow towers like last night. Today's wandering sea monsters had barely entered the defensive perimeter before being pinned to the ground by a swift arrow. They could be said to be immediately eliminated upon showing their heads. Listening to the sound of arrows being fired outside, Alan gradually drifted into slumber. Lino beside him also quickly fell asleep. A night without conversation. The next morning, Lino woke up before Alan. Perhaps it was because the Lord had taken a wooden stick to bed. In the morning, Lino was roused by the wooden stick. Looking out the window, it was already dawn. Lino quietly got out of bed and took the cooking tools. She prepared to serve the Lord warm rye porridge as soon as he woke up. In reality, Lino had quite a few recipes, but it seemed that rye was the only edible grain on the island. A clever woman is helpless without rice, as she could only make the rye as fine as possible, making it easier for the Lord to swallow. Lino gently pushed open the door and saw even more corpses of wandering sea monsters than the previous day. A joyful smile appeared on her face. Although she didn't know how the Lord managed to ensure that various spoils emerged from the remains of the monsters after, Lino knew that if the Lord woke up to see the ground covered with even more monster remains than the day before, he would surely be very happy. If the Lord was happy, Lino would be happy. This was Lino's simple and straightforward logic of happiness. Compared to Lino being awakened by the wooden stick, Alan was awakened by pain. Sometimes having long legs wasn't great. It was easy to hit the bed while turning over. Alan sat up, realizing Lino was no longer present. However, judging from the sounds coming from behind the house, she was likely making breakfast for herself. Alan got up, dressed, and walked out of the room. Just like when Lino saw the ground covered in monster remains, a joyful smile appeared on Alan's face. Looking at the ground covered with half again as many monster remains as the previous morning, Alan was somewhat eager to check his spoils. But he still held back, because he knew his good neighbor Little Parrot must be watching him from the sea. Sure enough, Alan looked toward the sea. A boat was slowly approaching the island of Atlantis on the sea surface. Huh. Isn't that not Parrot's boat? As neighbors, both Alan and the Parrot family were familiar with the few blades of grass on Atlantis. And Alan was also quite clear about what boats the Parrot family had. The boat slowly passing by was clearly a large ship capable of carrying nearly 30 people. The largest ship in the Parrot family could only carry 10 people. As the boat drew closer, Alan finally recognized whose it was. It turned out to be a boat from his neighbor Antilo Island, and standing on it was the only daughter of Antilo Island's lord, Emily. Her striking golden hair was very noticeable, and Alan recognized her at a glance. The boat approached closer and finally stopped not far from the natural harbor. At this time Alan could clearly see Emily, and Emily could also see Alan. Looking at the complex expression on Emily's face, Alan was puzzled. What is she here for? Is she also here to check if I'm dead like that little parrot guy? But why does she have that kind of expression on her face? Just as Alan felt somewhat confused, Emily spoke first. My mother invites you to visit Antilo Island tomorrow. She said she has important matters to discuss with you. Tomorrow. Important matters. What matters? Alan was still puzzled. However, Emily didn't elaborate much, and after saying these two sentences, she sailed towards the horizon, leaving Alan alone feeling bewildered in the wind. Strange person. Tomorrow, huh? I might as well go see what's going on. Alan didn't dislike dealing with Antilo Island. In fact, Antilo Island was one of the few islands Alan had a good impression of. This was certainly not because the acting lord of Antilo Island was a voluptuous and beautiful widow, but rather because of Antilo Island. I really can't praise it anymore. Alright, Alan indeed craved the body of that widow. Emily appeared like a riddle and vanished like one as well. Alan's focus did not rest upon her. Once the ship from Antilo Island disappeared from view, Alan quickly surveyed the surrounding sea. Perhaps Atlantis Island was situated on the outskirts of the infamous Sea of Death, hence no vessels passed by. After confirming that not a single seabird flew across the horizon, Alan hastily called for Lino to begin today's treasure hunt. He glanced around roughly, and after activating another storm arrow tower, the number of drifting sea demon corpses did not double as he had imagined. There were merely 200 more remains than yesterday. However, this was within Alan's expectations. In fact, having 500 wandering sea demons in one night was already a testament to the Sea of Death. Perhaps only his Atlantis Island close to the Sea of Death experienced such a terrifying influx of monsters. In contrast, neighboring Pallet Island, although also adjacent to the Sea of Death, likely had only 1/3 or even less than that of his monster spawns. Moreover, with the existence of war treasures, these nocturnal monsters were no longer a nuisance, but rather became moving treasure troves for him. Let's see what treasures the treasure trove refreshed last night. Dividing the area by the stone house, Alan and Lino set out separately once again. Alan was in charge of the eastern remains while Lino took care of the western ones. With shared excitement, the two began a new day of treasure hunting. Alan had good fortune, after flipping just 2 monster remains he discovered a source crystal. War treasures were probability-based loot. Alan could not guarantee that he would receive as many source crystals as yesterday. It was as if fearing something would happen, it did. After uncovering the first source crystal, it never reappeared in his subsequent searches. It seemed his luck had been exhausted the day before. However, it was not a total loss. Alan managed to gather 30 fist-sized iron ore pieces and nearly 20 kilograms of rye. As for the rye, it was of no economic value. 1 source crystal could be exchanged for nearly 100 pounds of rye. However, iron ore still held some worth. 1 source crystal could only be traded for 3 fist-sized iron ore pieces. When calculated, today's haul was even less than yesterday's. Yesterday's yield was approximately 13 source crystals. And although he had uncovered 100 more monster remains today, compared to yesterday the output was a pitiful 11 source crystals. But where there is darkness, there is light. Alan saw that on the other side of the stone house, Lino had already gone through all the remains. She once again wrapped her spoils in her black cloak. In comparison to the assorted spoils of yesterday, Lino's treasures today were rather singular, totaling 34 source crystals. Seeing this, Alan's sorrowful mood was slightly alleviated. However, counting his own single crystal, they collectively had only 35. They were still 65 source crystals short of the 100 needed to enhance the 2 storm arrow towers. Oh no, it was actually 64 crystals short, because he had 1 left over from yesterday, including that if counting only the source crystals, he now had 30. How would he gather enough to reach 100? Let's check the results tomorrow morning. If tomorrow's yield is as poor as today, then I'll first enhance 1 arrow tower. Or if I gather a lot of iron ore tomorrow, I'll head to the trading island to exchange the iron ore for source crystal. In the morning, Alan and Lino spent their time treasure hunting. After lunch, they repeated yesterday's actions. They transported the monster remains to the designated farmland for composting. With little presence of small pallet today, the progress was quick. By evening, all tasks had been completed. After 2 days in a high-pressure environment, his nerves were somewhat. After a long and exhausting day, Master Alan decided to take a walk on the island to relieve his mind. Atlantis Island was not very large, roughly around 10 square kilometers. Walking around the island's perimeter would take about 2 hours to complete a full circuit. Alan asked Lino to stay home and prepare dinner. He went alone to the beach on the island's outskirts to unwind. The shape of Atlantis Island resembled an array. The north was high, the south low, and the east and west were elongated. The southern part of the island featured a natural harbor where Alan's only small boat capable of carrying 5 people or 500 pounds of cargo was docked. Alan approached to inspect the boat, confirming it had suffered no damage before leaving with peace of mind. If the source crystal drop rate tomorrow morning wasn't favorable, he might have to use it to travel to the trading island. Concerned for his safety, Alan was certainly meticulous. All right. He needed to visit Antilo Island. Emily had come specifically to notify him today. He wondered what business that beautiful acting lord had with him. Since he was out to unwind, Alan did not speculate too much. He would find out tomorrow anyway. The lords of the Blue Sea Federation could not easily wage war against each other, so Alan did not worry for his life. The Maritime Code would make every contract breaker pay the appropriate price. Exiting the natural harbor, Alan walked east along the beach. The soft sand caressed the tops of his feet momentarily, making him forget that to the east of the island lay the dreaded Sea of Death. On the eastern beach, a group of level 1 monsters, giant claw crabs, were wandering about. Seeing Alan the intruder into their territory, the giant claw crabs raised their claws and charged at him. Alan, who had been enjoying the sea breeze with a blank mind, witnessed this scene and hurriedly took off running. If it had been just one giant claw crab, perhaps he could have relied on his remarkable wit to defeat it. However, nearly 100 giant claw crabs behind him were no match he could outsmart. Alan ran swiftly and soon spotted the Storm Arrow Tower not far away. Suddenly a bold thought sprang to Alan's mind. The effect of war treasures was that killing monsters would... Monsters were active only at night, especially wandering sea demons, but that didn't mean there were no monsters during the day. That group of giant claw crabs behind him were also monsters, weren't they? Moreover, there was a considerable number of them. The eastern beach was densely populated with sunbathing giant claw crabs. With this thought, Alan gradually slowed his escape and looked back. I forgot giant claw crabs have high defense and attack, but are slow. I'm afraid if I run too fast, they won't be able to catch up and will stop chasing. The giant claw crabs had no brains. They could not tolerate Alan's provocation at all. After Alan suddenly chased after them, the giant claw crabs turned around again and charged at him. However, this time Alan was clever. He slowed down his escape, giving the giant claw crabs the illusion that they were about to catch him. Finally, the giant claw crabs followed Alan into the attack range of the Storm Arrow Tower. Watching as the Storm Arrow Tower concentrated its swift wind arrows to shoot one giant claw crab down to the ground, Alan smugly taunted, "Here, let me take care of you. Let me take care of all of you." The giant claw crabs had no brains. As their companions fell one by one, they could not help but desire to take him down despite Alan's triumphant smile. They fell in succession beneath the arrows of the Storm Arrow Tower. Alan gazed at the unexpectedly gathered corpses of over 100 giant claw crabs. He revealed a satisfied smile. After retrieving nearly 7 source crystals and other resources from beneath the bodies of the giant claw crabs, his smile became even brighter. Alright, I've been playing games for so many years. I forgot that I could also lure monsters to kill. But it's not too late to remember now. On the eastern beach, there were plenty of giant claw crabs. However, there was one slight drawback: they were a bit too far away. From the Storm Arrow Tower to the eastern beach, it was a full 2 kilometers. If it were on a flat road, 2 kilometers would only take about 10 minutes to run. However, on the island, the soil had eroded quite severely, making the road sandy, and running could be rather exhausting. A little bit of fatigue is fine. If I can get source crystals, it's worth it no matter how tired. But it seems like there won't be any chance today. The sun sank once again into the sea. Only one night remained before the arrival of the dark tide. Whether there would be a chance tomorrow night as the dark tide descended to gather enough 100 source crystals to strengthen the Storm Arrow Tower depended on tonight's drop rate. Alan lay quietly in bed with the already sleeping Lino by his side. She instinctively burrowed into his arms like a cat after falling asleep. Inhaling the unique fragrance of a girl, Alan sighed deeply. Well, it looks like tonight will be a night of wild animalistic desire and rational restraint. Alan was no saint. He simply enjoyed such things, and it had to be mutual. Moreover, facing a life-and-death crisis soon, he really had no such impulses. Some reactions were natural, but rationality ultimately prevailed. The priority was still to make money and gather firepower. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Alan got up from bed. It was even before dawn outside. The Storm Arrow Tower was still emitting sounds of operation. However, Alan could no longer sleep. He was eager to know how the drop rate from the previous night had turned out. Dressed and holding half a candle, Alan gently pushed the door and stepped outside. The energy spheres atop the 2 arrow towers could serve as half a lamp, emitting a faint blue glow, allowing Alan to easily see the remains of the magical creatures scattered on the ground. With the sun yet to rise, the temperature difference between day and night on the island was significant. Alan tightened his warm clothing and began to sift through the remains of the magical creatures with his candle. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Alan had thoroughly searched through the nearly 600 corpses of the wandering sea demons. The most dreaded situation occurred. From 600 wandering sea demons, only 20 source crystals dropped. Adding the 36 from yesterday, the total of source crystals amounted to 56. However, it was uncertain whether Alan's luck had been blessed by the god of forging and mining or some other reason. He had managed to dig out over 90 fist-sized iron ores. Coupled with the 20 iron ores gathered from luring crabs yesterday afternoon, and the 30 or so from the past 2 days, if transported to the trade island for sale, it would be just enough to gather over 100 source crystals. Although he wanted to keep the iron ores on the island for future development, the pressing matter was to survive tonight. Alan was clear on what was important. There was no time to lose. Departing from Atlantis Island early in the morning would mean it would be close to noon by the time he reached the trade island. Time was limited. The earlier he left, the earlier he could return. Perhaps he would still have the chance to lure another wave of giant claw crabs to kill. After briefly informing the little slave girl who had just woken up about his itinerary, Alan set off with the iron ores amidst Linus' worried gaze. A total of 152 iron ores was indeed a heavy load. The small boat, which could carry 5 people, instantly reached its capacity limit. Adding just 10 more pounds of goods might sink the boat. Once we survive the dark tide and have some money, I definitely need to get a big ship. Cursing under his breath, Alan controlled the sails and set off towards the distance. The Sea of Death lay to the east of Atlantis Island. Although there were some islands to the east of Atlantis Island, they were all havens for magical creatures. Apart from a few adventurers, there were hardly any traces of human activity. The Trade Island and the islands of human lords were located to the west of Atlantis Island. Alan navigated the small sailboat, sailing westward. The first island he passed was Paluda Island. Paluda Island was roughly the same size as Atlantis Island, and there were no tall obstructions. Thus Alan spotted the Paluda family's mansion at a glance. At that moment, young Paluda was at the entrance of the mansion, displaying his power to a group of slaves. From a distance, Alan could not clearly see what the dim-witted young Paluda was doing. At this moment, young Paluda was of course exercising his lord authority while his father was away. He was having a great time. However, it seemed he had gone a bit too far, injuring 2 male slaves, and he was unsure how his father would punish him upon his return. So he used the punishment of slaves as a way to relieve his tense emotions. Alan was completely unaware of this and cared not at all. Continuing to sail the sailboat, he moved westward. Soon a much larger island than Atlantis Island appeared in Alan's view. This was indeed Antilo Island. Alan still remembered Emily's invitation from yesterday. However, he planned to wait until he returned from the trade island before visiting the beautiful Lady Caroline. What a coincidence it was. Just as Alan was about to pass by Antilo Island, Emily arrived beside his boat on a medium-sized sailboat, 5 times larger than his. Are you here for the appointment? You're quite early. You saved me the trouble of going to Atlantis Island to invite you. The medium-sized sailboat not only looked down on his small boat in length, but also towered over it in height. Emily stood at the side of the boat and said clearly to Alan below, "No, Emily. I need to make a trip to the trade island. When I return from the trade island, I will visit the island." Alan knew what was most important at the moment, so he decisively rejected her. However, just then a beautiful figure emerged from the cabin of the ship. Alan, long time no see. A breathtakingly beautiful lady appeared at the bow of the ship. That figure was none other than the enchanting Lady Caroline. Faced with the alluring invitation from Caroline, Alan did not refuse again, following behind the large ship, navigating his small boat all the way to Antilo Island. This was not because Alan was unable to move upon seeing the beauty. Rather, the experienced Caroline, upon spotting the iron ore on Alan's boat, discerned the true purpose of his visit. As is well known, iron ore is a scarce resource in the nearby waters. Antilo Island is no exception. Caroline directly placed an order with Alan to buy it all. She purchased all the iron ore. Moreover, she offered a price that Alan could not refuse, which was 10 spirit crystals more than what he would earn by transporting it to the trade island. Currently, Alan had 150 iron ores, which would sell for about 50 spirit crystals on the trade island. Since Caroline offered 60 crystals, what reason did he have to not sell to her? The transaction was swift and straightforward. A boat full of iron ore was exchanged for a pouch of spirit crystals. Alan, having completed the deal, was visibly elated. Of course, it was impossible to refuse the invitation from a major client. After selling to Caroline, he avoided the journey to the trade island. This saved time could certainly be used for visiting. Alan was also curious about how other lords developed their territory. However, as a lord, Alan could not enter any other lord's territory without an invitation from another lord, not even in the territorial waters. Compared to the natural harbor of his own island, Antilo Island had built a wooden dock. Alan docked his small boat at the pier and followed Caroline and Emily onto Antilo Island. As soon as he stepped onto the island, he was greeted by a pleasant floral fragrance. From a distance, Antilo Island appeared vibrant and lively. Tall coconut trees, palm trees, tender green grass, and blooming flowers filled the landscape. In fact, around the springs of Antilo Island, a field of flowers was cultivated. Other lords would rather plant cash crops even over their territorial waters. Yet Antilo Island chose to plant a flower garden in the safest place on the most fertile land. Butterflies danced gracefully above. Luxurious, truly luxurious. However, even more extravagant was the castle in the center of the island, entirely built from obsidian, appearing indestructible. Living in such a castle, one would not need to worry about the disturbances from wandering sea monsters. They couldn't even damage the surface of the stone doors. Compared to his own Atlantis Island, Antilo Island matched Alan's stereotype of lords and their However, with the help of the Lord's Development Manual, Alan believed that as long as he endured the dark tides and accumulated time for initial growth, his Atlantis Island would also become this luxurious. Alan had already envisioned a scene where coconut trees filled Atlantis Island, and he lounged beneath them enjoying the sea breeze and sun. Beside him, Lino handed him some fruit. This was the treatment a lord should receive. Alan walked along the stone path from the pier to the castle. He passed by the spring of Antilo Island. Looking at the bubbling spring water, Alan was once again amazed by the wealth of his neighbor. Typically, one spirit crystal could sustain the spring for 7 days. Of course, you could also invest 20 at once. Although the water would still last 7 days, the quality would be completely different. The flow rate would increase, and it could improve the soil quality. There was even a chance of causing plants to undergo slight mutations. Next to the spring of Antilo Island, Alan discovered 2 mutated flowers. Though he did not know what effects the 2 mutated flowers possessed, he recognized their mutation from the clear runic patterns on their petals. Now Alan clearly understood that Antilo Island was not a wasteland as he had initially thought, but a place intentionally cultivating mutated flowers. Truly a territory capable of building castles, he still harbored some thoughts typical of a poor lord. Following Caroline into the castle. Inside the castle, dozens of beautiful female slaves were busy. Each of them had their own unique features competing for beauty. However, strangely, since entering the island, there had been no male presence anywhere. Alan felt as if he had entered a land of women. Alan followed Caroline to the castle's parlor. The beautiful lady, with the help of the female slaves, removed her splendid outerwear, revealing her impressive figure as she sat in the high-backed chair, symbolizing the host's position. Alan then took a seat on a long bench covered with soft rabbit fur. After both parties were seated, Caroline's first words shocked Alan. "I was classmates with your mother Tessa at the Rune Academy. You can call me Aunt Caroline." Mother. In the memories inherited from his original body, there were no recollections of his mother. He only knew that she had passed away when he was very young. Moreover, his mother had attended the Rune Academy. Was Caroline in front of him also a student there? Alan was filled with curiosity, but this was not the time for pondering. "Yes, Aunt Caroline." Alan called her aunt without hesitation. Caroline looked at Alan's face with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "Your mother Tessa Atlant was the most talented rune master I have ever seen." Before Alan could fully process the information from the previous statement, Caroline followed up with another bombshell. "A rune master? Does my mother have the surname Atlant? Was she a rune master?" Attending the Rune Academy does not necessarily mean one can become a rune master. Among hundreds of people, perhaps only one can grasp the mysteries of runes and become a rune master. Alan never expected that his mother was a rune master with a status comparable to that of a lord. No, a powerful rune master holds a status much higher than a minor lord. In this world, lords hold a high status. But those who rank higher than some lords are the rune masters. They comprehend the mysteries of runes. Everything related to runes cannot be separated from the presence of rune masters. Take Alan himself, for example. If he wanted to upgrade the 2 level 1 rune defense towers on Atlantis Island to level 2, he would certainly need the assistance of rune masters. Only they, having understood the mysteries of runes, can upgrade the rune cores of his defense towers. Moreover, rune masters are incredibly difficult to hire, typically requiring at least 1,000 spirit crystals for their services. And that is just the cost of hiring them. Additionally, the materials needed to upgrade the defense towers must also be provided by the lord. Usually the materials also cost around 1,000 spirit crystals. At this point, Alan suddenly realized a question. If his mother was a rune master, could Caroline before him also be a rune master? If she was a rune master, then everything made sense for living in such a magnificent castle. Alan had another. His mother's surname was actually Atlant, the Atlant of Atlantis Island. It seems that Caroline sensed Alan's doubts and slowly explained, "It appears that your father, old Alan, hasn't told you anything. Atlantis Island used to belong to your mother's family, the Atlantis clan. Decades ago, it fell into ruins due to an unforeseen incident. Because of the Federal Inheritance Code, your mother was unable to successfully inherit the title of Lord, and the Federation forcibly reclaimed ownership of Atlantis Island. Thus, your mother's obsession was to buy back Atlantis Island from the Federation. However, she passed away due to an accident after giving birth to you. Your father, old Alan, spent all his wealth to fulfill her dying wish and bought back Atlantis Island from the Federation." Hearing about the past and present of Atlantis Island, of which even his original self was unaware, Alan couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. From Carolyn's few words, he seemed to see old Alan, a romantic at heart. If he had used the money to buy Atlantis Island to live on any trading island, he would have had a very comfortable life. Yet he exhausted his entire savings to fulfill his beloved's wish. In the end, this led to the loss of both his and his son's lives. Although Alan didn't have strong feelings for his original self or his father, he still felt a flicker of emotion upon hearing such a touching love story. Who would have thought that the cunning old Alan was actually a romantic? Watching Alan process the information, Carolyn gently picked up her teacup and took a sip of fragrant tea, quietly waiting for him to digest the series of news. In fact, the amount of information was indeed a bit overwhelming. Alan's brain was somewhat overloaded. However, these matters could be thought over later. At this moment, another question had been troubling Alan. What was Carolyn's repeated invitation aimed at? Was it merely a casual reminiscing? If it were just reminiscing, why hadn't she sought him out before? With these doubts, Alan looked at the beautiful young woman and, feeling a bit thirsty, Alan picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip. Just then Carolyn said something that made him spray the tea he had just drunk all over. Carolyn elegantly set down her teacup and slowly spoke to Alan. "I want to marry you." Alan's misunderstanding was indeed quite serious. After spraying out the tea in surprise, he finally realized Carolyn's original words were, "I want to marry my daughter Emily to you." Emily, that somewhat aloof girl. Alan imagined Emily's appearance. A little blonde girl, seemingly underdeveloped. Why had she suddenly proposed marrying her daughter to him? Alan suddenly thought of the inheritance law in the federal code. Just like Carolyn's mother, who had no chance of inheriting Atlantis Island. Unclear about how the federal inheritance code was originally established, there was a provision regarding inheritance. It stated that upon the Lord's death, the island must be inherited by the Lord's direct male descendants, and the inheritance procedures must be completed within 3 years. Otherwise, the island would be reclaimed by the Federation. However, there was a loophole. If a direct female descendant could recruit a noble male to marry into the family, she could inherit the island. Yet this requirement was extremely stringent. In the Federation's laws, only the lord of the island could be considered a noble, and lords all have their own territories who would be willing to become a son-in-law to someone else. Moreover, this son-in-law would not receive any legal benefits. Thus, this provision was something very few. Alan's tea accidentally sprayed onto Carolyn's face, flowing down her cheek to her collarbone, and then into a snowy expanse. Carolyn did not seem the least bit angry at Alan's rudeness. She gently took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her face. Sensing Alan's thoughts, she said gently, 3 years ago my husband passed away and the inheritance code began its due process. In 1 month the evaluation period for the Federation's territory will arrive. As a temporary lord, my time will come to an end. In fact, you don't really need to marry, and you just need to play along with Emily in a little act. I am willing to offer you 1,000 source crystals as a token of goodwill. Hearing this, Alan was somewhat just to perform a marriage of convenience and receive 1,000 source crystals. One must know that a regular lord's annual income from the island is only between 100 and 300 source crystals, and this is under the condition of diligent management to achieve such returns. 1,000 source crystals is what an average lord would earn over 3 years in the best output conditions. It sounded like a very lucrative deal. Alan was quite tempted, but he had indeed studied the federal code and thought of the supplementary regulations regarding this provision. After marrying into the family, the lord must reside on the island for at least 3 years. According to this damned supplementary regulation, if he really married, and he would have to stay on Antilo Island for 3 years. What about his Atlantis Island? His manual is called the Lord Cultivation Manual, not the Son-in-Law Cultivation. Calculating this way, it didn't seem like a good deal. After all, with the help of hex runes, he believed he could easily earn 1,000 source crystals with his own development. There was no need to live under someone else's roof for 3 years on Antilo Island. Understanding this, Alan declined Carolyn's request. Sorry, Aunt Carolyn. The wishes of my father, old Alan, and my mother, Tessa, are to build Atlantis Island. 3 years is extremely precious to me. Please allow me to refuse your kindness. Looking at the earnest refusal from Alan, Carolyn was somewhat shocked. She couldn't imagine why Alan, who was holding on to the impoverished Atlantis Island, would have any reason to refuse such a good offer. Carolyn said regretfully, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse me. You can think about it seriously. If you come to Antilo Island based on the friendship between me and your mother, I won't let you feel any grievance. Although it's a false marriage, I will treat you as my own son. Tonight's dark tide may be even fiercer than before. If the defenses of Atlantis Island are inadequate, you can stay on Antilo Island tonight." If he had been invited before today, Alan might have agreed. But after receiving 60 source crystals from selling iron, or he had the means to defend against danger. For someone like Alan, who was about to have 2 fully equipped storm arrow towers, the dark tide that troubled other lords might be a feast of spoils for him. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Carolyn. I will seriously consider your goodwill. It's getting late, I should return to my territory and prepare for the upcoming dark tide tonight, with all my personally escorting Alan out of Antilo Island. Caroline shook her head helplessly as she watched his departing figure. Alan's personality truly resembled that of the most obstinate runesmith in the entire Academy Tessa Atlas. At this moment, Emily suddenly spoke up. Mother, did he agree? She was aware of the plan to recruit Alan as a son-in-law. It was precisely because she knew that she displayed an unapproachable demeanor in front of Alan. In truth, she felt somewhat at a loss in this situation and could only pretend to be aloof. Seeing her mother shake her head, Emily sighed in relief, but was also inexplicably troubled. In fact, she wouldn't mind a fake marriage with Alan. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have gone to Antilo Island yesterday, just to inform Alan. She just didn't expect that even the price of 1,000 source crystals couldn't convince Alan to agree to this fake marriage. Then a month later, the Federation will send someone. Hearing her daughter's worried words, Caroline comforted her. It's all right, Emily. Have you forgotten that Mother is a first-tier runesmith? Even if I lose this island, I won't let you suffer. Upon hearing her mother's reassurance, Emily didn't feel at ease. Instead, she said, But Mother, you've suffered a backlash from the runes and can no longer wield their power. Only by resting fully can your body recover from the adverse effects of the rune backlash. Caroline said helplessly, such matters cannot be forced. Alan is also a child with his own ideas. Let's think of other solutions. After leaving Antilo Island, Alan felt that the sea breeze he was experiencing was sweet. Now with 60 source crystals in hand, plus the 56 left at home, the total reached an unprecedented 116 crystals. If used to buy female slaves, he could easily purchase over 10, like Lino, who were inexpensive. If it weren't for the impending dark tide where he needed to use source crystals to enhance the Storm Arrow Tower, he could go to the trade island right now and buy a dozen slaves to experience the taste of being a lord. However, it wouldn't be too late to buy after the dark tide. Developing the island solely with himself and Lino wouldn't work. Alan initially had plans to recruit free citizens. With favorable conditions, he could recruit some free citizens to develop Antilo Island. However, he had too many secrets at present, making it not the right time to recruit free citizens. Only with slaves, due to the existence of maritime law, could he feel at ease using them. If news of his ability to obtain such astonishing loot from killing monsters were to spread, countless pirates, lords, and adventurers from all over the world would surely set their sights on hunting him. For safety, Alan's current development undoubtedly relied on the slave trade. However, buying them was not without its silver lining. On his Antilo Island, he would establish rules unique to Antilo, granting them corresponding freedoms. Antilo Island was indeed not too far from Antilo Island. After sailing for less than an hour, Alan could see the outline of Antilo Island. With no vegetation, the island's scenery was completely unobstructed. Alan clearly saw a frail figure busily working in front of his stone house. However, from a distance, Alan couldn't make out what she was doing. As he got closer, he realized it was Lino alone, cleaning up the remnants of monsters scattered on the ground. Her movements were swift. In just a few hours since he left, she had already cleared away all the monster remains. Alan landed at the natural harbor, and at that moment Lino also spotted his figure. Lino hurriedly ran over and bowed to Alan. My lord, you're back. Uncertain if it was just an illusion, Alan felt that the young slave seemed to have developed a bit after having 2 full meals over the past 2 days. When she bowed her head, he thought he saw 2 little bumps. Compared to her previous slender frame, this was an epic transformation. You did a great job, Lino. You cleaned up all the monster remains by yourself. You must be exhausted. Alan gently stroked the young slave's hair as a gesture of affection. This is what Lino should do for my lord. Upon hearing her lord's praise, Lino was overjoyed. When leaving the island, it was still early morning. By the time Alan returned from Antilo Island, it was already afternoon. There was still some time before evening. He had thought of attracting a crab monster to gain some loot. However, after some consideration, he decided against it. In Alan's memory, enhancing the Storm Arrow Tower seemed to require quite some time. He needed to enhance both towers before dusk. With Lino serving him, Alan quickly ate a couple of bites of rye porridge. He brought all his wealth to the base of the Storm Arrow Tower. According to the fragments of memory, Alan took out the rune core of the Arrow Tower, bit his finger, and dripped blood. Then a mysterious rune array spread from the rune core of the Arrow Tower. It had 50 nodes that looked like broken rune lines. Alan knew that those nodes needed to be supplemented with source crystals. He immediately pulled out a handful of source crystals from his pocket and placed them on each rune node. After all 50 nodes were filled with source crystals, a tremendous energy surged into the rune core. At the same time, a blue glow resembling a progress bar slowly loaded towards the top of the tower. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the energy loaded into the energy sphere at the top of the tower. At this moment, Alan also felt a connection with the defensive tower in his mind. Using his blood as a medium, Alan discovered that he could manipulate the defensive tower. He could set it to automatic attack mode or manual attack mode. Driven by curiosity, Alan attempted a manual attack. An arrow formed from swirling winds coalesced at the tower's peak in just 1 second. Under Alan's control, it shot towards the nearby ground. With a bang, a shallow pit nearly a meter in diameter was blasted into the earth. Through this active experiment, Alan roughly understood some of the current data of the Storm Arrow Tower. Firstly, in terms of attack speed, it surged from 1 arrow every 3 seconds to 1 arrow every second. In terms of attack power, it had almost doubled. At the current strength, after a gale arrow killed a wandering sea monster, if another stood behind it, he could easily achieve a double kill. Moreover, the enhanced Storm Arrow Tower in manual mode also had an active charging function. The arrows fired automatically were called gale arrows. The arrows fired after charging, however, were the astonishing storm arrows. Although Alan had not attempted to fire a storm arrow, he believed its power would be considerable, because the firing of storm arrows required the energy of an entire source crystal. Previously, the energy loading limit of the Storm Arrow Tower was 2 source crystals. Now, after enhancement, the energy loading limit had increased to 5 source crystals. In other words, 5 source crystals were needed to fully charge the tower. If he were to fire a storm arrow, a fully charged defensive tower could only fire 5 times. If he didn't encounter any powerful monsters, Alan would definitely not want to experience the power of the storm arrow. That would be quite extravagant. Additionally, Alan felt fortunate that he had sold iron ore to Caroline, which earned him an extra 10 source crystals. If he had sold it to the trade island, barely scraping together 100 crystals, he might face the embarrassing situation of completing the enhancement of the defensive tower without any source crystals left to power it. The sun was gradually setting. 2 fortified defense towers radiated a brilliant blue glow, signaling the completion of their charging. At this moment, Alan had prepared everything he could and was simply waiting for the darkness to descend. Just as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, a black curtain seemed to rush in, suddenly enveloping the sun. It appeared much like a total solar eclipse, gradually turning entirely black. Gusts of fierce wind began to whip up from the coastline. Caroline felt the wild winds sweeping in. Caroline looked outside with some concern. Beyond the window lay the direction of Atlantis Island. The black sun. On the eve of tonight's dark tide, the black sun had appeared first. This was not a good omen. Perhaps tonight's dark tide would be even more intense than the last. She lived in a sturdy castle, and there were 3 level 1 defense towers on the island. Caroline was not worried about her safety. If I had known, I should have forced him to stay. Under a black sun level dark tide, if relying solely on 2 ordinary storm arrow towers, and lacking reinforced fortifications like those at the manor or castle, Alan might not survive to see tomorrow's sun. Thinking of this, Caroline let out a gentle sigh, feeling somewhat regretful for the young and handsome lad. I hope the rune god can bless him. Fewer monsters land on Atlantis Island tonight. Damn that little Palu, why didn't he reinforce the manor? Did I not specifically instruct you before I left? And why are there only 13 slaves here? Where are the other 2 slaves? At the entrance of the manor, seeing the furious old Palu, little Palu stood trembling before a group of slaves. He had been having too much fun these past few days, and had completely forgotten about reinforcing the walls. Father, little Palu stammered, struggling to find his words. However, he was somewhat quick-witted, and suddenly thought of an excuse. There were no usable stones on the island, so I had those slaves use mud to repair the walls, but those damn slaves couldn't complete my task. It was those 2 male slaves slacking off. Oh, I will punish them severely as an example for the other slaves to see the consequences of laziness. Right? Just like that. Hearing his son's explanation, the fury on Paulu's face subsided somewhat. You should have given each slave a beating. Not severely punishing just those 2 slaves. They losing their work capability is a loss to our property. Alright, the dark tide is approaching. Take this opportunity to quickly repair the walls. During the last dark tide, the eastern walls had some cracks. Your idea is not bad. Oh, just use mud. After assigning tasks to all the slaves, including little Palu, Palu went back alone to the 2nd floor of the wooden house to his study. He recalled the information gathered during this trip, exchanged with old friends on the trade island. There were several points that concerned him greatly. First, the war between the Azure Sea Federation and the Deep Blue Sea Federation was about to begin anew. This kind of federated war was unavoidable for their island. As a minor lord without free citizens to recruit soldiers to support the Federation, he could only pay a large amount of supplies. 7 days from now would be the day the Federation tax officials arrived, and he needed to find a way to gather some supplies to deal with those greedy tax officials. However, beyond collecting taxes, those greedy parasites had another important mission when they left the administrative island. That was to collect debt interest from lords who owed the Federation. For instance, his neighbor Old Alan had once incurred a large debt to the Federation when purchasing a rune core. Old Alan had died, and the debt was inherited by his son Alan. If they couldn't collect the interest this time, according to the code, the Federation had the right to take equivalent assets from Atlantis Island. They could very likely forcibly seize the rune of the defense towers or the spring wells on Atlantis Island. How could that be allowed? He had coveted them for a long time. Every day, he sent little Palu to monitor and see if that guy was dead, only wanting to take the opportunity to steal the rune core before the Federation reclaimed the island after his death. He didn't expect that the lad was rather fortunate and had survived quite well. It had been several days, yet he hadn't perished under the nighttime monster assaults. Moreover, just before returning to the island, he had taken a careful look around Atlantis Island. He discovered that the lad had actually repaired both defense towers. Additionally, the spring well was gushing with water. How many source crystals had old Alan left for his little? Why hadn't he activated the defense towers with those source crystals earlier? Palu found this somewhat perplexing. What puzzled him even more was a rumor he heard about old Alan in a tavern. It was said that young old Alan was an adventurer. During one expedition, he had obtained a treasure map recording the treasure known as the heart of the island. As long as one followed the guidance of the treasure map, they could undoubtedly acquire the oceanic treasure heart of the island. It was said that islands imbued with the heart of the island could expand in area by feeding source crystals. Legends claimed that old Alan had obtained the heart of the island. However, other informants said he had not. There were many versions shrouded in mystery. Palu did not know which version was true. As for which version was real, he would find out tomorrow when he arrived on the island. Besides obtaining information about old Alan, Palu also heard some news regarding tonight's dark tide. According to certain oceanographers, the intensity of this dark tide was likely more than 3 times that of previous ones. Especially for islands adjacent to the Sea of Death, the tidal intensity was simply exaggerated. Ordinary territories had no chance of survival under such intensity, unless luck was extraordinarily favorable and ocean currents appeared within the tide to sweep away all the monsters. Otherwise, minor lords could just wait to die. It was precisely because he heard this news that Palu spent 800 source crystals to purchase a set of disposable rune scrolls. He looked at the mysterious rune patterns on the rune scrolls. A faint sense of security filled Palu's heart. This was the key reason why Palu remained calm. To purchase this scroll, Palu had nearly emptied all his savings. However, it was all worth it. As long as he could survive tonight's dark tide, he could rush to Atlantis Island first thing tomorrow. He planned to steal back the 3 rune cores on the island. The market price of a level 1 defense tower rune was nearly 3,000 source crystals each. The spring water rune core was slightly cheaper, but could still sell for 2,000 source crystals. If the dark tide killed that little bastard, he could immediately pocket 8,000 source crystals. In comparison, this rune scroll costing 800 source crystals seemed insignificant. A tenfold profit could be described as a bloody bargain. Thinking of this, Palu laughed recklessly in the room. Below, little Palu, who was working with the slaves, thought his father had gone mad. "My lord, I found the rope." "Very good, Lino." Alan simply acknowledged Linos' response. He immediately immersed himself in the crafting of the item at hand. Although the existence of the defense tower could largely ensure his safety, Alan still prepared a weapon for self-defense. He tied the only knife on the island to a wooden stick, thus creating a crude blade. With this crude blade for protection, Alan believed that relying solely on the stone house's defenses, he could hold out at the entrance for a long time. However, he hoped he would never have to use this crude blade. In the sea, a storm suddenly arose. A series of black waves continuously swept in. Upon closer inspection, beneath the waves were dense clusters of monsters. They were carried along by the currents towards various islands. Among them, a current from the east was heading straight for Atlantis Island. The monsters landed to the south of the island. "Here they come." Alan stood at the entrance of the stone house, peering out through the crack of the door. The sky had already darkened, and by the glow of the energy orbs from the 2 enhanced defense towers, Alan could still faintly see the silhouettes on the sea. One after another, densely packed wandering sea demons surged towards Atlantis Island, surrounding the sky. They did not wander aimlessly on the island like they would on a typical night. Instead, they approached with clear intent, heading towards the direction of the defense towers. Before long, large numbers of wandering sea demons entered the range of the Storm Arrow Tower. Seeing so many monsters made his scalp tingle. What frightened him even more was the current state of the wanderers. Their cloaks were all emanating a faint glow. They looked different from usual. Whoosh! A swift wind arrow had finished charging and shot towards the first monster that entered its range. Immediately, another Storm Arrow Tower also fired simultaneously. However, this time the wandering sea demons did not charge foolishly as they usually did, just to be shot down. The first targeted sea demon surprisingly began to learn how to evade. Nonetheless, the speed of the arrows was indeed swift. Although it twisted its body to dodge part of the shot, it still got grazed by the swift wind arrow, pinning it down heavily along with another sea demon behind it. The dark tide seems to have granted them some intelligence. But the good news is their defense hasn't been strengthened. They can still be shot down by swift wind arrows. There is also a possibility that the dark tide did indeed enhance the defenses of the wandering sea demons, but they encountered arrows from the enhanced storm arrow tower, which just happened to cancel each other out. Or perhaps your enhancement isn't as strong as mine. Outside the house, the defense tower had entered full combat mode. The two defense towers could fire 2 arrows per second, almost taking down 4 wandering sea demons at once. However, there were simply too many sea demons. This attack speed was sufficient during normal times, but in the face of such a large-scale assault it fell short. The automated defense towers appeared somewhat sluggish. Several monsters had already crept close to the defense towers, yet the towers were still firing at the bulk of the wandering sea demons. Seeing this, Alan used blood as a medium to set the defense tower to manual firing mode. Alan began to personally control the attacks. Wherever the sea demons approached, Alan directed the defense tower to fire. Under Alan's control, the defense towers finally stabilized the situation, driving back the sea demons that were inching closer to the stone house. Fortunately, the movement speed of the wandering sea demons was slower than that of the giant claw crabs. With the 2 defense towers, Alan could fend off their assault. Hopefully tonight's tide only brings the wandering sea demons to my doorstep. Alan silently prayed in his heart. Behind Alan, Lino also followed suit, cautiously praying. May my lord and I safely get through this night. Neither of them noticed. At this moment, a faint green glow was emanating from Linos' eyes. As if what they feared was precisely what was coming. The familiar wandering sea demons landed on the southern shore of the island. Meanwhile, on the eastern shore, monsters known as giant claw crabs, which were significantly faster than the wandering sea demons, were landing. Moreover, these giant claw crabs seemed to have fused together, resembling a giant crab giant advancing towards the defense towers. Along the way, they crushed several wandering sea demons that stood in their path. The moment it entered the island, it was indeed hard not to notice. A colossal creature, standing 10 meters tall. The 5-meter storm arrow tower appeared so small in its presence. Is it time to use that move? Watching the giant claw crab fortress inch closer, and already within the range of the defense tower, Alan's brow furrowed. The swift wind arrows could not penetrate such a strange thing. Even if 1 or 2 giant claw crabs were pierced, it would seem inconsequential. Seeing this, Alan had no choice but to set the western defense tower to automatic attack mode. He poured all his energy into operating the eastern defense tower. Storm arrow. Let me see the power worth a source crystal. The ordinary arrows charged once. In contrast, the storm arrow required 5 seconds of charging. 5 seconds was enough for the giant crab to advance significantly. Almost with just a few more steps, it could swing its long arms made up of giant claw crabs and smash Alan's stone house to pieces. Die. In the midst of the crisis, Alan roared. A storm arrow hundreds of times larger than the swift wind arrows condensed at the top of the tower. Then it was fired at the giant claw crab that was almost standing right next to him. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim. The whole arrow struck perfectly against the giant claw crab giant. Unlike the explosive effect of the swift wind arrows, the storm arrow seemed to be condensed from a real storm. When it struck the giant claw crab giant, it transformed into a massive tornado. It engulfed the entire giant claw crab giant, forcing the individual crabs apart and crushing them to pieces. The powerful storm became akin to a meat grinder. After a moment, a mound made up of the remains of the giant claw crabs appeared before Alan. Strong. So powerful. Alan muttered in a daze. However, the cost of such power was immense. After firing such an arrow, the energy orb atop the defense tower dimmed significantly. At the same time, because all his attention was focused on the giant in the east, the wandering sea demons had gotten much closer. They were almost about to overwhelm the 2 defense towers. After witnessing such a strike, Alan was no longer satisfied with the lackluster swift wind arrows. As an old saying goes, when impoverished, employ tactical maneuvers. When wealthy, unleash firepower. As for 1 source crystal per shot, forget it. Did you not see the lovely blue source crystals within that pile of giant claw crab remains? They were here to save Alan from his fear of insufficient firepower. A massive horde of demons surged towards Atlantis Island. On the island, a storm appeared at random every 5 seconds. At this moment in the defense battle, Alan had finally relaxed completely. Be careful when you go out. First, charge these 6 energy crystals. Alan handed the last 6 source crystals in his hand to Lenore. He cautioned Lenore, who was about to go out to charge the defense tower, to be extra careful. Lenore tightly grasped the weapon given to her by the Lord and nodded earnestly. Watching her struggle to carry the weapon out, Alan felt a pang of worry for her. However, the best way he could protect her was by skillfully controlling the storm tower, ensuring that no demon could approach her. By this point, Alan was able to manually control 2 defense towers. 1 tower gathered storm arrows to shatter the relentless waves of demons approaching from afar. The other tower focused solely on Lenore, shooting down any demons that got too close to her. Lenore stepped out of the stone house wielding a weapon taller than herself. As she looked out at the overwhelming demons outside, she felt a natural instinctive fear. However, recalling the Lord's instructions, Lenore found that her fear dissipated significantly. For the Lord, the distance from the stone house to each of the 2 defense towers was 50 meters. Following the Lord's orders, Lenore first approached the eastern defense tower. At this moment, the eastern defense tower had already fired 4 storm arrows, and the energy sphere above it was nearly dim. Lenore climbed over the corpses of demons, struggling to reach the base of the defense tower. After clearing away the debris piled at the base of the defense tower, she finally saw the tower's runic core. Following the Lord's teachings, Lenore began to insert the source crystals she held one by one. As Lenore waited for the runic core to absorb this energy, a red figure in front of the stone house aimed at her. It was a being more slender than the other wandering sea demons. Unlike the others wrapped in dark cloaks, its silhouette was entirely different. This figure appeared to be cloaked in a red cape. In its hand it held a pitch-black magic wand, which was now aimed at Lenore, who was charging the defense tower. Alan was fully focused on observing the battlefield dynamics. The moment the red figure appeared, he noticed it immediately. A level 5 demon. A sea demon sorceress. To think a level 5 demon would appear in tonight's tide. Normally, wouldn't level 5 demons attack the islands of major lords? How could it appear on Atlantis Island? Watching the sea demon sorceress, standing at a distance not within the attack range of the defense towers, Alan was shocked. However, the next actions of the sea demon sorceress left him no time to ponder. He saw her raise her wand, aiming at Lenore, who was charging the defense tower. A red beam of light began to coalesce at the tip of the wand. The target was Lenore, who was at the base of the defense tower. Not good. That demon isn't even within attack range. Lenore is in danger. Seeing this scene, Alan hurriedly shouted towards Lenore, "Run, Lenore." Hearing the Lord's urgent voice, Lenore looked up. At that moment, she also saw the red figure and the magic energy that was ready to launch from its wand. Don't just stand there, Lenore. Run. The Lord's call triggered the sea domain code, compelling Lenore as a slave to follow her master's command, or she would suffer the pain of the code. However, Lenore gazed at the runic core of the defense tower in front of her and decided to disobey the Lord's order. If she ran away, that magical energy would likely destroy the runic core. This would put the Lord in danger as well. Thinking of this, Lenore not only did not run, but also positioned her body firmly in front of the runic core. The sea demon sorceress had finished charging her magic. Seeing Lenore pressing tightly against the runic core from a distance, Alan understood her intentions. Just as a red beam shot towards Lenore, a storm suddenly appeared in front of it, tightly enveloping the beam. It was Alan's precise control. Under his extreme maneuvering, a storm arrow struck the demon right before the beam was launched. The resulting energy storm was just enough to block this attack. But what about after blocking it? A level 5 sea demon sorceress could inflict damage on his defense tower from outside its range, and he couldn't do anything about it. As for rushing in to take it down, don't make the sorcerer laugh. There were nearly 100 wandering sea demons standing in front of it, and he would be torn to shreds the moment he charged in. The situation on the battlefield was perilous. The sorceress was once again gathering magical energy. Alan had no choice but to prepare to shoot another storm arrow. At the same time, his mind was racing, trying to figure out if there was any way to break the deadlock. If he let the sorceress continue to attack from a distance, the energy of the defense tower would run out. And so would his and Liner's lives. Just at that critical moment, Alan's mind suddenly received a notification from the Lord's development manual. Detected loyalty of subjects at 300 score reached 93 points, 80 points. Lord score reward is being settled. Reward source crystals 50 reward, defense tower runic upgrade 1 reward, 1 draw for silver tier, hex rune, next score requirement for settlement 200. Alan looked at the score settlement page in his mind. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. 50 source crystals were already a trivial matter for Alan. The defense battle had reached this point. The ground was already littered with a heap of spoils. Among them, just the source crystals emitting blue light were estimated to number around 2 to 300. What truly delighted Alan was the second reward. The defense tower runic upgrade. If he could truly upgrade the defense tower runes to level 2, then tonight's dark tide would be safe. A level 1 runic defense tower primarily defended against level 1 to 5 demons. A level 5 demon, like the sea demon sorceress with long-range attacks, was somewhat of a bug that slipped into the attack range. However, upgrading to a level 2 runic defense tower would make all the difference. The attack range of a level 2 runic defense tower was nearly 300 meters. This was well beyond the attack distance of the sea demon sorceress. From observation, the attack distance of the sea demon sorceress was roughly around 110 meters. It just barely fit within the edge of the 100-meter attack range of a level 1 runic defense tower. But once the runic tower was upgraded to level 2, it would be completely out of range. A level 2 runic defense tower could withstand attacks from level 5 to 10 demons. With a single strike, the sea demon sorceress would be reduced to nothing. With this in mind, Alan eagerly claimed the reward of Defense Tower Runic Upgrade 1. A resounding boom echoed as another storm arrow was shot out, thwarting the Sea Demon Sorcerer's next attack. In this brief moment, Alan quickly checked the rewards for upgrading the Rune Defense Tower. Please choose your upgrade direction from the following secondary Rune Defense Towers. Enhancement Option 1 Storm Mechanism Tower. Attack speed increases by 500 and power increases by 50. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals, while enhancement requires 1,000 source crystals. Enhancement Option 2 Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. Attack speed increases by 50 and power increases by 500. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals, while enhancement requires 1,000 source crystals. Enhancement Option 3 Storm Guardian. No longer attacks actively, transforms into a storm barrier that can withstand distant attacks. Barrier range 100 meters. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals, while enhancement requires 1,000 source crystals. After considering the descriptions of the secondary rune towers for a moment, Alan decisively chose the Storm Mechanism Tower. With a 500 increase in attack speed, the defense tower would fire 5 shots per second, and its power would also increase by 50. Clearly, the Storm Mechanism Tower had a distinct advantage in resisting the tide of monsters. After selecting the Storm Mechanism Tower, Alan needed to choose which defense tower's rune to upgrade. Without hesitation, he chose the Rune Defense Tower on the east side. The east side faced the Death Sea, which posed a significantly higher threat. After selecting the Rune Tower to enhance, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared on the rune core of the defense tower protected by Lino. A blue light flashed. The rune core instantly doubled in size, and the 5-meter storm arrow tower nearly soared to 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a Storm Mechanism Tower. At the base, Lino was somewhat astonished by the scene before her. In the distance, the wandering sorcerer once again raised its wand. This time it aimed its wand at Alan, who had just emerged from the stone house. However, it was evident that its magic was not as swift as the storm arrows from the Storm Mechanism Tower. An arrow imbued with the force of a tempest arrived before it the moment it moved. With a penetrating power, it pinned the sorcerer firmly to the ground. Alan didn't even have time to witness this scene, as he had already sprinted toward the secondary defense tower. After upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the defense tower's energy sphere had noticeably thinned. Almost after firing a regular attack, the glow began to dim. At this moment, the tide of monsters was surging continuously. Alan couldn't afford to let the defense tower pause even for a second. Charging the secondary defense tower required 50 source crystals. Just then, he had just received 50 source crystals as a reward. He stepped up to the rune core, encouragingly nodded at Lino, who was protecting the rune core with her body, then, without further ado, placed the source crystals onto the rune core. The source crystals transformed into energy, surging towards the top of the defense tower. 1, 5, 10, 30, 50. After absorbing the 50th crystal, the energy sphere atop the tower turned deep blue. The storm arrows, now faster and more powerful, burst forth. They swept away the advancing tide of monsters once more. Only then did Alan finally relax his anxious. Feeling weak all over, he slumped down beneath the defense tower. Well done, Lino. Hearing the Lord's sincere praise, Lino shyly lowered her head. For the Lord, Lino can do anything. The sound of a flurry of arrows being fired rang above her head. 5 shots per second. The sound effects had changed slightly. From the previous whoosh, 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 it changed to an unceasing whoosh, 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 whoosh. Moreover, in terms of destructive power, it essentially achieved area damage. The storm arrows could be classified as single-target damage, while the tempest surrounding the arrows made them faster and more accurate. On the other hand, the storm arrows, based on the speed of the storm arrows, had a swirling tempest around them that could envelop any monster within 2 meters of the target in the arrow's damage. The storm arrows could be considered a form of area damage. Therefore, just a few minutes after the Storm Mechanism Tower was fully charged, the adjacent Storm Arrow Tower came to a halt. This was because the coverage area of the Storm Mechanism Tower was 300 meters in radius, perfectly encompassing the strike zone of the Storm Arrow Tower. Within the 300 meters radius of the Storm Mechanism Tower, not a single monster could stand alive. Even the giant claw crab giant, which had been slightly troubled moments ago, became a plaything for the Storm Mechanism Tower. A giant claw crab giant, even larger than before, fused together on the eastern side of Atlantis Island. Among them, a particularly striking black giant claw crab stood out. A level 5 monster, the giant claw crab warrior, led this attack. The nearly 12-meter giant claw crab giant charged towards the secondary defense tower. However, at this moment, the defense tower had already undergone a significant upgrade. Although Alan still felt somewhat anxious, the performance of the secondary defense tower soon alleviated his worries. In just 3 seconds, whoosh, 15 arrows appeared in every corner of the giant claw crab giant. These fused giant claws were blasted into crab fillets. Seeing this scene, Alan felt a bit regretful. The corpses of the monsters were poisonous and inedible, otherwise the crab fillets from tonight alone would have been enough for him to eat for a lifetime. In the end, the massive giant claw crab giant was left with only its core, the level 5 monster giant claw crab warrior. The giant claw crab warrior truly lived up to its reputation for defense and destructive power. A single storm arrow struck its body, only leaving a faint white mark and failing to breach its defenses. Even with just one claw left, it was determined to shred the human before it. Clinging to this thought, the giant claw crab warrior charged at the two beneath the defense tower with astonishing speed. However, it clearly had no idea what firepower coverage meant. One arrow isn't enough. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Is that enough for you, kid? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Is that enough for you, kid? Whoosh 5. Is that enough for you, kid? Oh, kid, you've already fallen. The massive body crashed to the ground, causing Alan and Lino, who were ready to flee, to feel the ground shake beneath them. To be honest, the giant claw crab warrior was indeed fast. In just 3 seconds, it closed the distance from 100 meters to nearly the defense tower. Alan could already see its gleaming black claws. Well done. The secondary defense tower's power was unquestionable, yet the rate of energy consumption was not to be underestimated. The defense tower, having just charged with 50 source crystals, had dimmed significantly after a series of energy arrow launches. No wonder the secondary defense tower is the standard for major lords. Just this ability to consume source crystals is something that a minor lord cannot sustain. However, Alan was aware that tonight was a special occasion, a dark tide. With an abundance of monsters, the firepower of the storm mechanism tower was fully unleashed, resulting in heavy energy consumption. Under normal circumstances, a single gale arrow could easily shatter nearly 5 monsters. Over the course of the night, it was estimated that around 600 monsters would fall. In just 20 seconds, 100 arrows would sweep them clean. After being fully charged, 50 source crystals could last for quite some time. Unlike tonight, where the firepower had been fully unleashed for nearly 10 minutes, over 1,000 powerful gale arrows had been launched. Hence, the significant energy expenditure was understandable. The 50 source crystals provided by the manual had already been exhausted, and the 6 source crystals accumulated previously had long been used by Lino in the defense tower. However, Alan was not anxious at all, for within the range of the defense tower, source crystals were virtually everywhere. We're in luck. Clearly, it was already late at night, yet Alan felt no fatigue. Looking at the myriad of monster remains around him, he was eager to collect the spoils. Furthermore, after the sea witch, sorceress, and giant claw crab warrior fell, the monsters did not surge towards him as before. Instead, they wandered around the island as they usually did. Some even avoided the attack range of the defense tower, appearing as though the dark tide had come to an end. Considering all factors, Alan could not wait for dawn. Under the brilliant blue light of the defense tower, he began to collect source crystals from the monster corpses with Lino. 1, 2, 10, 11, 100, 101. The source crystals were not large, about the size of a pigeon egg. Under normal circumstances, having dozens of source crystals in his pocket wouldn't seem like much. However, tonight thousands of monsters had perished. With a drop rate of 15, several hundred source crystals had been obtained, along with countless rye iron, ore, and linen. Suddenly, Alan's pockets could no longer hold any more. If they couldn't fit, he would just have to carry them back to the house. For the time that followed, Alan and Lino transformed into diligent little bees. They turned over all the source crystals on the battlefield, prioritizing bringing them back to the house first. Then came the iron ore, followed by the linen, with rye being the last. On their final trip, after wrapping dozens of pounds of rye and linen and transporting it to the stone house, Alan was astonished to find there was no longer any space for him and Lino to sleep. At this moment, the stone house was filled to the brim with the spoils of the night. The two of them managed to lie atop the rye, gazing at the ceiling just inches away, experiencing a mix of happiness and concern. The dark tide seemed to have come to an end. Alan saw a glimmer of golden light on the distant horizon, which was the sunrise slowly rising. Exhausted both physically and mentally, the two had no time to count how many spoils they had managed to bring back before falling into a deep sleep among the loot. Antilo Island. The surging monsters attacked Antilo Island like a tide. In contrast, Atlantia Island had only 2 pitiful defense towers. Antilo Island had a total of 4 fortified defense towers standing tall around the castle, encircled. Under normal dark tide conditions, those monsters could not even breach the castle's defense perimeter and would be obliterated by the enhanced lightning arrow tower. Compared to the storm arrow tower of Atlantia Island, the lightning arrow tower of Antilo Island far surpassed it in both power and attack speed. The lightning arrows fired by the lightning arrow tower had a terrifying effect of area splash damage. A single arrow could reduce several nearby monsters to ashes. Incredibly powerful. However, tonight was not an ordinary dark tide. The monsters landing on Antilo Island were not the lowest-tier monsters like wandering sea witches or giant claw crabs. Instead, they were second-tier monsters, the giant lizard monster, a colossal creature that could reach 3 meters in length. Additionally, there was a giant lizard monster leader, a level 6 frost giant lizard leading the charge. With the level 6 monster leading the charge, the 2 level 1 fortified defense towers of Antilo Island were instantly reduced to rubble. The flowers surrounding the defense towers were trampled, scattering their petals. The remaining 2 defense towers were utterly powerless against this tide of second-tier monsters. The giant lizard monsters began to attack the tower bodies of the remaining 2 defense towers. If all 4 defense towers were to fall, the sturdy castle could indeed withstand an onslaught. However, without the means to slay the monsters, it remained uncertain whether they could hold out until dawn. Antilo Island had reached a critical moment of survival. Above the castle, Emily's expression was complicated as she held a massive bow, silently observing the tide of monsters below. The massive bow in her hands was no ordinary item, but an exceedingly rare runic equipment. If placed at an auction, it would instantly incite a frenzy among lords of all ranks. The starting bid would be at least 3,000. Holding this massive bow, Emily felt a heavy burden on her heart, for runic equipment was not something anyone could wield. It had to be activated by a runesmith. Indeed, there was a runesmith on Antilo Island, her mother. In order to activate the runic equipment, Caroline, who had already sustained rune backlash during an earlier incident, had worsened her injuries. By the time the equipment was successfully activated, she had already fainted. Looking at her mother lying on the smooth blanket nearby, Emily felt the weight of the responsibility to save the island resting on her shoulders. She adjusted her breathing, lifting the runic great bow gently above her head and slowly drawing it back. A light arrow quickly coalesced between the great bow. The wind gently brushed against Emily's cheek, causing her golden hair to billow backwards. She appeared as powerful and beautiful as an elf. Adjusting the angle of the light arrow using her senses, she aimed at the colossal creature below that was 10 meters long. The light grew increasingly blinding, almost tangible. As Emily released her grip, the light arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the frost giant lizard. The defensive power of the frost giant lizard was unquestionable. Its ice blue hide could easily withstand the attacks of a level 1 defense tower. The arcs of lightning left no mark on its body. It was precisely due to this terrifying defensive capability that it could flatten 2 defense towers and reach the castle. However, its offensive capabilities reached their limit here. That light arrow with a thunderous sonic boom struck it squarely on the top of its head with unparalleled might. The terrifying power instantly pierced through the defenses it relied on for survival, drilling from its head down to its body and exiting through its tail. It was shot clean through. The colossal creature collapsed with a resounding crash. Though the target was slain, Emily did not cease her assault. She continuously concentrated and fired. It was as if she had transformed into a humanoid defense tower, treating the monsters that had already breached the island as targets for slaughter. The second-tier giant lizard monsters fell like harvested grass under the attack of her great bow. Wherever the light arrows struck, death ensued. It became a relaxing mowing game. Soon after the demise of the frost giant lizard, the onslaught of the giant lizard monsters also began to wane. Watching the gradually retreating giant lizard monsters, there was little joy on Emily's face. She was worried about her mother, who had already fainted. She was also concerned about the handsome young lord she had seen during the day. She wondered if he would survive the night. Paludo Island. The once lush Paluda Island has now become a scene of devastation. Compared to the giant lizards on Antelope Island, the skeletal spirits of Paluda Island are undoubtedly more bizarre. Like skeletons formed from fish bones, they appear incredibly terrifying. Moreover, they possess a matching level of terrifying strength. Level 2 monsters. Led by a level 5 flame skeleton spirit, a group of level 2 monsters breached the defensive system of Paluda Island in less than an hour. The 3 level 1 fortified defense towers on the island lasted only half an hour before being shattered by the flame skeleton spirit. The proud stone walls of Palut's estate were also breached by the monsters through unpatched gaps. The dozen or so slaves standing on the stone walls to fend off the monsters became a feast for the spirits after the walls collapsed. Only the blood on the fallen walls can prove that they once existed. Monsters invaded the estate, devouring all living beings just as they had done on Atlantis Island. Not even a blade of grass was spared. However, the 2-story wooden house at the center of the estate remained unscathed. The reason being that a blue barrier was tightly shielding it. Inside the house, Paluda and his son, along with a few remaining slaves, trembled in fear. Damn it! How could there be a level 2 monster tide landing on Paluda Island? Aren't they supposed to attack the islands of the great lords? Paluda realized that today's dark tide was extraordinary. But he never expected that the tidal currents would bring the level 2 monster tide to Paluda Island. Normally, a level 2 monster tide only appears in the territories of barons and above. How could a small island without even a noble title be so fortunate as to attract the attention of level 2 monsters? Everything is ruined. His estate, which he had worked so hard to manage for decades, was destroyed by the monster tide. The 3 fortified storm arrow towers had turned to ruins. All of his fortune had been used to purchase the rune scroll that defended against attacks. But there is still hope. Such a powerful dark tide, even my estate has been destroyed. That bastard must have long since perished. As long as we hold on until morning and retrieve the 3 defense towers from that bastard's island, we can rebuild the estate. As for the dozen or so worthless slaves who died, they are not worth grieving over. The money from selling that bastard's rune core is enough to buy hundreds of worthless slaves to command. Embracing these thoughts, Paluda gazed frantically at the ongoing assault outside, quietly waiting for dawn. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone upon Paluda Island, the island was devoid of anything standing except for the small wooden house under the barrier. In just one night, the entire island seemed to have been enchanted. All living things, including the grass, were either devoured by the monsters or taken away. The barrier outside the wooden house had thinned to a mere layer. It would shatter with just one more fireball from the flame skeleton spirit. Fortunately, the monster tide finally receded. Little Paluda let out a sigh of relief, having survived. His father Palut, however, had already rushed out of the wooden house before the monster tide had completely retreated. He seemed to want to reach Atlantis Island next door as quickly as possible. Seeing his father in such a hurry, there were some words that little Paluda didn't have the time to say. That was the saying that had been circulating over the endless sea. Anyone who goes out to sea right after a dark tide has essentially never escaped the dark tide. Father Paluda knew this saying well, but at this moment he seemed to be enchanted, and little Paluda didn't think to persuade him, even feeling a small sense of anticipation. He hoped that his father might fulfill that saying and perish amidst the monsters, allowing him to take over. As Paluda certainly knew that saying. However, a saying is merely a saying and not an ironclad rule. It does not hold true. Paluda had gone out to sea countless times after the dark tide receded towards the trading islands. Nothing ever happened. Even some ordinary monsters would disappear after the dark tide passed. Thus Paluda did not take it to heart. He closely followed behind the monster tide. When they all entered the sea, being swept away by mysterious currents, Paluda also arrived in front of his small sailboat. Standing on the boat looking at the ruined Paluda Island, he felt a pang of heartache. Overnight, Paluda Island had transformed into the state of Atlantis Island. But it didn't matter. As long as he could obtain those 3 rune cores, there was a chance to restore it to its former state. In fact, it might even be more prosperous than before. With this mindset, Paluda hoisted the sails and sailed towards the nearby Atlantis Island. When the sky began to brighten, Paluda had already seen the outline of Atlantis Island. However, the sun had not yet risen, and only the outline of the island was visible, obscuring the details. Driven by greed, Paluda could hardly wait for the sun to rise. Since he was already at Atlantis Island, he had to go ashore to check immediately. After all, he had waited an entire night and was feeling impatient. At this moment, Paluda had not noticed that below the boat a dark spot was quietly approaching. From the size of a grain of rice, it gradually grew to a size that could engulf the entire boat. Then a pair of gigantic red eyes slowly opened from the dark spot. At this moment, dawn was breaking on the horizon. Looking at the increasingly close Atlantis Island, Paluda couldn't help but feel excitement. Just as he was happy, he unconsciously glanced down at the boat. He happened to make eye contact with those blood-red eyes. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the shadow below the sea, still some distance from the water's surface, yet large enough to engulf the entire small boat, Paluda thought in fear. The harbor is just ahead. As long as I reach the near shore, that monster shouldn't be able to approach. Holding on to this thought, Paluda rowed vigorously. He aimed to rush into the shallow waters to avoid being engulfed by that monster. Almost there. The natural harbor of Atlantis Island was right in front of him. One side of the harbor was the sandy beach of the shallow waters. Paluda put all his strength into it, sprinting towards the shallow waters. His hands moved like propellers, and the speed of his rowing was so fast, it left after images. Just as he entered the shallow waters, a pain erupted from the depths of his soul. Paluda froze in place. That was the power of the Sea Domain Code. Without the Lord's permission, no one may enter their territory and territorial waters without authorization. Otherwise, they would face the sanctions of the Sea Domain Code. That pain from the depths of his soul would last until he left the Lord's territory. But how could Paluda leave now? Behind him was a terrifying deep-sea monster. At this moment, only one thought remained in Palut's mind. Is that bastard still alive? When he could just see the outline of Atlantis, the sky was still somewhat dim. As the sunlight brightened, Paluda again saw the monster beneath the ship, frantically fleeing. Until this moment, with a pain that pierced his soul, Paluda lifted his head for an instant. He saw the 10-meter-tall storm mechanism tower on Atlantis shimmering with the unique runes of a level 2 defense tower. How can this be? How could there be a level 2 rune tower on that bastard's island? How could he survive such a natural disaster? That old Alan, that wretched bone, what good things has he left for his little bastard? Damn it. With countless questions swirling in his mind, Paluda collapsed to the ground. Before he fell, he saw a gigantic suction cup appear above his head. Ah! A scream echoed across the entire sea. Accompanied by the scream, the massive shadow disappeared into the deep sea. Only a sailing ship adorned with the Paluda Island flag quietly docked in front of Atlantis harbor. The blood splattered on the sail seemed to tell the tale of what had transpired. The sunlight streamed through the door crack, illuminating the room, piled high with supplies. Outside lay the scorched and cracked remnants of magical beasts. Alan awoke from his slumber. Lino curled up like a little cat, lying snugly in his arms. Looking at the little slave girl who had worked tirelessly beside him last night, Alan noticed she was still deeply asleep. Alan dared not make any sudden movements, fearing he might accidentally wake her. He lay quietly on the rock. Although he couldn't immediately assess the spoils from last night, there was something even more important than counting the loot at this moment. That was to draw the Hex Rune. With a thought, the Lord's development manual slowly materialized in his mind. Drawing Hex Rune, arriving at the rewards collection page, 1 hex was still lying there. Alan chose to draw the hex now. On the Lord's development manual, 3 different icons emerged corresponding to 3 hex runes available for Alan to choose. Please choose the hex rune you wish to claim from the following 3 hex. 1 Useful Talent I. Useful Talent I. Non-equipped subjects have a 40 chance to drop 1 source crystal upon death. Hex 2 Cognition Tax. Cognition Tax gain 80 source crystals and 1 rune experience. Hex 3 Strengthening Energy. Strengthening Energy increases the rank of your next strengthening rune by 1. Alan carefully read the description of each hex. The first hex, Useful Talent I, and the third hex, Strengthening Energy, were familiar to him. They had appeared during his first selection of hexes. At that time, he needed an instant boost in combat power or resources, so he decisively chose War Treasure I. The effectiveness of War Treasure I had indeed proven powerful. It was thanks to the 15 drop rate for loot from monsters that he could survive the overwhelming tide of magical beasts last night. The third hex, Cognition Tax, was a first for him. 80 source crystals were easy to understand, but the single point of rune experience puzzled him. To date, Alan only knew of the power of runes, but had never encountered anything to learn the basics of rune knowledge. The knowledge of runes was held within the upper echelons of society. As a little lord who hadn't even gained a title, he couldn't even touch the surface of rune knowledge. He decided to pass on the absolutely unsuitable Useful Talent I. Alan began to struggle between Strengthening Energy and Cognition Tax. The effect of Strengthening Energy was to elevate the rank of the next hex. It was known that when the score reached 200 points, there was a chance to draw a hex. If he chose Strengthening Energy, the next draw would guarantee a golden level hex. War Treasure I was already a powerful silver level hex. If he were fortunate enough to draw a useful golden level hex, it would be a game changer. However, Alan then noticed an explanation about rune experience below Cognition Tax. Rune experience directly acquire knowledge of runes. When your rune experience increases from 0 to 10, you have successfully entered the ranks of rune masters. This is the choice of Cognition Tax: to escape the class system and embark on the path of a rune master, or to choose Strengthening Energy, betting on the next golden rune. After much deliberation, Alan still opted for Strengthening Energy. The reason was that he now had the protection of a level 2 defense tower, and the dark tide wouldn't return for another month, ensuring a degree of safety at this stage. There was no need to enhance his combat power right now. Moreover, he had acquired a substantial amount of loot last night, which could be converted into money to buy slaves. He believed reaching a score of 200 would be quick. By then, choosing a golden hex would be incredibly appealing. What if the golden hex also contained knowledge about rune masters? Wouldn't it provide more than this silver level hex experience? So after comprehensive consideration, Alan chose Strengthening Energy, this time setting the stage for the next hex draw. After selecting the hex, Alan did not close the Lord's development manual, but adjusted it to the Commoner Codex. Commoner Lino, slave number 1, age 18, loyalty 300, talent trait loading 2. 0. Her talent seems to be awakening. Overall score 93. Upon seeing Linos' overall score, Alan revealed a knowing expression. Last night's miraculous turnaround was indeed due to the little slave girl's life-risking protection. Her loyalty had surpassed 300, tripling her base score to an astonishing 93 points. It was precisely because of this stroke of genius that surpassed the system's overall score that he received an astonishing settlement reward, upgrading the defense tower to a level 2 defense tower, successfully fending off the dark tide. Thinking of this, Alan excitedly kissed the delicate face of the little slave girl in his arms. Just then, the little slave girl slowly began to wake from her dreams. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw the Lord's kiss, leaving the newly awakened Lino somewhat bewildered. Looking at Linos' confused expression, Alan found her even cuter. He fiercely pulled her into his embrace. You are truly my lucky star, Lino. Ever since I met you, it has been the beginning of my turn of fortune. Now tell me, is there anything you wish for at this stage that I can help you with? If possible, I will do my utmost to help. Although she did not know why the Lord was so happy, but when the kind Lord is happy, Lino will also be happy. Lino thought to herself in Alan's arms. However, when the Lord asked her what wish she had, Lino truly had a wish she wanted to tell the Lord. Lord, Lino indeed has a wish. My mother has likely been captured by the slave raiders. If possible, I hope you can buy my mother back, to work for the kind Lord. As if fearing her request was too much, Lino hurriedly added a sentence. My mother's skills are excellent. The food she makes will surely be liked by the Lord. After saying the last sentence, Lino buried her face into Alan's chest, not daring to look at his expression. She was a bit anxious that her wish might be too much for the Lord. Alan, on the other hand, was trying to digest the information. He then gently stroked Lino's hair without thinking, and said, Don't worry, Lino. If your mother is unfortunately captured by the slave raiders, I will do everything in my power to help you find her and buy her back. After saying this, Alan felt a lot of moisture in his chest. Lino was sobbing against his chest. Feeling her worry for her mother's safety, Alan held her tightly once more. The bed made of rye was bearable to sleep on when extremely tired. However, now that he was awake, it was indeed a bit uncomfortable. After calming Lino's emotions, the two slid down from the high pile of loot. Having so much loot piled up in the room was not ideal. They should quickly sort and categorize it so they would have an idea of what they had. Before that, they needed to set up a warehouse, since the space in the stone house was indeed insufficient. The simple warehouse was very rudimentary. It only required a few wooden sticks and some burlap. A simple tent warehouse was set up on the right side of the stone house. Then the two began to categorize the rye from the top into the simple tent one by one. Finally, after exhausting themselves, they finished counting the loot from last night. First was the hard-to-eat rye, totaling 500 pounds. If they only ate this rye, it would be enough for Alan and Lino to last 2 months. Next was iron ore, totaling 300 pieces. They instantly recovered all the iron ore sold yesterday. Then there was burlap, totaling 50 bolts. If made into clothing, it would be enough for the two to wear for 3 months without change. Finally, the grand finale, the source crystals. 476 pieces. If calculated based on a daily harvest of 30 source crystals, the harvest from last night was equivalent to half a month's worth. This does not even account for the source crystals consumed by the defense tower yesterday. If including those, there would be 550 source crystals, calculating at a 15 drop rate. From this, one could deduce how many monsters died under the defense tower last night on Atlantis Island. Actually, there was no need to deduce. After counting the loot in the stone house and moving it outside to the simple tent, Alan was faced with the countless monster remains on the ground. They were densely piled within a 300-meter radius of the level 2 defense tower. These remains were the best fertilizer to improve the island's sandy soil. However, there was a problem, estimating that with just himself and Lino, it would take a week to bury all these remains one by one. And these remains were exposed under the sun. Monster remains would rot and stink within 3 days, and by then the smell from so many decaying monster remains would make the entire Atlantis island uninhabitable. Thus, solving the problem of monster remains became Alan's urgent priority. It looks like I need to make a trip to the trade island tomorrow. Alan was determined to visit the trade island tomorrow. Firstly, to inquire if there was any news about Linus. Secondly, with a wave of fertilizer, it was time to procure some supplies to improve their quality of life. Thirdly, if possible, to browse the slave market on the trade island for high-rated slaves. And fourthly, Alan had heard that there was a powdery secret medicine on the trade island. Sprinkling this powder on the monster remains would cause them to decompose and merge into the soil. However, the effect of this method was not as beneficial for the land as directly burying the monster remains. But it was convenient. Alan did not care about the slight loss of fertility. Atlantis Island was lacking in everything except for an endless supply of monster remains. Even if the nearby giant crabs and wandering sea demons were wiped out, new monsters would still come here. So there was no need to worry about not having monster remains for fertilization. Thinking of this, Alan felt much better and went for a stroll by the sea. The sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of the sea's unique, briny scent. After surviving the perilous dark tide, Alan could finally relax his taut nerves. Strolling alone along the beach, he contemplated the upcoming island construction. As he passed his own port from west to east, he noticed a sailboat swaying with the waves because it had not anchored, which caught his attention. Is this the boat from the parrot family? How did it end up here? Confused, Alan moved closer. He then noticed bloodstains splattered on the deck like ink. What is going on here? How did the parrot family's boat inexplicably appear in the port of Atlantis Island? And why is there so much blood? An unbelievable conjecture suddenly surfaced in Alan's mind. Could it be that little parrot that fool thought I couldn't survive last night's dark tide, and then came to Atlantis Island early this morning with the sailboat only to encounter an accident? Alan was also aware of that saying. After the dark tide recedes, going into the sea is equivalent to not leaving the dark tide. Unlike Parrot, who chose to ignore the saying out of greed, Alan was much more cautious regarding such sayings. If it were him, he would definitely not go directly into the sea right after the dark tide. In fact, he would be cautious enough to think about going to the trade island only the day after the dark tide. This was not only because counting the loot took time, but also due to his respect for the sea. What a pity it's little Parrot who's in trouble. If it were Parrot who was in trouble, not to mention him coveting my rune core, would I not covet his rune core? So what should be done about this boat? By the way, how many boats does the Parrot family have? It seems like this is the only one. Nightfall descended once again upon Atlan Island. Listening to the occasional sounds of swift arrows being shot from outside, Alan felt somewhat numb. After experiencing the thrilling excitement of last night, such an ordinary evening made it difficult for Alan to muster any enthusiasm. When will the next dark tide arrive? I really can't wait any longer. Converting all the resources on the island into source crystals, he had earned over 600 just from last night. On a regular night like this, where one could at most earn 30 source crystals, it suddenly felt insufficient compared to last night. However, Alan was actually quite content. Those lower-class freemen living on the trading island earned barely more than 30 source crystals a year. His earnings for a single night equaled what a lower-class freeman would earn in a year, which was quite impressive. But compared to the income of those noble lords, it felt lacking. Those noble lords alone collected taxes amounting to hundreds of source crystals a day. In fact, the estimate of hundreds of source crystals was merely Alan's wild guess. It was akin to a farmer speculating whether the emperor used a golden hoe for farming. The idea of hundreds of source crystals was just the limit of Alan's imagination. The true situation as a small lord without any noble title was something he had no means to ascertain. Lying in bed, Alan let his thoughts wander freely. Suddenly, he thought of the ship at the port. In the endless sea, the ship was the only means of transportation, and its importance was self-evident. The price of a ship was also tied to its carrying capacity. Alan's small boat, which could carry up to 5 people or 500 pounds of goods, was relatively inexpensive. Typically, it could be acquired for 30 source crystals in the market. On the other hand, the ship from Parrot Island, capable of carrying 10 people or 1 to 0 pounds, though it seemed to double its capacity, cost 3 times as much, reaching around 100 source crystals. Although Alan had nearly 500 source crystals in his possession, 100 source crystals were still a significant amount for him. Atlan Island was in a state of reconstruction, with many places requiring source crystals, and Alan, naturally, didn't want to miss out on this expensive ship. However, if little Parrot died on that ship, how to acquire it from Parrot would become a troublesome matter. If all else fails, he'll just scrape off all the marks related to Parrot Island from the ship and sell it to second-hand dealers on the trading island. Though the price would take a big hit, isn't that still an unexpected windfall? With a solution in mind, Alan felt much clearer about his thoughts. The next day, as dawn broke, Alan set out with all his source crystals and lino. He chose not to take the ship from the Parrot family. There were still many bloodstains on that ship. After much consideration, Alan decided to sell it off cheaply. The reason was that little Parrot had died on it, which felt somewhat ominous. Despite its larger carrying capacity compared to his small boat, it wasn't enough to be worth the trouble. For general supplies, his small boat was sufficient. Alan piloted the small boat, carrying lino, heading towards the trading island. Passing by Parrot Island and Antilo Island, Alan was anxious to trade on the trading island and did not approach those two islands. Thus, he had no knowledge of their current situation. After passing an island named Past, Alan finally caught sight of the distant trading island. As he steered the small boat into the harbor and looked at the tax collector responsible for collecting island taxes, Alan felt a pang of pain. Are you here to trade, temporarily reside, or permanently settle? After securing the boat, the tax collector approached Alan's vessel with an air of arrogance. Before Alan could disembark, he arrogantly inquired, "Trade?" Alan succinctly stated his purpose to this man, who looked at him with disdain. 2 individuals, the island tax is 2 source crystals. After finishing his statement, the tax collector pulled out his ledger, using one hand to jot down notes, while the other gestured for Alan to pay the tax. Regarding the rigid rule of the island tax, Alan had nothing to say. After paying promptly, he and Lino stepped out of the cabin and onto the island. Once on the wooden pier at the harbor, Alan gazed at the bustling port filled with ships coming and going, feeling a bit sentimental. If they charged a tax per head for traders, 1 crystal per person. With so many people coming and going every day, the tax collected in a day would surely reach thousands of source crystals. His previous estimate of a few hundred source crystals was truly naive. After his moment of reflection, Alan and Lino walked along the wooden streets of the harbor toward the central area of the trading island. That was where the most prosperous part of the entire trading island was located. Alan's first stop was the potion trading market of the trading island. Though he had many plans in mind, he wouldn't forget that he still had thousands of monster remains on his island waiting for him to handle. He had already wasted a day yesterday. If he didn't deal with them today, tomorrow the entire island would turn into a stinking kingdom, becoming unbearable. Thus, after landing on the island, Alan took Lino to the potion trading market. Spring Island's secret potion. After consuming it, you can battle for 3 days and nights, and now it's only 5 source crystals per portion. Flame enchantment potion. When used, can imbue fire onto weapons, effective for 1 night, enough to fend off the monsters of the night. Frost enchantment potion. Its effects are better than the flame enchantment potion, effective for 3 days, capable of enchanting your weapon with frost for 3 days. The street was filled with persistent calls from vendors. Perhaps due to the unusually fierce dark tide this time, many adventurers were purchasing potions to enchant their weapons. Lords have fixed territories to fend off monsters, while those adventurers who roam around clearly needed these potions even more. As Alan strolled past each stall, despite not having the desire to buy, he listened attentively to the explanations from the vendors. After all, gaining more knowledge was always beneficial. However, those vendors were astute. Seeing him show no interest in buying, they gradually lost interest in him. They turned their attention to other customers, disregarding this man who was out with a beautiful female slave. The potion market wasn't large, consisting of only about a dozen stalls. Alan quickly reached the end of the market. However, he still hadn't seen any stalls selling the rumored fertilizer secret potion. Could the rumors be false? Did such a potion not exist at all? Just as Alan was about to leave the potion market in disappointment, he noticed an old man snoring loudly in a corner. The potions at his stall were quite singular, consisting only of some colorful powder-like potions. From their color, they seemed to be the legendary fertilizer secret potions. Alan approached the stall, scrutinizing the powdered potion with great attention. The elderly stall owner continued to snooze peacefully. At that moment, another stall owner nearby jokingly exclaimed, "Hey, old John. A customer has come to your stall today. Wake up and greet them. I hope you can make a sale today and get rid of that lazy man's bane, so you can pay your residence tax and stay on the island." Hearing the mocking laughter, the disheveled old man slowly awoke from his slumber and saw Alan standing in front of the stall, studying the potion intently. Seeing such a young lad, the old man instantly expressed his displeasure. "Young man, this potion is only meant for lords. You young folks should move along. There are potions for beginners over there." Alan found it amusing to be mistaken for a mere tourist because of his youth. "I am a lord. I'm looking for potions meant for lords. I've heard there's a powdered potion on Trade Island that can decompose monster remains when sprinkled on them. I wonder if what you sell is this kind." Upon hearing Alan claim to be a lord, the old man sat up, eyeing him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "If you really are a lord and you're looking for fertilizer potions, you've come to the right place. I do have them. But the fertilizer potion may not retain 50% of the potency of monster remains, as the legends. After several tests, the lords who returned them claimed it might only retain 30% of the potency. Think carefully before you buy. Once purchased, I won't accept returns." Looking at old John's doubtful expression, Alan found it somewhat humorous. He laughed at the old man's honesty, which likely stemmed from having trouble with many lords in the past. He also chuckled at himself for finding this lazy man's artifact, which would free up labor and save a significant amount of time spent on composting monster remains. As for the old John's claim of only 30% potency, was that truly a problem for the island of Atlantis, which guarded the Sea of Death? How many monsters die on Atlantis each day? If the Sea of Death expands, it's possible to lose thousands of monsters in a single night. Was the lost potency truly an issue? "Thank you for your honesty. I'm certain this is the potion I'm looking for. Name your price." Seeing Alan's earnest expression, old John felt a mix of belief and doubt. Would anyone really buy such a mediocre potion? Old John was a potion merchant who had operated in several Federation's trade islands. Thanks to his keen instincts, he often seized opportunities to stockpile popular potions for sale. In his previous ventures, he had never missed a chance and made a fortune. Until a year ago, he heard that a new fertilizer potion had been developed on the Potion Island, which was particularly useful. Just a little of this potion could turn monster remains into fertilizer overnight, integrating into the soil. Moreover, its potency was equivalent to burying the remains directly, with 80% effectiveness. Yes, it was initially announced to have 80% effectiveness. With his keen sense, old John acted promptly, sailing his newly acquired 50-passenger ship to the potion. He gambled his entire fortune loading his ship with a full cargo of fertilizer potions and arrived at Isla Ira, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Azure Sea Federation. Why did he come here? Because the Azure Sea is the closest sea to the Sea of Death among the surrounding waters. Isla Ira is the nearest trade island to the Sea of Death. There are 4 trade islands within the Federation like Isla Ira. The one Alan currently visited, Isla Ira, is the farthest east, closest to the Sea of Death. John chose this location specifically because the surrounding islands radiating from Isla Ira are all relatively close to the Sea of Death. On ordinary days, the spawn rate of monsters is far higher than on those more inland islands. Merchants trade based on various sharp information. If one were to judge decisively, John's decision was undoubtedly correct. Lords near the Sea of Death faced daily headaches over handling monster remains. Upon arriving at Isla Ira with the unique gimmick and the novelty of being the first to sell such fertilizer potions, he instantly attracted a frenzy among dozens of surrounding lords. In the initial phase, John earned quite a bit of source crystals. However, the nightmare soon descended. The lords who purchased the potions discovered that the fertilizer potions did not have the advertised 80% potency, but rather less than 30%. They quickly banded together to confront John. Unable to withstand the pressure from dozens of lords, John decisively offered refunds. Thus, a whole ship's worth of fertilizer potions landed on John's hands, representing his entire fortune. Meanwhile, the negative reviews of the fertilizer potions spread across several surrounding seas. Even if John went to other seas, it might be a futile effort, so he chose to stay on Isla Ira. Occasionally, after the dark tides receded, he could still make a sale and at least maintain his livelihood. A year later, he encountered Alan, who came to buy potions. How much are the fertilizer potions? Name your price. Upon hearing Alan ask for the price again, John remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, "If you're genuinely interested in buying, I'll sell them to you at cost. 1 source crystal for 1 potion. A potion can handle about 500 monster remains." In fact, John had no expectations of making money anymore. The cost price is 2 potions for 1 source crystal. However, John had spent a long time on Isla Ira plus a year's staying fee. 1 source crystal for 1 fertilizer potion is indeed considered the cost price. After revealing the price, he thought that the young lad might want only 3 to 5 potions to try. To his surprise, Alan's response astonished him. "How many potions do you have?" "He'll take them all. There are 100 potions here." Hearing such a long-lost large order, John was momentarily stunned. "Do you really want that many? Don't try to fool me. Also, let me tell you in advance, once sold, there are no returns." Seeing John's astonished look, Alan smiled calmly. "Here are 100 source crystals, count them. He'll take all the potions on your stall." Alan's intention to purchase 100 portions of the secret potion was quite simple. Since he had come all this way, he might as well buy in bulk. 1 portion of the potion could dissolve 500 monster remains. 20 portions could barely dissolve tens of thousands of remains. And on his island, there were currently several thousand remains, so upon returning, he might need to use a dozen portions right away. Moreover, every night hundreds of monsters came ashore requiring 1 portion almost daily. Therefore, considering all this, 100 portions did not seem excessive. The potion was not large, coming in small packets of powder. However, when combined, 100 portions added up to a considerable weight. "Let's leave the goods with you for now. Here are 10 source crystals as a deposit. When I leave the island, I'll take the goods with me and settle the remaining 90 source crystals." Seeing Alan extend the source crystals, old John hurriedly stepped forward to take them. "No problem. 100 portions is quite a lot. You can come and collect them when you're ready to leave the island. He'll be right here waiting for you." With 100 portions, they had a large bundle, and Alan and Lino carrying such a heavy load on the trading island might draw some unwanted attention. After some thought, Alan decided to pay 10 source crystals as a deposit and take the goods when leaving. This way it wouldn't be so conspicuous. It is important to note that while the Lord was safe in his territory, once he stepped outside to the sea, that safety was not guaranteed. Alan understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden. Having found the secret potion he had longed for, Alan had already achieved half of his goal. Next, he certainly needed to visit the slave market, hoping to find a high-rated slave. He would also look for news about Linus' mother. Not far from the potion market was the slave market, the largest trading market on the entire Isla Island. As always, it was crowded. However, as before, it was mostly free people coming to seek fun. "Hey, look, it's that young lord. And he brought along that slave he bought last time. He actually survived the dark tide." No, that's not surprising. His territory is already a deserted island, so there's no need to hold it. He must be hiding on the trading island or the island of a great lord. Does he still have source crystals to pay the protection fee? His father was that cunning old Alan. It's not surprising that he left some family assets. Wasn't it said that his father owed the Federation 10,000 source crystals? Tax day is approaching, and I heard that in addition to taxing the lords, they will also collect some debts from those lords who owe money. This young lord is likely to. Alan naturally heard their conversation. He didn't take some of the malicious comments to heart, but he remembered some key pieces of information. Is tax day really approaching? It's quite a headache. His father, old Alan, left him a massive debt totaling 10,000 source crystals. Moreover, the interest on that debt was very high, generating 250 source crystals of interest each month, amounting to 3,000 source crystals per year. If based on the previous scale of the dark tide yielding 600 source crystals in one night, he would at least need to experience the dark tide 5 times to barely cover the interest. If he couldn't repay that much under compounding interest, it wouldn't be long before the Federation reclaimed Atlantis Island. After all, old Alan's collateral was Atlantis Island. Is he crazy? Taking on such high-interest debt? Even with the help of the Hextech Runes, Alan felt overwhelmed by the thought of such a loan. He was puzzled about what gave old Alan the audacity to incur such a debt. If old Alan had not perished in the dark tide, he would still have faced this debt. It couldn't possibly be just to trap the one who crossed over, could it? What was his support? Alan was somewhat at a loss. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would set it aside for now. Alan took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. The urgent matter was to see if there were higher-rated slaves available. After all, there were only Alan and Lino on Atlantis Island, leaving little room for operation. If they could add a new slave, it would help develop the territory better. Let's not forget that to the east of Atlantis Island was the Sea of Death, where monsters roamed even during the day. With a population, he could assign someone to lure monsters from the Sea of Death for loot. The fertilizer potion he had just purchased, combined with the thousands of monster remains on the island, could produce fertile soil even if 70% of its potency was lost. Thus, farming would also require manpower to manage. In short, even with a massive debt, purchasing slaves was an urgent matter for Alan. With this in mind, Alan exhaled deeply, focusing his gaze on the slave market ahead. Behind him, Lino trembled slightly, as if recalling past experiences. Alan, lost in thought, did not notice her unusual behavior. Once he realized, he gently squeezed her small hand, signaling that he was by her side. Feeling the warmth of the Lord's hand, Lino, who had already fallen into fear, seemed to see a ray of sunshine in the darkness, suddenly struggling free from her gloom. Those days are behind us. If you're worried about your mother, let's wander around the slave market together and see if we can. Listening to the Lord's warm words, Lino cautiously nodded, then gathered her courage to look up at the slave market she had never dared to gaze at before. She wanted to find any trace of her mother among the crowd. Alan held Linos' hand, walking briskly ahead, his gaze scanning one slave after another. In the slave market, the scantily clad female slaves accounted for only a small portion, while the majority were male slaves intended for labor. However, compared to his last visit, the prices of the slaves seemed to have risen significantly. Male slaves, already pricier than female slaves, now started at a base price of 15 source crystals each. This price fluctuation was somewhat understandable. After all, the dark tide that occurred the day before had been so fierce that nearly every island lost some manpower. Slave traders seized the opportunity to raise the prices of male slaves. Moreover, the stronger the male slave, the higher the price. The highest-priced male slave that Alan saw had an astounding price tag of 80 source crystals. However, he certainly had some capabilities. Through the Lord's development manual, Alan saw his preliminary assessment score, which reached a remarkable 28 points. If he purchased 4 slaves with such ratings, the achievement of 200 points would be completed. However, 80 source crystals for one slave was quite extravagant for Alan. Buying one such male slave equaled purchasing 10 Linos. He decided it would be better to seek out bargains among the cheaper slaves. After browsing the male slave stalls, aside from discovering that one slave priced at 80 source crystals had a high rating, Alan found no other high-rated individuals. Most slaves had ratings no higher than 6 points. A score of 6 was considered among the best. Alan certainly had the desire to purchase male slaves. Whether for farming or luring and fighting monsters, male slaves undoubtedly held an advantage in physical. However, this trip to the slave market had another crucial purpose beyond buying slaves, searching for traces of life. Thus, Alan only briefly strolled past the male slave stalls before leading Lino deeper into the market. The stalls specializing in female slaves were located further inside. Looking at the slaves with clearly marked prices, Alan felt a pang of emotion. He came from a world that, while not truly equal, had at least fundamentally abolished slavery. He still harbored an instinctive resistance to treating humans as commodities. Yet, as the saying goes, only the strong have the right to change the world. Before becoming a powerhouse, challenging certain rules could lead to utter destruction. Burying his inner discomfort deep within, he gazed at the slaves before him, each with a different expression. Alan noticed that the prices of female slaves had also risen compared to before. However, the increase was modest, averaging only 2 more source crystals. Slaves previously priced at 8 source crystals had risen to 10. The most expensive ones had gone from 30 to 40 source crystals. Alan, accompanied by Lino, carefully examined the face of every female slave, hoping to find Linos' mother among the hundreds in the market. The slave market was neither too large nor too small. As they reached the last stall at the market's end, the hope in Linos' eyes visibly dimmed. Mother is not here. She has long emerald hair, and her eyes are as kind and gentle as the Lord's. Mother isn't in the slave market of Era Island. I wonder where she was taken and if she's still alive. Just as Lino was whispering to herself, a necklace on a young slave girl at the market's end caught her attention. That's Mother's turquoise stone. How did it end up here? Seeing Lino frozen in place beside him, Alan followed her gaze and saw the girl curled up in the corner. No, it was 2 girls holding each other. They were twins. One of them wore a turquoise necklace. Though not an expensive piece of jewelry, it added a certain luster to the girl's appearance. It caught Alan's eye. They huddled in the corner much like Lino when he first found her, likely trying to hide and avoid being chosen. They had hidden themselves well. If not for Lino, Alan might have overlooked them too. The twins were beautiful, but their beauty wasn't the main reason for Alan's interest. The ratings above the sisters' heads brought him even greater delight. 25. 25. Both sisters were rated 25 points by the Lord's Nurturing Manual. Together that made 50 points. If he bought them plus Linus 93 points, he would only need to find another 57 points for another Hextech Rune draw. And it would be a guaranteed golden grade Hextech Rune. At this thought, a burning light shone in Alan's eyes. However, even though he had set his sights on them, he couldn't reveal his interest. Otherwise, these cunning merchants would surely exploit the situation. On the other side of the stall, the slave trader noticed Alan stopping and quickly approached him with a fawning demeanor. Young master looking to buy slaves? These two young ones are fresh goods I just got from the slave raiding party. They might look a bit thin, lacking the charm of other slaves. But they are both virgins and twins at that. Buying them will surely bring you double bliss. Alan took a closer look at the sisters. They were indeed quite pretty. But as the trader said, they were very slender. They wouldn't fetch a high price if sold individually, so the trader was pushing hard for a sale. Alan put on a thoughtful expression, as if considering the purchase. Then he said, "These two are too skinny, clearly malnourished. I'm afraid they won't withstand much hardship if I take them back. Who knows how much food I'd have to waste to get them in while I do want virgin slaves to look around some more." Hearing Alan's interest in virgins, the trader quickly began promoting other virgin slaves. "How about this one? Kirby figure I've kept her for half a year. 30 source crystals. Or this one just, I can't go lower. You know virgin slaves have a high demand in the market." The trader pushed the only other two virgin slaves on his stall towards Alan, hoping to close the deal. After a moment's thought, Alan turned back to the twins. "Fine, I'll just bear the cost of feeding them. They'll take a loss and buy these sisters. I'm tired of wandering the market anyway. 20 source crystals, and they're mine." Hearing Alan slash the price to the bare minimum, the slave trader bristled instantly. "Are you joking? The cost price of a virgin slave is more than 10 source crystals. 20 each maybe. If you want both 40 source crystals for the pair, take it or leave it." Alan put on a nonchalant expression. 30 source crystals. They'll buy them for 30. Otherwise, I'll look elsewhere. Seeing Alan about to walk away, the trader quickly said, all right, deal. 30 source crystals it is. Pay up, they're yours." Alan opened his pouch, counted out 30 thumbnail-sized source crystals, and handed them to the merchant. He was barely restraining himself from smiling. The slave trader, after receiving the 30 source crystals, pulled the twins in front of Alan. Last time Alan wasn't clear on the contract signing process. But after buying Lino, he was well versed in how to finalize a slave contract. After the trader exposed the twins' arms, Alan bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the slave runes. Then amidst the girls' pained expressions, the slave contract was sealed. Only then did Alan allow a happy smile to spread across his face. Seeing Alan smile, the trader suddenly realized the man had been eyeing the twins from the very start. He should have squeezed more money out of him. But it was too late. Now the contract was already in effect. Watching Alan's retreating figure, the trader stomped his foot in frustration. Alan, however, was oblivious. The twins had fainted from the pain of the contract. Now he and Lino were each supporting one of the girls as they slowly walked out of the slave market. On the way, Lino stared intently at the turquoise necklace around one of the girls' necks. She said nothing, but Alan noticed something was amiss. "Is there something wrong with her necklace?" Hearing Alan's curious question, Linus' voice choked with emotion. That necklace around her neck belongs to my mother. It has my mother's name engraved on it, Tina. So you were watching her the whole time in the market, weren't you? If this truly is your mother's necklace, then well, ask them carefully once they wake up. The entrance to the slave market was crowded and full of eyes, hardly a suitable place for conversation. Feeling hungry himself, Alan decided to find a restaurant to have a meal. In the dimly lit restaurant, there were only a dozen wooden tables, each occupied by patrons. The bustling business of this establishment was evident. Alan, accompanied by Lino, and the two newly contracted female slaves settled into a corner of the restaurant to place their orders. After requesting a large portion of meat and some exquisite main dishes, Alan finally had the chance to closely observe the twin sisters. Among the twins, the one wearing a necklace slowly awakened under Alan's gaze. A muffled groan indicated her recent contract as a slave, and she seemed to be in some pain. However, just as the former slave trader had said, even the most resolute willpower can yield under the profound pain that penetrates the soul. Clearly, Alan had no intention of subduing her in such a manner. Alan gently pushed a glass of water toward the girl and spoke softly. "My name is Alan, the Lord of Atlantis Island. I bought both of you to help me build the territory on Atlantis Island. Currently, there are only Lino and myself on the island, and we welcome your addition." Alan's self-introduction eased the girl's tense emotions somewhat, but she remained speechless. Observing Linus' hesitation, Alan proactively asked, "Where did you get that turquoise necklace? This information is very important to the girl beside me." Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, the girl instinctively hesitated to reveal information about the beautiful aunt, but the slave contract was indeed that domineering. The master's question must be answered without fail. It's from Aunt Tina. Upon hearing her mother's name, Lino could no longer contain herself and hurriedly asked, "Where is she now? Isn't she with you? How did you meet?" Linus' questions were evidently less effective than Alan's. The girl did not want to refrain from answering, but she hadn't expected these questions. After a moment of stunned silence, the girl decided to share the information. "My sister and I are free citizens from Ale Island. There is no lord on Ale Island. It is a free island, not bound by any federal codes. The slaver team targeted our island, and eventually they breached the walls of our island. My sister and I were captured by the slaver team and marked with slave runes. We were locked up with Aunt Tina on the slaver's ship. I was crying after the recent upheaval, and Aunt Tina cried with me, giving me her necklace. She said she had a daughter about my age who was also captured, and she was very worried about her daughter." Upon hearing this, Lino could no longer control her emotions and tears streamed down her face like pearls. She hurriedly said, "I am her daughter. You met my mother. Isn't she with you?" Upon hearing that Lino was Aunt Tina's daughter, Shia was momentarily stunned before replying, "My sister and I were bought from the slaver team by a slave trader. Aunt Tina was taken to Shangbodi Island because of her beauty. The slave trader who took her said she would be auctioned at the Ocean Wave Festival in 5 days." Hearing that her mother was still alive and had not been sold yet due to her beauty, Lino was overjoyed. She looked at the Lord with a face full of wonder. Alan was also somewhat bewildered. He was curious about how beautiful Linus' mother must be to be specially transported to Shangbodi Island for auction. Alan was aware of Shangbodi Island. It was the most prosperous trading island within the Federation. If Ale Island was akin to a trading town, then Shangbodi Island was a trading city. Alan also knew about the Ocean Wave Festival. The slave trader had specifically mentioned it a few days prior when purchasing Lino. During the Ocean Wave Festival, the ocean currents would flow in a fixed pattern. The waves would push the ships toward various nodes, and Shangbodi Island was one of those nodes. If it normally took a week to reach Shangbodi Island by boat, during the Ocean Wave Festival one could arrive in just a day thanks to the currents. The main draw was the convenience of travel. Therefore, nearly all lords would take action during the Ocean Wave Festival. They would carry their goods and assets, bustling between various wave nodes for trade. Naturally, Alan was not going to miss such an opportunity. However, his original plan was to trade on Ale Island, but since Linus' mother would be appearing on Shangbodi Island, it became necessary to make that trip. However, there was still a headache to deal with at this stage. Typically, right after the Ocean Wave Festival, the tax day would follow. As a primary, small island taxes for Atlantis Island were not high, at most 100 source crystals. What was troublesome, however, was the debt issue left by old Alan. No one knew how much interest would be charged all at once. That made things quite complicated. To have money, it ultimately comes down to 4 words: expand sources and reduce expenditures. In terms of cutting costs, Alan had certainly done enough. He had been eating hard rye bread for a week, which was difficult to stomach, and was wearing old clothes from before. Thus, he could only think of ways to increase his income. With the Sea of Death nearby, he had to come up with something to generate revenue. With this thought, a plan to generate income gradually took shape in Alan's mind. But no rush, let's eat first. I've been eating hard rye for several days. My stomach is having a hard time. Hearing news of her mother, Lino felt a mix of joy and sorrow as she stared blankly at the necklace around Zia's neck. Shia, being considerate, actively took off the necklace from her neck and handed it to Lino. At that moment, Mia, who had been sleeping beside them, woke up. Seeing the tears on her sister's face and the careful way she handed over the necklace, Mia, whose emotions were already at their peak, could no longer control herself. She slammed her palm on the wooden table, splitting it in half. Then she glared fiercely at Alan and Lino sitting. However, before Alan could speak, Mia began to scream madly under the torment of the soul contract, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. When they saw the slave rune on the girl's arm, they immediately relaxed. Newly bought slaves always act this way. They need to suffer some pain before they understand obedience. But is this restaurant's table really that fragile? It was actually smashed with one palm. The patrons glanced at the table before them, discovering it was made of solid wood at least 30 centimeters thick and extremely sturdy. Such a hard wooden table could not be shattered with a single hand. The table likely had quality issues. With this thought, the patrons turned back to their meals, no longer paying attention to the corner. Meanwhile, Alan in the corner was left somewhat dumbfounded. Goodness! With a single strike, the 30-centimeter thick wooden table was shattered. What immense strength is this? It was only then that Alan remembered he had yet to examine the citizen's handbook of the 2 individuals. He quickly pulled out the Lord's Development Manual and flipped to the section on citizens to take a look. To his astonishment, what he saw was startling. Citizen Mia, slave, age 18, level 1 talent trait Diamond Barbie, possessing unparalleled strength and physical attributes, although it seems she has only recently awakened and cannot yet fully harness her power. ID 2, loyalty 0, overall rating 25. First was the entry for the girl with immense strength. In her entry, the concept of level appeared, indicating her current level was 1. Below the level was her talent trait, Diamond Barbie. Perhaps the level only manifests after awakening one's talent. Alan was not too sure. Linus' talent trait had yet to awaken, so he had no point of reference. However, upon seeing his sister's citizen entry, Alan's speculation was confirmed. Citizen Xia, slave, age 18, level 1 talent trait child of the wind. She seems to be naturally favored by the wind element, with gentle breezes often surrounding her, bringing her freshness. Fierce gales disperse her sorrows, while storms punish her enemies. In fact, as long as she wishes, the wind will appear by her side at her command. ID 3, loyalty 10, overall rating 25. Mia's talent trait was also in an awakened state, but it seemed very different from her sister's talent. It appeared to involve control over the wind element, which sounded quite powerful. However, there was no time to ponder further. The situation at hand still needed to be addressed. Sister, are you okay? This sister is Aunt Tina's daughter. The one who bought us is a lord, and he is inquiring about Aunt Tina's whereabouts. Watching Mia, who was in pain and screaming, Xia rushed to embrace her. Xia recounted what had happened while Mia was unconscious. After understanding the situation, Mia's emotions finally calmed. However, the pain still could not be alleviated. I forgive you, Mia. Alan had heard that if a slave disrespects their master, they would face severe punishment. However, if the master sincerely forgives them, their suffering would significantly diminish. The rumors were true, for as soon as Alan spoke of forgiveness, Mia's body gradually stopped convulsing from the pain. At that moment, the restaurant owner approached to understand the situation. Upon seeing the table split in half, he was greatly shocked. He knew better than anyone how sturdy the tables in his establishment were. Could there be an extraordinary person among these four? Only those possessing extraordinary talents could achieve such destruction. However, even if an extraordinary person broke the table, they would still have to compensate for it. The owner approached with a fierce demeanor. Yet before he could speak, Alan had already raised a bag containing source crystals. He'll pay for the table along with the dishes. Just name your price. Money does indeed bring confidence. The owner, like a seasoned performer, instantly changed his expression and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your patronage. The total for the dish and table is 6 source crystals." Listening to the price, Alan knew he wasn't being intentionally overcharged. The meat and the food made from wheat were indeed expensive, likely totaling about 3 source crystals. A large solid wooden table along with the meal for a total of 6 source crystals was quite reasonable. Alan counted out 6 source crystals from his pocket and handed them to the respectfully bowing owner. The owner, understanding the situation, had the staff bring another table over. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had witnessed a table being shattered. Along with the table came a sumptuous lunch. It consisted of a large bowl of stewed meat and a dozen delicate. They were served in pottery garnished with basil leaves. They looked absolutely delicious. Alan had been eating rye porridge for 4 days to the point of feeling nauseated and malnourished. As Alan gazed at the steaming stew and the beautiful, glistening fat on top of the gravy, his mouth watered uncontrollably. What was he waiting for? It was time to eat. Alan picked up a fork and first stuffed a piece of tender stewed lamb into his mouth. This is the food that humanity should have. After savoring a piece of meat, he quickly took a wheat cake, biting into it heartily. He felt the unique sweetness that arose when the delicate carbohydrates mingled with his saliva. Alan raised his head, closed his eyes, and continuously praised the greatness of the food in his heart. I have come back to life. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was the only one eating among the 4. The other 3 women, including Lino, were all staring at him wide-eyed. Lino was somewhat better off, as she hadn't missed a single meal of rye porridge over these past few days and had not gone hungry. However, the 2 sisters sitting across from Alan were drooling uncontrollably and were unaware of it. The rumbling from their stomachs was deafening. Seeing this scene, Alan spoke up. "Lino, didn't I say that whatever I eat you can eat too? I hope this is the last time I have to remind you. And you two hurry and eat together. The stew will get cold and won't taste good." After Alan gave the order, Lino playfully stuck out her tongue and was the first to pick up a fork, gently spearing a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. She was instantly stunned by the flavor of the meat, closing her eyes as she chewed. The 2 sisters, seeing Lino, who was also a slave, take action, cautiously raised their hands towards the golden, crispy wheat cakes. At the same time, they reached out while secretly glancing at Alan, checking if he truly allowed them to eat such expensive. Even when they were still free citizens, wheat cakes had been a coveted food for them. Let alone now that they had fallen into. Alan was also watching the 2 of them, giving an encouraging look. "Go ahead. I'm not lying. I agree for you." After receiving Alan's assurance, once again the sisters finally felt at ease, and each took a wheat cake, gently placing it in their mouths. It's so delicious. This wheat cake is so good. I wish Aunt Tina could taste it too. The younger sister Xia was more sentimental, and thinking of Aunt Tina, her eyes instantly became moist. The elder sister Mia, however, was not overthinking. She was carefully observing Alan's movements while taking small bites of the wheat cake. Seeing that Alan was too busy devouring the stew to pay them any mind, she felt relieved and began to swallow her food eagerly. Upon seeing all three women starting to eat, Alan felt relieved and launched an all-out attack on the food. A piece of wheat cake, a sip of meat broth, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Soon the large bowl of stew and the dozen wheat cakes on the table were completely consumed. Looking at the three women with satisfied expressions, Alan let out a hearty burp. Next, it was time to buy supplies and prepare to return to the island. What supplies to purchase Alan had already thought about on his way here. First and foremost, tools related to farming. Since he was going to cultivate the land, he needed to buy the necessary farming implements. Additionally, some essential living tools were lacking on the island. At the very least, he needed to buy axes and hammers to facilitate construction. After acquiring the tools, the next focus was on various plant seeds. The island could be said to have not a single blade of grass growing. A variety of rich plants were urgently needed to beautify the island. Therefore, in addition to seeds of barley and wheat as well as coconut trees and various tree seeds, Alan also purchased an assortment of unknown flower and grass seeds. Let's consider it greening the territory. In the end, Alan bought 2 lambs, 1 male and 1 female, as a strategic reserve for meat on the island in the future. In fact, Alan also wanted to buy some cattle, but unfortunately his boat was too small to hold so much. A small boat that could carry a maximum of 5 people, with Alan and 3 women already made for. Adding some tool seeds and the lambs plus 100 portions of fertilizer potion. Considering all this, Alan was worried that the boat might sink. Fortunately, the 3 women were relatively slender, leaving some room. Otherwise, Alan would really have to consider giving up some items. By the time the 4 arrived at the Trade Islands harbor, they were already laden with bags and bundles. Alan was better off holding only 2 sheep and some seeds in his hands. However, Mia, who possessed the Diamond Barbie physique, was somewhat exaggerated. She was carrying a large bag of fertilizer potion in her left hand and a pile of tools in her right. Looking at Mia, who was completely encased in supplies, Alan felt a bit embarrassed. Let's give her a special meal when we get back. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the people at the dock, the 4 boarded the small boat that was docked at the port. Watching the water level gradually rise, almost crossing the safety line, Alan's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, it ultimately did not cross the line. Home. With a joyful heart, Alan steered the small boat eastward. The 3 women on the boat had different. For Lino, who already knew that her mother was still alive, she was undoubtedly happy. However, upon learning that her mother would be auctioned off in 5 days, she still felt worried for her. Although the Lord had promised to help her retrieve her mother, if it came to the auction, the price to buy her mother back would likely be unpredictable. Especially since her mother was indeed extremely beautiful, she wondered if the price would be driven up wildly. Thinking of this, Lino felt a tinge of sadness. Meanwhile, the twin sisters sitting beside her wore expressions of fear about the unknown life ahead. However, after half a day's observation, they discovered that Alan, who preferred to be called Lord instead of Master, was quite different from what they had imagined. This alleviated a significant amount of their fear. The younger sister Xia was even a bit optimistic. This Lord actually lets slaves eat wheat cakes. If I could eat wheat cakes every day, I would willingly be his. Alan was completely unaware of the girl's thoughts. He was focused on steering the small boat towards Atlantis Island. He needed to return to the island before sunset. The sun was gradually moving west. Alan passed the first island on his way home, Pastor Island. Pastor Island was a large island thriving due to its distance from the Sea of Death. Alan saw that there were even villages inhabited by free people on Pastor Island. It was truly enviable. The sails turned east again, and after a short while, Alan passed by the second neighboring island, Antilo Island. When he set off in the morning, he had observed from afar and found nothing unusual. However, on his return, Alan deliberately got closer and noticed some anomalies. The flowers, grasses, and trees on the island had been trampled significantly. There were signs of an attack on the castle. Although the 4 defensive towers were intact, it appeared that 2 of them had been damaged and later repaired. The newly repaired defensive towers looked very new. It seems there was quite a battle here last night. Alan did not have a deep connection with Antilo Island, so he merely glanced as he passed and hurriedly sailed away. He did not see that at the top of the castle a figure was utterly shocked upon seeing him. It's Alan. He's still alive. Did he hide at the Trade Island the night before last? Emily was guarding by her mother's bedside, gazing out the window at the figure on the sea. Awakened with the eagle-eye talent, she could clearly see Alan's face, that handsome young lord. Aside from guessing that Alan might have hidden at the Trade Island, Emily couldn't discern any other possibilities for how Alan had survived that dark tide. Unbeknownst to Alan, his passing brought a storm of thoughts to the young girl. He continued steering the boat towards Atlantis Island. However, shortly after passing by Parrot Island, Alan was also shocked by a figure on the island. Little Parrot. How is he still alive? Alan looked at the figure on the beach of Parrot Island, who was frantically waving his arms. He gasped in astonishment. Who died on my port ship? Parrot Island. Little Parrot was vigorously waving his arms at the ship sailing in from the direction of the trade island. From his perspective, that ship was merely a black dot on the sea. It was very likely his father Parrot, who had set out early yesterday morning. Although he had hoped that the proverb was true, wishing that his father had died on the sea after the dark tide. He also longed for his father to be away so he could exercise his lordly powers on the island. But all of this was predicated on the premise that Parrot Island was safe. In fact, 2 days ago, when the demonic tide breached the defenses of the manor, the 3 defensive towers on the island were reduced to ruins. After that, Parrot Island became a dangerous island, especially since Old Parrot had taken the only ship on the island away. This made Parrot Island a death island. After the night fell yesterday, Parrot Island would also be subject to demonic incursions, just like Atlantis Island. Although it was somewhat farther from the Sea of Death than Atlantis Island, there were still 300 to 400 demonic creatures. Little Parrot's means of resisting the demonic invasion could only rely on that 2-story wooden building and a dozen slaves. Without the assistance of defensive towers, the nighttime demonic invasion would be far more terrifying than that dark tide, especially with the invasion of hundreds of second-level demonic creatures. It truly required lives to fend them off. The only remaining slaves on the island after last night's defense were reduced to just 2. And those 2 were the male slaves that Little Parrot had played with a few days ago. They had escaped a calamity because they had completely lost their ability to move. Now on Parrot Island, the only one with full mobility was Parrot himself. Father, please come back soon. Otherwise I really won't survive tonight. As soon as dawn broke, Shao Paluda rushed to the beach. He quietly gazed at the ocean, hoping to see the figure of his father returning. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that a black silhouette of a ship finally appeared in his sight. Is it my father returning? Shao Paluda frantically waved his arms, hoping to catch the attention of father at the first moment. The ship indeed noticed him, but the person standing on it was not his father. Instead, it was Alan. On the island is Shao Paluda, then who died on the ship. What on earth is going on? To investigate, Alan changed the direction of the ship and steered towards Paluda Island. He stopped the ship just outside the territorial waters of Paluda. At this moment, Alan could clearly see Shao Paluda, and Shao Paluda could also see Alan clearly. The moment he saw Alan, he erupted into a roar. How could it be you bastard? Why didn't you die in the dark tide? Where is my father? Where is my father? Hearing Shao Paluda's roar, an absurd thought flashed through Alan's mind. Could it be that old Paluda died? Verifying this thought was simple. Alan rowed the oars again, plunging forward into the territorial waters of Paluda Island. Alan, cautious and alert, sensed whether his soul was experiencing any pain. After successfully entering the territorial waters without feeling a twinge of pain, Alan's hypothesis was confirmed. Old Paluda really died on that ship. He wanted to come to my island to pick up the pieces as soon as the dark tide, but due to an accident he died on the ship in front of my port. So, doesn't that mean Paluda Island? With this thought, Alan's mood surged with excitement. Old Paluda's attempt to steal was thwarted. Not only did he fail to pick up the pieces himself, but now that he was dead, it allowed Alan to do so instead. But it's probably too late now. The sun is about to set. Moreover, even if I could pick up the pieces, this ship has reached its carrying capacity. I should return to the island quickly. He'll come back tomorrow to collect. With this in mind, Alan chose to ignore the nearly frantic Shao Paluda. He directly rowed the boat towards the direction of Atlant Island. Alan remained patient, not revealing any signs of disturbance on his face. He feared that Shao Paluda might guess his intentions and damage all the valuable supplies on the island, such as the rune cores of the defense towers. Although Shao Paluda couldn't activate the rune cores, it was still possible for him to dismantle them and throw them, or perhaps the timber from the wooden building that Alan had his eyes on. When desperate, setting fire to it wouldn't be an issue. Thus, Alan refrained from speaking, even pretending to be confused as he steered the boat towards Atlant Island. It was only after landing on his own island that he dared to show a delighted smile. The Paluda family is truly kind. Looking at the Paluda ship quietly docked at his own port, Alan felt increasingly happy. Is this still bad luck? No more bad luck, no more bad luck. With a soul ring, what's there to be afraid of? A ship picked up for free, even if it comes with a 10th of Sandier soul ring, Alan can accept it with ease. Securing the small boat at the natural harbor, Alan was the first to disembark, unloading the 3 women and all the supplies. Then with the 3 women, he carried all the purchased supplies and 2 sheep towards the stone house. Just as the sun was setting, they successfully returned to the house. Lino had already been living on the island for a few days and was well acquainted with the surrounding environment. The 2 women visiting Atlant Island for the first time curiously observed their surroundings. Everything on Atlant Island seemed so new to them. The barren island, the severely weathered stone house, and the ground littered with monster remains alongside a 10-meter-high secondary defense tower. These sights left them quite shocked. It was hard to imagine that an island with a secondary defense tower could be so desolate. What could have happened on this island? Curiosity filled their hearts. Alan was unaware of the two women's thirst for exploration. After tying the two lambs to the door and placing the supplies on the ground, he collapsed onto the bed in the stone house. Today was yet another laborious day. In the morning he had searched for fertilizer potions, roaming around for quite a while, and then he spent another significant amount of time looking for Linus' mother at the slave market. Returning to the small boat after completing the procurement had exhausted all of Alan's strength. You all should rest. Alan issued the command to rest, looking at the three standing inside the house with a hint of helplessness. He lay on the bed in a starfish position, occupying the resting space of the three women. Alan once again felt helpless about the scarcity of supplies on the island. There will be tables, there will be chairs, there will be houses, and there will be castles. After lying there for a moment, Alan once again mustered the strength to stand up from the bed. Although he was very tired now, it was not yet time to rest. Because on the island there were still thousands of monster remains waiting for Alan to deal with. Today was already the second day. The monster remains had been sunbathing for a whole day, and some strange gases were already permeating the air. If he waited until tomorrow when the sun came out to handle it, it might be too late. Alan forced himself to sit up from the bed, approached the three women, and opened the burlap bag containing the fertilizer potions. The monster remains outside have already begun to ferment. We need to hurry and get rid of them. Hearing Alan's instructions, Lino was the first to grab a package of fertilizer potion. Although the two women were still not very familiar with their master Alan, under the influence of the slave contract and that midday meal of wheat cakes, they hurriedly each took a package of fertilizer potion. Then under Alan's lead, the three of them came outside the stone house. The four of them were responsible for the monster remains in four directions, beginning their work. Night had fallen and monsters were already entering the range of the secondary defense tower. Listening to the whoosh of the arrows fired overhead, Alan felt a sense of reassurance. Alan approached the pile of monster remains, opened the package containing the fertilizer potion, and gently scooped out a small handful of the potion into his hand. Although the boss said that one package of potion could deal with hundreds of monster remains, Alan was also unsure about how much potion would be appropriate to sprinkle. So he experimentally sprinkled the potion little by little onto the remains in front of him. His movements looked as though he was sprinkling cumin on grilled lamb skewers. A miraculous scene occurred. The moment the potion contacted the monster remains, the remains melted gently, like ice cream being baked in the sun, turning into a stream of black water that seeped into the ground. Then the land that had turned sandy began to change. After the black water was injected, the land gradually solidified, transforming from sand to soil. And after more black water was injected, it gradually changed from soil to fertile land. However, only a shallow layer on the surface underwent this change. After digging through the top layer, Alan found that underneath was still sandy soil. Clearly, to turn the entire island's land into fertile soil, these thousands of monster remains were far from enough. More monster remains were needed to transform Atlant Island into a fertile paradise. After achieving the desired results, Alan quickened the pace of his potion application. The fertilizer potion had one undeniable advantage: its high efficiency. In no time, the remains of the thousands of magical creatures within Alan's area of responsibility disappeared, completely transforming into solid earth beneath his feet. Standing on the firm soil, Alan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With soil, he could cultivate the land. With land, he could better manage the population. With a population, he could improve infrastructure. And with infrastructure, he could further develop his territory. Caught in a positive cycle, while Alan completed his task, the three women also finished their respective area. The four returned to the house. There were no tables or chairs inside, and with the darkness of night and the fatigue from a long day of travel, they were all quite exhausted. Then let's sleep. Inside the house, there was only a stone bed. It was not small, and lying down, Alan and Liner had more than enough space. However, it would be a bit cramped for four people. Given the circumstances, Alan had to suffer a bit of discomfort holding Liner while sleeping to give more space to the twin sisters who had just arrived on the island. Liner lay in Alan's arms, feeling his gradually deepening breaths, her heart racing like a startled deer. She buried her head deep in his chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Feeling the presence of the three women nearby, Alan had never felt so uneasy. He was indeed a gentleman, but he loathed evil. He was upright and unyielding, standing against gambling and drugs. Tonight he certainly wouldn't have the energy. Besides, she was so thin now, like a small piece of rib, not appetite. Let's just wait. Alan sighed, and with his mind filled with distractions, gradually fell asleep. Sensing that the Lord had settled into a steady breath, Liner also drifted off in his embrace. Meanwhile, the twin sisters, hearing the sounds of the defense tower being attacked outside, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until drowsiness finally took over in the early hours of the morning. The next day, as dawn broke, Alan finally awoke from his slumber. Instinctively, he reached around and found that Liner had already gotten up and left. Only he and the sisters remained asleep on the bed. Just then, before he could gather his thoughts, the old iron door creaked open. Liner entered the room carrying breakfast she had just prepared. Seeing that the Lord was awake, Liner smiled sweetly and approached, ready to help Alan get up. Alan was gradually getting used to being cared for by Liner. With her assistance, he donned his clothes and stepped down from the bed. At that moment, the sisters also began to awaken from their deep sleep. The four of them enjoyed the rye porridge that Liner had prepared. Looking at the dark, thick porridge, Alan felt a wave of nausea. However, there was no choice. When they went to the trade island yesterday, they used their own small boat, which had a very limited capacity. After buying some essential supplies, there was simply no room for food. So Alan ultimately chose to endure for now, planning to make another trip the next day to buy everything needed. He thought that if he wanted to stock up on supplies, it might take several days of back and forth with the small boat. Now with the Paluda family's boat, future operations would be much more convenient. Whether going to the trade island to buy items or raiding Paluda Island later, it would be easier. Thinking about the raid, Alan took a couple of bites before putting down the bowl. The night is long and dreams are many. It's time to act. Let's set off now. Furthermore, Alan chose to take Mia the Kong Barbie with him. In case of danger, she could protect him with her immense strength. As for Xia and Liner, they would stay on the island to guard the home. By the way, they could also try planting some plants. It's fine if they don't know how to farm, they can start with greening. Greening is quite simple. All that's needed is to scatter some seeds on the ground. After assigning the two women's tasks, Alan took Mia aboard the second boat and set off. To distinguish between the two boats, Alan numbered his own boat as 1 and the boat from Paluda Island as 2 for easier reference. The second boat was indeed different from the first. It had more space and sailed more steadily on the sea. Under Alan's control, it wasn't long before Paluda Island appeared in their sight. Seeing the two-story wooden buildings standing on the island, Alan felt a sense of relief. He was worried that little Paluda might destroy the last remnants of resources on the island rather than leave them for himself. However, it was clear that Alan was overthinking. The little Paluda didn't have the brains for that. Oh no, little Paluda had no brains now. As soon as Alan and Mia landed on Paluda Island, they saw the corpse of little Paluda not far away. At that moment, he lay dead on the ground with a black hole in his head. It was evident that his brain had been taken out by the magical creatures the previous night. Beside him lay the corpses of 2 slaves who had met the same gruesome fate, looking quite horrifying. Although Alan held no fond feelings for the Paluda father and son, as a fellow human, seeing this scene still sparked a sense of sorrow. He personally dug a grave and buried the 3 of them. After a simple funeral, Alan pushed aside the faint sadness and walked towards the ruins of the manor. The defense tower of Paluda Island was built at the base of the manor. Wall collapsed along with the wall. Looking at the remnants of the defense tower buried under the stones, Alan felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had Mia with him. Otherwise, clearing these stones and extracting the runes from the defense tower would not have been a simple task. Mia, help me clear these stones. Unclear why the Lord wanted to bring her along this time, Mia followed closely behind Alan all the way. From their interactions yesterday, this Lord did not seem like a bad person. However, Mia did not harbor any other feelings toward Alan. But when she heard Alan's command, she was still shocked. Lord, should I move this? Can I really do that? Looking at Mia's astonished expression, Alan was even more surprised. What the hell? Doesn't she know her? When did she awaken? What's the situation with talents in this world? Filled with curiosity, Alan chose to check the Lord Cultivation Manual to see if there were any explanations regarding this. Talent entry: Kong Barbie, possessing unparalleled strength and physical attributes, though it seems she has only recently awakened and cannot yet fully control her power. Last time Alan had only glanced at it and hadn't looked in detail. This time when he examined it closely, he discovered a line of small print following the talent entry. After reading it, Alan realized that the girl had just awakened her talent and might not even be aware of it. So how could she master this power? Alan fell into deep thought. Alan's special training is quite simple and brutal. Mia, come and try to lift this stone. Alan stood before the ruins, pointing at a stone the size of a basin on the ground as he spoke to Mia. Since the innate triggering conditions of the Diamond Barbie are unclear, let's experiment slowly. With enough trials, perhaps a controllable method can be discovered. Combining this with what he had observed on the Son of the Wind at Xia, as long as she wishes for it, the wind will appear around her at her command. Seeing the strained expression on her face, Alan realized that the talent of the Diamond Barbie might not be a path. Combining this with what he had observed on the Son of the Wind at Xia, as long as she wishes for it, the wind will appear around her at her command. Could it be that the Diamond Barbie is similar? If Mia truly desires to be powerful from the depths of her heart, will she generate that power? So when she smashed the table with a slap in a fit of anger yesterday, was it the result of her wanting to attack with all her strength? To verify this hypothesis, Alan issued a second command. Mia, come and move this stone. He pointed at a stone taller than a person right in front of her. Mia stood frozen in place upon hearing the command. Off. However, she could not defy the words of the Lord. Reluctantly, she approached the gigantic stone, feeling somewhat at a loss as to how to tackle something so large. At that moment, she heard Alan's encouragement in her ear. Believe in yourself, Mia. Believe that you can lift. Though she didn't believe she could lift it, Mia still endeavored to follow Alan's command. She wrapped her arms around the stone, straining with all her might. But the stone did not budge at all, appearing as if it could not be moved by human strength. I'm sorry, my lord. I can't do it. Seeing this, Alan felt somewhat at a loss as well. How can this talent be triggered? Perhaps she doesn't believe she has this power, so she can't bring it out. How can I make her believe in her own strength? Suddenly another idea popped into Alan's mind. All right, Mia, that was just a joke. You don't need to handle these large stones. Next, let's play a game. Close your eyes, listen to my instructions, and just lift the small stones on the ground. We also need these stones for construction on our island. To prevent Mia from opening her eyes, Alan tore a strip of cloth from his body and blindfolded her. Do well, Mia. Perhaps tonight we can have some pancakes. Alan's sudden command left Mia somewhat confused, but she certainly heard the mention of pancakes. Considering the prospect of pancakes, the Lord's strange behavior was somewhat understandable. After confirming that Mia could not see anything, Alan led her back to the stone. This is a small stone. You can lift it without much effort at all. Believe in yourself, Mia, you can handle this. Looking at the large stone, Alan issued the command to Mia. Mia confidently stood before the stone, wrapping her arms around it. After finding a point to exert force with each hand, she actually lifted the stone that was as tall as herself. Moreover, she easily lifted it above her head. Seeing this, Alan knew his hypothesis was correct. After the awakening of a talent, many people are unaware that they have awakened a talent. The talent requires one to believe in their own abilities to fully utilize it. For example, Mia did not realize that she was endowed with the immense strength of the Diamond Barbie, so the strength she usually exhibited was no different from an ordinary person. Only when she believes she has this strength can she unleash the great power provided by the Diamond Barbie. It was when Alan first commanded her to lift the massive stone that she failed to do so because she did not believe in her own strength. However, when Alan had her close her eyes and blindfolded her, telling her it was just a few small stones, her subconscious believed she could lift the small stones, and thus she could. All right, Mia, just toss it aside. There are a few more small stones in front of you. Move them all aside and your task will be complete. Under Alan's guidance, the few large stones that were on the ruins of the defense tower were quickly cleared by Mia. Even more astonishing to Alan was the endurance of the power of the Diamond Barbie. It turned out to be not explosive strength, but rather sustainable. Mia accomplished the work of a machine that could only be done by an excavator, yet she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Very good. Alan needed such talent. After the runic core was uncovered, Alan hurriedly approached, retrieved it, and tucked it into his bosom. Uncertain of how long Mia's endurance would last, Alan did not dare to rest. He quickly took her, still blindfolded, to the other two ruins. Compared to the previous ruin, the workload at these two ruins was much smaller. It shouldn't be due to being on the front lines, as only 2 or 3 large stones were cleared before the runic core was revealed. Alan quickly tucked the remaining 2 runic cores into his bosom. Finally, after obtaining all the runes from the defense towers, Alan gently removed the cloth from Mia's eyes. Open your eyes, Mia. See what you've accomplished. Mia opened her eyes, looking completely bewildered, not knowing what the Lord was talking about. However, Alan quickly clarified her confusion. Look, Mia, the stones on the ruins of these 3 defense towers in the manor were all moved by you. You possess unparalleled strength. Believe in yourself, Mia, you are amazing. Mia stood there in a daze, her mouth agape. Did I really do this? At that moment, only Mia and Alan were on the island. Though she couldn't believe it, she couldn't find anyone else who could have done it. That's right, Mia. Believe in your strength, try again. Alan pointed to a stone taller than a person, signaling Mia to come forward and test her strength. Mia approached the stone, half convinced. She pressed her hand against the stone, and then, just like the one she had lifted earlier, it was easily raised above her head. I really can do it. I really have such great power. I wish to have such strength when the raiding party landed on the island. If I had it back then, Grandpa wouldn't have died. Mia whispered softly, her gaze dimming as she recalled the painful memories. If it were Lino in a bad mood, Alan would have unhesitatingly hugged her to comfort her. However, Mia was a strong person, and holding her would only have the opposite effect. Alan could only pat her shoulder, signaling her not to be too sorrowful. Fortunately, she truly was strong, thinking of how safe she and her sister were now, and that they were following a seemingly kind master. As she thought of this, the sparkle in Mia's eyes returned considerably. Seeing Mia's spirits lift and willingly stand behind him, Alan felt that a significant lesson for the day was accomplished. He successfully grasped how to awaken a person's talent. With the help of the Lord's Development Manual and the Citizen's Handbook, regardless of whether they themselves are aware of their talent, as the Lord Alan could know through the Citizen's Handbook and help them awaken it. If all my citizens possessed controllable talents, I can hardly imagine what kind of island Atlantis would become. Alan fell into a beautiful fantasy, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Imagination is beautiful, but the immediate priority now is to harvest the spoils. Although these spoils are dropped by the monsters, the spoils within the manor are clear at a glance. 3 rune cores from defensive towers that have already been cleared. They are now collected by Alan. The rune core is not large, it is a sphere engraved with intricate runes. Its size is just right for a single hand to grasp. Together the 3 of them do not occupy much space, and Alan carries them personally. Next, Alan's gaze locked onto the center of the manor. That wooden 2-story small building. For some unknown reason, the entire island has turned into a deserted land. Yet the wooden building has survived intact and remains so well preserved. Alan, accompanied by Mia, arrived at the first floor of the wooden house. Outside the first floor of the wooden house is a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, there are 2 connecting rooms. Alan first arrived at the center, where there is a living room that doubles as a dining room. Inside, there is a large wooden table that can accommodate 20 people. On one side of the table, there are 20 solid wood chairs that appear to be quite new. It seems that not many people. That makes sense. Paluda Island is already very close to the Sea of Death, so there wouldn't normally be any guests coming to such a place. Aside from that, the living room only has some decorations and a staircase leading to the second floor, nothing else. After inspecting the living room, Alan walked out of the house and followed the corridor to the left room. Upon opening the door, he saw a finely crafted bed covered with smooth sheets and a carpet made from animal fur laid on the floor. Seeing this layout, Alan knew this was Palut's room. Given the high cost of the carpet, he understood that Paluda would never have been willing to let little Paluda use it. Inside the room, aside from the bed, there is also a wardrobe. Upon opening it, the luxurious clothes confirmed Alan's suspicion. Indeed, it was Palut's room. On one side of the wardrobe, there is a hidden drawer that has been opened. If it hadn't been in its open state, it would have been difficult for Alan to discover its existence. Such a secretive design is generally used by lords to store source crystals. At this moment, it is open and has already been completely emptied. But thinking about it, if Paluda Island still had source crystals, little Paluda wouldn't have died so miserably last night. Exiting Palut's room, Alan arrived at the other end of the corridor. After opening the door to the room, a slightly worn bed came into view. This should be little Palut's room. Looking at the various torture devices adorning the walls, Alan's impression of little Paluda as a pervert deepened significantly. He felt that there was a disgusting aura in little Palut's room. Alan hurriedly retreated from within. With that, he had finished exploring the entire first floor. After the exploration, Alan had only one thought. That is, there is no need to think about buying furniture anymore. Everything one could need is here. One could say it's a windfall. Now the next task is to treasure hunt on the second floor. Alan took Mia back to the living room. He climbed up the wooden staircase from the living room. Upon reaching the top, it was still a corridor. However, there are only 2 rooms on the second floor. One smaller room looks like a study, while the other larger room has its doors tightly shut. Alan was more curious about the larger room, so he pushed open the door to the big room. Is this the granary of Paluda? Upon opening the door, he found some wooden shelving units. The empty sacks on them could prove that this was indeed the granary of Paluda Island. However, it seems that Alan has arrived at the wrong time. The granary is already completely empty. It appears the Paluda family has sold everything to exchange for source crystals. Where did those source crystals go? It's truly strange. After leaving the granary, his question was quickly answered in the study. He saw a used disposable rune scroll lying on the floor of the study. The runes on it had lost all their brilliance, turning into an ordinary item. Could it be that they used disposable rune scrolls to survive the dark tide? Quite extravagant. However, if the rune scroll could save their lives, it would be worth it. Their reckless actions don't deserve the rune scrolls that save their lives. It would have been better if they had perished in the dark tide, leaving some source crystals for me. Alan silently complained in his heart and began to examine the layout of the study. The study's layout is very simple, with only a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. At this moment, there are a dozen yellowed paper books quietly placed on the bookshelf. If one were to say they are valuable, these dozen books alone could be worth the entire wooden second floor. In this world, knowledge is held by the upper class. It is very difficult for the lower class to obtain knowledge. They can only rely on oral transmission from generation to generation. The upper class, however, can learn more things through books. Therefore, books are also quite expensive. Just these dozen books could probably sell for several hundred source crystals in the market. However, such a good thing as books is something Alan cannot sell at this stage. He has always had a desire to learn about the knowledge of this world, but unfortunately lacks the channels. Now being able to acquire a dozen books here, even if they are all Lubice books, Alan is immensely delighted. He hurriedly stepped forward and took one from the bookshelf. It was titled General Knowledge of the Ocean. After flipping to the first page, Alan's face lit up with surprise. It recorded various knowledge about the ocean. This is not a popular science book, rather it is more of a historical record. For example, on the second page, it records literature concerning the undersea continent. It states that a long time ago there were 5 continents in the world. Various races lived on the continents: humans, elves, dwarves, giants, and orcs. Later, for some unknown reason, during the distant ancient period, the sea level rose, submerging all the continents, forming the current endless sea. Moreover, scholars have pointed out that the area of the endless sea is more than 10 times larger than the area when the continents existed. The reason for this is still unclear. Since then, no continents have existed on the endless sea. The submerged continents are filled with various magical treasures. These treasures are the targets that various adventurers rush to explore. Some of these treasures nurture magical items that did not even exist before the Great Change. Seeing this, Alan let out a deep sigh. The mysteries of this world are still numerous, and even the records in the books are not sufficiently clear. Alan was only briefly attracted by the content above. However, now is not the time to study. These books can be read slowly after bringing them back. The immediate priority is still to quickly empty Paluda Island, because after the Lord's death the Federation will sense it, and it is possible that envoys will come. By then it might not be easy to operate. After carefully wrapping and packing a dozen books, Alan once again surveyed Parrot's study. On the desk, a freshly written letter caught Alan's attention. Dear Congressman Zorro, I am your most sincere friend Parrot. Regarding your request to investigate my neighbor Old Alan, I am making good progress. However, that poor fellow lost his life during the last dark tide. His son young Alan has inherited his island. Therefore, to inquire about the Dark Goddess statue you mentioned, it may be necessary to obtain information from young Alan. Currently, I have no leads on the Dark Goddess statue. However, through my inquiries at the old tavern, I have confirmed that Old Alan may indeed know about the heart of the island. My friend, you once said that the statue might be connected to the heart of the island within a treasure. Thus, finding the heart of the island might lead us to the Dark Goddess statue. At this moment of the dark tide, it is highly likely that young Alan, who has inherited Atlantis Island, will perish tonight. I will head to Atlantis Island at the earliest opportunity to search for any trace of the Dark Goddess statue. Regardless of whether I obtain any clues, I will notify you immediately. However, my friend, the dark tide has become exceedingly unusual lately, with each surge becoming more powerful than the last. Could you send one of your rune masters to help me upgrade the rune cores on Parrot Island? Given the current intensity of the dark tide, if the defenses remain at level 1, it will be difficult to withstand the next tide. If that happens, I will be unable to gather more information for you. For the sake of our friendship, I implore you. Yours sincerely, Parrot. This is a letter addressed to a federal congressman. Looking at the letter mentioning his father and himself, Alan's expression turned heavy. A congressman? How could a federal congressman have cast their gaze upon him? No, it should be that they are focused on Old Alan. What is the heart of the island mentioned in the letter? And what is the Dark Goddess statue? As a congressman, why would they seek out a cult goddess statue? Is this a personal matter for him, or a public affair for the Federation? Alan was utterly perplexed without a clue. However, it is certain that he seems to be caught in an inexplicable vortex. Hopefully, it won't affect his agricultural development of the territory. Alan silently thought. After reading this letter, it also clarified a point that had long puzzled Alan. That is why the cunning Old Alan dared to take on a massive debt to purchase Atlantis Island. At first, Alan truly thought he was just infatuated. After reading this letter, he began to form a hypothesis. So Old Alan's confidence does not stem from developing his territory, but from the treasure mentioned in the letter. Old Alan must have mastered a treasure, which is why he dares to owe the Federation high-interest loans. The items within the treasure can give him the confidence to face nearly 3,000 source crystals in interest debt to the Federation each year. Having figured this out, another question arose in Alan's mind. So, where's that treasure? Alan inherited the fragmented memories of his previous self. Flipping through all the memories, he found no trace of the treasure. In fact, what he knew was even less than his neighbor Parrot. This struck Alan as quite comical. So the cunning Old Alan even kept a hand hidden from his own son. That is indeed quite cunning. Suddenly reminded of the enormous debt left by his cheap old father, Alan felt a bit of a headache. However, he didn't need to worry too much now, because he had 3 rune cores in his possession, which gave him ample confidence. Who cares about cults or treasures? No one should mess with me. Let me quietly develop for a while, and I will crush all of you. One comes, I will smash everything evil. Alan encouraged himself in his heart, and then carefully tucked away the letter, just in case it might be useful in the future. After finishing his tour of the study, he considered the entire wooden building explored. Alan knew clearly that the Federation possesses a remarkable ability to sense when a lord dies. And the journey from Judicial Island to here takes about 4 days. Parrot died on the morning after the tide receded, and today marks the 3rd day. Therefore, he only has 1 day left to move his belongings. So he must act quickly, as there is no time to waste. The immediate priority is certainly to transport the valuable items back for safety. With that in mind, Alan directly took Mia downstairs and headed towards the coast. As he passed by the manor, "Hey, is there something important that I forgot?" Alan felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger. However, Mia, hearing Alan's mumbling, tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, "My lord, do we need the rune core from the spring over there?" Following the direction Mia pointed, Alan saw the dried-up rune core. "Oh, I almost forgot about it. Thank you, Mia." Alan hurried over, took out the spring rune core, and placed it with the 3 defense tower rune cores. With all 4 rune cores tucked in his inner lining from a distance, Alan looked like a member of the Wasian clan. After securing the last important item, Alan took Mia to the second boat. He steered the second boat, like an arrow released from a bow, heading towards Atlantis Island. Upon arriving back on the island, Alan remained silent and rushed straight to his small house. After placing all the rune cores and books in the space beneath the stone bed, he let out a gentle sigh. Then he had Mia call over Lino and Xia, who were busy planting seeds around the island. He assigned them the task of moving items. "No more planting for now. Come with me to Parrot Island to haul things. There's only 1 day's time." After returning to the island, Alan suddenly realized that if there was only 1 boat, the efficiency would be too low. The first boat may be a bit small, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With 2 boats and 4 people transporting it would undoubtedly be much faster than making 1 boat go back and forth. And indeed, that was the case. For the next day, Alan and Xia each took charge of 1 boat, traveling back and forth between Atlantis Island and Parrot Island. Meanwhile, Mia and Lino were responsible for moving items to the port on Parrot Island. Of course, Mia was the main force in the transportation. Lino could only carry some lighter items. Most of the furniture was carried by Mia alone. When her sister appeared before Xia carrying a solid wooden bed by herself, Xia's mouth dropped open in shock. She never imagined her sister had such extraordinary talent. She felt extremely envious. However, she soon had no need to envy, as her own talents were also fully utilized by the Lord. Watching Xia skillfully maneuvering the Tempest with the sails cutting through the waves, Alan excitedly shouted from behind her, "I knew you could do it, Xia. You can do it." Judicial Island. A round-table conference room. A group of elegantly dressed delegates is initiating a discussion on the topic of the recent anomalies. The recent dark tides have become increasingly violent. This indicates that the Sea of Death is wildly expanding. Should we notify the various lords of the eastern waters about this expansion of the Sea of Death? During the meeting, Delegate Simon was the first to raise a topic. A commotion ensued below. "Let's not say anything for now. It might cause panic. Such matters should be communicated to them in a more gentle manner." Seeing the agreement from below, Delegate Simon, who had just proposed the topic, angrily said, "Should we really take our time to inform them? The dark tide from the day before yesterday has already reached the intensity of a level 2 tide, as recognized by the Rune Association. If the Sea of Death continues to expand, the next dark tide could very well become a terrifying level 3 tide. According to the statistics from the Lord's Contracts Department, over 20 lords have perished in the dark tide from the day before yesterday. If the next dark tide rises another level, the number of lords who perish will surely double." Looking at Simon's agitation, the other delegates were hesitant to speak, but one delegate stood up. "We're not saying we shouldn't talk about it. What's the use of talking? Is the Federation going to spend money to help those small lords upgrade their rune defense? Does the Federation have that many resources and rune masters? If not, discussing it only leads to anxiety. I believe rather than discussing how the Sea of Death is expanding, we should focus on how to fight the war between our Azure Sea and the Deep Blue Sea. If we win the war, the islands that become available can naturally be prioritized for purchase by those small lords. It's better to find ways to move away from the Sea of Death than to resist its expansion." The delegate who spoke these words was named Zoro, representing the interests of the Western Lords of the Azure Sea. In fact, he himself was also a major lord of the West, owning over a dozen islands. The one who just proposed to spread the news of the Sea of Death's expansion was Delegate Simon, representing the interests of the Eastern Lords of the Azure Sea. Similarly, he was also a major lord of the Eastern Waters, owning over a dozen islands. Listening to Zoro's words, Simon found himself momentarily speechless. Seeing Simon silent, Zoro took the opportunity to stand up and propose his topic. "All right, rather than discussing such trivial matters, let's discuss how to integrate the resources of the Federation. In the last meeting, I mentioned that after the Wave Festival, we should collect a war tax and charge interest to those lords who owe loans to the Federation. So how much should the war tax be?" After Simon finished speaking, a delegate opposite him expressed his opinion. "I think we should triple the ordinary tax. Moreover, there's no need to complicate things by figuring out which lords should pay which taxes. Let's base it on the islands under actual control." Hearing this delegate's proposal, those nobles without territories nodded in agreement. However, nobles with territories held a different opinion. Those with territories should pay according to their territory. Nobles without territories should also be charged based on their actual titles. Counts, marquises, earls, and barons. The higher the title, the more we should charge. We can't let these landless nobles enjoy the benefits of the Federation's taxes while being tight-fisted when the Federation needs support. Such a proposal that effectively cuts into their own flesh would naturally be met with objections from the landless nobles. No problem. If we're paying taxes based on noble titles, then those of you with titles should pay double, including your titles too. Why should we pay double? You parasites living off the landholding nobles. Aren't you landholding nobles also parasitizing the populace? Watching the elegantly dressed nobles haggling like street merchants, the atmosphere became quite chaotic. Delegate Zoro, who proposed this topic, smiled slightly, opened his arms, and gently pressed down, signaling everyone to calm down. Everyone, let's not argue for now. Let's not argue. Have you all forgotten what Delegate Simon just said? Over 20 lords perished in the dark tide from the day before yesterday. This means that possibly over 20 islands have become vacant. The Wave Festival is just a few days away, and we need to spread the word to all surrounding areas. During the Wave Festival, the Azure Sea Federation will auction off over 20 islands at the Xiangbidi Trade Island. Once the islands are auctioned off, won't we have a significant amount of source crystals coming in? Therefore, I suggest that this war tax be collected just like our usual taxes. Delegate Zoro's proposal struck a chord with everyone's interests, and the crowd applauded his speech. Even Delegate Simon, who found him somewhat displeasing, clapped a few times. Then it's settled. The Federation has already sent envoys to those islands to investigate the details. I believe in just a few days we will know which islands have no heirs and can be auctioned. If any delegates are interested in those islands, they can prepare funds to welcome the Wave Festival in a few days. Hearing Delegate Zoro's final tease, the delegates exchanged smiles. What kind of lords could perish in the dark tide from the day before yesterday? Surely they were lords near the sea. Everyone knows the Sea of Death is expanding, yet they foolishly go there to buy land. Isn't that idiotic? No wonder Zoro wants to suppress the news of the Sea of Death's expansion. He was playing a clever game. But what is his purpose? Some things are hard to comprehend. The delegates present are all shrewd individuals, but as long as it doesn't involve their own interests, they don't care what his purpose is. However, it is indeed possible to investigate which lords perished in the last dark tide. If any islands possess special resources, it wouldn't be out of the question to buy them. For example, Pastor Island has one of the few iron mines in the Azure Sea. Or there's Balu Island, which has a special plant called bubble grass. The roots of bubble grass can be used to create bubble potions. Those who drink the bubble potion will naturally develop a colorful bubble on their surface. This bubble has no defensive capabilities, but the air inside allows them to stay underwater for a full day. For adventurers needing to dive into the depths of the sea for exploration, the bubble potion is an essential item. Although it does have some competing products, its low price has still secured it a place in the potion market. However, the existence of islands with special resources is merely a fantasy for the delegates. Which island isn't armed with these resources? A level 2 tide may spell disaster for small lords, but for those running a moderately sized domain, they can weather it safely. Judicial Island. The roundtable meeting has concluded successfully. The council members, dressed in splendid attire, leisurely exited the legislative hall. Councillor Zoro walked at the forefront of the group, wearing a spirited smile and greeting each familiar council. At the entrance of the legislative hall, a somewhat vintage black carriage awaited its owner. After waving goodbye to another familiar council member, Councillor Zoro boarded the black carriage that belonged to him. The interior of the carriage was also quite luxurious. Beautiful crystals adorned both sides, and even the windows were crafted from a single polished transparent crystal. The roof of the carriage was emblazoned with a noble crest, showcasing the identity of its owner. However, once back in the carriage, Councillor Zoro, who had exuded confidence in public, suddenly became cautious. In a shadowy corner of the carriage, a voice whispered in Zoro's ear, "Councillor Zoro, the Pope has sent me to inquire about the news regarding the statue." Listening to the cold and sharp voice from the corner, even Zoro, a prominent lord and councillor, felt an inexplicable dread. Zoro instinctively glanced towards the shadows. There was no sign of anyone, but he knew that he was right there, silently watching him. Zoro organized his thoughts and cautiously replied, "Please send my regards to the Pope. Regarding the news of the goddess statue, I have heard something from the eastern seas of the Azure Sea. There were traces of the goddess statue found in a certain treasure. According to the guidance of the divine, the statue in that treasure might be what we are looking for. I have already arranged for personnel to search for all information regarding this treasure. Once the coordinates of the treasure are confirmed, I will immediately dispatch people to retrieve the goddess statue." Upon hearing Zoro's reply, a faint response came from the shadows. "Then let it be done. I hope you do not disappoint the Church's expectations of you." Hearing the faint reply from the shadows, Zoro's cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Yes, everything I have is bestowed by the Church. Praise the goddess." After cautiously replying, Zoro lowered his head, waiting for the divine envoy to say, However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound from the shadows. Zoro then let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seems the divine envoy of the tribunal has left. Staying in a confined space with such an extraordinary being was truly spine-chilling. Even knowing he was one of their own, Zoro still felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a pressure derived from the very essence of life. Once I find the goddess statue, and am baptized by her to develop my own talent, I will no longer have to live in fear. I wonder how that foolish parrot is faring in gathering information. I hope he can bring me some surprises. Otherwise, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zoro's eyes. The sun dimmed, about to sink below the sea. Alan stood in front of the stone house watching as supplies from Parrot Island completely enveloped the stone structure. He couldn't help but feel elated. Unexpectedly, such a large wooden building and so many items were all packed back in just one day with the help of the twin sisters. The sisters could even form a mobile relocation team at sea. The elder sister, Iron Barbie, possessed immense strength, capable of disassembling a wooden building into individual planks in just 10 minutes. The younger sister, Child of the Wind, was equally impressive, using the wind to transport items and serve as a power source for their vessel. A journey that should take an hour could be completed in just 20 minutes with the wind's assistance. Thus, today was truly a talent showcase for the twin sisters. Alan and Lino could only stand by and shout 666. In just one day, Parrot Island was cleared by the two sisters. However, this talent was not without its side effects. In fact, the repercussions were quite severe. Your subjects are in a state of hunger. Please promptly provide high-energy food. Warning. Warning. If they cannot recover from hunger within 3 hours, they will suffer the backlash of their talent, resulting in the collapse of their souls. After completing the last run, the Lord's manual suddenly sent a warning to Alan. Looking at this sudden alert, Alan was somewhat bewildered and unclear about the situation. However, he soon noticed something was off. The twin sisters who had arrived on the island now had no human pupils in their eyes, which had turned pitch black, appearing quite terrifying. Especially as they fixated on Lino with eyes that seemed ready to devour her, it looked exceedingly horrifying. Lino, frightened, hurriedly ran behind Alan. The two sisters then set their sights on Alan, who was in front of Lino. However, perhaps the mechanism of the slave contract took precedence over their hunger mechanism. Thus, they were struck by pain from their souls, rolling on the ground in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Alan quickly approached the supplies. He pulled out the smoked pork he had just found in the kitchen on Parrot Island. 4 large pieces of smoked pork, emitting a rich aroma of grease. Clearly, these 4 pieces of meat were meant for Parrot and his son. When Alan found these 4 pieces, he was overjoyed, initially planning to reserve them for improving his own life later. Now he couldn't care less about saving them for himself. The smoked pork was already cooked and ready to eat, so after retrieving it, Alan directly tossed it to the seemingly feral sisters. The sisters, as if they had found a life-saving herb, embraced the smoked pork and began to eat. Besides these 4 pieces of smoked pork, Alan also found 3 bags of wheat flour from the parrot kitchen. To prevent the sisters from remaining in a state of hunger, after finishing the 4 pieces of smoked pork, Alan took out the 3 bags of wheat flour. He simply added water to it and put it in a pot, boiling it into a paste over high heat. Soon the sisters validated Alan's suspicion. After consuming the 4 pieces of smoked pork, they were still in a state of hunger. However, the darkness in their eyes seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Seeing this, Alan hurriedly brought the wheat paste to the 2 of them and instructed Lino to continue cooking. Thus, the twin sisters were in charge of eating, while Alan and Lino were responsible for cooking. After consuming the 4 pieces of smoked pork, 3 bags of wheat flour, and 5 bags of rye, the blackness in the sisters' eyes finally faded. Both of them fainted. Meanwhile, Alan and Lino also collapsed beside the stove, both feeling as if they had survived a catastrophe. Looking at the 2 girls who had regained their sweet appearance not far away, Alan felt a bit curious. Where did all the food they ate go? Staring at their seemingly bottomless stomachs, Alan was filled with questions. What kind of miraculous mechanism? Gently moving the 2 women onto the wooden bed in the room. Alan and Lina also lay down closely thereafter. Yes, the wooden cabin finally had other furniture besides the stone bed. Alan managed to bring back 2 beds from the parrot family, combining them with the existing stone bed to create a supersized bed. There was no choice. Alan's stone house was the only building on the island. The temperature difference between day and night on the island was significant. Without the stone house for warmth, relying solely on some blankets could lead to freezing to death at night. Therefore, before constructing other buildings on the island, Alan decided that it would be warmer for the 4 of them to sleep together. He absolutely had no selfish motives. Absolutely none. Lying in a familiar position, he held Lina tightly in his arms, while Xia, who had already fainted, lay beside them. It was only then that Alan had time to tally the day's gains. First and foremost were the 4 precious rune cores. The market price for a defensive tower rune core was approximately 3,000 source crystals each. The spring rune was slightly cheaper, estimated at about 2,000 source crystals. Just the total value of the rune cores amounted to 11,000 source crystals. However, rune cores were essentially priced out of the market at this time. When one appeared, it was snatched up in a frenzy. The spring rune was a bit better, but the defensive tower runes were gone in an instant. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Alan would never sell those for. However, he also couldn't openly display them at this stage. To avoid attracting the covetous eyes of ill-intentioned people, Alan adhered to the saying, "A cautious sailor avoids shipwreck," for 1,000 years. Apart from the 4 rune cores, what delighted Alan the most were those dozen or so books. After Alan got his hands on them, though he hadn't examined them closely, just flipping through them lightly made him feel much more enlightened. Thus, books were of utmost value to Alan, and not only would he not sell them, but he also planned to visit the trade island to see if there were other types of books to buy. In addition to these books, there were other items of considerable value. For example, the carpet in Parrot's bedroom and some decorative items. These could probably sell for over 100 source crystals. Alan planned to make a trip to the trade island to sell them all. At this stage, he didn't need such extravagant items. Even when he reached the stage of enjoyment given Alan's taste, he probably wouldn't find them appealing. Therefore, he intended to exchange them directly for source crystals. As for the furniture and kitchenware in the building, although they were also expensive, they were quite practical. Alan planned to keep them, saving him the trouble of procuring them himself. Every time he thought about this, Alan couldn't help but lament the backwardness of productivity in this era. In this age of severely limited production capacity, some exquisite daily necessities often required substantial labor costs. Therefore, every intricately crafted item bore a hefty price. In the end, he accounted for the wood displayed around the stone house, which had been dismantled from the wooden building. These were also treasures dear to Alan's heart. One should not underestimate the value of this wood. Each inch of land on the island was incredibly precious. Basically, every lord who could grow food would do so, and very few would plant trees. Some trees were coconut trees or functional trees that couldn't be used for timber. Moreover, transporting timber was quite troublesome. Trees that were 10 meters long required large ships for transportation. Even buying wood was not easy. What Alan most wanted to build at this stage was a wooden fence around the stone house. This fence didn't need to be sturdy or too large, just sufficient to surround the stone house. Alan no longer wanted to live a life without privacy. When he went out to urinate, it felt as if the entire ocean. Additionally, with a fence, it would be easier to handle those spoils of war, no longer needing to sneakily gather them. They could be brought back inside the fence openly. Besides that, he could also build wooden houses. They would be more moisture-resistant and comfortable than the current. Before going to bed, Alan's mind was quite divergent. Initially pondering over the spoils, he then thought of the uses of wood, and next he realized a problem. That was still the issue of insufficient manpower. Relying solely on himself and the 3 women meant that building the fence and wooden houses wasn't a small project, even if he could use the twins' talent as assistants. However, at this stage, Alan dared not let them use their talent until he figured out how to further control it and how to use it without falling into a hunger state. Because the resources on the island weren't sufficient for both of them to eat. Lifting the hunger state required high-energy food. Alan estimated that if the 2 sisters fell into a hunger state again, even consuming all the remaining rye probably wouldn't lift the debuff status. Why am I thinking about their talents again? I should think about how to better build the territory instead. In fact, after the recent gains from Parrot Island, the only problem left for Alan was one. That was the population was too small. Relying solely on himself and the 3 sisters would undoubtedly hinder the growth and strength of the territory. Moreover, relying solely on slave trade wasn't a healthy state for a territory. If he wanted to run the territory well, aside from external populations, there must also be citizens who could reproduce within the territory. Therefore, Alan decided to head to the trade island again at dawn. The procurement goal this time was very simple. It was to buy a large number of slaves. And this time he not only wanted to buy female slaves, but also needed to purchase some male slaves. Furthermore, he wouldn't focus on whether their ratings could bring him substantial profits. He only needed to ensure they were cheap and healthy. To be honest, the letter from Parrot filled Alan with a strong sense of crisis. His intuition told him that he seemed to be caught up in an inexplicable crisis. Although he didn't know where that crisis came from. Was it the recipient, Congressman Zorro? Or the cult associated with the Dark Goddess statue? Or perhaps adventurers with similar desires for the island? In any case, strengthening the territory was an urgent issue for Alan at this stage. Only with a strong territory could he, as the Lord, feel safer. However, even if it means buying slaves tomorrow regardless of their ratings. But it seems like it's getting close to 200 points. Bored, Alan flipped through the Lord Development Manual and suddenly found that the twins' ratings had also made significant progress. From 25 points each, they had risen to 40 points each. Moreover, their ratings were quite different from Lina's, not boosted by loyalty. Could it be that the development of their talent can also lead to a significant increase in ratings? If that's the case, with 80 points for the 2 of them along with Lina's 93 points, I only need to buy 27 more points to receive the rating settlement reward again. Lying in bed, Alan meticulously studied the Lord's handbook, when suddenly Linos' profile also caught. Subject: Lino, slave number 1, age 18, loyalty 300, talent trait. Loading 15, her talent seems to be awakening. Comprehensive score 93. How had the loading progress jumped to 15 in just 2 days? Had something happened during those 2 days? Alan racked his brain, then a flash of inspiration struck. He knew Linos' loading progress was linked to her eating. Could the slow loading in previous days be due to the rye bread? It seemed he needed to experiment by giving her some high-energy food tomorrow. If his guess was correct, Linos' talent might be unlocked in just a few days. Alan eagerly anticipated the awakening of Linos' talent. He wanted to know what talent could grant Lino a score of 31 without even being awakened. After all, even the twins with their extraordinary talents only received a score of 25 in the system's evaluation. Alan was so curious he was practically rubbing his hands together. Time to sleep, time to sleep. I can't wait for tomorrow. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the next day. At the break of dawn, Alan crawled out of bed. Damn it, waking up early and sleeping late every day. When will this ever end? There was no help for it. Atlantis Island lacked reliable hands, and at this stage Alan had to handle almost everything himself. So he could only bear the hardship and be his own beast of burden for a while. Alan dressed carefully and got out of bed. Before leaving, he glanced at the twins who were still fast asleep. He looked at the unconscious debuff in the handbook and couldn't help but sigh. Their talent was powerful, but they didn't know how to control it yet. A single misstep like yesterday would drain their mana completely, leaving them in a life-threatening state. When the sisters woke up, he would spend a day experimenting to see the upper limit of their current mana pool. They needed to know how long they could use their abilities without falling into a debuff state. After instructing Lino, who had already risen to take care of the two sisters, Alan went to the seaside, piloted boat number 2, and set sail for Trade Island. The journey was uneventful, and by noon Alan had successfully arrived at Trade Island. After paying another 1 source crystal entry tax, he made his way to Arrow Island. This time Alan's goal was clear: to buy slaves. So upon disembarking, he headed straight for the slave market. The market was as crowded as ever. Alan strolled through the slave market hoping for a bargain, but prepared to rely on his instincts. As expected, finding a high-scoring slave was a stroke of incredible luck. Among the hundreds of slaves in the market, not one had a score exceeding 8 points. Still, even slaves with only 4 or 5 points would be enough to reach a total of 200 points. The twins' current scores added up to 80 points, and Lino alone had 93 points. That totaled 173 points. Even if this batch of slaves only scored around 5 points each, buying 9 of them would bring in 45 points, pushing the total over 200. With a clear goal, Alan had no need to wander. After selecting 7 sturdy male slaves and 2 slightly older female slaves, he led his group out of the slave market. Looking at the somewhat robust male slaves, Alan felt a pang of reluctance. In the last dark tide, he had obtained a total of 476 source crystals. Buying the fertilizer potion had cost him 100 source crystals, and purchasing Mia and her sister had cost another 100. Meals and other purchases had consumed nearly 20 more. Even with an income of 40 or 50 source crystals over the past 2 nights, Alan had only a little over 300 left. The starting price for a male slave had now risen to 15 crystals each. But the slaves at 15 crystals were either too old or too young. Alan was buying them to build his island, not to open a retirement home or a daycare. So he passed on the cheapest ones. Adult male slaves were in high demand at the market. In the end, Alan had to visit 4 stalls to buy these 7 male slaves. The average price for a male slave was as high as 40 source crystals. The 7 males cost him nearly 300 crystals, leaving Alan's purse empty in an instant. The 2 older female slaves were slightly cheaper, costing only 30 source crystals. Alan bought them because they seemed to have been recently captured by a raiding party. They looked quite robust, which suited his needs for building the island. As for the more decorative slaves, Alan had no use for them at the moment. What was most useful now were these sturdy. Having acquired what he wanted, Alan was in high spirits. He led his slaves towards the dock. Just as they were about to board, the ship, a freeman suddenly approached Alan. He wore coarse linen clothes, his hair was gray, and his face bore an ingratiating smile. "Lord, would you be willing to recruit freemen to go to your territory and help you build it? Our family of 6 are all experts at tending the fields. I also know a bit about fishing. Just give us land to cultivate, and we can pay 40% of the harvest as tax every year." After sending the last slave onto the ship, Alan turned around, curiously eyeing this freeman who had voluntarily approached him. He asked curiously, "Oh, how did you know I was a lord? And why would you want to leave Arrow Island? Don't freemen have a better life on Trade Island?" The old freeman replied with a cunning look, "After the dark tide, only a lord could afford to buy slaves in such large quantities. Ordinary merchants don't have that kind of capability. As for why we want to leave Era Island, it's also because of the dark. Before, permanent residents on the island only had to pay 5 source crystals a year as a residence tax. Now it's been raised to 10. My family would have to pay 60 source crystals all at once, or would be thrown off Trade Island. On top of that, my wife is pregnant, so we want to seek refuge in a lord's territory to gain some living space. You don't know, my lord, but food on the island is getting more and more expensive. And job opportunities are getting fewer and fewer. If we keep struggling on here, the whole family will either be driven into the sea to drown or starve to death. The old freeman's voice grew more and more dejected, and Alan could see tears in his eyes. Alan sympathized with his plight. However, he still resolutely refused. I'm sorry, but at this stage my territory has no use for freemen. I hope some other lord can take you in. Good luck to you. After listening to the old freeman's account, Alan couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. However, at this stage his secrets were too numerous, making it utterly impossible to allow freemen onto his island. Until he possessed a certain level of strength, Atlantis Island was destined to be an insular realm developing in silence. Only slaves bound by contract could grant Alan a peaceful night's sleep. Having expressed his refusal to the old freeman, Alan returned to his own ship, without a second glance, steering it toward the distant horizon. And just behind him, the old freeman's eyes gleamed with a wisdom that belied his previous demeanor. This fellow is definitely hiding something. To actually turn down the allegiance of a freeman. Could it be that he possesses the treasure map of that secret artifact? From the shadows emerged 5 figures approaching Benjamin's side. They were Benjamin's adventurer companions, originally meant to pose as his family infiltrating Atlantis Island to seek information about the treasure map. Yet Alan's unexpected refusal had thwarted their plan before it could even begin. With the plan in ruins, Benjamin dispelled the effects of the transformation potion, reverting to his original appearance. Captain, why not just finish him off at sea and search the island immediately? The Lord is on the island. Oh, we need to secure landing permission before we can strike. At sea there's no such need. Why go to all the trouble of sneaking onto the island instead of acting directly on the open sea? Even if we don't kill him, we could capture him and force him to reveal the intelligence we seek. To be honest, Benjamin, renowned in the industry for his expertise in disguise and infiltration for intelligence gathering, had frequently infiltrated the territories of great lords to collect information and execute assassinations. Having carried out numerous high-difficulty missions, he had developed a habitual mindset suited to such complex tasks. But the piercingly straightforward suggestion from this novice teammate left the seasoned veteran feared throughout the trade, momentarily speechless. The atmosphere within the team chilled considerably. Let's eliminate him, Benjamin finally uttered slowly. A smug smile spread across the novice teammate's face. Yet in the next instant he found himself bound by the other teammates. Unable to act on the trading island, they took him out to sea and fed him to the sharks. Next time, don't recruit such dimwits into the team. Yes, Captain. Alan steered his ship toward the direction of Atlantis Island. Aboard the vessel, including himself, there were 10 people in total. During the voyage, Alan attempted to familiarize himself with each of the slaves. However, much like Lino and Thea before them, the newly contracted slaves were still grappling with the fear of the unknown. Yet bound by the contract, they would respond promptly to Alan's every inquiry. Through the conversations along the way, Alan gradually learned of their origins. All 9 of them hailed from the distant Azure Ocean Sea region. Due to the war between the Federations, their island home had been conquered by the coalition of the Blue Waters, sea to which Alan belonged. Their lord had managed to secure his release by paying a ransom and voluntarily relinquishing his territory. As for the freemen of that island, their fate was far grimmer. Aside from those who died in resistance, the rest were all branded with slave runes and reduced to bondage. Listening to their plight, Alan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. This world was indeed so cruel. Without sufficient strength, one could never command their own destiny. Then Alan asked for each of their names. Their names were not hard to remember. 9 names posed no challenge to him. But considering that the island's population would grow larger in the future, memorizing each one individually would become troublesome. So after much deliberation, Alan assigned each of them a number. The numbering sequence followed the order in the Citizen Register of the Lord's Nurturing Manual. The 7 male slaves were numbered 04 to 010. While the 2 female slaves were 011 and 012. Watching Alan's amiable manner, the 9 slaves gradually let down their guard. They could tell that Alan was not a tyrannical lord. Thus they gradually disclosed all the skills they possessed to Alan. First of all, not all of them were skilled in farming. Only 04, 05, 06, and 09 were previously farmers proficient in agricultural techniques. Additionally, during the busy farming season, they would also undertake tasks to build the territory, giving them some expertise in constructing houses. They could easily erect wooden or stone dwellings. Meanwhile, 07, 08, and 010 each possessed specialized skills. Before being enslaved, 07 was an apprentice in a blacksmith's forge. With iron, ore, and charcoal, he could smelt basic iron tools. Before Enslavement 08 was an apprentice. With the right tools, he could craft simple wooden items by hand. In his former life 010 was a fisherman adept at weaving fishing nets, building boats, and fishing at sea. However, the skill of fishing might find no use on Atlantis Island. Since the island abutted the Sea of Death, the waters there teemed with more magical creatures than fish. A single cast of the net was more likely to haul in a monster. Still, having a skill was better than nothing. They could always sail farther away to the waters near the trading island to fish. Truth be told, it had been quite some time since he arrived in this world, and Alan had yet to taste a single fish. This was, after all, a world of oceans. Having inventoried the skills of the 7 male slaves, it was time to inquire about the 2 female slaves' abilities. Their robust physiques alone hinted at their extraordinary nature. As Alan had guessed, they were far from ordinary farm wives. They were proficient in farming, cooking, weaving, and animal husbandry, truly versatile talents. They were exceptionally hardworking and capable. With them, Alan could confidently purchase poultry, assured that they would raise them well. Give them 2 chickens, and they would present Alan with a fully fledged chicken farm. Give them 2 cows, and they would ensure he never ran out of milk. I can see it now. Every one of you is a talent. And our Atlantis Island needs talents like you. There are no freemen on Atlantis Island, only me and 3 citizens. So once you arrive on the island, you will be its first citizens. Therefore, I wish for you to address me not as master, but as lord. Atlantis Island will henceforth be your home. You are my slaves, and I cannot remove the slave rune, but I promise you may build your own families on Atlantis Island. And your future children shall not be slaves. On Atlantis Island, everyone can earn respect through the value of their labor. Everyone can earn their freedom through the value of their labor. Welcome to Atlantis Island. When Alan returned to the island with the 9 individuals, it was already afternoon, with some time remaining before the sun set. Docking the boat at the natural harbor, Alan was the first to set foot on the soil of Atlantis Island. The 9 people behind him cautiously disembarked from the ship, observing the new environment where they would live from now on. It must be said the stark contrast of Atlantis Island was truly striking. The barren island and the towering 2nd-level defense tower stood out sharply. It instantly awed the 9 individuals. This desolate island actually has a 2nd-level defense tower. An island with a 2nd-level defense tower, why does it look so desolate, as if it had been ravaged by monsters? Not a single tree in sight, it must have been ravaged by monsters. These questions filled their minds, but as slaves unaware of their lord's temperament, none were foolish enough to voice them. Alan led the 9 toward the island's center. Along the way, they also saw monsters on the eastern beach, and further east the pitch-black Sea of Death. The 3 little girls, Lino and the others, might not understand what these sights signified. However, the slaves Alan had purchased this time were all over 20 years old. They possessed a richer understanding of the ocean. So the moment they saw that expanse of black, they knew it was the legendary Sea of Death. It's over. I was just glad to have a mild-tempered lord, thinking I'd suffer less in the future. It seems the lord is a good one, but his territory will devour people. At the sight of the Sea of Death, the group of 9 slaves fell into an even deeper silence than before. A faint gloom settled on each of their faces. Alan noticed their somber mood. However, he did not say much. Words were useless. Experiencing tonight and witnessing the power of the 2nd-level defense tower would be far more effective than any words of comfort. When Alan brought the 9 to the stone house, he happened to encounter Lino stepping out. The moment she saw Alan, her eyes brightened dramatically, as if enhanced by a special effect. My lord, you finally returned. Seeing Lino, who resembled a little elf, a smile spread across Alan's face. He gently beckoned Lino over and placed his large hand on her head, stroking it. I'm back. How are me? Have they woken up? Hearing Alan's inquiry, Lino slowly shook her head. Neither of them shows any signs of waking yet, but their faces no longer bear the pained expressions from yesterday. They seem more like they're asleep. Hearing this, Alan felt much more at ease. Then he introduced the people behind him to Lino one by one. This is Bruno. You can also call him number 04. This is Spiro. His number is 05. Although the slaves behind Alan had fallen into an inexplicable panic after seeing the Sea of Death, they still raised their heads voluntarily when Alan introduced them, offering goodwill to this girl of unknown status. The slaves quickly learned Linos' identity from Alan's words. Her name is Lino. She is my first subject, number 01. She is also my little steward, responsible for managing my territory. Alan introduced Lino to the slaves, deliberately adding the last remark to elevate her status. In truth, what steward was there? Before the twins arrived on the island, weren't they the ones trembling in fear during the monster tide? Nevertheless, actively raising Linos' status showed how special she was to Alan. This bond was forged through shared life and death experiences. No matter how many people came to the island in the future, Lino would always be the most unique one. After introducing Lino to everyone, Alan issued their first order upon arriving on the island. No matter how many people came to the island in the future, Lino would always be the most unique one. After introducing Lino to you need to build your temporary shelters before nightfall. Go ahead, there are logs and various materials over there. Don't waste time, get moving. As for numbers 012 and 013, they will assist Lino in preparing dinner. The only ingredient left on the island is rye. Make do with it. The 9 had arrived on the island in the afternoon. Without shelter on the sea at night, one could easily freeze to death. Thus Alan's first task for the male slaves was to set up tents to endure the cold night. Meanwhile, the 2 farm women and Lino were responsible for the evening meal. Lino usually handled cooking on the island. However, cooking for over a dozen people alone was quite a heavy workload, so Alan had the 2 farm women assist her. As for ingredients, Alan had intended to buy some other food supplies during his trip to Yellow Island. However, the 9 slaves had already taken up the ship's full carrying capacity. After much deliberation, Alan chose to sacrifice his own palate rather than give up purchasing a slave just to acquire ingredients. And so, except for Mia and Thea, who were still unconscious, everyone else busied themselves. Alan finally had time to examine the newly updated page in the Lord's Handbook. Lord Panel, Lord Alan, Level 1 Talent, None, Hextech War Treasure, I loaded empowered energy, loaded territory, Atlantis Island area, 10 square kilometers, subjects 12 score, 218200, reward available. Looking at the Lord Panel unlocked after binding 10 subjects, Alan gained a clear understanding of his current situation. The none listed under talent caused Alan a brief moment of disappointment. Rather than being a mere mortal lord, he too wished to possess a superpower-like talent. After all, which earthling hasn't fantasized about mastering superpowers, developing and utilizing their abilities, and becoming a homelander? However, fantasies are sweet, but reality is harsh. The handbook could even detect Linos' hidden talent, yet his own column plainly stated none. This shattered Alan's dreams of the extraordinary. It's fine, being a lord is good too. I love management and development. Alan could only console himself bitterly. Alan scanned further down the panel, and next came the loaded Hextech. There was nothing much to say about it. He just waited for empowered energy to deliver a big boost. Below that was the island's information. Although Alan knew Atlantis Island wasn't large, he hadn't expected it to be only 10 square kilometers. Converted to land area, it seemed a bit more substantial, about 1500 mu. But the island's topography determined that 50 mu of that area was coastal beach, leaving only the central 100 mu as arable land. Yet most of those 10,000 acres remained sandy, barren soil. Only the dozen or so acres near the stone dwelling, nourished by the remains of monsters, had gradually transformed into something resembling fertile earth. Nevertheless, Alan believed that the Isle of Atlan, bordering the Sea of Death, would one day boast 10,000 acres of rich arable land. Of this, he was utterly confident. As his gaze traveled down the panel, Alan spotted the scoring section. The conspicuous reward available notification instantly flooded him with exhilarating surprise. Ever since purchasing those 9 slaves, Alan had been monitoring their binding progress. Finally, after he issued them the order to construct a shelter, the unified binding progress reached 100%. Their individual scores were now finally accounted for within the system's settlement. Gazing at the striking score of 218, Alan felt that the past few days of toil had been wholly worthwhile. What else was there to say? Time to draw the lottery. Alan had long anticipated the reward for a score of 200 points, wondering just how many source crystals this prize would grant him. Furthermore, the previous reward had included an upgrade for the defensive tower. Would there be another this time? Beyond that, having used the empowerment energy, would this reward be something grand, allowing him to draw a prismatic hextech? Driven by such curiosity, Alan chose to claim the reward. Detected 9 new bound subjects. Score reached 218 points, settling the 200-point Lord score reward. Reward source crystals 200, reward defensive tower rune upgrade 1, reward golden grade Hextech Rune, draw chance 1, next settlement score requirement 500. After claiming the reward, the first to appear were 200 source crystals materializing before Alan with pristine clarity. Alan had no mind to collect them. In an instant, a defensive tower upgrade interface once again materialized before him. Please choose the direction of upgrade from the following second-tier rune defensive towers. Upgrade direction 1, storm mechanism tower, fire rate increased by 500, power increased by 50, requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals for charging and 1,000 source crystals for enhancement. Upgrade direction 2, storm heavy crossbow tower, fire rate increased by 50, power increased by 500, requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals for charging and 1,000 source crystals for enhancement. Upgrade direction 3, storm guardian no longer actively attacks, transforms into a storm barrier capable of repelling attacks from a far. Barrier range 100 meters, requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals for charging and 1,000 source crystals for enhancement. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Alan had already witnessed the power of the first, the storm mechanism tower. Monsters below the 10th tier were essentially dispatched with just a few bolts from the crossbow. If a few weren't enough, then a few dozen more would do the trick. With its presence, Alan could rest easy and sleep soundly these days. The best choice naturally was to upgrade another storm mechanism tower. However, the high-tier monster that had suddenly emerged during the last tide made Alan hesitate, staying his hand from selecting the storm mechanism tower. For no one could guarantee that the next dark tide wouldn't bring forth even more formidable high-tier monsters. Moreover, during the next dark tide, would the creatures landing on the Isle of Atlan still be low-intelligence beings like the wandering sea hags or the giant pincer crabs? After much deliberation, Alan turned his attention to the remaining two options. The Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower, as its name implied, boasted the highest single-target damage. The Storm Guardian, on the other hand, could generate a protective shield capable of withstanding long-range attacks. Alan weighed the advantages of both. After a moment's consideration, he decisively chose the Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. His reasoning was that the best defense was a good offense. The existence of War Treasure I dictated that an offensive-oriented defensive tower would maximize benefits. With that thought, Alan firmly clicked on the Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. The moment he did so, the 5-meter defensive tower outside instantly soared another 5 meters into the air. Its astonishing aura startled the slaves who were diligently setting up tents nearby. They stared in awe at the tower, which had suddenly been upgraded to the 2nd tier, their mouths agape wide enough to fit a fist. How did the defensive tower suddenly upgrade? Could there be a rune master on the island? Or is the Lord himself a rune master? But even if a rune master were to upgrade the tower's rune core, wouldn't they have to be right beside it? How is this possible? Questions swirled in the slaves' hearts. They found this small island shrouded in a veil of mystery, with far too many inexplicable occurrences left unanswered. Don't overthink it. With 2 second-tier defensive towers on the island, even a 3rd-tier dark tide can be handled with ease. Adding another 2nd-tier tower will make this island's safety even more assured. Unable to fathom it, they chose to set aside their confusion. Watching the sun dip toward the horizon, they quickened their pace, determined to erect 4 tents before sunset. The 2 farm women would share 1 tent while the rest of them would squeeze into the remaining 3. Time was tight, so they had to hastily construct shelters capable of withstanding the night's chill. If the Lord permitted it, and with ample time tomorrow, perhaps they could build something sturdier. Inside the stone dwelling, Alan was unaware of the profound shock his choice to upgrade the tower had inflicted upon the slaves outside. Nor did he have the mind to dwell on it. After upgrading the defensive tower, Alan was finally about to face the main event, the Golden Grade Hextech. The Golden Grade Hextech was indeed extraordinary. When opened, the Lord's nurturing manual shimmered with a golden radiance. Then 3 distinct options appeared in Alan's mind. Please choose one of the following 3 Hextechs to claim. Hextech 1, War Treasure. 2, War Treasure. 2, killing enemies grants a 25 chance to drop loot. The higher the enemy's level, the more bountiful the spoils. Hextech 2, Lords Shared Spotlight. Lords Shared Spotlight. You may choose to share one of your subjects' talents, enjoying 80 of its effect up to a maximum of 3 talents. Hextech 3, Explosive Growth. Explosive Growth. From today onward for the next week, you will gain 5 rune experience points daily. 10 rune experience points are sufficient to advance to a 1st-tier rune master and comprehend a rune power. Alan stared at the 3 Golden Grade Hextech options, practically drooling. The Golden Grade War Treasure 2 boasted a monster loot drop rate of a staggering 25. A 15% rate had already allowed Alan to earn 30 source crystals daily. If it reached 25%, wouldn't that be off the charts? Moreover, the Golden Grade description included an additional clause: the higher the monster's level, the richer the spoils. This meant that taking down high-tier monsters would yield unexpectedly delightful rewards. The 2nd Hextech, Lord's Shared Spotlight, was equally enticing. Its effect was simple. Alan could share 3 talent effects from his bound subjects. In other words, if he chose this Hextech, he could enjoy both MIA's Iron Barbie and Thea's Son of the Wind. If Lino awakened her unknown talent, Alan could also benefit from it. This would instantly fill the void of his own lack of a talent. The 3rd Hextech, Explosive Growth, was also formidable. Choosing it meant Alan was destined to become a rune master, guaranteed to comprehend the essence of at least 1 rune. Whether the rune he comprehended was offensive, defensive, or domestic, with it earning source crystals, would be a brief indecision. Alan was deeply torn. All 3 runes were so excellent that it boggled his mind. Yet looking beyond the surface, he began to analyze the essence of the 3 Hextechs. Choosing the 1st Hextech meant opting for steady development. Even with an increased drop rate, he would still need to hunt monsters daily to accumulate source crystals. For a developmental strategy of stockpile grain, build high walls, and postpone claiming kingship, this was undoubtedly the best choice. The essence of the 2nd Hextech was the Lord's immediate combat power. It could be said that by choosing it, Alan would instantly master supernatural abilities. Even if it were only 80% of the original owner's level, stacking two such 80% boosts would significantly elevate his quality. A lord is generally safe within their territory. However, once at sea, they are no longer protected by the code. This hex deck provided a sense of security. The third hex deck combined the advantages of the previous two. If he comprehended a battle rune, he would gain supernatural means to manipulate runes in combat. Economically, a battle rune master could attempt to inscribe rune equipment and scrolls, which generally brought in money quickly. If he comprehended a defensive rune, that was also acceptable, allowing him to manipulate runes for protection. Economically, he could try crafting defensive tower rune cores and scrolls, which also generated income swiftly. However, the problem lay in the unknown. The manual would dictate which rune he comprehended. If he ended up comprehending a bathing rune or weed clearing rune, he might as well call it a day. It would be a waste of a golden grade hex deck. Alan fell into deep thought. In the end, he chose the second hex deck, Lord's Shared Spotlight. The reason was that after seeing the letter on Pallet Island, Alan had been gripped by an inexplicable panic. He deeply realized that he might have been drawn into a vortex. Yet he had no means to protect himself. Old Alan had left him not only a massive debt, but also a mysterious hidden treasure as a curse. Alan had no idea when this curse would erupt or in what form. Even though Thea and Mia with their extraordinary talents were now on the island. Having others possess such power was ultimately less reassuring than possessing it oneself. After much deliberation, Alan chose Lord's Shared Spotlight. Upon loading the Lord's Shared Spotlight hex deck, an option appeared in Alan's mind. Please select the talents to share from the following options. Subject Mia, Iron Barbie, possesses unparalleled strength and physical attributes. Subject Thea, Son of the Wind, possesses the ability to harness the wind. There was nothing more to say. The island currently only had 2 subjects with talents, and Linos was yet to awaken. Share them all. Upon selecting the talents to share, 2 beams of rainbow light suddenly appeared in Alan's mind. One pink, one gray. As the 2 beams of light manifested simultaneously, Alan abruptly lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. The commotion in the room was overheard by Lino passing by. When she entered the room, she saw the fallen lord. Lino hurriedly set down her belongings and rushed to his side. Just as she began to cry, unsure of the situation, Alan suddenly opened his eyes. "My lord, are you all right?" Lino asked worriedly. Looking at her anxious face, Alan smiled faintly. "I'm fine. And I feel amazing." Feeling the surging power of Iron Barbie within him and the gentle breeze swirling around him from Son of the Wind, Alan felt he had never been this great. He could hardly wait to experience the abilities granted by the Lino, accompany me for a walk on the eastern beach of the island. Alan lightly patted the ground, effortlessly rising from his fallen position to stand steadily. Seeing the spirited lord before her, Lino felt something was different about him, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Nevertheless, it seemed to be a good thing, as a charming, confident smile graced the lord's face. Still, Lino gently reminded him, "My lord, some second-tier monsters have recently appeared in the eastern part of the island. It's already evening. Would it be dangerous to go east?" "Of course I'm not afraid, but I'm worried." Hearing this, Alan smiled knowingly, realizing Lino was concerned for his safety. He ruffled her hair and said softly, "Don't worry, Lino. Your lord now possesses a talent too. I just wanted to take you to try it out." Upon hearing that Alan had a talent, Linos' eyes filled with admiration. "My lord has a talent too. That's amazing." Lino had been envious of Mia and Thea for having talents these past. She felt they were far more useful than her. Having a talent meant they could better assist the lord. She, on the other hand, was just an ordinary little maidservant, only capable of mundane tasks. At this thought, Linos' eyes dimmed. Mia and Thea both have talents, and they can contribute to building the lord. If I had a talent too, I could do more for my lord. Alan overheard her muttering and said with amusement, "Who said you don't have a talent? You have one too. It just hasn't awakened yet. As long as you eat well every day, eat plenty, you'll soon awaken your talent. I'm looking forward to it." At the lord's words, Linos' eyes lit up. "I have a talent too. Just by eating a lot, I can awaken it. Then starting tonight, I'll eat a lot, awaken my talent soon, and serve my lord." In the eastern part of Atlan Island, shadows of second-level magical creatures, the giant lizard monsters, began to appear on the eastern beach after a massive die-off of the giant claw crabs a few days ago. They possess enormous bodies, leaving behind huge footprints wherever they tread. The sun is about to set. Alan came here alone to test the talent he had just shared. Initially, he planned to bring Linois along. However, Linois was still preparing dinner, and considering that he might fall into a state of hunger after testing his talent, he asked Linois to prepare more food before coming here alone. Looking at the colossal creatures wandering on the beach, Alan suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. These giant lizard monsters appeared quite intimidating. They are covered in dark brown armor adorned with hard, grainy scales. Their loose, wrinkled neck skin resembles old tires, serving both as protection and as a weapon. Their legs are short, but appear strong and powerful, leaving 3 deep gashes in the sand as they walk. From a distance, one might mistake them for magical creatures of level 10 or above. Alan took a deep breath, then steeled his gaze as he walked towards the nearby giant lizard monster. He did not choose the giant claw crab that was wandering at the other end. Since he was going to challenge, he aimed to challenge a formidable magical creature to test his current strength. Additionally, Alan would attempt to control the output of his talent, trying to find a balance to avoid exhausting his blue energy like his twin sisters did and fainting. With that thought, Alan approached a giant lizard monster. Its gaze seemed dull, only detecting Alan's presence through smell when he came within 10 steps. Upon sensing Alan's aura, the giant lizard monster immediately entered battle mode. Its long tail lashed out like a whip towards Alan. To be honest, Alan had not experienced much combat in either of his lives. He had fought, but that was entirely different from battling monsters. Thus, when the giant lizard's tail whipped towards him, Alan, lacking combat experience, took the full brunt of the attack. The strike from a second-level magical creature was no trifling matter. Especially in a critical situation, the giant lizard monster unleashed its full power, delivering an astonishing blow. If an ordinary person were standing here, they would likely be sent flying by the strike. All their bones would be shattered. However, with the Diamond Barbie ability, Alan merely felt a sharp pain akin to being struck by a bamboo stick. Though it hurt a bit, there was no substantial damage. He remained firmly planted on the ground. Alan was momentarily dazed after taking the hit. The giant lizard monster attempted to retract its tail to strike Alan again. But as the tail retracted, Alan also reacted. He grasped the tip of the giant lizard's tail with both hands, using all his strength to fling the monster into the air, then swung it down. In a single blow, the giant lizard was knocked unconscious, lying still on the ground. Alan took the opportunity to leap in front of it, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Instantly, Alan's punch crushed the giant lizard's head, splattering dark liquid everywhere. Battle exhilarating. Looking at the giant lizard's corpse he had just smashed, a rush of euphoria surged from his feet up to his head. Diamond Barbie truly deserved its reputation as a duala talent. Able to attack and defend, it was simply a battle maniac's exclusive talent. One punch is all it takes. Who needs defensive towers? I'll take you all down. However, he only thought this to himself, just boasting. If it weren't for the life and death crisis, Alan wouldn't dare overload his talent, as a shattered soul was no trivial matter. After testing Diamond Barbie, Alan selected another giant lizard monster, preparing to try out the power of Chi. As Alan slowly approached the giant lizard, its gaze was just as dull as the previous one. However, it sensed his aura more keenly. Once Alan entered a 30-step range, it detected his presence and exhibited a completely different combat logic from the last giant lizard. Upon sensing Alan, the giant lizard's hind legs sprang into action, propelling its entire body towards Alan as if it were flying. Seeing the giant lizard extend its sharp claws, Alan's expression turned cautious. Diamond Barbie only enhanced his physique a bit, providing an advantage in resilience. However, he dared not test whether those sharp claws could pierce his defenses. If they could, given its current speed, it might very well impale him. The aim of fighting this giant lizard was not to test the defensive limits of Diamond Barbie. Alan had prepared measures before coming. The giant lizard monster's launch speed was quick. Alan had long been ready with his means. Just as the giant lizard's claws reached 3 steps in front of him, a gray wind wall suddenly appeared in front of the giant lizard. The giant lizard, which had originally lunged forward, was heavily rebuffed to the ground. Ha ha ha. Wind wall. Face the gale. From the moment he saw Zia's child of the wind talent, Alan had imagined how it would be if he possessed this wind attribute talent, potentially recreating Yasuo's W skill wind wall. He never expected that this wish would truly come to fruition today. As a seasoned Yasuo player, Alan's anticipation for the child of the wind talent even surpassed that for Diamond Barbie. Before approaching the giant lizard, Alan had been constantly gathering and compressing wind in front of him. When the giant lizard got close, the instant he released it, it indeed managed to send it flying. The satisfaction of researching a skill and proving its effectiveness was even more exhilarating than the previous battle. However, it was not yet time to celebrate, as the giant lizard was merely knocked away and not dead. The giant lizard was sent flying to a distance of 5 meters from Alan. If he relied solely on Child of the Wind, it still posed a considerable threat to him. The giant lizard rolled up from the ground and lunged at Alan, sticking out its snake-like tongue. Then it charged forward and suddenly stopped, using the momentum to bend its body into a shape, immediately swinging its tail in the air towards Alan. Alan was well prepared for this strike. He wrapped wind around his legs, gently kicked off the ground, and retreated 3 meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding this fierce attack. That strike was indeed ferocious. Its speed generated a sonic boom in the air. With a resounding bang, the shockwave hit Alan's face. Seeing the scene before him, Alan decisively ended the testing of Child of the Wind. He had already assessed its effectiveness. It was indeed powerful, but it required preparation. Being a mage, casting skills from the back was quite nice. However, if he faced it heat-in, he felt somewhat lacking. The sky was also getting late. It was time to finish quickly and head home for dinner. Activate combat mode. As the sun set, Alan returned to the center of the island, dragging the corpses of 2 giant lizards behind him. Today's experiment was remarkably successful, and Alan had already grasped the essence of using his talent. He had also found a way to turn off the talent. The method was quite simple. He just needed to silently repeat 3 times in his heart, "I am an ordinary person." By giving himself a psychological suggestion, he could turn off the use of his talent. Meanwhile, the twin sisters, after activating theirs, had not turned it off, which led to an overload state that nearly shattered their souls. After giving himself the psychological suggestion, a wave of hunger enveloped Alan. In addition, every muscle in his body ached. His mind was also so clouded that he could hardly think. In his current state, appearing by the sea, even a wandering sea demon could take his life. Fortunately, it was only after he returned to the camp that the talent ended. Inside the camp, he was in a state of absolute safety. 2 level 2 defense towers emitted a strong blue light, illuminating the camp, so that visibility remained even at night. Alan discarded the 2 monster carcasses onto an open space outside the camp and dragged his weary body back inside. At that moment, the camp contained not only the stone house where Alan resided, but also 4 newly constructed tents behind it. To be honest, those 7 slaves were quite capable. In just one afternoon, they had constructed 4 tents that looked. Seeing this, Alan wished to stay in one and experience it for a night. He'll have them build one for me tomorrow. It seems rather interesting. Returning to the front of the stone house, he found a long table from Parrot placed there. This long table, originally meant for entertaining guests in Parrot's home, could accommodate up to 12 people. It had been ordered by Alan to be moved to the front of the stone house to serve as tonight's dining table. As Alan appeared in front of the stone house, the slaves were almost all standing beside the table, welcoming his arrival. The table was laden with sumptuous food. Piles of black bread were stacked like small mountains, looking quite impressive. "My lord, do you remember that grain roller we found at Parrot's house? Monica and Aunt Shiana can both use this tool. They can crush the rye into rye flour to make black bread. We no longer have to eat rye porridge." Lino happily told Alan. "Did you make all this in just one afternoon? That's impressive, the 3 of you." Upon hearing Alan's praise, Lino shyly replied, "And just a helper to the 2. They can basically use all the kitchenware that was moved from Parrot Island. Those 2 ants are amazing." Upon hearing Linos praise, 011 Monica and 012 Shiana, standing behind Lino, shyly smiled at Alan. Alan smiled back, and then looked at the timid slaves standing by the table, nodding to indicate, "All right, I'm back. Don't just stand there, hurry, and sit down to eat. Today is your first day on the island, and I thought we would only have some rye porridge tonight." I didn't expect 011 and 012 to have such exceptional culinary skills, managing to make black bread in such a rudimentary environment. Well, no more talking, let's eat. With that, Alan walked to the main seat, sat down, and started to feast. The intense hunger from using his talent drove him to consume black bread almost 2 bites at a time. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of black bread had already disappeared. Yet Alan felt as if his stomach was a bottomless pit. The food he consumed seemed to vanish into another. It wasn't until he had eaten half of the mountain of black bread that he finally felt the presence of his stomach. At that point, he could no longer eat 2 bites at a time, and instead began to savor the food. Having just eaten for a long time, he realized he had no idea what black bread tasted like. It's just slightly better than rye porridge. Still tough to swallow. After consuming another piece of black bread, Alan noticed that his earlier command had not been fully executed. Only Lino had sat down beside him. While Alan was eating, Lino took a piece of black bread and nibbled on it softly. The other slaves remained standing to the side, none daring to move. Seeing this, Alan had no choice but to issue another command. "Monica and Shiana, you 2 sit beside Lino. The rest of you find a spot to sit. We can't always eat together in the future. But tonight is your first night on the island, and I hope we can finish this day." Seeing Alan's helpless expression, the slaves felt somewhat awkward. Even when they were not slaves, they would not dare to dine with someone as noble as the Lord. Let alone now that they had become slaves, they felt even more restrained. They also feared that Alan was trying to entrap them. The endless sea was never short of lords with such twisted interests. Thus no one dared to take the first step. However, Alan had already named Monica and Shiana to sit next to Lino. After Alan clearly issued the command, the 2 had no choice but to act. Otherwise, they would violate the slave contract and suffer the torment of their souls. Unable to defy the slave runes, they could only move their heavy legs and cautiously sit beside Lino. Lino looked at the 2 ants, who were as cautious as she had been when she first arrived on the island. She didn't just focus on her own eating, as she turned to the 2 ants and said, "You don't need to be so tense, ants. The Lord is very good. When I first arrived on the island, I also didn't dare to dine with the Lord. However, the Lord hates repeating his commands, so after he issued the dining order, I obediently ate with him. The Lord is the kindest person I have ever met. It seemed that Linus' comforting words had a significant effect. After hearing her reassurance, the two ants glanced at the smiling Alan, and with a hint from his gaze reached for the black bread on the table. These black breads were clearly the fruits of their labor from the entire afternoon, yet they had no right to enjoy them. Seeing this scene, Alan couldn't help but lament the foolishness of this world. However, at this stage he had no strong opinions about it. After all, he was also a beneficiary, and needed to maintain such rules to strengthen himself. Only by becoming stronger could he possibly change this world. The two farmers began to eat piece by piece. The other slaves exchanged glances, and upon realizing that Alan was not trying to trap them, began to take their seats. They were indeed quite hungry. Initially at the slave market, those slave traders didn't allow them to eat too much. After arriving at Atlan Island, they had also worked an entire afternoon. Now their strength had been depleted, and they were extremely hungry. Seeing 011 and 012 eating with ease, the others also took their seats and began to eat. The mountain of black bread began to decrease at an astonishing rate once more. To help the slaves eat in peace, Alan added, "Tonight is your first night on the island. Eat as much as you can. Go ahead and eat. I'm going to sleep now." After being physically and mentally exhausted, Alan felt his eyelids grow heavy after eating. After giving a couple of reminders, he returned to the stone house, lay down beside the twin sisters, and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The waves crashed against the reefs. Seabirds circled in the sky. On the island, in places where seeds had been sown, small green sprouts had begun to peek out. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the 9 slaves arrived on the island. In just 3 short days, Atlantis Island had undergone tremendous changes. First and foremost were the defensive structures on the island. Previously, a stone house stood in the center, tightly surrounded by 2 defensive towers on each side. The benefit of this arrangement was that the stone house would be much safer. However, the downside was that the area of safety was too small, making it difficult to manage and develop in this limited space. Thus, after much contemplation, Alan removed the existing 2 secondary defensive tower rune cores. The 2 10-meter-high defensive towers instantly vanished from the island once the rune cores were extracted. Next, Alan took out 2 primary rune cores from Parrot Island. The 4 rune cores for the defensive towers were placed by Alan in the 4 cardinal directions. The coverage area of the secondary rune cores was a radius of 300 meters, while the primary rune cores only covered a radius of 100 meters. Therefore, the newly arranged defensive safe zone transformed into a rectangular area. It was longer in the east-west direction and narrower in the north-south direction. The defensive range of the secondary defensive towers alone, with a radius of 300 meters, could provide Alan with nearly 7 hectares or 100 acres of safe zone. However, this 100 acres was the theoretical upper limit of defense. If faced with a more ferocious tide of monsters than before, this 100 acres would have been a wasted investment. Few lords would be so greedy. Thus, after precise calculations, Alan decided to primarily rely on the secondary defensive towers, supplemented by 2 primary defensive towers. In the crossfire positions of these towers, Alan planned for 100 acres. The safety factor of this 100 acres was at the same level as a stone house. This area was designated as the living and farming zone for Atlantis Island at this stage. After planning the farming area, Alan eagerly arranged for the serfs to begin planting. Several serfs skilled in farming had already organized nearly 10 acres of arable land within 3 days. They had sown wheat seeds in the 10 acres. As long as water and nutrients were adequate, Alan would be able to harvest wheat from his island in 3 months. There was no need to worry about the issues of water and nutrients. A primary spring rune after 5 source crystals were thrown in provided ample supply for the 10 acres of land. To support the farming, Alan threw 5 source crystals into the spring all at once. The spring now gushed forth water like a fountain. As for the issue of nutrients, there was even less to worry about. Every day, thousands of monsters brought nutrients to Atlantis Island. Speaking of which, it's worth emphasizing that the nights over the past few days felt very unusual. Normally, at most 600 to 700 monsters would land on Atlantis Island. Since the dark tide, the number of these landings had gradually increased. Initially, Alan didn't notice anything. It wasn't until he counted the source crystals that had exploded yesterday morning that he realized an astonishing 60 source crystals had emerged overnight, double the usual amount. This caught Alan's attention, prompting him to specifically count the number of monster remains this morning. He reached a shocking conclusion. Last night, 1,300 monsters had died on Atlantis Island. Among them were not a few second-level monsters. This truly astonished and delighted Alan. He was astonished because he couldn't discern what had changed in the sea to allow so many monsters to land on the island. He was delighted because the more monsters there were, the more spoils of war would emerge. If there were no safety concerns, it would definitely be a windfall. However, after studying for 3 days, Alan understood that when something unusual occurs, there must be something sinister behind it. This rate of monster spawns was absolutely abnormal, yet he couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Speaking of spoils of war, On the second day after the 9 slaves landed on the island, they were shocked by the source crystals among the remains of the monsters on the ground. "O god of the ocean, what a miracle this is! O goddess of nature, am I still dreaming?" At that time Alan was still in a deep sleep due to the aftereffects of his talent. It was Lino who explained things to them. Upon hearing Linos' mysterious hint that the Lord was the Son of God, their fear of Alan transformed into reverence. Lino in fact did not feel she was deceiving them. She genuinely believed that the Lord was sent by the gods, especially after her observations over the past few days. Her suspicions were increasingly confirmed. She truly believed Alan was the son of the gods. Consequently, after Alan awoke, he felt that the way the serfs looked at him was quite strange. He thought it was the effect of war treasure that had shocked them. He had no idea his little steward was brainwashing them. Alan slept until noon the next day. Almost at the same time, Mia and Xia also awoke from their deep slumber. When the two of them woke up and saw so many people on the island, they initially thought they were still dreaming. Under Linos' arrangement, they also got to know each other. With the addition of the two of them, the construction of Atlantis Island accelerated like a rocket. With Alan's guidance, they could better utilize their own talents. They no longer had to fear falling into the previous debuff. In just 2 days, 5 wooden houses were lined up around. This rocket-like speed was not only due to MIA's substantial support as Barbie the Unbreakable, but also because the wood was originally taken from dismantled buildings consisting of ready-made boards. Building the wooden houses required merely assembling the boards like building blocks. Thus, aside from the central stone house, there were now 5 wooden houses behind it. The wooden houses were quite spacious, with 7 male slaves residing in 2 of them, while 2 female slaves occupied one. One of the remaining wooden houses was used to store the spoils. The last wooden house was designated by Alan as a quiet place for reading. Why not let Lino and the others move into the wooden houses? Alan could still read quietly in the stone house. While the nights on the island were too dark and cold and Alan felt scared sleeping alone, he needed someone to accompany him to be able to sleep. Thinking of his own reasoning, Alan couldn't help but chuckle. The morning on the island was pleasant, with the sun not too harsh and a gentle breeze. Alan stood in front of the wooden house, gazing at the 500 source crystals he had just counted on the table, feeling a faint sense of worry. Tomorrow was the Wave Festival. Alan had not forgotten his promise to Lino to go to Xiangbidi Island to help redeem her mother during the festival. What worried him now was that he had only accumulated 500 source crystals in these few days. He wondered if it would be enough to redeem her mother. "I hope she isn't too beautiful, or those lecherous lords might take a liking to her. Otherwise, these 500 source crystals would really..." Xiangbodi Island. Tomorrow is the Wave Festival. As the most prosperous trading island in the Azure Sea, Xiangbodi Island has been bustling since 3 days ago. Merchants from across the sea and even from other oceans are hurrying to Xiangbodi Island with their goods before the Wave Festival. Fortunately, Xiangbodi Island is large enough. Even with ships arriving like waves, its port can still accommodate them. The island is filled with magnificent buildings. Several churches of the main deities have also established their places of worship on Xiangbodi Island. In one corner of the island, an auction house, which looks even more grand than the church, is inventorying the goods for tomorrow's auction. The front hall of the auction house is where the auction will take place tomorrow. Behind the auction house is the place where the goods are stored. At this moment, in the room behind the auction house, holding living beings, a group of people is staring at a woman with green hair, carefully examining her. One of them lewdly said, "Old John, let me sleep with this woman once, but won't affect your auction tomorrow. How about 30 source crystals?" "No, I am willing to offer 50 source crystals." Old John responded with a dissatisfied expression, "Don't dream. This woman is my main attraction. The starting price for tomorrow's auction must be above 500 source crystals. I wouldn't even want to sleep with her. How could it possibly be your turn?" The people present are all slave traders, and to be honest, they have seen many beauties. However, a beauty of this caliber in a cage is indeed rare. She has long dark green hair like silk flowing from ancient myths. Her amber eyes are clear and cold. With a delicate nose and full lips, her face appears to have been sculpted with favoritism by the gods. Her figure is even more alluring. Her collarbone resembles the wings of a butterfly. Her bosom is full, yet not vulgar. Her waist is slender, and the curve from her hips to her legs is as full as a ripe peach. She wears simple clothing, standing quietly with a figure that is both curvaceous and perfectly balanced between restraint and temptation. In summary, she is a charming and seductive beauty. When the raiding team, led by Old John, first captured her, her appearance was not as outstanding. She always hid at the back of the slave cabin, shrouded in a black robe, with dirt deliberately smeared on her. It wasn't until one day, when she showed a loving gaze while with 2 twin girls, that she caught attention. Such a prey appearing on a slave ship generally does not end well. However, Old John insisted on keeping her. He believed that such a beautiful commodity should not be wasted. The Wave Festival is about to arrive, and if she is sent to the auction, her beauty will fetch an astronomical price. In the cage, Tina's face carries a hint of sorrow, and and her gentle frown makes her look so pitiful. Time has left no marks on her face, instead it has added a touch of mature charm. I wonder how Lino is doing now. I didn't even have time to tell her the truth. I don't know if she can awaken her talent even if she accidentally gets captured as a slave like me, she can break free from the slave runes with her talent. Tina successfully awakened her talent during the last dark tide. With her current talent, she can break free from the shackles of the slave runes and escape from the auction house. However, breaking free from the slave runes is not without consequences. The backlash from the runes would put her in a dangerous situation even if she manages to escape. She also knows how powerful her appearance can be. When she was in her clan, many male clansmen fought for her. After escaping from the Wood Elf Island, she has been disguising her appearance, wearing a black robe for years to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for Lino, she is not her biological child, but rather the child of her late sister. Her sister, as the queen of the elf clan, disappeared during a conspiracy, and from then on Tina took on the responsibility of raising Lino. Tina is afraid that conspiracies will harm Lino, so she has been wandering the seas with her since Lino was. Even though she has taken care to disguise her appearance to avoid danger, she still inadvertently reveals charm, attracting covetous eyes. Thus Tina and Lino changed islands to live every now and then. During their last migration, they unfortunately caught the attention of a raiding slave team. Lino was the first to be branded with the slave runes, while Tina herself became a waiting for master slave under the threat of extraordinary beings. Thinking of this, Tina recalled Lino's adorable appearance. Actually, it wouldn't be wrong for Lino to call her mother, as she has raised Lino alone. Although she is not her biological mother, it is almost the same. Let's go, old John. Stop staring at your treasure. The slave gladiatorial matches are about to begin. I heard there will be a battle of extraordinary slaves today. I purchased these tickets at a high price, so don't wait. Upon hearing about the extraordinary matches in the gladiatorial arena, old John, who was originally guarding the cage like a watchdog, suddenly brightened up. Hey buddy, fights between extraordinary beings are rare. And they're extraordinary slaves. I absolutely can't. He then followed several fellow slave traders and walked out of the auction house together. After they left, the once lively living being's storage room instantly fell silent. Tina also forced herself to detach from her sorrowful emotions. As a member of the orderly Wood Elf lineage, Tina has a fair understanding of the extraordinary. Long ago, extraordinary beings were merely synonymous with divine messengers. Only by joining the church and believing in the deities could one have a chance to be granted extraordinary status. Alternatively, one could find the fruit of talent that awakens the extraordinary from treasures. Only through these two paths can one harness that extraordinary power. However, everything changed after a celestial event 300 years ago. The deities no longer frequently responded to their followers. Occasionally delivered prophecies left people perplexed. Divine messengers lost their extraordinary paths. No one has seen the fruit of talent in the treasures beneath. It seems that the fruit of talent, which grants boundless power, is merely a legend among the countless tales of. As the younger sister of the Wood Elf, Queen Tina knows well that those are not mere legends. Those two extraordinary paths truly existed in the past. It is just that the reason for their disappearance is unknown. However, after the disappearance of those two extraordinary paths, new extraordinary powers have emerged. Although the two extraordinary paths of the past are no longer available, some extraordinary beings will occasionally appear in the coming centuries. However, these extraordinary beings appear quite randomly, lacking any controllability, which has left people without a better explanation. Nevertheless, the island of Wood Spirits possesses some hidden information regarding this matter. It is said to be an answer communicated by a former Wood Spirit king to the goddess of life. That is, whenever the dark tide occurs, an elusive extraordinary power will wander over the sea. Some fortunate individuals will have their souls resonate perfectly with that energy, triggering the awakening of their talent and starting their extraordinary journey. Moreover, the stronger the dark tide, the more extraordinary energy will drift, thus giving rise to more extraordinary beings. Tina was fortunate enough to awaken her talent during the last tide. Taking advantage of the absence of others in the storeroom, she secretly familiarized herself with her talent. However, she was well aware that using extraordinary abilities requires the expenditure of spirit and physical strength. Excessive use of such powers would overdraw her body. Without energy potions to recover her energy, she could only rely on substantial food intake to alleviate the exhaustion. As a slave, she currently could not decide what to eat or how much to eat, and without the aid of potions, she naturally dared not experiment with her talent frequently. Almost once a day was her limit for experimenting with her talent. She took out a plant seed the size of a sesame from her hair and gently placed it in her hand. A warm green light appeared in her palm. The sesame-sized seed in her hand, under the nurturing of the green light, split its shell and grew tender sprouts, followed by branches and tendrils spreading out. If Tina wished, she could easily cover the entire cage with vines and control them for attack or defense. However, doing so would consume a great deal of her mental energy. After slightly controlling the vines to perform a few attack motions, she withdrew her manipulation of her talent. The vines in her hand transformed into an ordinary plant, which she curled into a ball and fed to the cat in the neighboring cage. Meow. Eat up, this is fish vine. The cat initially looked at Tina with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing it was fish vine, it hurriedly placed the tendril in its mouth. Meow. After finishing, the blue cat continued to look for more from Tina. Tina helplessly explained, "This is my last fish vine seed. If we meet outside someday, there will be plenty of fish vines." The blue cat looked at her disdainfully as if to say, "If we're outside, why wouldn't I eat dried fish?" Late at night, at Atlantis Island. After midnight tonight, it will be the Wave Festival. The waves will flow unexpectedly to different island nodes. The monsters that roam at night will also lie in wait during the Wave Festival. Therefore, just before midnight, the number of monsters killed at Atlantis Island has not exceeded 20. The island suddenly became safe enough for Alan to stroll around at night. He was unsure whether to feel happy. It was mostly sadness, as fewer monsters meant fewer source crystals. Alan, holding a torch, brought Lino, Mia, and Xia to the port. They quietly awaited the arrival of dawn. This trip included Lino because she was to attend her mother's auction. Mia and Xia were brought for safety. Although Alan now had the talents of both of them in terms of strength, it was only 80% of theirs. For safety's sake, it was best to bring them along. The remaining few villagers would continue farming on the island under Alan's arrangement. By the time Alan took the three girls out, it was already quite late. Therefore, it wasn't long before it was dawn. The Wave Festival officially began. For a moment, the ocean became calm, and the sea water reached a state of stillness. That moment was fleeting so quick that Alan thought it was an illusion. However, he knew it was real. Just after that sudden stillness, numerous mysterious whirlpools appeared on the sea. Alan recognized that those whirlpools were pathways of ocean currents. Once a ship sailed into a whirlpool, it would be carried to its corresponding node without any operation. Alan was unsure where these whirlpools on the island led. So after the whirlpools appeared, he took the three girls on board and steered away from the whirlpool towards Ella Island. The whirlpool before Ella Island had clear routes leading to various islands. However, such routes were not free. One needed to purchase maps on Ella Island. Alan had previously bought one for 10 source crystals and couldn't help but marvel at the merchant's tactics. Steering the number 2 ship, Alan and the three girls sailed towards Ella Island. Compared to the original journey that took half a day under the combined efforts of Alan and Xia controlling the wind, they arrived at Ella Island in just 2 hours. Following the map's guidance, Alan arrived at the whirlpool leading to Shambadi Island. At this moment, dozens of ships were lined up there. Among them, Alan spotted a familiar figure. Emily was standing on a large ship belonging to Antaloo Island, looking at him with a complex expression. Alan waved at her, but received no response. After Alan greeted her, Emily, not knowing what mood she was in, hurriedly ran back into the cabin. The speed of the ocean current was swift. The dozens of ships in line were like arrows released from bows, swept along by the current toward the west. In no time, it was Alan's ship's turn. Alan guided the number 2 ship onto the ocean current. Before he could react, a massive thrust appeared at the number 2 ship. Like the others, surged toward the depths of the azure sea. Like the wind and lightning. It truly is like the wind and lightning. Alan had heard about the characteristics of ocean currents, so before stepping onto the current, he tied himself securely to the ship with ropes to prevent being thrown overboard by the sudden thrust. The other 3 girls, like him, secured themselves in the cabin. A small boat was inherently far less safe than Alan saw Emily's ship enter the current while she leisurely sipped hot tea, completely unconcerned about any potential danger. Next year's Wave Festival, I must get a super large ship. I won't have to ride in this small boat worried and fearful anymore. This was the only thought in Alan's mind as he was tied to the ship, speeding forward. The ship sailed across the ocean at such a high speed, like driving at 300 miles per hour. If it accidentally collided with something, the small boat would disintegrate into pieces under such gravitational acceleration. The passengers on the small boat would meet a terrible fate. Watching one after another reefs flashing past him, Alan's heart tightened to the extreme. However, Alan's worries were unnecessary. The current around Ayla Island has been proven safe over many years. Although the journey may seem a bit intimidating, it is merely a false alarm. In the first half of the night, Alan continuously monitored the safety of the ship. By the latter half, realizing he was only scaring himself, he laid down in the cabin and fell asleep. When dawn broke the next day, Alan finally awoke from his slumber. After a night of sailing, a massive island appeared ahead of ship No. 2. Is this still an island? Although Shangbodi Island was already quite large according to the principle of distant objects appearing smaller, when ship No. 2 arrived at the 4th port of Shangbodi Island, it loomed as large as a continent. From a high vantage point, ship No. 2 appeared as a mere leaf on a towering tree. The ship, propelled by the current, continued on until it entered the territorial waters of Shangbodi Island, where the assistance ceased. With the inertia of the current, Alan maneuvered the ship to the dock at the fourth port. Just as he halted the vessel, several elegantly dressed tax officers approached with ledgers in hand. Wave festival taxes doubled. Each person owes 2 source crystals. Of course, if you are a noble, you are exempt from this. Hearing the tax officers, Alan inwardly scoffed. This is outrageous. Not only do they impose taxes during the festival, but they also double them. However, there's no helping it. When in someone else's domain, one must abide by their rules. On board Alan's ship were 4 individuals, and they collectively paid 8 source crystals to be allowed on the island. Stepping onto the dock with the 3 women, Alan couldn't help but exclaim, "Shangbodi truly is the most prosperous island in the entire Azure Sea." Even the paths at the dock are paved with whole stones. It was the first visit for all 4 to Shangbodi Island. Like country bumpkins entering the city, they gazed around in awe. As they walked, they inquired about the location of the auction. After much effort and multiple inquiries, they finally learned that the auction house was located in the northern part of the island. However, they were currently situated in the eastern part of the island. Shangbodi Island was simply too vast. Walking there would take until the afternoon. By that time, the auction would likely have ended. Fortunately, the island offered carriage rental services similar to public transport, and the price was reasonable, only 10 silver coins per person. The silver coin was a currency issued by Shangbodi Island made from silver and mixed metals, with the island's emblem embossed on it, appearing quite exquisite. Its exchange rate with source crystals was typically 100 silver coins, equal to 1 source crystal. However, this silver coin was generally only circulated around Shangbodi Island, with little recognition of its value on other trading islands. Since source crystals were a necessary resource, while silver coins were not, it was easy to exchange source crystals for silver coins, but to convert silver coins back to source crystals required a trip to Shangbodi Island, which was quite troublesome. Thus, some who frequently traveled to nearby islands acknowledged the value of silver coins, while those from more remote places like Ayla Island completely disregarded them. On Ayla Island, the hard currency was source crystals, and smaller transactions were typically conducted through barter. Understanding this, Alan's mind was abuzz with ideas. The financial banking system in this world was still in its embryonic stage with great potential. After casually finding a store and exchanging 500 silver coins, Alan boarded the carriage heading to the auction with the 3 women. The carriage could accommodate 5 people, so besides Alan and the 3 women, there was also a rotund merchant seated inside. Alan was not a talkative person, especially around strangers. Yet the merchant sitting next to him was quite talkative, enthusiastically recounting his experiences in maritime trade to Alan. Although Alan wasn't keen on initiating conversation, he was quite adept at responding, engaging in a back and forth with the merchant. From him, Alan learned quite a bit of useful information. The merchant was also attending the auction. However, he was not a buyer but a seller. According to his own words, he had unexpectedly captured a cat with the ability to fly. The cat had 2 small wings and could speak human language. He caught it by tossing a small fish snack. At this point, the merchant chuckled heartily. Such a magical creature is most favored by the nobles. I estimate that if I auction it off, I won't need to trade again for the rest of my life. To this, Alan merely regarded it as fanciful talk and didn't take it to heart. The carriage moved swiftly, and amidst their conversation, the auction house came into view. Gazing at the auction house, which was the size of a football field, Alan felt the weight of the 500 source crystals in his pocket. Is it really this large? It's quite different from what I imagined. It seems that 2 rune cores might not suffice. With a nervous heart, Alan and the 3 women arrived at the entrance of the auction house. The merchant parted ways with them, heading towards the back of the auction house. Their conversation had made Alan aware of many useful details, such as the need for asset verification before entering the auction. For instance, different levels of wealth would determine the seating arrangement within the auction house. The 500 source crystals Alan carried were merely the minimum requirement for entry. To improve his treatment, he needed to display more assets. At the entrance of the auction house, there were quite a number of people preparing to participate in the afternoon auction. These individuals in line were ordinary participants. In contrast, those with status, such as nobles or wealthy merchants, would be guided by staff to their exclusive boxes within the auction house. Patiently waiting in line for quite some time, it was finally Alan's turn for asset verification. At the entrance stood a young and beautiful attendant. "Hello, esteemed sir. Please present the assets you will use to participate in the auction." The attendant smiled and politely looked at Alan after speaking. Alan then pulled out the bag containing the source crystals from his pocket, along with a bag holding 2 rune cores. Upon seeing the auction house, Alan no longer held any illusions about being able to buy Linus' mother with just 500 source crystals. Therefore, he directly pulled out everything he could offer at this stage: 1 level 1 defensive tower rune core and 1 spring fountain rune core. The female attendant seemed to possess a special skill. After a brief glance, she did not signal Alan to open the bags in public, but handed him an exquisite card instead. The card bore the number 286. This is your box entry ticket. This box can accommodate up to 5 people. Please follow the other attendants to your box. After the beautiful attendant spoke, a similarly youthful attendant stepped forward from behind her, bowing respectfully to Alan and saying, "Esteemed guest, please follow me this way. I will be responsible for guiding you." Seeing this, Alan quickly signaled the 3 women waiting beside him to follow the lovely figure toward the grand auction hall. The interior space of the auction house is exceptionally bright. Stone pillars large enough for 2 people to embrace stretch all the way to the high ceiling. The clean marble floor reflects the faces of the passers-by. Alan and the 3 others followed the attendant into a private box deep within the auction house. Soon after, they heard the female attendant explain the auction rules. Our auction house employs projection runes to display the images from the auction in real time within the box. If you wish to place a bid, simply call out your price normally, and a designated person will convey your price to the auction. Here is the list of items for this afternoon's auction. There is still some time before the auction begins, so feel free to browse. Lunch will be provided for free during the auction, and an attendant will bring it to you shortly. May you win everything you desire. After completing her explanation, the female attendant bowed to Alan once more and exited the box. Only then did Alan begin to examine everything in the private box. The seating was arranged in a circular manner with a table at the center, holding a transparent crystal ball. Alan and the 3 women sat closely together and looked at the crystal ball in the center of the table. Is this the projection rune? It's quite interesting. Just as Alan was delving into the principles behind the projection crystal, there was a gentle knock at the box door. "Come in." Upon receiving Alan's permission, a group of attendants entered carrying trays of food. They arranged exquisite dishes on the table and then filed out. As the last attendant was leaving, he kindly remarked, "Food is supplied for free. If you need more, just let us know. Attendants will be on standby in the corridor outside the box." Looking at the array of food, Alan couldn't help but marvel at the auction house's generosity. Just the cost of this free food would likely exceed 3 spirit crystals. If there are 300 boxes, wouldn't that mean the food supply alone would require 1,000 spirit crystals? Do I have enough to participate in the auction? Why do I feel like 2 rune cores might not be sufficient? In truth, Alan had already been dazzled by the splendor of Shambody Island. He was currently carrying 500 spirit crystals and rune cores worth 5,000 spirit crystals, placing him among the upper class of Shambody Island's current population. To put it into perspective, the average free citizen on Ella Island earns only about 33 spirit crystals a year. 5,000 spirit crystals would take a free citizen 151 years of abstaining from food and drink to save up. Of course, free citizens on Shambody Island likely earn a bit more, around 50 spirit crystals a year. In terms of Shambody Island residents' income, that would be enough for them to survive for 100 years. It was precisely because Alan had over 5,000 spirit crystals that the female attendant at the entrance granted him a private box. Otherwise, he would have been forced to squeeze into the auction hall alone, unable to bring any companions. It was due to his 5,000 spirit crystals meeting the box's requirement that he qualified to bring the 3 accompanying Linos inside. Remembering the auction house rules explained by the merchant, Alan, already seated in the box, felt a bit more at ease. Only I am here for Linos' mother. They might use their money to bid on other items. There's no need to frighten myself. Feeling more relaxed, Alan indeed felt a bit hungry and quickly invited the 3 women to dine together. At that moment, Alan noticed Lino beside him, tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she gazed at the auction list on the table. In a prominent position on the auction list, there was an image of an unparalleled beauty. Lino was staring at that image, crying. "Lino, could she be your mother?" Alan was momentarily stunned, nervously asking with a dry mouth. Lino nodded slightly, confirming Alan's guess. "It's over. With such beauty, there's no doubt she will be noticed by the great nobles. Even my 5,000 spirit crystals might not be enough." Alan was momentarily at a loss for how to comfort Lino. He had promised to bid for her mother. Alan initially thought that 2 rune cores should suffice. He never expected her mother to be of such beauty. Honestly, just looking at the alluring curves on the list made Alan feel a stirring within. Even the innocent young Alan was moved. How much more so would those nobles whose minds were filled with nonsense? If I had known, I wouldn't have set up those 2 first-level rune cores. Now it's too late to regret. For Linos Sake, Alan was willing to offer up all 4 rune cores, just so she could reunite with her mother. This was partly because he genuinely liked this girl who had silently worked for him. Secondly, if it weren't for that night, when Lino risked her life and her loyalty reached an astonishing 300%, the 2 of them would have long since become corpses beneath the tide of monsters, with no chance of sitting here. Whether out of affection or gratitude, Alan would do his utmost to help her reunite with her mother. However, he truly hadn't expected Linos' mother to be this beautiful. so beautiful that she seemed almost not human, enchanting like an elf that had stepped out of the forest. Now it's too late to regret. I hope those nobles are more focused on bidding for other items. In the auction house's exclusive box. At the central position of the auction house, there are 30 exclusive boxes, each belonging to the top nobles of the Azure Sea region. One of the boxes belongs to Count Zorob, a prominent noble and a member of the Federation Council. Ordinary boxes are small, accommodating only 5 people, while exclusive boxes are exceptionally spacious, capable of seating over 100 without feeling cramped. 1/5 of the auction house's space is reserved for these exclusive boxes. Each exclusive box is lavishly decorated and equipped with more than a dozen dedicated attendants. However, at this moment Count Zorob had dismissed all the attendants in the auction house, sending them all away. Once all the attendants had left, the previously stern-faced Count Zorob instantly transformed into a fawning demeanor. He bowed and flattered a figure cloaked in black behind him, saying, "I never expected the Pope would send you the arch. Welcome to the Azure Sea. Let me extend my hospitality to you. Whatever you need, just command me." As they entered the secluded box without outsiders, those cloaked in black began to remove their robes. Leading them was an elderly man with completely white hair. Looking at his frail appearance, Count Zorob dared not show any disrespect. This was because the elder before him was one of the 12 cardinals of the Church of the Dark Goddess. What was more terrifying than his identity was his horrific, extraordinary power. If he wished, with just a thought, the entire auction house would be reduced to ashes. Inside the exclusive private room, an old man sat in the seat that originally belonged to Senator Zoro, holding a scepter that symbolized his status. "Zoro, you have disappointed me greatly," he exclaimed. "Is there still no news regarding the statue after all that?" Senator Zoro cautiously lowered his head and replied, "It has been a week since my last report to you. I have already dispatched someone to inquire." He continued, "It is rumored that a minor lord on the outskirts of the Sea of Death may possess information about the statue's treasure. That fellow unfortunately perished during the last dark tide." He added, "Fortunately, his son has inherited his territory. I am currently trying to obtain information about the treasure from his son." Upon hearing this, the red-robed Archbishop Foster's expression softened slightly. "You need to act quickly on this matter," he urged. "I hope to receive good news from you before the next dark tide arrives." Senator Zoro respectfully replied, "I will follow your orders." Archbishop Foster nodded and continued, "I did not come here solely for this matter. I have heard that a figure resembling a celestial cat has appeared on the Isle of Shambadi." He stated, "The Pope sent me to investigate. Do you have any information regarding this?" Hearing the words celestial cat, Senator Zoro paused for a moment, thought carefully, and then replied, "I have been dispatching people to search for news about the treasure, but I have not heard any rumors regarding this. I will send someone to investigate right away," he said. Archbishop Foster waved his hand and replied, "No need. The reason I came to this auction is because I heard that the celestial cat would appear here. The church cannot openly bid," he emphasized. "It will have to rely on your status as a local senator." Upon hearing the Archbishop's explanation, Senator Zoro nodded in realization. "Yes," he declared. "For the church, I am willing to offer all my assets." Archbishop Foster nodded again and suddenly spotted a striking figure on the auction list. "Oh," he exclaimed, "there is actually a slave girl of such beauty here. This is interesting." Following Foster's gaze, Zoro also saw the captivating figure depicted on the list. To be honest, he was also somewhat tempted. However, in order to become extraordinary, Zoro tactfully remarked, "It just so happens that the Archbishop needs a divine attendant. I will bid on her and send her to the temple along with the celestial cat." Seeing that Zoro understood his hint, Foster smiled with satisfaction. "Next time there is a divine selection, I believe that Senator Zoro has a good chance of competing for a spot," he said. "All right, I have covered all the important matters. There are heretic runes on this island which will easily reveal my presence," he warned. "From now on, everything depends on you. The Isle of Shambadi is different from other small islands and has a certain ability to sense high-level extraordinary beings." Although Foster was not afraid of being exposed, such exposure would undoubtedly also reveal Senator Zoro. This approach clearly did not align with the interests of the church. Although he often engaged in power struggles as a red-robed archbishop, he was still very cautious about the overall situation. Having said that, a rune array appeared beneath Foster's feet. After a flash of light, only Senator Zoro remained in the private room. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by the seriousness befitting a grand lord. "The celestial cat, huh?" he pondered. "Is it to be taken and sent to the church?" Senator Zoro considered his options in silence. Suddenly, he recalled the legend of the celestial cat. According to the legend, the celestial cat is a beloved creature of the heavens, a fortunate race, blessed by a deity. Apart from being able to speak human language and fly, their most significant trait is luck, which becomes even more pronounced when exploring treasures. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the so-called King of Adventure Jack Jones possessed a celestial cat. With the help of that celestial cat, he gained the strength to dominate over a dozen sea territories. Thinking of this, Senator Zorro felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. After pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to abandon the idea. If his current identity were extraordinary, he would undoubtedly seize the celestial cat without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary human, utterly powerless against the terrifying Dark Church. The longer he spent in the Dark Church, the more Zorro understood its terrifying nature. I wonder if this move is the right one. In another luxurious private room, Senator Simon was also entertaining his guests. In stark contrast to the secrecy surrounding Senator Zorro, Senator Simon's side displayed the opulence of nobility. A dozen female attendants moved about the room, pouring fine wine for the many guests. Senator Simon sat at the head of the table, smiling as he raised a crystal goblet and said, "Welcome everyone from the Isle of Wood Spirits, and a warm welcome to Archbishop Ross of the Church of Life." The amber-colored fine wine swirled in the goblet as Senator Simon led the toast. The other guests also raised their glasses to drink. The attendees were divided into two groups. One group consisted of bishops from the Church of Life on the Isle of Shambody. The other group comprised the mysterious Wood Spirits from the Isle of Wood Spirits. Senator Simon and Archbishop Ross were old friends, so there was nothing much to say. The presence of the Wood Spirits was facilitated by Archbishop Ross. This was not surprising, as the Wood Spirits also worshipped the Goddess of Life. In fact, they referred to themselves as the children of the Goddess of Life. Thus, being with the Church of Life was quite... As the intermediary, Archbishop Ross, after introducing the identities of both parties, spoke again. This time Liam led his people off the island to seek partners for cooperation. "I thought of you first, my friend." Senator Simon, hearing about cooperation, inquired curiously, "Oh, cooperation?" This time, before Archbishop Ross could speak, the leading Wood Spirit Liam addressed him first. "It is like this, Senator Simon. By the decree of our clan Spirit King, we will be selling a small quantity of war tree seeds," he declared. "Our clan needs an external force for cooperation. Recommended by Archbishop Ross, we found you." The face of Wood Spirit Liam bore the unique pride of his kind. Though his tone was very restrained, Senator Simon still sensed a hint of disdain. Simon himself was also a person of considerable pride. If anyone dared to speak to him so rudely on a normal day, he would have punched them in the face to teach them how to... However, considering the matter of the war trees, Simon chose to forgive Liam's rudeness. "I know about the war trees," he stated. "It is said they are the guardians of the Isle of Wood Spirits. They possess extremely strong autonomous combat capabilities." He continued. "They can easily tear apart any enemies attempting to occupy the Spirit Island. Moreover, their power grows with the age of the tree. But I am curious," he added, "are the Wood Spirits truly willing to sell the seeds of the war trees?" In response to Simon's question, Liam scoffed lightly and said, "Since I'm sitting here, of course this decision is genuine. It has already been agreed upon unanimously within the clan. Moreover, it's just selling some ancient tree seeds. It won't have any impact on our clan." Upon receiving a clear reply, Simon immediately followed up with another question. "How many ancient war tree seeds do the nobles intend to sell? And what is the pricing strategy?" Hearing Simon's curious inquiry, Liam slowly extended a finger. 100 seeds. No, it's 1,000 seeds that have soaked in the fountain of life will surely take root and sprout. The initial price we discussed is 300 source crystals per seed. Of course, adjustments may be made later, but this transaction is set at 300 source crystals. As for how many source crystals our partners sell externally, we will not inquire. Additionally, each seed will come with a vial of fountain of life to aid in its growth. With this vial, the seed can be guaranteed to take root and sprout within 10 days. In terms of combat power, a newly sprouted war tree can easily handle over a dozen first-level magical creatures. If given 3 months of growth space, it can protect a radius of 30 meters during a first-level magical creature tide. After hearing the quantity and price, Simon calculated in his mind. 300,000 source crystals. If he were to acquire this batch of seeds, it would require a cost of 300,000 source crystals. Even though he is a great lord with dozens of large islands under his name, he cannot gather such a large amount of source crystals in a short period. However, the war trees are indeed desperately needed in the eastern region of the Azure Sea. The Sea of Death is expanding, and it might one day reach his own island. Planting the war trees in advance would only require waiting 10 days to form an initial effective combat force. Moreover, they will continue to grow over time. Simon dared to say that in a situation where runic cores are scarce, the low-priced war trees would definitely trigger a frenzy among many minor lords. Even if sold at 500 source crystals each, they would still be snapped up immediately. This deal is quite advantageous. After silently calculating in his mind, a smile appeared on Simon's face. "Thank you for your trust, noble. I will take the seeds this time. However, I need 3 days. Before the end of the Wave Festival, I will deliver the source crystals you need to you." Hearing Simon readily agree to the transaction, Liam gently nodded, as if granting some form of charity. He raised his wine glass and began to drink leisurely. There isn't much of value in the human world, but the lives of these nobles are quite interesting. Once this transaction is completed, he intends to enjoy himself thoroughly in the human world. While drinking, Liam surveyed the decor of the private room. Such luxurious architecture is indeed absent from the island of Wood Elves. As he looked around, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in the auction catalog out of the corner of his eye. He instantly felt a shiver run through him. An elf? The queen. Upon closer inspection, he found it was not the deceased queen, but rather her sister Tina, who had escaped from the elf island over a decade ago. How could she be here? Looking at the figure in the catalog, now more radiant than 10 years ago, Liam licked his lips, stained with red wine. You are even more beautiful than before. Liam's eyes sparkled with fervor as he constantly scrutinized the image of Tina. As someone who was once an inconspicuous suitor of Tina, he now watched the former, high and mighty elven princess become an item about to be auctioned. Once a mere commoner among the elves, Liam could now sit in the auction room freely gazing at her. This role reversal made Liam's soul tremble with delight. However, he was not the only elf present who recognized Tina. He needed to find a way to distract the other elves and secretly bid on her to make her his plaything. Thinking this, Liam pretended to casually scan the nearby elves. After noticing that they were all savoring human delicacies, he feigned interest in the catalog and brought it closer to himself. However, once the auction begins, if they are still here, they will surely notice. So after some thought, Liam gently approached Simon and passed him the catalog. Taking the opportunity while other elves were not paying attention, he hurriedly said, Counselor Simon, I am very interested in this slave listed in the catalog. If possible, please ensure that you bid on her. If you could gift her to me as a token of friendship. Then next time we trade, I will also bring you rich gifts as a friend of the elves. Liam's words caught Simon off guard, and he immediately noticed the figure in the catalog. As a normal man, he would certainly be captivated by that figure. However, he took Liam's words very seriously. Of course, my friend. If possible, I will certainly bid on her and give her to you. After receiving Simon's promise, Liam smiled with satisfaction. Then, afraid that other elves would also notice Tina's figure, he hurriedly called the other elves over. Reluctantly, they followed him to the residence of the Church of Life. Currently, the residence of the Church of Life is their base on the island of Shangbodi. Seeing the elves about to leave, Bishop Ross of the church also stood up. Although he had much to discuss with his friend Simon, the main purpose this time was to accompany these elves. As the elves departed, Ross also left the private room with the members of the church. In the end, only Simon and his subordinates remained in the private room. The Wood Elves, huh? Quite interesting. It is said that the elf clan once received the divine oracle of the goddess of life to close their island and sever all ties with the outside world. Did the elven king actively go against the goddess oracle? Simon pondered this in his heart. However, he soon stopped thinking about it. This is not something I should worry about. These ancient life tree seeds have come at just the right time. They can form initial effective combat power within 10 days. They can easily deal with over a dozen first-level magical creatures. Although adult male slaves can achieve this as well. The growth potential of the war trees should not be under. It is said that after 3 years, the combat power of the war trees can rival that of a first-level defense tower. After 10 years, their power can match that of a second-level defense tower. As long as a few are planted on the island, we won't even need to deploy defense towers for magical creature tides below level 3. The most important thing is that they are cheap, only 300 source crystals. One first-level defense tower runic core can buy 10 war trees. Of course, 300 source crystals is the cost price. If sold to the Eastern Sea region, it would definitely sell for over 500 source crystals to make a profit. So if that elf desires the slave, and it can be bid on, it should be done. With this business secured, I will be the undisputed candidate for the next session's council leader. Inside a regular private room. Although the food is free, the grandeur of the auction house is evident, presenting a feast that is both sumptuous and delicious. Thus, after Alan and his companions finished the food on the table, they ordered more. Finally, after finishing the additional dishes, the time had arrived in the afternoon. The auction was about to begin. In the dimly lit private room, the projection runes on the table emitted a faint glow. Moments later, a virtual projection appeared in midair within the room. The people inside the private room could comfortably lean back in their seats to watch the entire auction. The virtual projection displayed the auction stage. As the projection commenced, a man dressed in a black tuxedo stood on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Champagne Wave Festival auction. As part of this grand annual celebration, we have prepared an array of exquisite items from across the ocean. Without further ado, let us begin today's auction. After finishing his opening remarks, the host bowed towards the audience and signaled for the items to be brought up. The beginning and climax of an auction determine its prestige. Thus, surprisingly, the opening item was brought up by 4 dedicated bodyguards. The item appeared small, resting on a large tray covered by a red cloth. However, seeing the pompous nature of the projection, Alan knew it had to be something valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first item of today's auction. A treasure map from a secret location in the ocean. After announcing it was a treasure map, the auctioneer paused. The ordinary bidders in the audience began discussing amongst themselves. A treasure map as the opening auction item. It's rare yet common. I once bought a treasure map. Exactly. Treasure maps are sold by nearly every adventurer's guild. There's nothing extraordinary about them. It seems the level of this auction isn't high. After hearing about the treasure map, Alan became somewhat curious. As a local lord from a remote corner, he had only heard of the wonders of treasure maps, but had never seen one. This time he would finally have his eyes opened. The exceptional auctioneer seemed to know exactly how the audience would react after mentioning the treasure map, skillfully stirring their emotions. Finally, as the murmur of discussion and discontent grew louder, the auctioneer seized the cloth covering the tray and dramatically unveiled the item beneath it. A purple glow illuminated the entire venue. As the light subsided, a purple scroll made of an unknown material appeared on the tray. As the purple light flashed, the earlier discussions about the opening item's lack of prestige instantly vanished. In its place was a chorus of disbelief. Has the auction house gone mad? They're auctioning a treasure map for a purple epic-level artifact. The items within blue artifacts have already left people drooling. I can't imagine how stunning the items in purple artifacts must be. Alan gazed at the purple scroll and the projection, feeling a surge of astonishment. After spending the past few days refreshing his foundational knowledge, he learned that artifacts are categorized as ordinary or rare. The method for identification is quite simple. Just look at the color of the treasure map it produces. The lowest grade is the white artifact, which is the most common. Basically, most treasure maps circulating in the ocean are white. However, this does not mean that there are no valuable items within white artifact treasure maps. There have been instances where someone discovered a purple treasure chest within a white artifact. Upon opening it, they found an incredibly valuable epic-level rune equipment. Some have even found orange treasure maps, which are a level above purple and white artifacts. This discovery ignited a frenzy across the entire ocean in search of white artifacts. The price of white artifact treasure maps soared to heights that did not belong to them. Too many people became wealthy from selling white treasure maps, while others went bankrupt trying to profit from them. Waves are ultimately waves. They will calm down one day. Once the waves settled, everyone summarized a common understanding about white artifacts. That is, a white artifact does not necessarily mean it lacks valuable items. However, the probability of having valuable items is simply too low. It is far inferior to artifacts of other levels. Green artifacts have a higher probability of yielding valuable items than white artifacts. Blue artifacts have an even higher probability than green. Higher than blue artifacts is the purple artifact currently being auctioned. Compared to other levels, one needs to rely on probability to obtain valuable items from artifacts. Once a purple artifact is found, it guarantees at least one purple epic-level rune item. As for how much source crystal an epic rune item is worth, it depends on its compatibility. If it happens to be needed by someone, it becomes priceless. If it falls into the hands of someone who doesn't need it as much and is treated as a commodity for normal trade, it starts at least 10,000 source crystals. Thus, one can imagine how heated the atmosphere is in the venue. The auctioneer aims for this kind of effect. As the atmosphere becomes as fervent as a roaring fire, he announced the starting price of the treasure map. As everyone can see, this is a purple treasure map. If one can successfully locate the secret treasure and open it, it guarantees a rune item worth over 10,000 source crystals. As the opening highlight of this auction, its starting price is 3,000 source crystals. Each bid must not be less than 500 source crystals. Now everyone begin your bidding. The auctioneer spread his arms, holding the auction hammer, elegantly bowing to signal the formal start of the auction. 3,500 source crystals. 4,500 source crystals. After these two prices were called out, the buyers in the venue fell silent. Because anyone with a fortune above 5,000 was already sitting in the private rooms. However, they did not feel anything. Indeed, purple artifacts were not something their class could covet. Even if they were given a purple treasure map for free, they likely would not be able to retrieve the treasure from the ocean. This is because there are always magical beasts near each treasure. Without a certain level of power, it is simply impossible to breach the protective circle of magical beasts. 8,000 source crystals. Seeing the silence in the venue, the wealthy patrons in the private rooms began to make their move. They jumped in with a bid of 8,000. 8,500 source crystals. 9,500 source crystals. 10,000 source crystals. Inside the luxurious private room, Senator Zorro looked at the now subdued purple treasure map, feeling a stir in his heart. He wondered if there might exist items or clues within this level of artifacts that could make a person extraordinary. If so, he would do everything to secure it. Why should he continue to suffer as a subordinate in the Shadow Church? After much contemplation, Councilman Zoro ultimately decided to give up. As the Grand Lord of the Azure West Sea, he currently had access to a staggering 100,000 source crystals. He was one of the individuals present with the most cash flow. At this moment, the price of the treasure map had surged to 15,000 source crystals. However, the people in the luxurious box had yet to make a move. Given Zoro's understanding of the purple treasure map, it would be easy for the price to surpass 20,000 source crystals. Yet the main reason for his attendance at this auction was the celestial cat, or perhaps the female slave coveted by that archbishop. If purchasing the purple treasure map meant losing the celestial cat, he likely wouldn't see the sun rise again. I wonder if anyone else knows about the celestial cat. If no one knows that cat is the celestial cat, perhaps there's still hope. Zoro silently calculated in his mind. He thought that if others were unaware of the news about the celestial cat, he might be able to acquire it for a small amount of source crystals. However, he was overthinking it. The information about the celestial cat had reached even the covert dark church, let alone the churches that were more transparent. At this moment, in another luxurious box, Councilman Simon was welcoming the returning Archbishop Ross. Count Simon, if you can help the church secure that cat, you will gain the friendship of the Church of Life. All the extraordinary individuals of the Azure Sea Church will be your best friends. As the Archbishop of an island, Ross naturally had his own luxurious box. However, in order to secure the celestial cat, Archbishop Ross, worried about the church's lack of source crystals, began to frequent the boxes of familiar nobles, hoping to gain temporary assistance. He had just received news after sending the elf back to the church. The Church of Light had gathered 100,000 source crystals, intending to secure that celestial cat. Meanwhile, the Church of Live's influence in the Azure Sea was not very strong, possessing only about 20,000 source crystals in reserve. With such a paltry sum, they couldn't even secure the treasure map currently on the auction, let alone the celestial cat. Upon hearing Archbishop Ross' request, Simon fell into deep thought. To be honest, if it weren't for the collaboration news just brought by the Wood Elf, he would certainly have helped his old friend. However, with the prior agreement in place, he was already struggling to gather 300,000 source crystals, let alone have any left over to assist his old friend. Ross, as a friend, I am more than willing to help you. But you know, I've just struck a substantial deal with those elves. So I can only suggest that you check with other nobles to see if they can assist you. I'm sorry, Ross. Simon's face bore an apologetic expression, while Ross indicated his understanding. After all, he had witnessed the recent deal. All right, Simon, sorry for the interruption. He'll check with other nobles. Sending Archbishop Ross out of the box, Simon still wore an apologetic expression. But there was nothing he could do. The deal with the elves was more important. Otherwise, the treasure hunting enthusiast wouldn't have missed out on this purple treasure map. Under normal circumstances, even if it cost 30,000 source crystals, Simon would have secured this treasure map. On the auction stage, the auctioneer enthusiastically called out numbers. 25,000 source crystals. Box 29 bids 25,000 source crystals. Is there any higher bid? Is there any higher bid? The competition for bids became intense. However, after the price exceeded 22,000 source crystals, the bidding cooled significantly. Finally, after the luxurious box raised the bid to 25,000 source crystals, no new bids emerged. 25,000 source crystals for the first time. 25,000 source crystals for the second time. 25,000 source crystals for the third time. Sold. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the final price was set at 25,000 source crystals, secured by box 29. Inside the luxurious box, a long-haired beauty clad in black armor smiled gently at her excited teammates. The treasure map is ours. The captain is amazing. As expected of the captain, they were an adventurer team whose daily tasks revolved around exploring maritime treasures. Their greatest haul to date was successfully conquering a blue treasure. Within that blue treasure, their extraordinary abilities were significantly enhanced. They also acquired abundant resources. Indeed, every member of the team was extraordinary, especially their captain Grace, who possessed a terrifyingly high-level extraordinary talent. She alone could wipe out all the magical creatures surrounding the blue treasure. It's worth noting that those magical creatures generally were above level 10. One can imagine the extent of Grace's power. Besides her exaggerated strength, her identity was equally remarkable. She was actually the daughter of the former council leader, holding a baron title of federal rank. It was precisely because of her noble title that all 7 members of their team could sit in this luxurious box. Otherwise, an adventurer of ordinary status, no matter how powerful or wealthy, could only sit in the regular box on the periphery, at best with a slightly earlier serial number. On the projection, the auctioneer had already struck the hammer, but the transaction was not yet complete. Shortly after the hammer struck, 4 guards brought the purple treasure map to Grace's box. Feeling the oppressive aura exuded by the four guards who were mid-level extraordinary beings, the other teammates felt a bit inexplicably tense. In contrast, Grace, as a high-level extraordinary being, released her own extraordinary aura, which made the four guards tense up. This is the treasure map you secured. Please present 25,000 source crystals, or their equivalent. Although each source crystal was only the size of a fingernail, 25,000 of them would be quite something. 2 sacks wouldn't be enough. As a high-level extraordinary being, and a noble, Grace certainly couldn't carry source crystals in sacks. She elegantly rotated the ring on her finger, and a small mountain of source crystals appeared in the box. Clearly she possessed a rune equipment, space ring. Thus the method for the four guards to collect the source crystals was much simpler. One guard stepped forward, lightly pointing at the mountain of source crystals, and they began to float in midair. Then, guided by the guard, they left the box. After the guards left, the teammates who had just witnessed the scene began to chatter excitedly. Captain, is this an extraordinary ability granted by talent or a mastery of runes? I don't think I sensed any rune power from them. Grace, clearly knowledgeable about many extraordinary secrets, smiled lightly and said, "This is the ability of the floating rune. The fact that you didn't sense it is purely because your mastery of the detection rune is not good enough. However, among those four there must be someone who has mastered the concealment rune. Among those four guards, 2 are rune masters and 2 are talent holders. It's just that I don't know which rune master has mastered the concealment rune. Alright, the treasure map is in hand. Next, there are still many items to be auctioned. I've exhausted my savings, and will just watch for a while longer. Shall we celebrate at the tavern?" Upon hearing the captain mention the tavern, several of the drinkers immediately. As adventurers who lived life on the edge, nothing was more essential than fine wine and women. However, since the captain was a woman, the others in attendance restrained themselves and hesitated to discuss the topic of women. But when it came to alcohol, they couldn't help but let loose. Let's drink. I want to drink for 3 days and nights. 25,000 source crystals. Good heavens, I came with mere pocket change. In the ordinary private booth, Alan watched the successfully auctioned lot, a sour feeling swelling in his heart. He had thought that bringing 5,000 source crystals would make him a wealthy man. Little did he expect that the very first auction would teach him a vivid lesson about the vastness of the world. What an eye-opener. So this is what the rich are like. I shall rise to take their place. The auctioneer paused momentarily after the guards removed the lot, allowing the audience to settle from the frenzy of bidding. Once the bidder's emotions had calmed, he offered a faint smile and returned to the center of the stage. That was our grand opening highlight. Your enthusiasm for this auction is palpable. Now our next lot is a set of mental potions, 20 bottles in total. Whether you are an awakener who has awakened your talent or a rune master who deciphers runes, the use of extraordinary power consumes vast amounts of mental energy. This set of mental potions can rapidly restore a significant amount of mental energy. Appraised as blue-grade, they can achieve a 100% recovery effect for high-rank transcendence and below. For epic-grade transcendence, they still restore 20% of mental energy. The starting bid for the entire set is 200 source crystals, with each increment no less than 20 source crystals. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the crowd began to bid once more. 240 source crystals. 300 source crystals. Alan gazed at the blue potions on the projection screen. His heart stirred. With them, he wouldn't have to worry about mental depletion. As long as his physical stamina held, he could unleash there would be no fear of his soul collapsing. Yet truth be told, Alan's desire for the mental potions was merely a fascination with their effects. He had no intention of bidding on this set. After all, blue-grade potions were somewhat unnecessary for him, Mia, and Sia at their current stage. As 3 low-rank transcendence white-grade low-tier mental potions sufficed. Using blue-grade high-tier potions for them was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a sheer waste of firepower. Moreover, mental potions were more suited for rune masters. For awakeners like them, vitality potions were a better fit. Though vitality potions were pricier at the same grade than mental potions. Yet vitality potions could replenish not only mental energy, but also the physical stamina heavily drained by unleashing talents. In essence, vitality potions were more targeted. In the current market, a single mental potion cost about 10 source. A vitality potion, on the other hand, cost around 15 source crystals. These were the prices for white-grade low-tier potions. Green-grade mid-tier and blue-grade high-tier potions were exponentially more expensive. Thus, the starting bid of 200 source crystals was clearly a little trick by the auction house. Setting the starting price below market value lured those seeking bargains to bid, invigorating the auction atmosphere. Having witnessed various high-end and low-end commercial tactics in his past life, Alan saw through this petty scheme at a glance. For someone who once worked part-time in advertising and marketing, the methods in this world are too primitive. Once Atlantis develops, he'll teach every merchant in this world a lesson. The auction hall buzzed with fervent energy. The price climbed from the starting bid of 200 source crystals all the way to 1,000 source crystals. At 1,000 it had likely reached the market ceiling any higher, and it would be pointless to buy here. The auctioneer, well aware of each item's value, decisively brought down the hammer when no one pursued beyond 1,000 source crystals, sealing the deal. In the time that followed, the auction showcased a dazzling array of lots rune equipment, beast eggs, noble slaves, a level 2 defense tower, rune core, rune scrolls. In short, a parade of items rarely encountered in daily life flashed across the projection, giving Alan and the others a grand spectacle. Yet none of their prices surpassed the opening's purple-grade scroll. The highest was a blue-grade beast egg, which fetched an astonishing 15,000 source crystals. Alan once again lamented his own pocket change. Glancing at the auction catalog with only a dozen or so lots remaining, he knew the event had entered its latter half. The auction would likely conclude in about 2 hours. Since Liner's mother was scheduled as the second-to-last lot, Alan was determined to see it through to the end. Alan flipped through the catalog once more. He doubted any lot would surpass the opening's highlight. It's worth noting here that to maintain an air of mystery, the catalog omitted details on the opening highlight and the grand finale. Thus, Alan was quite curious about the final act. Just as Alan was idly watching the auction projection, assuming only the finale could outprice the opening's highlight, a servant carried a cage onto the stage containing an adorable blue kitten with 2 tiny white wings on its back and a coat of lustrous blue fur. At this point, the auction had entered a lull. Apart from those focused on specific lots, the audience eagerly awaited. Even the auctioneer tasked with controlling the pace was diligently pushing through the process to hasten past this dull segment. So when the cat was brought up, few paid it much attention. As a professional auctioneer, he had to memorize the traits of every item before the show. For this cat, he felt its only selling point was its cuteness. Of course, its 2 little wings and ability to fly were also notable. Additionally, according to its captor, it could speak human language. However, this claim remained unverified, as it had not uttered a single word since being locked in the storeroom. As for flight in this fantastical world, it was hardly extraordinary. After all, subhuman races existed. The seasoned auctioneer had already auctioned off no fewer than 5 members of the birdfolk race. Thus, in his eyes, this cute flying blue kitten would likely only attract bids from the noble ladies present. After a moment's deliberation, the auctioneer introduced it thus: "Behold, what a magnificent little cat. Look at its big eyes, its sleek blue coat, and those adorable wings. Trust me, owning it will make you the center of attention at any gathering. Oh, and it can fly. Imagine lounging on a beach basking in warm sunlight with a gentle sea breeze caressing you as this charming cat flutters its tiny wings to fetch a coconut from a palm tree. Wouldn't that coconut water taste exceptionally sweet? Such an adorable and practical little feline. Let's guess its starting bid. That's right, just 50 source crystals. Starting bid of 50 with increments no less than 5 source crystals. Let the bidding begin." After the auctioneer announced the starting bid, the male bidders present fell silent. Was there only cuteness and the ability to fly? Did it possess any combat power? Or could it farm? If nothing else, could it perform acrobatics? To be honest, 50 source crystals were affordable for anyone present at the auction. However, buying just one cute little cat seemed a bit unwise. But they were not the target customers for this cat. The female bidders, upon seeing the cat's adorable appearance, felt an overwhelming urge to pet its little head. "Look at this adorable little thing. I want to pet its little head fiercely. Buy it, buy it." Who wouldn't want to bask in the sun on the beach with a flying cat fetching coconuts for you? Soon someone took action and placed the first bid for this cat. 200 source crystals. In the hall, a woman wearing a flower hairpin raised her bidding price, her expression exuding determination. She quadrupled the price of the cat at the outset, intending to scare off those with wavering resolve. However, she clearly underestimated the scale of this auction. As the largest auction house in the entire Azure Sea and the annual Wave Festival auction, the place was teeming with hidden talents. The luxurious boxes that usually remained empty were fully occupied today. Even the ordinary boxes had reached number 300. One can only imagine how many wealthy ladies were present. Trying to scare them off with 200 source crystals. That's just laughable. 500 source crystals. 1,000 source crystals. 3,000 source crystals. The competition on the floor was intense. In no time, the auction price soared to 3,000 source crystals. While the cat was indeed very cute, a price of 3,000 source crystals was already exorbitant for a pet. Alan was also astonished by the bidding prowess of the wealthy ladies present. However, he was more pleased for Lewis, who was selling the cat. This must be the cat Lewis was talking about. Swapping a few dried fish for 3,000 source crystals is quite the profit for him. Lewis was the merchant who traveled with Alan in the carriage on the way to the auction. During their conversation, Alan gained considerable insight. When it was time to part ways, Lewis mentioned he was the seller at this auction. He also mentioned that he would be auctioning a little blue cat with small wings. The description matched perfectly with the one on stage. Though they had just met, Alan still wished to congratulate the chattering, portly merchant from afar. However, the merchant Lewis was unable to receive Alan's remote congratulations. At that moment, he was also at the auction house. As the owner of the goods, Lewis was not allowed to participate in the bidding. Thus, he stood with other merchants in a corner of the auction house, watching the auction stage from a distance. Listening to the unexpected prices being shouted out, Lewis was now trembling with excitement. He was so happy that the flesh on his body shook like waves. Lewis initially thought this cat was cute, but would be grateful if it sold for 500 source crystals. He never expected the price to rise to 3,000 source crystals. Even after giving 15% of the source crystals to the auction house as a fee, he would still net 2,550 source crystals. The cost of capturing this cat was merely a few dried fish. A gain of 2,550 source crystals equaled Lewis' total income from 5 years of traveling sales. 2,550 source crystals. How will I spend this? The auctioneer, upon hearing the bid of 3,000 source crystals, also thought the price had peaked. Professionally, he inquired 3,000 source crystals. Box 021 bids 3,000 source crystals. Is there any higher bid? This adorable little cat is truly very cute. If there are no further bids, I will start the countdown. Just as the auctioneer prepared to count down from 3 to 1, a luxurious box that had remained silent suddenly called out a bid. 10,000 source crystals. When the number echoed from the luxurious box, all the bidders present. Is this the power of a luxurious box? The auctioneer on stage was also taken aback by this number. Auctioning a high-value item for a high price doesn't necessarily mean much. But to auction a pet worth a few hundred source crystals for over 10,000. Today was likely the highlight. So upon hearing the bid of 10,000 source crystals, he cast aside his previous dismissive attitude and was completely fired up. Box 12 bids 10,000 source crystals. Box 12 bids 10,000 source crystals. Is there any higher bid? Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer's gaze held hope, wishing other luxurious boxes would also participate. Before he could finish his sentence, Box 11 also made a bid. 20,000 source crystals. When the auctioneer heard the price from Box 11, he became animated. 20,000 source crystals. Box 11 bids 20,000 source crystals. This truly is a magical cat. Meanwhile, the bidders below, who had just been immersed in the high price of 10,000 source crystals, were now confronted with a bid of 20,000 source crystals. They were lost as to what was happening in this world. Just moments ago, the bidding for a purple treasure map was in the thousands, yet for a pet cat the opening bid was a leap of 10,000 source crystals. Could this cat be a favored pet of the gods? Alan was also bewildered by the situation. However, that did not dampen his excitement as he watched the unfolding drama. He also wanted to see what price this cat would eventually sell for. Box 08 belonged to Senator Zorro. He had not yet placed a bid, primarily wanting to observe who his competitors were. Now he knew. Box 12 belonged to the Church of Life, while Box 11 was from the Church of Light. Would the Storm Church from Box 10 also make a move? 25,000 source crystals. Box 10 bids 25,000 source crystals. Upon hearing the auctioneer excitedly announce the price from Box 10, as Senator Zorro knew the Storm Church had entered the fray. However, he understood it was not the best time to bid. As a local noble of the Azure Sea, he was known for his wisdom and was officially a non-believing noble. To avoid drawing more attention, he would not choose to bid against those churches, steering clear of their scrutiny. His plan was to wait until the price was sufficiently high, then make a single bid to determine the final outcome. Even if he was later suspected, he could claim it was a rare item which would not hint at his connection with the Dark Church. Just as he suspected, the prices on the floor continued to rise. Aside from the 3 churches that had just bid, other churches also shouted their prices. 30,000 source crystals. 40,000 source crystals. 60,000 source crystals. Inside Suite No. 12, a Bishop Ross gazed ruefully at the celestial cat on the auction stage. After the bidding surged past 60,000 source crystals, he withdrew from the contest. For in that brief span, securing 60,000 source crystals had relied entirely on credit extended by nobles. Credibility built over years through his distribution of the elixir of life. Ross had pledged to those pragmatic nobles, who refused to commit without guaranteed returns, that anyone aiding him today in acquiring the celestial cat would receive a blessing from the goddess of life at the Church of Life. Yet even with the divine blessing as collateral, he raised only 40,000 source crystals. The remaining 20,000 came from the church's own reserves. It seems this celestial cat is fated to elude the Church of Life. We need not insist. Our church's transcendents are ill-suited for combat. Acquiring it would hardly guarantee its effective utilization. Ross recalled the legends surrounding the celestial cat, a race beloved by the goddess of fortune. They possessed no martial prowess, yet they bore an unparalleled fortune, most strikingly evident in treasure hunting. Legend held that guided solely by instinct, they could locate hidden treasures with uncanny precision. Mere location, however, was unremarkable. Every secret vault demanded a treasure map for entry. The celestial cat's true desirability among great powers lay in its second ability. It could become the treasure map itself, leading mortals directly into the sanctum where the vault lay concealed. In essence, it was both a peerless treasure seeker and a universal key, unlocking the very threshold of hidden riches. Such miraculous power was bound to ignite fierce ambition across all major factions. In a standard viewing box, Alan stood frozen upon hearing the price soar to 60,000. What on earth is happening? Does this cat conceal some arcane lineage? After all, each luxury suite housed a magnate of the Azure Sea. These magnates were shrewder than foxes. If it were merely an ordinary pet, such frenzied bidding would never. There had to be critical intelligence gaps beyond Alan's reach. Never mind its origins. All I need is to quietly develop Atlantia Island. Having resolved not to dwell on the inexplicable, Alan knew it would not impede his island enterprise. I wonder how Lewis feels hearing this price. Curiosity flickered across Alan's thoughts. How did Lewis feel? He felt nothing. Because the moment the auctioneer announced 50,000 source crystals, Lewis, watching from a shadowed corner, collapsed unconscious from sheer exhilaration. Before falling, his outburst rivaled Fan Jin's manic triumph upon passing the Imperial examination. His hysterical shouting, wild, delirious, prompted a seasoned guard to strike him down with a single palm strike. Had he remained conscious, the subsequent bids might well have triggered fatal cardiac arrest, for the price continued to climb. 85,000 source crystals. 90,000 source crystals. Sweet no. 09 has bid 90,000. Any higher offers? On stage, the auctioneer's voice grew hoarse with uncontainable fervor. Today would undoubtedly mark the pinnacle of his career. An auctioneer's dream realized when a filler lot fetched several times the opening lucky number bid. Once word spread among peers across neighboring seas, his name would become legend. More crucially, he would earn 1% of the final hammer price in source crystals as commission. Should 90,000 prove the final bid, he'd pocket 900 source crystals outright. Factoring in the opening lucky number and the grand finale, he estimated a minimum haul of 1,500 source crystals today. At that thought, his lips twitched uncontrollably, betraying the radiant grin he struggled to suppress. He bellowed, voice crackling with excitement. 90,000 source crystals. Any higher bids? This feline is exceptionally rare. Miss it now, and who knows when fortune will grant another chance. Truly a commodity whose scarcity commands premium value. Inside Suite No. 08. Counselor Zoro's eyes gleamed. He had waited long for the auctioneer to utter those exact words. A commodity whose scarcity commands premium value. With that phrase spoken, they'll assume I intend to resell, not suspect my ties to the Dark Church. The time has come. Within Zoro's spatial rune device rested precisely 100,000 source crystals. As a high-ranking noble, his total assets far exceeded this sum. Yet, this amount represented the maximum he could freely allocate without disrupting his domain's operational stability. The remainder lay stored across regional armories. Had the Grand Bishop alerted him earlier, mobilizing 200,000 would have posed no difficulty, but now time had run out. Nonetheless, Zoro believed 100,000 marked the practical ceiling for any luxury suite present. Thus, he bypassed cautious increments, announcing his absolute limit outright. 100,000 source crystals. 100,000 source crystals. Suite No. 08 bids 100,000. Any higher bids? Any higher bids? Directly opposite Suite No. 08 sat Suite No. 011, where the Bishop of the Church of Light, the Azure Sea's foremost luminous sect, sat with grave solemnity. Zoro's intuition proved correct. 100,000 source crystals represented the short-term upper limit for Azure Sea nobles or churches alike. Even with half a day's advance notice, the Church of Light could muster barely 10,000 more. Source crystals were no virtual currency nor common coinage. Each crystal was irreplaceable, consumed utterly upon use. Though serving as legal tender, no prudent ruler would gamble their domain's entire reserve. Rune armored, geared defensive towers and infrastructure all required source crystals to function. Without sufficient reserves, one risked catastrophic vulnerability, sudden invasion, or worse, being home attacked. The Bishop of Light wore deep concern. To raise his 100,000, he'd made promises far exceeding Ross's. Promises binding before acquisition, not contingent upon success. 10 blessings of light. Alone I can conduct but one blessing ceremony. I must petition the Grand Bishop to dispatch 9 additional bishops to officiate. Just as the Bishop of Light wrestled with this dilemma, a firm knock echoed at his suite door. He instructed a junior cleric to open it, and standing there unmistakably was Bishop Ross of the Church of Life. The Bishop of Light frowned. What brings you here? To mock me. Ross laughed heartily, ushering several clerics into the suite. I've known since dawn you'd scrape together only 100,000. Now Zoro snatched it from under your nose. The Bishop of Light snorted coldly. He likely seeks only to flip it for profit. I'll negotiate privately with him after the auction to purchase the celestial cat outright. He's the most astute merchant noble alive. A private sale would demand a price beyond imagine. What if we join forces instead? Cooperation. How? It's simple. After the celestial cat is auctioned, it belongs to your Church of Light. But our Church of Life can use it to open the secret treasure 3 times. Upon hearing Rose's response, the Light Bishop's expression eased slightly. Then, as if recalling a certain rumor, he asked curiously, I heard your church received a directive from the goddess. You need to find the goddess statue stored within a mysterious secret treasure. Has your church found the treasure, but lacks the map requiring this cat to unlock it? Hearing the Light Bishop probe into the church's core secret, Bishop Rose chose to counter rather than answer. Don't play dumb. I heard the God of Light gave your church the same directive. Word has it the Church of Light has already found one statue, hasn't it? And after finding it, a mysterious group of divine envoys emerged within your church. You thought you kept this well hidden, but our Order of the Divine Pantheon learned of it long ago. Not only did he fail to uncover the Church of Life's secret, but Rose had exposed his own church's hidden truth. The Light Bishop's face flushed with embarrassment. Enough idle talk. The auctioneer has begun the count. How many source crystals can your Church of Life contribute? Our Church of Life can support you with 20,000 source crystals. That should be enough. With Rose's definitive answer, the Light Bishop quickly placed his bid. 110000 source crystals. Meanwhile, the auctioneer on stage began to announce 100 source crystals going once. Going. Before he could utter the words sold, his gavel was raised but not yet brought down. Suddenly a bid of 1100 source crystals came from box 11. The auctioneer quickly swallowed the imminent word and lowered his gavel instead. Inside box 08. As the auctioneer began the countdown, Senator Zoro had already poured himself a glass of fine wine. He held the glass calmly, waiting for the hammer to fall. Suddenly, the announced price of 1100 source crystals startled him, spilling his wine. Is there someone in the Azure Sea domain capable of offering over 100 source crystals? Impossible. Senator Zoro couldn't believe such a person existed. Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. Watching the projection, he saw the auctioneer begin the countdown for the 110 source crystal bid. Senator Zoro was frantic but powerless to stop it. 1100 source crystals going once. 1100 source crystals going twice. 1100 source crystals going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer slammed down his gavel. The frenzied auction had finally come to an end. Lewis, the seller of the kitten, had just regained consciousness. Upon hearing the final price of 1100 source crystals announced by the auctioneer, he fainted again. Inside the lavish boxes of other churches, many felt regret over their inadequate preparations. In box 11, where the celestial cat had been successfully won without further incident, the Light Bishop voluntarily performed a salutation of light to Rose as a gesture of gratitude. Inside an ordinary box, Alan was envious, almost jealous of the plump merchant. Damn, I thought I was overpowered with the Hextech Rune. I never expected someone even more broken than me. 110000 source crystals. With War Treasure, I guaranteeing 100% drop rate of pure source crystals. You need to slay 1100 monsters to get that much. That lucky bastard must be favored by the goddess of fortune. Alan was drooling with envy, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, because the auction was continuing, and only 9 items remained before Linos' mother would take the stage. The astronomical sum of 1100 source crystals seemed to have stunned all the bidders present. Consequently, the subsequent auctions became far more tedious. For each item that appeared, regardless of its rarity, only a handful of people placed bids. Most seemed utterly disinterested. Even a high-grade blue secret treasure map, which would normally spark a bidding war, sold for a price lower than its market value in this auction. The owner of that item was almost moved to tears. And so 9 items passed across the display stage like items on an assembly line, either sold or passed over. The auction finally neared its end. The penultimate item was about to be presented. At this moment, many bidders had not left halfway through. They had waited until now to catch a glimpse of the beauty featured in the catalog. Behind the display stage, Tina had been changed into a magnificent gown by the maidservants. She was imprisoned within a crystal cage made of transparent crystal designed to showcase her stunning figure. The auctioneer on stage also summoned his energy and called out forcefully, "Next, let us welcome our penultimate item. She is a creature of exquisite charm, with a face kissed by angels and a figure as alluring as a demon's. Any man who beholds her cannot help but kneel before her gown. Even I, the auctioneer, am no exception. Let us bring forth the most beautiful slave of tonight." The curtain behind the stage slowly drew open. Four guards jointly carried a crystal cage shrouded in a black veil onto the platform. Inside the luxurious box 08, Senator Zorro had emerged from the fear of failing to secure the celestial cat. For the dark divine envoy had just relayed the latest message from the Archbishop through the shadows within the box. The Archbishop did not reproach him, but instead offered comfort. The implication was that while the celestial cat had been won by the Light Bishop, the Church of Darkness would never allow it to be safely delivered to the Holy Island of Light. The specific plan was not disclosed to Zorro, but he could guess its meaning. It likely relied on the Archbishop's terrifying transcendent power to forcibly take the celestial cat from the Light Bishop. However, as one of the most important islands in the Azure Sea domain, Shampoo Island was protected by a formidable runic barrier. Even with the Archbishop's epic-level transcendent power, forcibly taking the celestial cat from the island unscathed would be no easy feat. But these were not matters for Zorro to consider now. Since the Archbishop had not requested his forces to assist in stealing the cat, he would not concern himself with the plan's success. His mind was now on another matter. The Archbishop earnestly hopes you will acquire that female slave and send her to the Dark Holy Island to be nurtured as a follower of our faith. I trust you will not disappoint him again. With such words from the divine envoy, Zorro understood perfectly. That old man with snow-white hair was stirred by youthful desires. He was determined to have Zorro win that alluring woman and present her to him. Should I also send him some secret elixirs from the Spring Island? Zorro sneered inwardly. Inside a regular private box, Lino sat beside Alan, nervously watching the projection. On her other side, Xia was also silently waiting to catch a glimpse of Aunt Tina. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are eagerly anticipating this. Now let us unveil the true beauty of this exquisite slave. The auctioneer shouted hoarsely from the stage. He then approached the crystal cage and abruptly pulled down the black curtain covering it. A stunning figure instantly appeared before the audience. The auction house was well aware of how to create a spectacle, as a warm white light cascaded from the top of the cage, accentuating the perfect curves within. Her starting bid is only 500 source crystals. Each increment must be no less than 100 source crystals. Please begin your bidding. Inside the regular private box, Alan's eyes widened as he stared at Tina on the projection. He was not inexperienced. He had seen many beautiful faces from both Eastern and Western cultures in his previous life, when the film industry thrived. However, upon seeing Tina for the first time, he was still awestruck by her astonishing beauty. She looked as if she had stepped out of a comic book. Oh right, it's a Korean comic. Compared to Alan's shock at Tina's beauty, Lino couldn't help but tear up the moment she said, Mom. Seeing Lino in tears beside her, Alan hugged her tightly. As long as Auntie is alive, we still have a chance. I will do everything I can to bring Auntie back to Atlantis. While Alan comforted Lino, the bidding for Tina be 600 source crystals, 700 source crystals, 800 source crystals. It was evident that many in attendance were already captivated by Tina's beauty. The bids came faster and faster, indicating just how intense the competition was at that moment. It even surpassed the fervor of the opening bid and that of the cat. With hundreds or thousands of source crystals, many attendees could afford to bid. Seeing this, Alan quickly shouted his own price. 3,000 source crystals. While Alan was momentarily stunned, the price had already been raised to 1,500 source crystals. Without hesitation, he doubled the price, attempting to scare off some bidders. Indeed, after Alan's bid of 3,000 source crystals, the speed of bidding gradually slowed down. 3,100 source crystals. 3,200 source crystals. Even after Alan's bid, there were still others in the private boxes who placed bids. Alan immediately followed up with 2 more bids. 4,000 source crystals. When the price reached 4,000, Alan clearly felt the bidding pace slow significantly. Well-versed in psychology, he decided to go all in. 5,500 source crystals. 500 of that was what he had on him. The remaining 5,000 would be covered by runic cores later. As expected, Alan's psychological strategy proved effective. After he placed a bid of 5,500 source crystals, the sounds of other bids ceased. The auctioneer, after trying to stir the crowd a few more times without success, prepared to start the countdown for the bidding. Just as Lino stopped crying and excitedly looked at Alan, he kissed her gently. The luxurious box number 08 made its move. 8,000 source crystals. Clearly, Senator Zorro was well aware of the psychology of bidding. He came in with a bid that was beyond Alan's reach. Suddenly, both Alan and Lino, who had just been excited, were left in a daze. How could this be? How could anyone bid such a high price for beauty? Alan felt that while Tina was beautiful as a slave, even 3,000 source crystals seemed excessive. According to the auction house's introduction, Tina was just an ordinary human slave, without any extraordinary enhancements. Prices above 3,000 source crystals were typically reserved for extraordinary slaves. Alan believed that 5,500 source crystals would provide a fair chance to win Tina. How could anyone bid 8,000 source crystals? He couldn't believe it, yet he had to. Watching the crystal cage being taken down, Lino buried her head deep in Alan's embrace. It's all. Thank you for everything you have done for Lino. Just knowing that Mom is still alive makes me happy. Tears soaked Alan's chest. Suddenly Alan stood up. Let's go, Lino. Although we didn't win, Auntie, I believe she is worried about you. Let's go to the front of the luxurious box and see if we can catch a glimpse of her. At the very least, let her know you are still alive. Alan stood up, and Lino also followed suit, her eyes filled with tears as she nodded. That's right, my lord. No matter what, I must let Mom know I am still alive. And that I'm doing well. In the projection, the auctioneer had already begun to warm up for the grand finale. Meanwhile, Alan and the others had lost interest in watching. Alan held Lina's hand as they exited the box. Mia comforted the similarly crying Xia, walking behind Alan. The layout of the auction house was quite simple. The central area was the venue for the auction. Surrounding the auction venue was a circle of regular private boxes. The luxurious boxes were situated on one side of the auction house, with a dedicated passageway and exclusive entrance leading outside. This dedicated passageway was inaccessible to Alan and the others. However, after the auction ended, the guards would escort the auctioned items through the regular passage to the luxurious boxes. So after the crystal cage was taken down, Alan hurriedly led the three girls to the intersection of the dedicated and regular passageways. Guards lined the passage, exuding an aura unique to extraordinary beings. Alan had considered forcibly taking Tina. However, after thinking about the low-tier extraordinary strength of the three of them, he dismissed that idea. Well then, let's just take a look. Once we return to the island and work hard, we will ensure that such things never happen. Alan silently vowed in his heart. Lino stood beside him, understanding and no longer crying. She knew her lord had done his best. If she cried any further, it might make her lord feel bad. So she chose to stifle her tears, quietly standing beside Alan, waiting for a glimpse of her mother. She also wanted her mother to see that she was still alive. Time did not pass long before a unique light refracted from the crystal cage, shining onto Alan's face. Then four guards slowly carried the crystal cage out from the venue's exit. Inside the cage, Tina was silent. She was almost able to grasp her talent. As the sister of the Wood Elf Queen, Tina also possessed many secret arts related to talent. As long as she wished, she could overdraw her talent at any moment, instantly reaching the strength of a high-tier extraordinary being and escaping the auction house before signing the slave contract. But what would happen after escaping? The secret arts were not without cost. Using them would leave her weak for at least. During that month, it would be difficult for her to even eat. With her beauty, it would be akin to escaping from the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of wolves. Sister, what should I do? Tina, who had always been quite strong, now felt a bit at a loss. She began to long for her sister's embrace. Uncertain whether it was an illusion, at the intersection of two passages outside the cage, she seemed to see her sister's beautiful face. Sister, Tina murmured to herself. Mom. Suddenly the voice of Lino appeared in Tina's ear. This voice left her in disbelief. I just imagined my sister appearing. Now I'm hearing Lino's voice again. What is happening to me? As the guards carried the crystal cage towards the lavish passage, Tina once again heard Lino's voice. Mom, I'm Lino, I'm still alive. Due to the distance and the reflective quality of the crystal cage, Tina couldn't clearly see the figure at the other end of the ordinary passage. But as the cage drew closer to the intersection, Tina finally recognized the face she had longed for. Lino, praise the goddess of life. You are still alive. Tina's emotions were ignited in an instant. The guard beside her also made a motion to drive them away. You all hurry and leave here. Otherwise we will treat you as robbers trying to seize the items. Seeing this scene, Lino became anxious and quickly explained her situation to Tina. Mom, I'm doing well right now. There's a lord who treats me very well. The recent auction price of 5500 source crystals was quoted by that lord. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy you. Seeing that you are fine, I can relax. Tina could hear Lino's feigned strength and worry. She comforted her, saying, as long as you are alive, I can relax. Don't worry about me, Lino. You must. Then the two of them wanted to say something further. However, the guard had already raised his weapon, preparing to launch an attack. Ellen had no choice but to pull the reluctant Lino away from the intersection. The auction was still in progress, showcasing the final act. However, Ellen and the others had already exited the auction house. The auction began in the afternoon. By the time Ellen walked out, it was already evening. But the island of Chambord was indeed the largest trading island in the entire Azure Sea. The entire island was brightly lit. Those magnificent buildings shone even more beautifully under the glow of rune lights than during the day. The entrance of the auction house was filled with carriages, including some like taxis waiting to pick up customers. However, the auction had not yet concluded, so these carriages were patiently waiting. Ellen quickly spotted the carriage he had taken in the morning among the crowd. He brought the three girls to the carriage, and just as he instructed the driver to head to the port, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Wait for me. Ellen turned to see Lewis, who had shared the carriage with him during the day. At this moment, he was running towards the carriage holding up his merchant robe over his protruding belly. Seeing someone getting into his carriage, the driver was certainly willing to wait for an extra fare. So he gave Lewis time to board. Lewis climbed into the carriage, plopping down in the same spot he had occupied in the morning. Then with a somewhat stiff smile, he said to Ellen, "What a coincidence we meet again." Ellen smiled back and said, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. I thought you would have run off after getting that source crystal. Why have you only come out now?" Lewis chuckled. "When I heard that price, I got so excited that I fainted. I just woke up. Let's go to the tavern street. I'll treat you to a drink. Let's become friends." Hearing that someone was treating him, Ellen certainly would not refuse. He wasn't taking the carriage to return to Atlantis, but wanted to explore Chambered Island. After all, the Wave Festival only happens once a year, making it a rare opportunity. The distance from Atlantis to Chambered Island was quite far. Without the assistance of the ocean currents during the Wave Festival, relying solely on human power would likely take half a month for a round trip. It was estimated that after returning this time, Ellen wouldn't come back to Chambered Island again this year, unless absolutely necessary. Considering this, Ellen wanted to take advantage of the 3 days of the Wave Festival to see if there were any items that could help him develop Atlantis. If all else fails, buying 6 high-rated slaves to take back would also count as a form of gain. So he certainly wouldn't refuse Lewis' invitation to drink. Instead, he was quite happy to obtain more information about the sea from Lewis. The carriage carried the 5 of them to the tavern street of Chambered Island. At this moment, the street was illuminated with colorful lights, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bar street from a past life. To better chat with Lewis, Ellen found an inn outside the tavern street. He let Lino and the Myaxia sisters, who were still immersed in sadness, check in first. After ordering some food for them, he then entered a tavern with Lewis. After downing 3 mugs of ale, the two were shoulder to shoulder, as if they were old friends. They chatted excitedly about various wonders of the sea. Ellen shared some basic business principles from Blue Star, which left Lewis in awe, eager to team up with Ellen for a grand venture. Thus the two conversed until the late hours of the night. Under the influence of alcohol, both of them felt a bit drowsy. Just as Ellen was about to sink into slumber, a sudden loud noise erupted in the sky above Chambered Island. A wave of energy descended from the sky, shattering the tavern's roof, while the materials used to build the roof were sent flying chaotically within the tavern by the shockwave. Ellen's drunkenness instantly faded. He quickly used his talent Diamond Barbie to shield himself. At the same time, he protected this newly made friend, Lewis. At this moment, Lewis also shook off the effects of the alcohol. Looking at Ellen, who stood in front of him and deflected a massive rock, he wore an expression of indescribable gratitude. "Damn it, I just got rich, and I almost died here. Luckily I have you, brother. I didn't expect you to be not only a lord, but also a transcendent. Truly a hidden gem. This meal is worth it." Ellen deflected another fallen wooden pillar and urgently said, "Let's not talk about that now. Let's get out of here first. What exactly is going on? Is Chambered Island under attack?" Hearing the word attack, Lewis also fell into deep thought. The rune formation of Chambered Island could be said to be the highest level of rune formation in the entire Azure Sea. It could easily withstand an epic-level dark tide. What on earth is happening that creates such a huge commotion? And how could the aftermath collapse the tavern's roof? Time rewinds to just after the auction concluded. In box No. 8, Senator Zorro quietly savored his fine wine while watching the final highlight item of the auction. Beside him, within a crystal cage, was the beautiful slave girl Tina, whom he had just purchased for 8,000 origin crystals. Inside the cage, Tina nervously weighed her options. She realized that the nobleman who had purchased her was merely an ordinary human. If he intended to enslave her, he wouldn't need to use any secret techniques. He could easily subdue her with a mere burst of talent before his blood even touched the slave rune. Moreover, he was alone in the box without even a guard, making it quite easy to overpower him and force him to assist in her escape. Tina's talent was related to plant manipulation, and she had already exhausted the few plant seeds she had. However, after being brought to the box, Tina was surprised to find many fruit seeds that this nobleman had discarded. As long as she wished, she could turn this box into a world of plants right now. However, Tina found it strange that this nobleman, after purchasing her, had not thought of binding her with a contract. In fact, he hardly glanced at her. If he doesn't take the initiative to contract, that's a good thing. Then I'll just activate my talent and kidnap him. With the help of the plants after escaping, I can also find Lino through the guidance of the island's flora. Senator Zorro remained fixated on the projection. He was not averse to female beauty, rather he was more obsessed with extraordinary power. For this reason, he had taken risks by joining the Dark Church. Otherwise, with his status, there was no need for him to engage in such actions that could lead to a collective backlash if discovered. Thus, after purchasing Tina, he kept his eyes glued to the projection. Fearful that he might be enchanted by Tina's beauty and do something to squander his previous efforts, the projection displayed the last auction item. It was a purple epic-level rune equipment. It was a metal gauntlet inscribed with dense runes. A low-tier extraordinary being could easily defeat a higher-tier extraordinary being simply by leveraging the equipment advantage. This is the allure of rune equipment. However, its price was clearly beyond what an ordinary low-tier extraordinary being could covet. The final bid for this highlight item reached a staggering 40,000 origin crystals. If it weren't for that cat, it would undoubtedly deserve the title of highlight item. But with the 11,000 origin crystals already spent on that cat, the price of the highlight item failed to stir any ripples in the hearts of those present. In the cage, Tina had already activated the fruit seeds on the ground, and with a mere infusion of her mental energy, she could instantly transform the room into a larger wooden cage. In doing so, their situations could be exchanged. The nobleman would become her hostage within the wooden cage. Just as Tina was about to act, there was a sudden knock at the door of the box. Senator Zorro stood up from his seat and adjusted his formal attire. Then the door to the box was pushed open and a group of Zorro's subordinates entered. Among them were 2 extraordinary guards. Upon entering the box, one of the extraordinary guards sensed a faint aura of mental energy permeating the air. However, the aura dissipated in an instant, and he thought nothing of it. Tina, who had planned to act, also halted her movements upon noticing the 2 extraordinary beings. "This is the female slave I just purchased. Take her back to the castle on Xianghua Island first." Hearing Senator Zorro's command, the ordinary subordinates hurriedly complied. "Yes, my lord." The 2 extraordinary guards clearly held higher status, and such trivial matters did not require their direct involvement. They walked closely behind Senator Zorro, protecting him tightly. "Let's go back to the castle." As a great noble of the Azure Sea region, Senator Zorro not only had a castle in his own territory, but also owned a castle on this bustling trading island. After exiting the auction house, Senator Zorro boarded his luxurious carriage and headed toward the castle. He looked at the commoners outside who were celebrating the Sea Wave Festival with a hint of derision in his eyes. The carriage moved slowly. Suddenly, from the shadows of the carriage, the voice of the divine messenger echoed again. "The Archbishop has sent a command. You are to arrange for a large ship to stand by at the first port outside Xianghua Island. The female slave you just purchased is to be sent aboard. As for yourself, if you are not extraordinary, you may remain in the castle on the island or leave Xianghua Island directly after completing your business. This island may become very dangerous at night. There could be dangers." Upon hearing the command from the divine messenger, Senator Zorro acknowledged it and curiously asked another question. "Are we really going to seize the celestial cat from the Church of Light tonight? The rune array on Xianghua Island is epic level. Can the Archbishop manage it alone?" "That's not something you need to worry about. But I can tell you this. The Archbishop has 1 foot in legend. He just needs to complete the ascension ritual to become a legendary extraordinary being." Upon hearing this news, Zorro was even more astonished. It should be noted that the Pope was also only a legendary extraordinary being. If the Cardinal were to ascend, wouldn't that mean he could challenge the Pope's position? As a bishop under his command, wouldn't he have an even greater chance of becoming extraordinary? With this thought, Senator Zorro's face bore an even more devout expression. "Rest assured, Archbishop. I will arrange for a high-tier ship to wait outside the first port. I will personally take the slave aboard the ship awaiting the good news from the Archbishop. I will not disappoint the Archbishop's expectations." Listening to Senator Zorro pledge his loyalty, a satisfied voice emerged from the shadows. "Since you wish to personally welcome the Archbishop, that is acceptable. I will convey your intentions to the Archbishop. Now go and get busy." After saying this last sentence, there was no further movement from the shadow of the carriage. The excitement in Senator Zorro's eyes also faded by half. "No matter what, I must stay on the ship personally. After all, every large ship bears the crest of my Clyde family. If the operation succeeds, I can make an appearance before the Archbishop. If it fails, I can leave the ship immediately and distance myself from the matter. I hope nothing goes awry." The convoy continued toward Clyde Castle. Halfway through, Senator Zorro suddenly gave the order to head to the first port of Xianghua Island. He also arranged for his attendants to bring the largest high-tier ship of the Clyde family. As Senator Zorro boarded the large ship with the crystal cage, he saw a red meteor streaking across the sky above Xianghua Island. It was heading toward the center of Xianghua Island. In the sky, a blazing meteor streaked across the horizon of Xiangbidi Island, crashing fiercely into the central runic defense formation. At the same time, a darkness that could envelop the entire light church appeared above it. This was a perfect coordination. The runic defense formation would detect any extraordinary beings making a move within the range of Xiangbidi Island and automatically launch corresponding attacks. Moreover, when a large-scale extraordinary offense occurred on Xiangbidi Island, the runic defense formation would prioritize defensive measures. Thus, as the blazing meteor headed towards the center of the island, the priority mechanism of the runic defense formation activated, raising an energy shield that could encompass the entire Xiangbidi Island. This blazing meteor was indeed an epic-level extraordinary strike. The runic formation needed to mobilize all its energy to maintain the energy shield and prevent this strike from landing on the island. If such a powerful strike landed on the island, it would likely turn the entire island into ruins. At the same time, the darkness enveloping the light church launched its attack the moment the energy shield appeared. It was like a pool of water condensed from darkness infiltrating the church without any gaps, attempting to quickly locate its target and take it away. However, just as the dark tendrils entered the church, a brilliant light erupted from within, tearing apart the darkness that enveloped the church. The emitted light illuminated the entire Zyangabadi island. In the high sky, the dark church's Cardinal Grayson frowned as he watched this scene. I never expected that the light bishop from the Azure Sea possesses epic-level extraordinary power. Although he has just stepped into the epic realm, he is already beyond the reach of that fellow hiss. I knew that stealing something on the largest trading island in this sea is not an easy task. I didn't expect that it would actually force me to use my full strength. Well, let the people of this island witness the strength of a top epic-level extraordinary. The Cardinal raised the runic staff in his hand, his aura reaching its peak. The hundreds of attack runes he commanded arranged themselves automatically. A blazing meteor, even more powerful than the last, appeared before him. Go! Destroy the defenses on the island. The defense formation had just successfully withstood one blazing meteor when it was immediately met with an even greater strike. The charging of the defense formation had not yet reached its peak. Thus, after withstanding 90% of the blazing meteor's power, the energy shield shattered. The remaining 10% of the meteor's power striking Zyangabadi Island caused astonishing destruction. Centered on the point of impact, all buildings within a kilometer radius were reduced to ruins by the shockwave. Fortunately, this strike did not target the central area of Zyangabadi Island, but instead landed in the northern part. This area was relatively sparsely populated, resulting in minimal casualties. However, the temporary breach of the defense formation caused chaos on the island. At this moment, there were numerous extraordinary beings on Zyangabadi Island. Those high-level extraordinary beings had sensed the presence of the first blazing meteor as soon as it appeared. When the second blazing meteor appeared, they all emerged from the buildings to gaze at the sky. They saw that the runic formation protecting the entire Zyangabadi Island had temporarily fallen. Those extraordinary beings who had been intimidated by the power of the defense formation instantly began their revelry. The charging of the defense formation required approximately 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, it was paradise for the extraordinary beings. They transformed into hunters hidden in the darkness, commencing a brief hunting spree. However, where there were extraordinary beings creating chaos, there were naturally extraordinary beings maintaining order. The extraordinary beings from various churches stepped forward. Under the leadership of the various cardinals, they began to restore order on the island. The clash between chaos and order turned Zyangabadi Island into a complete mess. Meanwhile, the cardinal was flying above the light church as Zyangabadi Island descended into chaos. At this moment in the light plaza, the dark envoy Hiss had already been forced out of his dark form. He was merely a high-level extraordinary being, and faced with the overwhelming power of an epic-level extraordinary, he had no ability to retaliate. If it weren't for the light bishop sensing the presence of the dark archbishop, he would have likely already become a corpse. In the light plaza, the light bishop looked up at Grayson, who was slowly descending. His face bore an expression of utmost seriousness. He sensed that the dark archbishop before him was not an ordinary epic-level extraordinary, but carried a hint of legendary pressure. You have actually set one foot into the legendary realm. Hearing the light bishop reveal his strength, Grayson wore a smile on his aged face. You can actually sense it. It seems that in the blessing of that statue of the light god, you not only broke through to epic level in rune grade, but also gained other rewards. The light bishop could tell that the dark archbishop had a probing intention. However, the fact that one could obtain the blessings of the light god after finding the statue was a top secret of the light church. No detail could be leaked, at least not from his mouth. Therefore, in response to Grayson's probing, the light bishop chose to say nothing. Alright, the fact that one can receive a blessing from the god after finding the statue from the secret treasure is something that basically every church knows. There's no need to keep it so tightly sealed. Quickly hand over the celestial cat. The light bishop looked solemnly at the redrobed archbishop of. He had just been promoted to epic level, and it was evident that he was not a match for the person before him. However, he didn't need to defeat him. He only needed to hold out until the runic formation finished charging, and then the formation would naturally attack him. It would be fine if he didn't enter the formation. Once he stepped into the runic formation, even if he had 1 foot in the legendary realm, he would still be severely injured by the attacks of the epic-level runic formation. It was even possible that he could be killed. After all, what epic-level runic formations excelled at was never defense, but offense. 5 minutes, I just need to hold on for 5 minutes. Thinking of this, the light bishop raised his runic staff, and a series of light shields were erected between him and the dark archbishop Grayson. However, he still underestimated the significance of having 1 foot in the legendary realm. Grayson casually released a fireball that shattered the dozens of light shields the light bishop had just erected into pieces. Before the light bishop could react, Grayson had already stepped on his head. "Speak, where is the celestial cat? Hand over the celestial cat, and I can spare your life." The light bishop had absolute faith in the light god, but he was not a rigid person. Since the situation had reached this point, surrendering the celestial cat to preserve his own life would be a better choice for the light church. "It's in the church. He'll take you to find it." Grayson followed the light bishop to the cage holding the celestial. At this moment, there was no trace of the celestial cat in the cage, only a small spatial tunnel leading to an unknown destination. The tunnel was small, seemingly only wide enough for a cat to squeeze through. Grayson turned his head to look at the light bishop, who was staring blankly at him. "What's going on?" "It was just here. Port No. 1 of Zyangbity." A large high-tier ship capable of carrying hundreds of people quietly docked at the harbor. The ship bore the unique family crest of the Clyde family, granting it exclusive access to a dock. At this moment in the vast dock, only the Clyde family's large ship remained standing alone in the dock. On the deck of the ship, Senator Zoro gazed solemnly towards the direction of the Church of Light. It has been some time since 2 crimson fire meteors descended. Initially, there were still flashes of runes colliding from the direction of the Church of Light, but now it was quiet, devoid of any sound. Did we succeed? The charging time for the rune defense array is about to run out. If we don't succeed and they escape. Given Senator Zoro's understanding of Zyangbity Island, the rune array there was likely about to finish charging. At that point, even if the Archbishop were an epic-level extraordinary being, escaping from the island would not be easy. That would be troublesome. As expected, the center of Zyangbity Island shimmered with the light of the rune array reaching completion. Moreover, after the light flickered, a series of attacks from the defense array shot towards the extraordinary beings who had just seized the moment to loot. They certainly did not expect that the rune array of Zyangbity Island had a breath memory function. Although the energy was depleted, the memory runes within the array successfully recorded the breath of those extraordinary beings who took advantage of the chaos. At the moment the charging was completed, the rune array targeted those extraordinary beings attempting to conceal themselves. In an instant, dozens of extraordinary corpses appeared on the island. The main culprit behind the chaos this time fared no better. A brilliant attack, bright enough to illuminate the entire Zyangbity Island, shot straight into the sky. After unleashing this strike, it was uncertain whether it successfully killed the target or if the target flew too high and out of the defense range. The rune defense array fell into silence. As Senator Zoro watched this strike, he began to worry for the Dark Archbishop. A figure slowly descended from above Zyangbity Island. When that figure landed on the Clyde ship's deck, Senator Zoro realized it was the Dark Archbishop Grayson, whom he had been concerned about. Grayson was not in good shape. Defending against that last strike had drained his mental energy. Now his mental state was chaotic, his source of extraordinary energy dimmed, and he bore injuries. In his hand, he held the Dark Messenger Hiss, who was currently in even worse condition than Grayson. As a high-tier awakener of the Dark attribute, he had been struck by an epic-level attack of the Light attribute. The fact that he did not die on the spot was already proof of his formidable strength. Although he survived, his condition was far from good. His soul was on the brink of shattering. Fortunately, Grayson managed to save him with an epic-level potion. However, even with the epic-level potion, given his injuries, it would take him half a year to fully recover. Seeing the poor condition of the two, the astute Senator Zoro did not mention whether the mission was a complete success. Noticing that the Archbishop arrived without the cat, he guessed that the mission had likely failed. "Let's go, Zoro." The mission failed. As expected, Archbishop Grayson voluntarily mentioned the mission's failure. Indeed, such an important thing as the Celestial Cat must be under strict surveillance by the Church of Light. It might even have been auctioned off and then transferred away. No, it hasn't been transferred. The messenger has been monitoring the breath of that cat, ensuring it was within the Church of Light before my arrival. However, I didn't expect the Celestial Cat to possess spatial extraordinary abilities, and it didn't emit any extraordinary fluctuations. It slipped away right under the noses of me and the epic-level Archbishop of Light. Grayson was perplexed. The plan for tonight had gone smoothly. But there was one thing he overlooked: the Celestial Cat unexpectedly had the extraordinary power to slip away from the watchful eyes of an epic-level extraordinary being. "By the way, where's the female slave I asked you to auction? I'm quite angry right now. I can hardly contain myself." Although Grayson was the Dark Archbishop, all of his runes were fire attribute runes, and after being backfired by the rune power, he was now agitated. This is also a common issue among fire attribute rune masters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had Zoro auction off that female slave. Seeing this, Senator Zoro hurriedly led the way ahead. "Archbishop, I've placed the female slave in a room on the ship. You can enjoy her to your heart's content." With that, Senator Zorro led the Archbishop to the cabin he had specifically arranged for the female slave. At the door, two intermediate extraordinary beings were vigilantly guarding the room to prevent any unexpected incidents. Seeing Senator Zorro's diligence, Grayson nodded in satisfaction and then pushed open the door to the room. What is this? Seeing the surprise on Grayson's face, Senator Zorro hurriedly stepped forward to look inside the room. At that moment, there was no sign of Tina. The beautiful crystal cage was completely empty. Only a vortex of space whose destination was unknown remained. That vortex of space looked so familiar. However, compared to the one in the Church of Light, it was much larger enough for an adult human to crawl in. How could you two not protect it? Didn't you sense any movement in the room? Upon seeing that vortex of space, Senator Zorro flew into a rage, shouting angrily at the two guards at the door. We indeed did not sense any extraordinary information. The spatial passage has not yet closed. We will pursue immediately. With that, the two intermediate extraordinary guards prepared to open the cage and dive into the vortex of space. However, the vortex of space seemed to have a sense of its own. Just as the two of them opened the cage, they suddenly disappeared, leaving the two guards looking at each other in bewilderment. The Celestial Cat. What a celestial cat! On the tavern street. The chaos on Xiangbidi Island had come to an end. The tavern street was relatively remote, and there were no extraordinary resources here. Therefore, the extraordinary beings who had just caused chaos did not disturb this place. If it weren't for the giant rock thrown up by the second crimson fire meteor collapsing the tavern where Alan was, he might not have known that something had happened tonight. Alan emerged from the ruins of the tavern carrying Lewis on his back. At this moment, standing on the street where the tavern stood, he looked at the intact taverns on either side, then at the ruins where he had just been drinking. Alan looked completely bewildered. The effects of the alcohol faded significantly. What is going on? Was only this tavern attacked? Who did this? Alan's head was filled with a multitude of questions. However, these questions were clearly not matters that a small lord in a remote area should be concerned with. Return to the inn and see if Lino and the others are okay. Alan and Lewis, who had also sobered up, parted ways. Neither dared to linger here any longer. They had already heard from the fleeing townsfolk about the events that transpired on Shambodi Island tonight. Both of them were filled with thoughts of leaving the island as quickly as possible. How frightening this is. The safest and most prosperous trading island has actually been breached by an epic-level extraordinary being. Alan, my good brother, if you ever need my help, you can find me at Emerald Island. Just mention my name, Lewis, and you will. Alan took note of the name Emerald Island. It was also one of the trading islands in the Azure Sea, but it was located to the north of the Azure Sea, quite a distance from Arrow Island. However, Lewis was one of his few connections. In case of any future troubles, he might be of use. After waving goodbye to Lewis, Alan made his way to the inn outside the tavern street. Arriving at the room where Lino and the others were staying, Alan knocked on the door. Lino, I'm back. After his knock, a surprised voice from within responded. It's the Lord. The Lord has returned. Hearing the joy in Linos' tone, a smile spread across Alan's. It seems Lino still relies on me. Just hearing my voice makes her this happy. Indeed, given the commotion tonight, she must be quite worried. When she opens the door, I'll give her a hug and a kiss. The door swung open. Alan opened his arms wide to embrace her. As he stroked her long hair, Alan caught a delightful floral scent. The person in his arms was fragrant, soft, and quite ample. Quite ample. When did Lino grow this much? At that moment, Alan was astonished to find another Lino before. Next to Lino were the sisters Mia and Shia. Then who am I holding right now? Alan looked down and saw a delicate face that seemed to have stepped out of a Korean comic. Lino, Linos' mother. No wonder she was so soft, so fragrant, and so ample. It turned out the one who opened the door for Alan was Tina. Beside Tina, a blue cat was curiously watching him. A cat worth 11,000 source crystals. Heavens, what on earth is going on? Seeing that he had embraced the wrong person, Alan reluctantly released his arms. Tina stood there, her face. Thank you, Lord of Atlantis. Thank you for purchasing Lino and taking care of her. Hearing Tina's praise, Alan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She has helped me a lot too. In fact, she has been taking care of me. But what is the situation here? Weren't you auctioned off by other nobles? Did the nobles let you out? Upon hearing Alan's question, Tina thought for a moment and decided to tell him the truth. It turned out that after being brought aboard the ship, Tina had been watched by two mid-level extraordinary beings with no space for escape. Just when she felt a bit hopeless, a spatial tunnel appeared beside her. From the spatial tunnel emerged a blue cat. Spirit, I still want to eat your fish vine. Hearing the blue cat speak, Tina was momentarily stunned. You can actually speak. You can even tell that I am of the elven race. The blue cat arrogantly replied. I have always been able to speak human language. As for your race, I can tell you are a wood elf at first glance, as you carry the scent of the goddess of life. In the divine realm's temple of the goddess of life, I have sensed the same aura. Upon hearing this, Tina realized the identity of this cat. You are actually a heavenly realm cat. Have you seen the goddess of life? The last time I was born, there were no deities left in the heavenly realm. I don't know where they all went. I don't know much about the heavenly realm. I just recently transferred through a few temples and ended up here due to an accident. I am not clear about the situation in the heavenly realm. So can you please let me eat some fish vines? Meow. Tina looked at the spatial tunnel that could only be accessed by a cat and replied helplessly. I am about to become a human slave. If I can escape from here as long as there are seeds of fish vines I can feed you, even dried fish can be made for you. But there are two mid-level extraordinary beings guarding outside now, and I can't escape. And you supposedly have no combat abilities. After hearing this, the heavenly realm cat widened its eyes. Escape. I can take you out. After saying that the spatial vortex it had just entered expanded to a size Tina could fit through. There is a green treasure below this island. I can take you into the treasure first. Then we can go from the treasure to other places on the island. Upon hearing the heavenly realm cat's response, Tina was astonished. It can work like this. Just like that, meow. Thus Tina followed the heavenly realm cat to a hidden green treasure by the seaside of Shambodi Island. They emerged from the green treasure and arrived at Shambodi Island. Tina's talent allowed her to communicate with from the plants on the island. Tina learned the location of Lino. She then appeared in front of Linos' room with the heavenly realm cat. Just as Lino was immersed in surprise, Alan returned. Tina, who was conveniently at the door, helped Alan open it. Alan mistook Tina for Lino and embraced her. So that's how it is. Alan understood the whole situation. Looking at Lino, who was crying out of joy, he couldn't help but feel happy for her. At this moment, Tina walked over to Lino and embraced her. Although she showed signs of struggle and hesitation, she ultimately spoke. Lord Alan, I hope you will take good care of Lino in the future. I fear I cannot stay by her side. It will bring danger to you all. Lino looked up at Tina, her expression filled with confusion. Tina gently explained to her. I just sensed the power of the Dark Church on that ship. The ones who auctioned me off are likely from the Dark Church. And tonight's attack on Shambodi Island, intending to take Habby from the Light Church, is the work of the Dark Church's Archbishop. Both I and Habby are targets of the Dark Church. If I stay, it may bring danger to you. Tina's concerns were not without merit. From Linos' sparse words, Tina also understood that Alan was not some great lord. He was merely a small lord on a minor island at the edge of the Azure Sea. Faced with a colossal entity like the Dark Church, a small lord had no strength to resist. Once the news leaked, what awaited Alan would be a storm from the Dark Church. If Habby also stayed by Linos' side, other churches would likely take action too. Stay by Linos' side. I promised her that I would help her find her mother. Now that you finally escaped, I don't want to wait until she misses her mother, and then struggle to find your trace in the sea. After deep contemplation, Alan slowly spoke. But if you take me in, it will cause you trouble. Tina hesitated, looking at the young lord, hoping to convey the dangers of the situation. Trouble? I'm not afraid of trouble at all. After all, the passive ability of War Treasure, I allows one to loot spoils after defeating enemies. As for whether this enemy is a monster or another race, War Treasure, I doesn't care at all. Moreover, Tina's rating at the moment is also one of the important reasons for Alan to keep her. 60 points. Her rating is the highest Alan has ever seen. Then, Tina's face showed hesitation and struggle. Lino noticed her hesitation and hugged Tina tightly. The Lord is very powerful. He is protected. Mom, will you come back with us to Atlantis? Upon hearing this, the last thread of Tina's restraint snapped. All right, then I'll go with you to Atlantis. If I bring any danger to the island, I will leave Atlantis at the first opportunity. Then Tina turned to look at her savior cat. Habby, what about you? Do you want to come with me to Atlantis? At that moment, Alan finally shifted his gaze away from Tina's curves to this pet cat worth 11,000 source crystals beside him. Habby, right. Do you want to go to my island with Tina? Alan took the initiative to invite the cute blue kitten. Do you have dried fish on your island? Is there fishy vine? Habby asked curiously. Of course there are dried fish. Once you reach the island, there will be endless dried fish. As for fishy vine, there isn't any yet, but once you arrive on the island, they'll plant a patch for you. So do you want to come back to the island with me? Though he didn't understand why this cat was so coveted for 11,000 source crystals. But with so many luxurious boxes in the mix, there must be a reason behind it. Alan didn't need to know that much, he only needed to know that it was expensive. All right, then I'll go with you to Atlantis. You better not deceive the cat. Seeing the successful coaxing of the cat, Alan revealed a satisfied smile. All right, then the two of you will officially become my subjects. But before we return to the island, we need to sign a subject contract first. Alan instructed Mia to go to the inn's front desk to buy a quill and 2 sheets of paper on which he wrote the long-prepared Atlantis subject contract. The first clause was that any secrets regarding the Lord must not be disclosed. This contract would be protected by the Maritime Code once signed voluntarily and marked with blood. This is a binding blood contract, as the Lord Alan's secrets cannot be voluntarily disclosed by Tina as a subject. Otherwise, she would face penalties under the Maritime Code. Originally, Alan did not know about the existence of such blood contracts. He learned about it after conversing with Lewis. Moreover, Lewis also informed Alan about the specific steps for signing a blood contract, the most important point being that it requires the activation of a transcendence mental power. Generally, small lords do not use such blood contracts, as activating one would deplete all the mental power of a low-level transcendent. Without mental power potions as a supplement, a low-level transcendent would need at least 3 days to fully recover their mental power. On the trading island, there are indeed transcendent individuals who, due to a lack of source crystals, would be willing to help lords activate blood contracts. However, their fees are not low. Each activation requires 50 source crystals. This is because the sensation of depleting mental power is unpleasant. Even if they spend 10 source crystals to purchase a mental power potion, they still have to endure at least a day of splitting headaches. So when Tina saw Alan producing 2 blood contracts, she realized that this young lord probably had some abilities. Moreover, the first clause being a confidentiality agreement further validated her suspicions. However, as long as Alan treats Lino well, Tina wouldn't want to delve into what secrets this young lord might possess. After reading through all the clauses, Tina bit her finger and signed her name on it. As for Habby, who was more afraid of pain, he chose another method. This is my mental power imprint. I have read your contract, and aside from that confidentiality clause, there are no other binding constraints, so I choose to use my mental power imprint to sign the contract. Meow. Alan understood that the mental power imprint is a more effective means of activating the blood contract than blood. Some races prefer not to give their blood when signing a contract, and would instead choose a mental power imprint. Thus he naturally had no objections. With one person and one cat having signed the subject contract, Alan carefully took it. Next, the most important step needed to be completed. Mia Shia, attach your mental power to the contract. Channel all of your mental power. This may cause some head swelling and pain, but I will buy mental power potions for you to replenish the consumed mental power. Moreover, in tomorrow's procurement, I can buy a lot of food you love to bring back to Atlantis. Upon hearing Alan's instructions, Mia and Shia eagerly approached. Then each took a contract. Mia and Shia are actually awakeners. Tina certainly recognized the 2 girls who had once shared a slave cabin with her. She just didn't expect that upon seeing them again they had both awakened their supernatural abilities like herself. Aunt Tina, long time no see. My sister and I have both awakened our talent. And after awakening our talents, we also did not realize that we had awakened. It was only after meeting the Lord that he informed us and dug it out. As Shia infused her mental power into the blood contract, she explained to Tina, "Dug? Can talents really be dug out? Aren't talents entirely reliant on the awakeners for self-exploration? Some awakeners may awaken, but are unaware of what abilities they possess, and can only rely on their own exploration. Thus, some awakeners may never realize they have entered the realm of the supernatural. Isn't this a universally recognized truth of the supernatural in the sea? One has to be well-informed and sensitive to subtle mental power in order to guess that they have awakened. So what does Shia mean by dug?" Tina fell into a storm of thoughts the moment Shia finished explaining. She could not comprehend what digging a talent entailed. After all, only some major powers could slightly detect the tendency of a talent, but they could not precisely uncover the characteristics of each awakener's talents. Could it be that this young lord possesses such an ability? Tina looked once more at this smiling young lord with slanted eyes. She felt a wave of mist gradually rising around him. The blood contract was activated. Shia and Mia, having exhausted their mental energy, were also suffering from excruciating headaches. Fortunately, they were on Cambodia Island, and it was the Sea Wave Festival. Despite the recent turmoil on the island, the potion shop was still open. Alan purchased 2 doses of intermediate mental energy potions for the 2 women, and they immediately felt much better. Under normal circumstances, a basic mental energy potion would suffice to replenish the 2 women's energy. Given their status as beginner extraordinary beings, consuming intermediate potions resulted in some energy overflow. However, this energy overflow significantly alleviated their pain, so Alan was generous, spending 60 source crystals to buy 2 bottles of intermediate potions. After drinking the intermediate potions, the 2 women fell into a deep sleep. The night deepened and Cambodia Island entered a state of order restoration with fewer pedestrians on the streets. There were still vacant rooms in the inn, so Alan booked a separate room for Tina and Lino. Meanwhile, Habby would stay in the same room as Alan. Alan intended to give this long-separated mother and daughter a chance to talk. That night, Lino shared many kind words about the Lord's benevolence with Tina. As she spoke, Lino gradually fell asleep in Tina's embrace. Alan also unraveled Habby's true identity. Celestial cat. That sounds pretty cool. Of course we are favored by the goddess of luck. Are you strong then? Cambodia Island truly deserves its reputation as the largest trading island in the Azure Sea. When Alan awoke from his slumber the next day, the island had already returned to order. Moreover, all the major lords who received news last night rushed to Cambodia Island, not only coming themselves, but also bringing more extraordinary resources. They were negotiating how to upgrade the rune array of Cambodia Island once again. However, such high-level discussions were beyond Alan's reach. After dawn, since Tina and Habi could not be exposed to light, Xia and Mia were in a poor state, and Lino needed to stay at the inn to take care of them. Thus Alan ventured out to the streets alone. The chaos from last night had frightened him. Alan initially planned to stay on Cambodia Island for 3 days, but after witnessing the chaos from the previous night, he decided to procure supplies today and return to Atlantis Island. Only by returning to his own territory could he feel at ease. Although the defenses of Atlantis Island were not as good as those of Cambodia Island. This time he brought 2 rune cores and 500 source crystals. The rune cores were originally intended to offset the source crystals when auctioning Tina, but since Tina had escaped on her own, the rune cores stayed in Alan's possession. However, he did not plan to take the rune cores back, as the 4 defense towers and 1 spring on the island were sufficient for the current stage of development. It would be best to exchange this defense tower rune core and spring rune core for source crystals. This would facilitate future purchases, and on the other hand, he needed to pay off his debt interest after the Sea Wave Festival. Clearly converting them into source crystals would make everything easier. Thus Alan quickly found a merchant and exchanged the rune cores for 5,000 source crystals. One could only say that Cambodia Island truly deserved its title as the largest trading island. A rune core that was scarce on Era Island was merely a common flowing commodity here. Although the merchant valued this transaction highly, it was evident that their enthusiasm was not as great as that of the Era Island merchants. Perhaps it was also related to the fact that Alan had only brought a first-level rune core. A first-level rune core corresponds to beginner extraordinary strength. A second-level rune core corresponds to intermediate extraordinary strength. On Cambodia Island, only second-level rune cores were sought after by many lords. 5,000 source crystals, even if each crystal is only the size of a fingernail, would still be a heavy bag. Carrying such a large amount of source crystals out and about would surely attract crime. Thus, after exchanging for the source crystals, Alan decided to browse around the merchant. This merchant had quite a wide range of products, even selling ships. Alan set his sights on a beginner ship that could accommodate 80 people, priced at 2,000 source crystals. Whether it's ship 1 or ship 2, they are simply too small and not up to par. This greatly limits the development speed of Atlantis Island. If you want to get rich, you must first build roads. The roads at sea are nothing more than these ships. This ship has a sufficient carrying capacity, whether for trading goods or acquiring a large number of slaves. It can accommodate it all. Besides the above points, beginner ships can also navigate the sea at night and possess the ability to fend off low-level magical beasts. Unlike Alan's 2 smaller boats, which could only dock at the port at night. After making up his mind, the transaction went smoothly. Alan handed over the still warm 2,000 source crystals to the merchant, who sent someone to take Alan to the dock for the ship. The merchant pointed to a batch of beginner ships and let Alan choose one from them. In the end, Alan selected the newest looking one and brought it next to ship 2, marking the completion of this transaction. As the 5,000 source crystals dropped to 3,000, it no longer seemed so abrupt. Thus Alan returned from the port back to Cambodia Island. Cambodia Island's trading market was abundant, with various transaction markets everywhere. Since he was at the port, Alan decided to stroll around the markets nearby. First of all, I promised Mia and Xia that I would buy them their favorite food. After spending a few days with the 2 sisters, Alan certainly knew what they loved to eat. Their favorite was exquisite wheat cakes made from refined flour. Not only did they love them, but Alan and Lino also enjoyed them very much. After all, who could resist exquisite carbohydrates? However, the price of refined flour was indeed quite high. 1 source crystal could only exchange for 10 pounds of refined flour. Through this market visit, Alan also learned about the prices of various grains. First, the cheapest was rye. 1 source crystal could be exchanged for 100 pounds of rye. Next was wheat, which was twice as expensive as rye. 1 source crystal could be exchanged for 50 pounds of wheat. The next tier up from wheat was coarse flour. 1 source crystal could be exchanged for 30 pounds of coarse flour. The above are some common grain prices. There were also niche prices such as beans, which were roughly similar to wheat prices. Finally, with great reluctance, Alan purchased 1,000 pounds of refined flour, spending 100 source crystals. He also bought 1,000 pounds of wheat for 20 source crystals. I thought farming had no future. Now it seems I was too narrow-minded. The grain prices in the sea region are actually so expensive. But it makes sense. Where would an island find so much land to farm? Even if there was land to farm, priority would be given to ensuring the food security of the island, and only surplus food could be traded. Even if an acre of wheat only produces 200 pounds, not counting costs, it would still yield 4 source crystals. If I planted 100 acres of wheat, wouldn't I be able to harvest 400 source crystals in a season? In this era of low productivity farming is indeed the hard truth. The grain merchant was quite accommodating as the store was near the dock and even offered free delivery to the ship. The merchant arranged for the slaves in the store to help Alan load the purchased grain onto the ship. With this grain plus the rye on the island, we won't have to worry about food shortages for a while. Now that the carbohydrates are arranged, the next priority should be meat, eggs, and milk. The livestock market was just next door to the grain market. After exiting the grain market, Alan didn't have to walk far. The livestock market was right next to it. In contrast to the fragrant aroma of the grain market, the livestock market was filled with the distinct smells of various animals. In simple terms, it was quite pungent. Holding back the discomfort from the smell, Alan walked through the livestock market. He began to assess the prices of various poultry and livestock. The prices of grain were already quite high, but he was shocked to find that the prices for poultry and livestock were absurdly steep. Adult poultry such as chickens and ducks generally cost about 2 spirit stones each. Younger poultry were slightly cheaper, approximately 5 for 1 spirit stone. The prices for livestock were similar. Adult cows, sheep, and pigs cost 8, 4, and 5 spirit stones respectively. Young cows, sheep, and pigs were much cheaper, priced at 4, 2, and 2 spirit stones. Considering the time needed to raise the young ones, Alan learned from his previous mistake of buying sheep and decided to purchase adults instead, aiming for better breeding. Thus, Alan bought 20 of each adult chicken, duck, and goose, spending 30 spirit stones. He also bought 4 adult cows, sheep, and pigs, spending 68 spirit stones. Originally, Alan had 500 spirit stones. After deducting expenses for the carriage, purchasing potions, renting a room at an inn, and meals, he spent about 80, leaving him with 420. He had sold a rune core for 5,000 spirit stones, but after buying a basic ship, he was left with 3,000 spirit stones. He had just spent 120 spirit stones on grain. Now with the purchase of poultry, he spent another 98 spirit stones. So Alan calculated that he should still have 3,202 spirit stones left. Just these purchases have already cost over 300 spirit stones. Building a territory truly isn't a simple matter. The livestock market also offered delivery services, especially for a big customer like Alan, who was well taken care of. The merchant also had slaves responsible for transporting the livestock onto the ship. Alan looked at the ship's waterline and couldn't help but exclaim, "A 2,000 spirit stone ship really is different." Estimating its waterline capacity, loading 30 more people shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the second ship can carry 9 people. So this time I can purchase at least 30 slaves. Let's go take a look at the slave market. I hope the slave market on Atlantis Island will bring me some surprises. There was no slave market near the port. Instead, not far from the inn where Alan was staying, there was the largest slave trading market on Atlantis Island. He could check it out and buy a batch of suitable slaves all at once. Then when he left, he would call 4 people and a cat from the inn, letting Tina and Habby hide among the slaves. This way, even if someone was watching, it wouldn't be easy to reveal their identities. Alan's suspicions were confirmed as he sat in the carriage heading to the slave trading market. He noticed many suspicious individuals by the roadside, constantly sizing up the passerby, including Alan in the carriage, all within their line of sight. If it comes to it, let Tina and Habby hide under the carriage. As long as we leave Zyangbity Island, they'll be free as birds. Alan was secretly calculating in the carriage, and before long they arrived at the entrance of the largest slave trading market on Zyangbity Island. Compared to the market on Ayla Island, which resembled a bazaar, the market on Zyangbity Island appeared much more formal. It even had a dedicated trading hall. Looking at the Grand Slave Trading Hall, Alan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It truly deserved to be the largest trading market in the Azure Sea, with considerable stature. Once inside, a guide approached. "Are you here to purchase slaves, or to sell slaves?" A beautiful female guide asked kindly. "To purchase slaves," Alan answered briefly. "We have human, demi-human, dwarf, and goblin slaves." "Which race of slaves would you like to purchase?" Listening to the female guide rattling off the options, Alan was once again amazed by the scale of this trading market. "I want to buy human slaves." "Alright, do you need ordinary humans or extraordinary humans?" Ordinary humans will be fine. I am a lord looking to buy some slaves for land reclamation on the island." The more questions the female guide asked, the more anxious Alan became. He suddenly felt like it was his first time visiting a 5-star hotel. "Okay, please follow me this way. Here are all the ordinary humans. I hope you can find the slaves you're looking for." The female guide walked ahead and Alan followed her into a long passage on one side of the hall. Along the sides of the passage, individual human slaves were displayed like goods in a showcase. Their prices were marked on their bodies as well. 800 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones, 1,200 spirit stones. Seeing the exorbitant prices of the slaves, Alan tightened his grip on the pocket containing his spirit stones. However, he soon realized it was a false alarm. The displayed slaves were all extraordinary. Each of these slaves had special rune chains on their arms, seemingly to prevent them from using extraordinary abilities to escape. As he passed through, Alan activated the appraisal function of the Lord Development Handbook in his mind, discovering that the ratings of each individual were surprisingly not below 30 points. If I had the money, buying 10 extraordinary slaves would be enough for 500 points. Unfortunately, the spirit stones I have now are only enough to buy 2 or 3. The female guide led Alan through the long passage, finally arriving at the ordinary slave trading area. This space was even larger than the previous hall, appearing capable of accommodating thousands of slaves. Following the direction pointed out by the female guide, Alan saw dense cages filled with slaves resembling elemental blocks situated within this vast trading market. Each slave was locked in a wooden cage to allow buyers to select their desired products. At the exit of the passage where Alan stood, there were female slaves on the left and male slaves on the right. Alan could choose freely. Suppressing his discomfort, Alan strolled through the market. He maximized the rating function of the Lord Development Handbook. He aimed to select his desired subjects in the shortest time possible and quickly escape from this human trading market that made him feel somewhat uneasy. The market is large enough, and there are plenty of slaves. At this moment, Alan's eyes are starting to strain. Most slaves are rated around 5 or 6 points. Slightly stronger ones get 6 points, average ones 5 points, and those who appear weak get 3 or 4 points. Alan first browsed the male slave market. After all, the labor force of males is higher than that of females, so this procurement will primarily focus on male citizens. If there are particularly high-rated female slaves, they can also be purchased, otherwise it's fine to buy some responsible for logistics. There's no need to buy overly attractive female slaves, as the prettier they are the more expensive. The purpose of buying slaves is to develop the island. There's no need to bring a few decorative vases to the island. Moreover, with Tina as a gem in front of him, even the most beautiful female slave would pale in comparison. Having one such eye-catching individual is enough. Oh no, I almost forgot about Lino and Xiaomia. The three of them are also quite eye-catching. They just lack a bit of time's charm. If they could gain another 10 pounds, they would surely enter the best taste. The female salesperson quietly followed Alan, watching him meander between the various slave cages. She wasn't in a hurry, because she had quietly detected with a market tool that this young lord in front of her carried a substantial amount of source crystals. He was definitely a big client she had encountered today. So all the male slaves here are young adults. Along the way, Alan had only seen young adults. There were no slightly younger or older ones, which made him curious. Yes, our market is the largest slave trading market on Zingbot Island, and all the slaves here have been carefully selected by the market. We guarantee that you won't have any die from illness within a week after purchasing. If such a situation occurs, the market will compensate you with 2 equivalent slaves. Alan nodded, indicating that he understood the market's rules. The quality of these slaves is indeed generally better than those in outside markets. However, the prices are also indeed high. The starting price is 30 source crystals, which is double what it is on Ayla Island. Nevertheless, the prices are quite balanced. The most expensive ones are only 60 source crystals. On average, the price of a male slave is around 50 source crystals. Alan has walked through half of the male slave market and has yet to see the ratings he wishes to find. Indeed, luck will not always favor me. Having encountered Lino and Mia, Xia has already exhausted my extraordinary luck. In a slave market of tens of thousands, there isn't a single slave rated above 20. This is Alan's ignorance. There are many magical runes and rune items in this world. Among them are those capable of detecting extraordinary talents. If Alan had come to a small slave market, he might have had a chance to find a hidden gem. However, he happened to choose the largest slave market. In such a large slave market, there are certainly tools to detect whether there are any extraordinary talents. Seeing that there was indeed no chance of finding hidden gems, Alan simply lost interest in browsing. He directly expressed his requirements to the female salesperson beside him. No more browsing. The slaves here all have similar physiques and ages. They'll state my requirements. You go help me choose. Help me choose 16 male farmers. They need to be strong. Then 4 blacksmiths, 4 carpenters, and 4 fishermen. Also select 7 female farmers to make a total of 35 slaves. They'll wait for you at the transaction hall. The female salesperson smiled and nodded, indicating she understood Alan's request. Alan then followed the long corridor to the payment area in the transaction hall. After a moment, the female salesperson walked ahead, bringing along 35 slaves that met Alan's requirements. Alan wasn't worried about her picking some expensive ones for him, because Alan had already carefully observed that this slave market is quite legitimate. Its legitimacy lies in having slaves with different skills, and their prices vary. The price for farmers is the cheapest at 30 source crystals each. The price for blacksmith slaves is the highest at 60 source crystals each. Carpenter and fisherman slaves are relatively cheaper, priced at 50 source crystals each. The price for female farmers is even cheaper, only 20 source crystals each. As expected in the female salesperson's introduction, it was just as Alan had speculated. 16 male farmers require 480 source crystals. 12 skilled slaves require 640 source crystals. 7 female farmer slaves require 140 source crystals. In total 1260 source crystals. Actually, Alan could also consider returning to AI Law Island to purchase slaves. However, the quality of slaves on AI Law Island is uneven and Alan has a compulsion, so he chose to pay a high price for these 35 slaves. Alan pointed out 1260 source crystals and handed them to the female salesperson. He then pricked his finger and signed the slave contract with these 35 slaves. From today onwards, the compulsive Alan now possesses the following citizens. First are the farmers. The 16 newly purchased farmers combined with the original 4 on the island form a farming team of 20. For blacksmiths, 4 carpenters and 4 fishermen, plus the 3 blacksmiths, 3 carpenters, and 3 fishermen on the island form a living profession team of 15. 7 female farmers combined with the 2 existing female farmers on the island and Lino make a logistics support team of 10. With this, Alan can completely extricate himself from the island's mundane affairs. He can become a proper lord, seriously planning the future of his territory. Meanwhile, the source crystals he possesses have drastically reduced to 1942. However, his spending is not over yet. Alan, accompanied by the 35 newly contracted slaves who are still in a lethargic state, walked out of the slave market transaction hall. He arrived at a nearby potion shop. Alan once again bought 20 bottles of energy potions, spending 300 source crystals. He also bought some seasoning tools and the like at a nearby grocery store, spending 12 source crystals. Thus he is left with only 1630 source crystals. With just a few days left until tax day, why does Alan dare to spend so freely? Doesn't he fear being unable to pay taxes and getting into trouble with the Federation? He does. He certainly fears trouble. But this kind of trouble can be resolved by simply dismantling a Moreover, after accepting Tina and the Heavenly Cat, the various major forces he might face are the fundamental reasons for his current actions. He wants to exchange source crystals for development time. Upon returning to the island, he will not passively wait for monsters to come ashore and loot. Since he is adjacent to the Sea of Death, he intends to launch a fierce attack against it. These energy potions are precisely prepared for this purpose. Before Lino awakens her talent, she will serve as the chief steward of Atlantis Island. He, along with Tina, Xia, and Mia, will be responsible for fighting monsters and gaining experience. I believe that in the near future Atlantis Island will enter a period of rapid development. This was not only because the slave market was far enough from the port, but also to better hide Tina and Habby. Therefore, Alan directly hired 8 carriages by the roadside. The price for hiring a carriage was slightly higher, 1 source crystal per carriage. However, compared to the consumption of over 1,000 source crystals, just now these 8 source crystals were quite reasonable. Alan instructed the carriage drivers to stop at the inn's entrance, then he led the slaves into the inn and brought the still somewhat dazed Lino and the others out. Among them, Mia and Xia, after a night of deep sleep, were in much better condition. Tina, cloaked in a long robe that concealed her perfect figure, blended in among the slaves. Just as the slaves were queuing to board the carriages, she quickly dove under the carriage with Habby. With the assistance of her talent for plant manipulation, she used the vines sprouting from the carriage's underside to firmly bind herself and Habby beneath the carriage. Seeing that the plan was proceeding smoothly, Alan was the last to board the carriage. Under Alan's command, the 8 carriages set off towards the port in a grand procession. As Alan had guessed, the 8 carriages drew a crowd of onlookers. The carriages were not fully enclosed. They had only a roof with 4 supports, making it easy to see who was seated inside. Thus, along the way, people scrutinized those inside the carriages with various gazes. It was hard to tell which of these gazes belonged to passers-by and which belonged to spies from various factions. However, Alan did not care anymore. As the convoy advanced, the docks for the 2nd and 3rd ships came into view. As long as they could safely board the ship and escape from Xiangbidi Island with the help of ocean currents, it would be as free as birds in the sky and as unrestrained as fish in the sea. When the carriages arrived at the dock, they could not proceed any further. The path to the ships was rather narrow. Seeing this, Alan called down the 8 carriage drivers and paid them. Tina hid behind Alan's carriage, and under the cover of Alan and the group of slaves crawled out from underneath the carriage to blend into the crowd. After receiving the final payment, the 8 drivers drove their carriages away from the dock. Alan then led his group along the path leading to his ship. The 2nd and 3rd ships were now just ahead. Alan divided the group into 2. He took Lino, Tina, and 27 of the slaves to board the 3rd ship. Mia and Xia took the remaining 7 slaves to board the 2nd ship. During the earlier moving, Xia had already become proficient at using her talent to navigate the ship, so Alan felt quite assured. Just when Alan thought the journey would be uneventful and they could leave the island safely, a short man stood in the shadows at the port, 2 runes swirling in his palms. A sinister smile of surprise appeared on the man's face. "I found her. That cat is actually in this group." It seems the bishop was right. It was indeed that cat that rescued her. He'll report to the bishop. They'll leave this to you, Brooke. Beside the short man stood a muscular man. At this moment he crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of a wicked smile on his face. Don't worry. Just go report to the bishop. I'll take care of things here. With that he excitedly licked his lips as if he had encountered a beloved toy or a hunter meeting his prey. Be careful. I sensed 4 initial stage extraordinary beings in the group. Don't capsize the boat. Capsize. Capsizing will definitely turn their boat over. Seeing his companion getting playful, the skinny man felt he should not say much more. After all, his companion Brooke was a mid-stage extraordinary being, a power type awakened. Dealing with 4 low-stage extraordinary beings was child's play. After giving a cautious reminder, the skinny man left the port, hurrying towards the base on the dark church island. Meanwhile, Brooke slowly walked towards the dock, heading for the path leading to Alan's 2 ships. On the deck of the 3rd ship, Alan spotted the skinny man rushing away. He also noticed the well-built man slowly approaching his 2 ships. He inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Quickly board the ship. We need to set off at once. Alan looked over and locked eyes with the muscular man. The man shot a provocative glance at Alan, as if to say, you can't escape. This further confirmed Alan's suspicion. Tina may have been discovered. The man was getting closer, but after Alan urged them, the last slave also successfully boarded the ship. Alan directly used the power granted by the Diamond Barbie, pulling the ship's anchor up from the seabed by himself. At the same time, in the state of sharing talents, he sensed the man's presence. Mid-stage extraordinary being. Tina, Mia, and Shia sensed his strength even sooner than Alan. Their faces were filled with serious expressions. The strength of extraordinary beings is tiered. With each level up, their power undergoes a qualitative leap. This is true for both awakened and rune masters. This is a consensus of the sea region. The slaves on the 3rd ship had all returned to the cabin, while Tina and Lino stood at the cabin's entrance watching Alan on the deck. Alan gazed at the well-built man on the path. They were now close enough for Alan to clearly see the man's expression of catching a mouse. As if saying, little mouse, hurry and run. The more you run, the more interested I will be in catching you. Regardless of the man's motive, since he had not acted yet, Alan knew he had to make his escape. While keeping a close watch on the man on the shore, Alan shot the whirlwind he had been gathering since earlier towards the ship's sail. Wind explode. With the boost of the compressed wind, the 3rd ship shot out from the shore like an arrow released from a bow. Next to the 3rd ship, Shia on the 2nd ship mimicked Alan and unleashed a gust of wind even more powerful than Alan's, causing the 2nd ship to sail even faster than the 3rd. The man's eyes were fixed solely on the 3rd ship, completely ignoring what the smaller ship was doing next to it. However, Alan's sudden maneuver indeed caught Brooke off guard. He had not expected that the young leader was also an extraordinary being. So there are a total of 5 low-stage extraordinary beings. They can actually conceal their spiritual power under my perception. Do they have some kind of rune equipment to hide their strength? How interesting. It seems I have an unexpected harvest. The well-built man continued to cross his arms and did not hurry to make a move. He watched as Alan's ship sailed out of the port, heading towards the territorial waters outside Zyangbidi Island. Let the ship run for a while. Let's get out of the near seas of Zyangbidi Island first. Once we are out of the range of the rune array, I will have some fun with these little mice. I haven't had a good time since coming to the Azure Sea. On the ship, Alan watched the increasingly distant figure on the boardwalk. He felt somewhat puzzled. What was that mid-tier extraordinary being doing? He was about to leave the territorial waters of Shangwa Island. Once out of the territorial waters, the ocean current back to Alo Island would not be far. Territorial waters. Rune defense array. Could it be that he intends to? Alan suddenly guessed. His guess was soon validated. On the boardwalk, Brooke gathered strength in his legs, his calf muscles bulging like coiling dragons. Then with a powerful push, Brooke shot forth like a cannonball towards the 3rd ship, which was about to leave the territorial waters of Shangwa Island. He moved through the air at an incredible speed. So fast that he broke the sound barrier, and even Alan far out at sea heard the sonic boom. Then Alan saw a black dot racing toward his ship from the horizon. Just as the vessel exited the territorial waters of Shangwa, the mid-tier extraordinary being had already arrived near the 3rd ship. With a loud boom, the man appeared at the stern of the 3rd ship. The force he exerted upon boarding the 3rd ship was so great that it nearly lifted the bow out of the water, causing the still-moving vessel to come to a quiet halt on the sea. Fortunately, this ship was a large vessel of initial tier, fully capable of withstanding the remaining force. However, it was also fortunate that they were at a distance. If they had been closer, even a large vessel of initial tier would likely have been torn to shreds by the terrifying power of a mid-tier extraordinary being. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the mid-tier extraordinary being at the stern, Alan's expression turned grave. He is strong, but we cannot just sit back and do nothing. On the 2nd ship, Shia and Mia kept a close eye on the movements of the 3rd ship. They also saw the man flying from the boardwalk. At the same time as the man landed, they maneuvered the second ship alongside the third. Mia jumped over to Alan. In the cabin, Tina followed closely behind with Lino. The five of them stood together facing this mid-tier extraordinary being. Are all the little bugs gathered? Then let our game begin. With that, the muscular man pushed off again, charging toward the five. He raised his right fist and swung it towards the center, targeting Alan. Clearly, he intended to take down Alan first before playing with these female extraordinary beings. His target was the Archbishop, while the other three who looked decent were merely his spoils. I need to hold back. I can't kill this man. It's more interesting to cripple him and watch him suffer. With this thought, the man's charge suddenly slowed. Although he wasn't sure what the man was thinking, Alan understood one principle: to strike preemptively, then to control the situation. So he took the initiative to attack. Wind blade. A crescent-shaped wind blade condensed from compressed air appeared before Alan and shot toward the man. The man had sensed this attack long before and dodged to the side. At that moment, he suddenly felt a heavy strike on his body. Wind blade. Indeed, this strike came from Xia, who was beside Alan. Their skills were essentially wanton copies. Alan's wind blade was merely a feint meant to cover for Xia's attack. After all, Alan's talent was only about 80% of Xia's power. At that moment, Tina was also busy. Before the man even boarded, she had taken out 5 seeds that Alan had specially sought for her. However, these seeds were somewhat special and required a substantial amount of energy to activate. She was currently hiding behind the crowd, continuously stimulating the seeds. Lino stood by her side, looking anxious at the scene, but feeling somewhat helpless. The earlier wind blade attack had not caused any substantial harm to the man, only injuring him somewhat. Yet this had made the man somewhat annoyed. He was actually hurt by a bunch of little bugs. He needed to teach them a lesson. In a breath, the man dashed forward with full force, already flashing in front of Alan. He leaped up, raising his right arm to deliver a heavy blow to Alan's head. Alan was also waiting for his attack, activating the golden Barbie and raising his arms to meet it. Crack! The strength of a mid-tier power-type extraordinary being was no joke. The man's fist struck Alan's arm, and instantly the sound of bones cracking rang out from Alan's robust arms, enhanced by golden Barbie. Experiencing this blow firsthand, Alan momentarily wondered if he had accidentally not activated golden Barbie. Otherwise, why would it hurt so much like an ordinary person struck hard on the bone by a solid iron rod? However, Alan knew that golden Barbie had indeed taken effect. If an ordinary person had taken that hit, they would have been reduced to a puddle of mush. This was the terrifying power of a mid-tier extraordinary being. Your charged attack could not break through their defenses. When they struck you, you felt as if you were on the verge of death. Alan was astonished by the strength of the mid-tier extraordinary being, while Brooke was equally surprised by Alan's physique. After being wounded, Brooke felt a surge of anger and prepared to deal with Alan directly. So he put forth all his strength. Isn't he a wind-type rune master or wind-type awakened? How can his body be so strong, able to withstand my full-force strike? What kind of extraordinary being, if he were an ordinary wind-type rune master or awakened, his body would have exploded under Brooke's full-force strike. Yet Alan was able to withstand it at the cost of a fractured bone. This piqued Brooke's curiosity about Alan's physique. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, he did not stop his assault. Brooke retracted his right hand and swung his left fist toward Alan's abdomen. At this moment, with his hands injured, Alan found himself unable to withstand the blow. In a critical situation, Mia entered the fray with the authentic golden Barbie. She tightly blocked Brooke's punch with both hands. It was unclear whether it was because Mia's authentic golden Barbie was 20% stronger than Alan's version, or if the man's ordinary attack wasn't that powerful. Mia took the hit and only felt a bit of pain in her hands, as if someone had tapped her hand with a stick that stung, but there was no substantial damage. It was similar to the man's earlier response when he took the wind blade. In any case, with the authentic golden Barbie, Mia could trade blows with Brooke. As Brooke attacked again, Mia easily dodged and then threw a punch. In the midst of it, she seemed to exhibit elements of Blue Star martial arts. Indeed, compared to Xia's skill development, for Mia's talent, Alan had provided guidance on combat techniques. Although he had not systematically studied martial arts, he had learned quite a bit of theoretical knowledge while surfing the internet. Guiding Mia was certainly within his capabilities. However, he did not expect Mia's combat talent to be so extraordinary that she could create her own unique battle strategy based solely on Alan's verbal instructions. With this newly developed fighting strategy, she was able to exchange blows with Brooke, appearing quite impressive. However, the gap in levels cannot simply be bridged by combat skills. Initially, Brooke engaged in battle with Mia playfully. Once he became serious, Mia found it increasingly difficult to cope. Even with Xia's wind continuously protecting her, she was still struck and coughed up blood. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Tina finally took action. 5 sturdy, low-level extraordinary plants, the chicken blood vine, rushed out from behind the crowd. As Brooke's fist once again slammed toward Mia, the vines coiled around him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 chicken blood vines had completely ensnared Brook. Brook's arms were tightly wrapped in the vines, rendering him unable to strike again. I can't hold on much longer. We need to deal with him quickly. Behind the crowd, Tina's face was pale, showing signs of mental exhaustion as she slumped to the ground. She concentrated all her energy manipulating the chicken blood vines to tighten their grip and prevent Brook from breaking free. The chicken blood vine truly lived up to its reputation as a sturdy, extraordinary plant. Even Brook, a mid-level extraordinary being, could not forcibly tear the vines off him. However, the chicken blood vines required Tina's control to maintain their binding strength. Just hatching these extraordinary plant seeds had already drained her mental energy. Now she was completely overexerting herself, and it was clear she couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, Alan had purchased 20 bottles of energy potions and was carrying 3 with him. After consuming one himself, he fed one to Tina. However, even with the potion, recovering energy would take some time. The potion's effect could only extend the control for a short while, and in the long run, it wouldn't last long. Yet since he was restrained, even Brook, a mid-level extraordinary being, would eventually have his defenses broken under continuous attacks. Finally, after Mia had thrown countless punches, Brook spat out a mouthful of blood. "You pest, do you really think this broken vine can control me? Once I break free, I will make you suffer greatly." Despite having blood in his mouth, Brook's face still wore a cruel smile. Just after he finished speaking, 2 of the chicken blood vines on his body suddenly snapped. He only needed to break free from 2 more to successfully escape the control. Mia wanted to continue attacking, however, as a low-level extraordinary being, her energy was also limited. With each subsequent assault, she was losing strength. Feeling the damage to her head lessen with each blow, Brook laughed again. "Little bug, push harder." "Ha ha ha." Brook laughed. Alan, standing directly opposite Brook, chuckled as well upon seeing the blood spilling from Brook's mouth. Moreover, it was the kind of smile that squinted his eyes. It was quite displeasing to see. "I was initially worried about where to find you, an extraordinary creature. I never expected a mid-level extraordinary being to come to us. Come on, Lino. Let this mid-level extraordinary witness the awakening of your talent." Alan smiled at Lino, who was beside Tina. When Brook was at the port, his companions had reminded him that there were 4 extraordinary beings on board. Actually, Alan was not included. He could only share the talents of his subjects and appeared as an ordinary person when not sharing, undetectable by any sensing runes. Thus, the 4th extraordinary being aside from Tina, Mia, and Xia was Lino, who had just awakened her talent. Lino slowly walked from behind the crowd to stand in front of Brook. Her gaze carried a complex emotion that was hard to describe. She gently raised her hand, placing her pale hand on Brook's bloodstains. A black seed emerged from the palm of Lino's hand, firmly adhering to the blood that Brook had spat out. The seed pulsed like a heartbeat, absorbing the power from the blood and gradually growing. Finally, after Brook's blood was completely absorbed, the seed grew from the size of a sesame seed to that of a soybean. Then, under Brook's intense gaze, it disappeared from his body's surface and entered his interior. What? What is this thing? Why is my power fading? Brook, who had initially been confident and ready to stop playing this boring cat-and-mouse game and directly slaughter, suddenly felt his mental energy depleting. His extraordinary essence was being devoured by an inexplicable entity. His physical strength was also gradually diminishing. The strength he could muster to struggle was slowly dwindling. The chicken blood vines, which were about to break free, became even more secure than before. Brook's face no longer wore the mocking smile of confidence. Instead, it was replaced by fear of the unknown presence. He sensed a seed growing inside him. It was gradually getting bigger, breaking its shell, taking root, germinating. Just as he suspected, that seed was sprouting and constantly growing. In his fear, Brook's consciousness began to fade. Finally, just before he completely closed his eyes, he felt something bursting out from within him. Alan watched a small tree no bigger than a palm with 2 leaves sprouting from Brook's head. He suddenly thought of Slow Sheep, who also had a similar small tree on his head. However, the one on Slow Sheep's head was green, while the one before him was black. So this is what the devil's tree looks like after hatching. A black seed also emerged from the palm of Alan's hand. "Looks like I still have to find an extraordinary creature. Now is not the time for that. We need to leave quickly. If even a single mid-level extraordinary being comes, no, even if just a low-level extraordinary appears, it could spell our doom here." After the battle, everyone was in poor condition. Alan himself had suffered a fractured forearm from Brook's blow. Tina had collapsed the moment the battle ended due to mental exhaustion from catalyzing the initial stage of the extraordinary plants. Mia had been injured and coughed up blood during the earlier fight, and now she was also disordered, trying to recover. Xia was slightly better, having only used her talent to assist Mia in battle, though her face was pale as well. The only one in a better condition was Lino. However, she had closed her eyes after the devil's tree hatched, as if receiving some kind of feedback. Alan knew her current state and didn't say much. At this moment, the 2 ships were positioned just outside the territorial waters of the Chambord Islands. It was currently the Wave Festival with many ships passing by. The recent battle had also attracted the attention of nearby vessels. To avoid unnecessary complications, Alan couldn't afford to assess the battle right now and ordered the ship to head towards the wave node. He needed to ride the currents back to Era Island before the many ships drew closer. Although his forearms were fractured, it did not hinder him from manipulating the wind with his mental energy. Under Alan's control, Ship No. 3 sped towards the node like an arrow leaving its bow. Behind him, Ship No. 2, also under Xia's command, closely followed. Did you say that the female slave and the cat were spotted at Port No. 4? Yes, my lord Bishop. Brooke is staying at Port No. 4 to keep them there. Inside a massive building on Shambodi Island, Congressman Zoro. Oh no, Bishop Zoro was listening to his subordinate's report. Last night the Archbishop, having been injured, escaped by boat under the cover of night. However, before leaving he left behind many extraordinary individuals to follow Zoro's command. Zoro was very understanding. In addition to mobilizing the personnel of the Dark Church, he also arranged for all his family staff on the island to search for the traces of the one person and one cat. Of course, Bishop Zoro did not expect to truly find that one person and one cat. As those left behind by the Archbishop, it was hard to say that they were not the Archbishop's eyes and ears. Thus, putting on a facade of working earnestly for the Archbishop was crucial. Congressman Zoro sat in the main seat listening to Ethan's report below with a surprised expression on his face. Great job, Ethan. I will report your achievements to the Archbishop. Ethan also wore an excited expression. This achievement was enough for him to earn a blessed position after finding the statue. He had been stuck at the intermediate rune master level for a long time, with his mental power increasing slowly, and comprehending runes was very challenging. So far he had only comprehended 32 runes, not knowing when he could comprehend 100 runes to advance to the advanced level. The advancement path for rune masters is relatively straightforward. If one has the talent to grasp the mystery of a rune, one can become a first-level rune master. However, only those who comprehend more than 10 runes can be considered entry-level rune masters. Intermediate rune masters need to comprehend 30 runes. Advanced rune masters need to comprehend over 100 types of runes. As for advancing to the epic level, it's not just about comprehending runes, it requires something more complex. If one could experience a divine bestowal, it is said that under the halo of divine favor, mental power would greatly increase, and the difficulty of comprehending runes would become as easy as eating and drinking. At that point, advancing to high-level extraordinary would become effortless. Just as Ethan was lost in his fantasies, Zoro had already stood up and came to his side. Let's go. To the port. This time with the spatial sealing rune scroll, we won't let that cat escape again. With that, Congressman Zoro took the lead and walked ahead. As he walked, he instructed his subordinates outside, notify all those still searching outside to come to Port No. 4. Surround Port No. 4. Zoro's efficiency was quick. Before long, all his subordinates had gathered and headed towards Port No. Meanwhile, the battle at sea also attracted the attention of other forces. Other factions sent people to investigate the situation. However, they sent only a few people. After all, only Ethan had used the detection rune to obtain accurate information about the one person and one cat. Other forces were merely curious about what was happening and did not pay too much attention. However, when Zoro sent people to clear the area, various forces suddenly reacted. There was something wrong. Instantly, various groups on Shambodi Island rushed towards Port No. 4. Port No. 4 corresponds to the eastern part of the Azure Sea, where ships are scarce on ordinary days, and even during the Wave Festival, there are fewer people than at other ports. Because of this incident, it became the busiest day in history. The port was filled with ships that had come to investigate from the sea due to the land being blocked. Congressman Zoro stood with a stern face on the boardwalk, while Ethan trembled behind him. At this moment, Congressman Zoro learned about the recent sea battle from nearby people. Are you saying that among those people, there were only 4 low-level extraordinary? Then why did the intermediate extraordinary Brook disappear? I have detected it. There were indeed only 4 low-level extraordinary. Perhaps they had high-level rune equipment, who knows? Hearing this explanation, Congressman Zoro nodded. There are indeed various magical rune artifacts in the sea, and completing a battle above one's level is not impossible. His anger was merely for show, as the celestial cat, the female slave, and the like were only what the Archbishop desired. Congressman Zoro was more interested in the treasure that held the statue. I wonder what level that treasure is. With the Wave Festival over, it's time to send more people to the eastern region to search for news of the treasure. Or should I personally make a trip during the tax collection period? Congressman Zoro secretly pondered and suddenly thought of something. By the way, what did those witnesses say about where those 2 ships went? My lord, they set off towards the nodes heading to the Azure Eastern region. Is it also the Azure Eastern region? It seems I should indeed make a trip to the Eastern region. In a vast manner, Congressman Simon was entertaining his distinguished guests, 5 wood elves from the Isle of Wood Spirits. Bishop Ross acted as an intermediary helping Simon host them. Are you saying that the cat auctioned yesterday is the legendary celestial cat? Yes, it's the celestial cat. It can locate treasures in the sea and can freely traverse within the treasure. No wonder it fetched such an astonishing price. Congressman Simon realized only understanding why the churches went mad bidding for a cat after Bishop Ross explained it. The Church of Light was able to bid for that cat, thanks to my assistance. What a pity that the cat actually found a green treasure on Shambodi Island. With its talent it escaped from the Church of Light into the treasure. The Bishop of Light spent 110,000 source crystals for it, and was heavily injured by the Dark Archbishop, ultimately only following the trace left by the cat to find a green treasure. It is said that the Bishop of Light was so enraged that he fainted and would face reprimands from the church upon waking. What an unfortunate fellow. Bishop Ross took a sip of strong wine and sighed with a mix of sympathy and melancholy. It was fortunate that Congressman Simon was discussing business yesterday and did not lend him source crystals. Otherwise, the one who might have fainted from anger today could very well be him. After all, Congressman Simon had the means to produce so many source crystals. Hearing the interesting anecdotes brought by Bishop Ross, Simon and the elves listened with great interest, drinking several cups of strong wine. Only the leader Liam wore a face of fury. He secretly resented Congressman Simon for not helping him bid on that wretched Tina. He heard that Tina was auctioned off by a noble for 8,000 source crystals. He also secretly inquired which noble it was. If possible, he would persuade the Elf King to abandon cooperation with Simon and turn to other nobles. However, the premise was that the noble could gift Tina to him. On the ocean current, two boats, one large and one small, were closely nestled together, pushed eastward by the flow of the sea. On the deck of the larger ship, Alan sat back, a smile on his face, lost in thought. Beside him, Lino still had her eyes tightly shut, seemingly receiving feedback from her talent. On Alan's other side was Tina, her face pale. The recent battle had drained her vitality, and even after consuming a bottle of energy potion, she was still unable to recover quickly. On the smaller boat, Mia and Xia were faring much better. After drinking the potion, their condition was gradually improving. The recovery effect of the Diamond Barbie is truly extraordinary. I feel a tingling in my bones. Although there's still some pain, it's no longer the excruciating agony from before. With a moment of calm, Alan finally began to tally the gains from the past 2 days. In addition to the supplies purchased, various pieces of information from the Lord's development manual had also been updated. First, there was his own information. Lord Panel, Lord Alan, Level 3 Beginner, Extraordinary Talent, Diamond Barbie, Shared Wind Child, Shared Demon Tree, Shared Plant Manipulation, Shareable Hex War Treasure, Loaded Enhanced Energy, Loaded Lords, Shared Spotlight, Loaded Territory, Atlantis Island Area, 10 square kilometers, Population 49, Wealth 1600, Source Crystals, Rating 488500. After multiple battles using talent, his level in the system had increased. Though he did not know the criteria for the increase, his level had now reached 3. Additionally, talents that could be shared had appeared in his abilities, originating from Mia, Xia, Lino, and Tina. However, the Lord's shared spotlight could only load 3 shared talents, and out of curiosity about Linos' talent effects, he temporarily loaded her talent. This loading could be switched at any time. Alan had already tested it, and there was no skill cooldown, making it very convenient. Moreover, an additional item had appeared in his panel, Wealth. It seemed to indicate how many source crystals he currently possessed. Originally having 1630 source crystals, he encountered someone selling extraordinary plant seeds on the way. After seeing Tina's talent, he helped her buy 10 seeds, including the 5 bloodvine seeds he had just used. Therefore, Alan now had a total of 1,600 source crystals. The manual summary was accurate. Lastly, the crucial rating. In the last rating, Lino and her companions, along with the 9 newcomers to the island, had collectively earned 218 points. Now, with the addition of 35 slaves along with Tina and Habby, the rating had reached 488 points. Only 12 more points were needed to receive another reward. Alan couldn't help but feel excited. After returning to the island, he just needed to buy 2 more slaves on Ella Island to reach the 500-point reward threshold. However, one strange thing was that after calculating, Alan found that Habby's rating was not included in the 488 points. He then pulled up Habby's population profile. Population profile: Population Habby, Pet Level 1, Number 14, Age, Loyalty 0. 1 Talent: Treasure Hunting. It can instinctively locate the maps of unclaimed treasure. Moreover, it possesses claws capable of tearing open spatial tunnels leading to treasures. Overall rating 89. Loyalty must reach 60 to count as a rating. He then observed Habby's. After carefully reading through Habby's talent introduction and trying to understand its abilities, he was utterly stunned. No wonder those powerful factions covet it. It can actually discover unclaimed treasure maps. And even without a map, as long as it finds treasure, it can dig a spatial tunnel leading to the treasure entrance. What kind of magical cat did I just acquire? With it, Shambodi Island can form its own adventurer team. Alan was caught in a whirlwind of surprise and joy. He pressed down a series of thoughts that arose from this, and continued to look further. He saw its overall rating. 93 points. It should be the highest rated creature I've ever encountered. It actually requires high loyalty to count as a rating. Is this the difference between ordinary citizens and those who are bound by slave contracts? Then what about Tina? Why did her rating count? Could it be that her loyalty is above 60? Thinking of this, Alan opened Tina's profile. Population profile: population Tina, free person, level 3, beginner, extraordinary number 13, age 30, loyalty 60, talent plant manipulation. She is favored by plants and possesses the ability to catalyze, manipulate, and communicate with them. Overall rating 60, loyalty must reach 60 to count as a rating. The loyalty section in the profile confirmed Alan's suspicion. Sure enough, Tina's loyalty was at 60. However, looking at her age, Alan felt puzzled. Only 30 years, but Lino is already 18 this year. Did she give birth to Lino at 12? But she doesn't look like someone who has had a child at all. Alan turned his head to glance at Tina's delicate face, which looked nothing like someone who had given birth. Moreover, having a child at 12 seemed quite exaggerated. Was there some hidden story behind it? Alan set his guesses aside. After reviewing the explanation of Tina's talent, he closed her panel. What he was most curious about now was still Lino's situation. What kind of talent could present itself in a hidden state before awakening? He then concentrated and opened Lino's profile. Population profile: population Lino, slave, level 78, beginner, extraordinary number 1, age 18, loyalty 300, talent demon seed, initial state demon, sapling, juvenile state. Overall rating 95. Lino's profile lay before him. Alan examined each item, starting with her surprisingly high level. He had not expected Lino to reach level 7 so soon after awakening. Just as Alan blinked, Lino's level suddenly rose from 7 to 8. In this moment, Alan had a suspicion that it might be feedback from her talent. He then directly looked at Lino's talent. He discovered that her talent actually had different forms. Demon seed, a seed containing mysterious power. It can undergo transformation by absorbing the energy of extraordinary beings. During the transformation, you will also receive feedback. The higher the level of the extraordinary being absorbed, the more feedback you receive. Demon sapling, hatched from the demon seed. Absorbing extraordinary energy allows it to grow, and during the growth process you can receive energy feedback that can be used by yourself or gifted to others. Alan stared at Lino's talent description, once again struck with amazement. He had not expected the gentle and delicate Lino to possess such a disruptive talent. A demon seed. Alan opened his palm, and a black seed floated above his hand. On the deck, Alan could only calm himself by feeling the sea breeze. The harvest from this sea wave festival was truly enormous. Although there were not many source crystals left, the abundance of supplies on the ship and the addition of 37 new residents had more than doubled the strength of Atlantis Island. Once they returned to the island, Atlantis would enter a phase of rapid development. Alan would also be further liberated, truly stepping into the role of a lord, managing the territory through strategy. The sun was about to rise, and the horizon gradually brightened. After a night of sailing, they finally returned to Era Island this morning, passing through the ocean currents from the waters of Zyangabadi Island. After several more hours of sailing, Pallet Island was already visible ahead. They only needed to pass by Pallet Island to return to the waters of their own Atlantis Island. Just as the two ships passed Pallet Island, the change in the water ahead caught Alan's attention. Why has the sea water turned black here? Could it be that the Sea of Death is spreading on? Indeed, the sea area to the east of Pallet Island had completely turned a dark hue. Moreover, the further east they went, the darker the color of the water became. By the time Alan could see Atlantis Island, he found it wrapped in a thick black ocean. It was evident that Atlantis Island had been completely surrounded by the Sea of Death. Previously, just along the eastern coastline, there were thousands of monsters landing at night. Now, with the entire island submerged in the Sea of Death, it was unimaginable how many monsters would invade at night. On the deck, Tina, who had regained some energy, looked gravely at the Sea of Death beneath her. Compared to Alan, Tina had a deeper understanding of the Sea of Death. The more she understood, the more she realized its terror. I never expected Atlantis Island to be in the Sea of Death. This is going to be troublesome. Even if we are all extraordinary beings, we probably won't be able to withstand the monsters flooding in at night. Fortunately, today is the last day of the Sea Wave Festival, so the monsters won't invade. If worst comes to worst. Tina glanced at Lino beside her. At that moment, Lino wore a joyful smile. That's wonderful. Now the Lord doesn't have to worry about source crystals anymore. With a smile on his face, Alan replied, yes. I was still thinking about whether to find a way to lure more monsters. Now this is great. There's no need to worry about fewer monsters at night. After witnessing the nobles on Zyangabadi Island spending lavishly, Alan's ambition was also swelling, no longer satisfied with the dozens of source crystals that appeared at night. He only wanted to increase his sources and not cut back. He was troubled about how to attract more monsters. He never expected that the Sea of Death would expand. Atlantis Island had completely entered the encirclement of monsters. Hooray! Listening to the conversation between the two beside her, Tina felt a bit confused. What is going on? How can a lord look forward to more monsters on their own island? Don't they know how terrifying the Sea of Death is? While Tina was feeling bewildered, the two ships had already entered the territorial waters of Atlantis Island, slowly sailing towards the island's natural harbor. At this moment, a makeshift wooden dock had surprisingly appeared at the natural harbor of Atlantis Island. It seemed that the residents had been diligently working on infrastructure during Alan's absence. Alan was the first to disembark from ship No. 3 standing on the newly constructed wooden dock. Before he could steady himself, 9 residents who had seen Alan's ship return ran over from the camp to greet him. Leading them was resident No. 04 Bruno. Before Alan left, he had entrusted him with tasks. After Alan and the others departed, he was responsible for managing the construction of the territory. It was clear that he had done well. Just by looking from a distance at the port, one could see that there were additional buildings and some cultivated farmland on the island. Moreover, after 2 days of recuperation on the island, the 9 of them appeared significantly different from when they first arrived. Under Alan's command of Must Eat Enough, every day the 9 people were almost unrecognizable compared to when they first landed on the island. At this moment, their eyes were filled with a faith-like gaze towards Alan. It seemed as if Alan was indeed, like Lino said, a divine being sent from the heavenly realm to bring them a better life. My lord, during your absence, we used the remaining wood to build 2 wooden houses and this makeshift dock. Additionally, apart from the 10 acres of fertile land we cultivated and sowed before, we have opened up another 5 acres. We just need to wait until tomorrow to finish all the sowing. However, during these 2 days the workload has been heavy and we consumed a bit more rye. On average, each person has to eat 5 pounds of rye every day. Plus, we've raised 2 sheep, which also consume 3 pounds of rye daily. In total, we consumed 100 pounds of rye over these 2 days. The inventory check you requested has also... Now in the warehouse, we have 400 fist-sized iron ores, 50 bolts of linen, 900 pounds of rye, 50 pounds of coarse salt, and 30 portions of fertilizer potions. Listening to Bruno's report, Alan nodded, indicating he understood. Well done, Bruno. From now on, you will be responsible for the construction on the island. Upon hearing Alan's acknowledgement, Bruno nodded earnestly amidst the envious gazes of those around. I will not disappoint you, my lord. After receiving Alan's formal appointment, Bruno stood to the side, while Alan walked from the makeshift dock onto the island. As his feet touched the sandy soil of Atlantis, Alan felt a sense of being home. Behind him, Lino, along with Tina and Habby, also disembarked from the ship. Mom, this is Atlantis Island. Tina, holding Habby, carefully observed the entire Atlantis Island. The island was not large, only about 10 square kilometers. The island was barren, with only a hint of greenery in the central area, as if it was just sprouting newly sown plants. Besides that, the buildings on the island were also quite simple. At the very center of the island stood a stone house. Behind the stone house were several wooden houses that appeared to have been built not long ago. Standing on the dock and looking around the island, the 4 defensive towers around the central area caught Tina's attention. There are actually 2 level 2 defensive towers. One should know that the rune core of the level 2 defensive towers on Xiangbidi Island has already reached 10,000 source crystals each. With these 2 level 2 defensive towers here, it was equivalent to having 20,000 source crystals. Alan unexpectedly had such power. No wonder he and Lino were not worried about being disturbed by monsters at night while on the ship, but it turned out they had the backing of 2 level 2 defensive towers. But even if they could survive a normal night, what would happen when facing the dark tide? One should know that the tides in the Sea of Death are absolutely different from those in other seas. At Atlantis Island on the southern coastline, Xia and Mia have landed with 7 slaves from the second ship on the other side of the natural harbor. The small boat does not require a dock and can directly anchor on the beach. Only the large ship, the third one, needs a dock for disembarkation. The remaining residents have built a simple dock for the third ship where Alan is located. Just as Mia and Xia set foot on the island, the 28 new residents on the third ship disembarked in sequence. This is the first time for the 35 new residents to step onto the island. At this moment, they are as nervous and hesitant as Bruno was during his first arrival, filled with worry about their future life. With Bruno's 9 people already here, these 35 new residents no longer need Alan to guide them in familiarizing themselves with the island's environment. Alan directly handed them over to those 9 elders, allowing them to get acquainted and then explore Atlantis Island together with the newcomers. Alan personally took Tina and Habby to explore Atlantis Island. The first stop was Alan's own stone house. Cough, cough. This is our room. At night, Xia, Mia, and Lino will sleep here with me. However, that was during a special time, and we had no choice but to do so. When Lino and the others arrived on the island, there was only this one stone house. Now that you all are here, there are a few more houses, so naturally we have to sleep separately. Although reluctant since their mother had arrived, Alan had to act like a proper person and naturally suggest. Alan showed a hint of reluctance on his face. No, I want to stay with the Lord. I can take better care of the Lord. We both want to stay with the Lord too. The three girls simultaneously rejected Alan's proposal to separate rooms, and Alan's lips twitched slightly. Tina had no objections to this. After all, if something had happened, it would have occurred long before she arrived on the island. However, seeing their state, it was evident that nothing had happened. Alan is a true gentleman and noble. The furnishings in the stone house are quite simple. There is only a large bed that can accommodate 5 people. There is also a table and chairs for 5 people and not much else. Just as Alan was preparing to explore other places with Tina, Habby, who had been resting in Tina's arms, suddenly flew out. There is a treasure map here, and it's hidden. Hearing Habby's words, Alan paused for a moment. A treasure map. He then recalled the letter from Paluda. The content of the letter was about searching for a treasure that contained a statue of the Dark Church and information about the heart of the island. And this treasure is very likely related to old Alan. After seeing the content of the letter, Alan had searched the island multiple times, but found no information about this treasure. At this moment, what Habby said naturally made him think of that mysterious treasure. Thinking of Habby's abilities, Alan hurriedly asked, "Where's the treasure map? Quickly tell me, Habby." Hearing Alan's urgent question, Habby slyly replied, "I can help you find the treasure, but you have to treat me to 100 little fish snacks. And you have to let Tina plant 100 fishy vines for me." Hearing Habby's conditions, Alan thought it was quite demanding. Little cats are still little cats. They can't change their love for fish. No problem, I agree. Seeing Alan agreeing to his conditions, Habby flew out of Tina's arms. It landed on the stone bed where Alan had been lying. It extended a claw and placed it on the worn sheepskin that Alan had used as a mattress. Accompanied by Habby's golden energy infusion, the worn sheepskin mattress cracked from the middle like a spider web. A dazzling orange light pierced through the roof from the sheepskin mattress, shooting straight into the sky. The orange light was magnificent enough. After rising from Atlantis Island, the orange light spread across the entire sky of the Azure Sea. Adventurers across the Azure Sea were excited by this flash of orange. A legendary treasure map has appeared. It's actually in the Azure Sea. Which direction did the orange light rise from first? I'm not sure. The light is too fast. It seems to be in the east. Besides the Azure Sea, several neighboring seas also saw this flash of orange. That is the light emitted by the treasure map containing the legendary treasure. It is in the direction of the Azure Sea. A legendary treasure map has appeared in the Azure Sea. Fortunately, the time taken for this light to rise into the sky was so quick that everyone could only guess it had risen in the eastern region of the Azure Sea, but they were unclear about which island. However, Senator Zorro had different thoughts. Could this light be emitted by the treasure map containing the statue of the Dark Goddess? Indeed, only a treasure of this level would qualify to contain the statue of the goddess. According to my subordinates, it is said that old Alan, who might know the information, is already dead, but his son is still alive. It's time to take advantage of this opportunity to go to the eastern region for tax collection and find a way to probe for information from his son. Inside the stone house, Alan was unaware of the shock the appearance of the treasure map was causing outside. At this moment, he was the first to be stunned into silence. He looked at the orange scroll slowly floating in the air from the worn sheepskin mattress. Alan was so excited that his mind went blank. It is actually an orange treasure map. It can't be wrong. If it contains something legendary like the heart of the island, it must be a legendary treasure. The scroll of the treasure map, emitting a faint orange glow, slowly descended onto the stone bed. Alan took it in his hands. This was the first physical treasure map he had ever seen, and to be honest, he didn't even know how to use it. However, Tina, who was well informed, slowly walked over to Alan and said, "Lord, drip your blood on the scroll. Then you can sense the location of the treasure through the scroll." Upon hearing Tina's words, Alan made a cut with his finger and dripped blood onto the scroll. Immediately, the scroll automatically unfurled. 2 luminous spots appeared on it. One of the spots represented Alan's location, while the other represented the treasure's location. After the blood was dropped, Alan established a mysterious connection with the treasure through the treasure map. In his mind, an independent small space emerged. Inside the space, there was an open treasure chest containing a yellow crystal heart. Beside the treasure chest stood a life-sized black statue of a goddess quietly watching over. In addition, there were other items that Alan could not describe. Before Alan could clearly see what they were, the scene shifted outside the small space, revealing an orange door standing at the bottom of the sea. Nearby, dense magical creatures tightly surrounded the location of this door. The image switched again, slowly rising from the seabed. As it reached the surface of the sea, in the distance of the image, an island appeared. Even with some distance in the image, Alan recognized at a glance that the island was Atlantis Island. Is that secret treasure nearby? Is it coincidence, or The scene abruptly freezes on the surface. However, from the previous scene, Alan had a rough idea of the treasure's location. It lay beneath the eastern sea of Atlantis Island, requiring approximately 20 minutes by boat to reach. The treasure has indeed been found. But how should they deal with the densely packed monsters surrounding the treasure, which could induce a sense of claustrophobia? At this moment, Alan thought of Habby beside him. Habby, can't you dig a spatial tunnel leading to the treasure? Is there a way to directly enter the treasure? The cute little cat scratched its head upon hearing Alan's question and replied, "My ability allows me to dig a spatial tunnel to the vicinity of the treasure entrance. Or at the treasure's entrance, I can open it without a treasure map. If there is a treasure map, I could directly dig into the... However, there are two conditions. First, the distance to the treasure cannot be too far. Second, if I do this, I can only go in by myself, and it's likely I won't be able to bring you all with me." Hearing Habby's response, Alan lightly rubbed his chin and nodded. "It seems we can only take our time to strategize for the treasure. There is a heart of the island inside the treasure. If we really cannot defeat the outer monsters, I'll create an opportunity for you to go in and bring out the heart of the island." Upon hearing Alan mention the heart of the island, Tina gasped in shock. The heart of the island. Such a treasure actually contains the heart of the island. Tina's knowledge about the heart of the island surpassed even Alan's. Legend has it that if an island possesses the heart of the island, then by injecting source crystals into it, the island's area will expand. If 7 hearts of the island can be gathered, that island has the potential to transform into a continent. Thus, the heart of the island has always been a legendary treasure coveted by great lords. So far, only 4 great lords are known to possess the heart of the island. Each of these 4 lords is a unique overlord in their own sea area, even dominating several surrounding sea areas. If Alan could obtain a heart of the island, then dominating the nearby seas would merely be a matter of time. Even though Atlantis Island is currently surrounded by the Sea of Death, with the help of the heart of the island, if the area of Atlantis Island could increase several times, it would have the foundation to resist the Sea of Death. After all, in this endless sea, without land, the size of the territory also represents the Lord's strength in some aspects. If we could truly obtain the heart of the island, perhaps Atlantis Island could indeed become a beautiful home. Tina murmured in a daze. Alan gently rolled up the automatically unfolding scroll and tucked it into his arms. Such an important item, he wanted to carry it with him. It's not that he didn't trust the people present, it's just that having it on him gave him a greater sense of security. The treasure was located some distance from the island, and the densely packed monsters extinguished Alan's idea of tackling it right away. Among the shadows of those monsters, Alan had encountered at least one high-level monster. Among them, there might even be epic or legendary monsters that Alan didn't recognize. As for eliminating the outer monsters to create an opportunity for Habby to enter, there was no rush. It could be planned over time. If possible, it would be best to lure those monsters over, and with the advantage of the island's defensive towers, gradually take them down. It's much more economical than diving into the water to actively seek those monsters for battle. After all, the underwater realm belongs to the monsters. Underwater, no one knows what might happen. With this thought, a preliminary plan formed in Alan's mind. He could wait until he was alone to refine it further. Coming to this realization, Alan snapped out of his contemplation. He then turned to Tina, who was still immersed in legendary treasures are not something we can covet at this stage. But this will undoubtedly be a significant goal for our future. Let's go continue exploring Atlantis Island with you and Habby. Tina also recovered from her daze, and under Alan's lead, the group exited the stone house. To be honest, there wasn't much to explore on Atlantis Island. There was only one stone house and 7 newly built wooden houses. When Alan and Tina emerged from the stone house, the 35 new islanders who had just been wandering with Bruno had already finished exploring Atlantis Island and were waiting for Alan's next instructions. After Alan came out of the stone house, he looked at Tina beside him and the 35 new islanders. Suddenly, he realized an issue. There wasn't enough space to accommodate everyone. A wooden house can hold about 5 people. If they squeezed in, 7 people would already be the limit. Among the existing 7 wooden houses, one is Alan's study, which occupies 70% of the space with bookshelves and a desk clearly unsuitable for living. Another is a warehouse filled with supplies which also cannot accommodate people. So only 3 wooden houses where Bruno and the others live, and 2 newly built wooden houses remain for habitation. However, with 5 wooden houses at full capacity, they could only accommodate 35 people, leaving a shortfall of 9. As for Tina and Habby, Alan intended for them to share a room, given that she is Linus' mother. Of course, if there was truly no way to have separate rooms, his stone house still had a place available. Ahem. During the entrepreneurial phase, one shouldn't sweat the small details. With this thought, Alan inexplicably smiled, leaving those beside him a bit puzzled. It seems that every batch of new island settlers is tasked with building their own houses. It's still early, there are some wood and stone on the island, you all can build your own residences for tonight. Bruno, take a few people to the ship. There are still supplies and livestock in the bottom of the ship. take people to bring them down. You may need to build pens for those livestock in addition to your own residences. As he spoke, Alan suddenly remembered that there were still supplies and livestock on the ship. So after instructing the new settlers to build their own residences, he also asked them to build pens for the livestock. Although there were currently 2 lambs on the island, they had always been cared for by 011 Monica and 0. The 2 of them valued these 2 lambs greatly and kept them in their wooden house. Once the pens were built, they could conveniently herd the 2 lambs and freeing up space for 011 and 012's wooden house. After Alan issued the commands, everyone on the island became busy, including Mia and Sia, who went to Alan, then led Tina to other parts of the island. Alan brought Tina to the fertile ground. Now Adderland Island lacks almost nothing except for a touch of growth. Tina's talent happens to catalyze plant growth. Therefore, Alan brought her to a patch of fertile land to see if her abilities could transform Adderland Island from a barren wasteland into a green kingdom. As you can see, there are hardly any plants on the island, and your talent can catalyze plant growth. So I want to know what your catalytic limits are. Tina was also curious about this question. Ever since awakening her talent, she had either secretly experimented with a few seeds or immediately unleashed her full power to catalyze the seeds of initial stage extraordinary plants. Tina wasn't quite sure how much she could catalyze these ordinary plants, or to what extent. Under Alan's instructions, she walked to a piece of land that had not yet been cultivated. This was not the place where Bruno and the others planted crops, but rather a spot where Alan had previously instructed Lino to randomly sow plant seeds. Only a few days had passed, and there were only a handful of plants sprouting. Alan wanted to test Tina's talent. Standing on the fertile ground with her arms outstretched, a green light slowly emerged from Tina's palms, illuminating the tender sprouts below. Then under the glow of the green light, the sprouts began to grow wildly. They sprouted, branched out, grew taller and larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, a coconut tree which Alan had longed for appeared right before him. It only stopped growing when it reached 4 meters high. Under the coconut tree, several flowers stood at 1 meter tall, swaying in the breeze and bringing forth their fragrance. After catalyzing to this extent, Tina lowered her arms and turned to Alan to discuss her situation. With my current spiritual power, if I don't overload the catalysis of trees, I can probably catalyze about 10 a day. If it's flowers and grass, I estimate I can catalyze hundreds a day. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Alan's face as he said, "Then Tina, you will be responsible for the greenery of Adderland Island from now on. I hope that by next month the whole island will be filled with the fragrance of flowers." Seeing Tina's catalysis, Alan honestly felt a bit eager. With a look of surprise from Tina, Alan also extended his arm. Then 2 saplings under his catalysis grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, their growth stopped when they reached about 3 meters. Is this my catalytic limit? Sure enough, shared talents always seem to fall short. To be honest, Tina could no longer remember how many times she had been astonished by the young lord before her. Alan had brought her so much surprise that she was somewhat numb to it now. Is what Lino said about the protection of the gods true? How else can we explain what is happening before our eyes? Thus, under Alan's arrangement, Tina took it upon herself to handle the greening of the island. Under her talent, flowers bloomed across Adderland Island. As for Lino, she had long been sent by Alan to take charge of dinner for the day. With more people on the island now, the previous stove was somewhat inadequate, and Lino needed to arrange for more assistance to build additional stoves. Lino took 011 and 012 along with 7 newly arrived farm women to ensure logistics were well handled. Meanwhile, Shia and Mia were responsible for transporting items off the ship. The 2 of them replaced Bruno and the others in the transport work. The sisters took only a few minutes to move all supplies, including livestock, from the ship to the island. Bruno and the others had no choice but to join the island's construction effort. With over 30 people working together, 5 temporary shelters and a 1-acre breeding area were completed within a day. As for Alan, he remained in the study, reading and learning while planning the future of the island. Everyone on the island was fulfilling their duties. Each person was diligently completing their tasks. Adderland Island had transformed from a state of lifelessness into one of vitality. As evening approached, the hurried lunch had left everyone with only some rye cakes. However, the dinner after a day's hard work by Lino and the others was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal Alan had seen since arriving in this world. In the center of several wooden houses, a square was deliberately left open. A bonfire was rising steadily. Beside the bonfire, several large tables capable of accommodating everyone on the island were set up. Alan sat at the head table with Tina on his left and Lino on his right. Under Alan's instructions, the others took their seats. Just like when Bruno and the others first arrived on the island, the 35 new slaves hardly dared to sit down. It was only with Bruno's reassurance that they boldly took their seats. On the table were the dishes Lino had specially prepared for tonight. There were baskets of wheat cakes and rye cakes and a roasted pig that had been specially slaughtered for this evening's celebration. There were also vegetables unintentionally catalyzed by Tina's plant abilities. Looking at the lavish feast, Alan couldn't help but drool. As the Lord, he spoke again. Welcome everyone to become a part of the Adderland Island community. Adderland Island will become great with your contributions. I hope we can build our happy home together. After a busy day, I know you are all hungry. Without further ado, tonight's food is plentiful. Eat up, everyone. After saying this, Alan was the first to fork a piece of pork and put it into his mouth. Under the ample marination with spices, the piece of meat exuded a rich aroma. The crispy roasted pigskin melded with the juicy pork in Alan's mouth. Delicious. Seeing the Lord enjoying his meal, Lino also felt happy. After Alan took the first bite, she quickly helped Tina get a piece of roasted pork. Tina smiled at Lino with affection and gladly accepted the food into her mouth. She ate very elegantly. Mia and Shia, being the second and third on the island, naturally did not hold back. The sisters sat one next to Tina and the other next to Lino. Upon seeing Alan had already started eating, they naturally took up wheat cakes. Compared to meat, they preferred the wheat cakes even more. The other slaves under Bruno's lead also boldly began. The banquet reached its climax, accompanied by the singing of 049. Little did they know that Natasha 049 was not just an ordinary middle-aged woman. In her youth, she had been a songstress. Although she was older now and could not perform those beautiful dances, her voice was still enchanting. Under Natasha's singing, everyone on the island spent the last night of the Wave Festival. During the Wave Festival, no monsters landed on Adderland Island. These were the safest 3 days. After midnight tonight, the Wave Festival would end. Adderland Island would also face its first night surrounded by the Sea of Death. The night on Atlantis Island was chilling to the bone. Especially after being surrounded by the Sea of Death, the temperature at night plummeted even further. Alan's breath formed vapor in the air. It was nearing midnight. The evening bonfire party had long since ended. The subjects had returned to their homes, and in this island devoid of entertainment, they had fallen into a deep sleep. But Alan could not sleep. Wrapped in a thick coat, he stood outside the stone house. He quietly gazed at the coastline, wanting to observe how the monsters landing on Atlantis Island at night would differ from those before, even with the Sea of Death enveloping it. Moonlight spilled over the surface of the sea. The whirlpools on the water were dissipating. Finally, the last whirlpool vanished from the sea. Under the silver moonlight, some black figures were swimming beneath the sea's surface. They were heading towards Shambodi Island, influenced by the wondrous currents during the Wave Festival. Even though Atlantis Island was enveloped by the Sea of Death, the currents meant that the area around Atlantis was actually a vacuum for monsters, with not even a single giant claw crab, usually the most common sight, remaining. But now that the currents had disappeared, a continuous stream of monsters would migrate from the depths of the Sea of Death. And they certainly would not be the likes of giant claw crabs or wandering sea demons. Such trash monsters were only fit to linger in the outer areas of the Sea of Death. The deep sea was the realm of high-level monsters. Finally, under the moonlight, the first monster landed on Atlantis Island. It was a level 2 monster, a skeletal spirit. It resembled a skeleton made of fish bones taking on a human form, yet its entire body was constructed from assembled fish bones. In its hollow eye sockets burned green, ghostly flames which represented its soul. As the first skeletal spirit emerged from beneath the water, more skeletal spirits quickly surfaced behind it. They appeared to number in the thousands. Seeing that skeletal spirits were landing on the eastern side of the island, Alan felt no disturbance in his heart. Just level 2 monsters, and they were landing on the eastern side of the island. The storm mechanism tower would help him deal with these guests from the deep sea. However, when he turned to look south, his face froze. A group of level 3 monsters, the frenzied sea demons, had already landed on the southern coast of Atlantis Island. Moreover, they had effortlessly torn apart the number 1 ship docked on the outskirts of the port. The number 2 ship was hidden behind the number 3 ship, and since the number 3 ship was a beginner-level large vessel, the attacks of the level 3 monsters could not breach its defenses, allowing it to escape disaster. Monsters from level 1 to 10 fall within the realm of beginner extraordinary beings. Although higher levels mean greater strength, a group of level 3 monsters still could not breach the defenses of a beginner-level large ship. What truly troubled Alan was that these frenzied sea demons had the ability to attack from a distance. Although their attacks on the defense towers from 100 meters away would have little effect, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. With thousands of frenzied sea demons attacking together, even a level 2 defense tower would find it hard to withstand. This is bad. I was overly optimistic during the day. I only thought that after Atlantis Island was enveloped by the Sea of Death, there would be no shortage of monster loot. But I overlooked the fact that not all monsters landing on the island would be the likes of giant claw crabs. At this moment, Alan finally realized how naive his thoughts during the day had been. He only considered that the island being surrounded by the Sea of Death would yield a bounty of loot. Yet he overlooked the habits of the monsters. The lower-level monsters lived in the outer areas of the Sea of Death. The previous giant claw crabs and wandering sea demons had likely already landed on Parrot Island. The closer one got to the depths of the Sea of Death, the higher the level of the monsters. Thus at this moment monsters were landing on all 4 directions of Atlantis Island. There were level 2 monsters like skeletal spirits, giant lizard monsters, and sea snake monsters. There were level 3 monsters like frenzied sea demons and bloodthirsty sea snake monsters. These level 2 and 3 monsters posed significant pressure on the defense perimeter of Atlantis Island. Alan did not need to worry about the 2 level 2 defense towers in the east and west. After all, monsters below level 10, which were beginner extraordinary beings, could be easily repelled by the level 2 defense towers. However, the 2 defense towers in the north and south were level 1 defense towers capable of inflicting effective damage on monsters below level 5, but only if their numbers were not too overwhelming. The number of monsters landing tonight was nearly as many as during a level 1 monster tide. This was not something that 2 fully powered level 1 defense towers could handle. Seeing this, Alan had no choice but to wake a few girls from their slumber, thinking of ways to survive through tonight. The score was about to reach 500 points. When dawn broke tomorrow, he would go to Era Island to purchase a few slaves and claim the 500-point settlement reward. If there were still defense tower enhancements, then perhaps he could truly survive the night peacefully. When Alan entered the stone house, Xia and Mia were already deep in slumber. Lena was also sound asleep in Tina's embrace. Seeing Alan rush in, Tina looked at him with concern. "My lord, are there too many monsters landing at night?" Alan did not expect Tina to guess correctly, and he gently nodded. "The monster tide tonight indeed exceeded my expectations. With the crossfire from the 2 level 2 defense towers, our camp should not be in danger. But the 2 defense towers in the north and south will likely become ruins. Moreover, the plants we just catalyzed behind the defense towers will also be reduced to ashes. So I plan to call Xia and Mia to help us get through tonight. Tomorrow night, we probably won't have to worry about these issues anymore." Although Tina did not know what gave Alan such confidence, she believed in this little lord who always brought her surprises. She gently nodded and lovingly woke the still sleeping Lino and the others. Following that, without Alan needing to elaborate, Tina explained the situation outside. Upon hearing that monsters equivalent to a daily monster tide were landing, the 3 girls instantly jumped off their beds. Originally, Alan did not intend to call Lino, even though he knew her talent seemed to be more powerful. However, compared to the visible combat strength of Mia and Xia, Alan was uncertain about what feedback Lino's talent had given her. Thus, after some consideration, he decided to let her and Tina continue sleeping in the stone house. After all, Tina's talent leaned more towards support and was not suitable for such large-scale battles. But clearly Lino was more eager to help, as was Tina. Ultimately, Alan led all 4 girls outside. At this moment, the defense towers on the island had unleashed their full firepower. The sounds of storm arrows being launched constantly filled the air. The storm mechanism tower had entered full firepower mode. With an attack speed of 5 shots per second, it was terrifying. In just 1 minute, any monster that entered its attack range was turned to wreckage. The effect of the storm heavy crossbow tower is equally impressive. When a bolt is fired, an area of several dozen meters around it becomes a vacuum zone for monsters. Although its attack speed cannot match that of the storm mechanism tower, its monster clearing speed is not any. However, great power comes with high energy consumption. During the time Alan spent gathering people indoors, the energy spheres atop the 2 defensive towers had already dimmed considerably. The monster clearing effect is astonishing. Currently, on both sides of the island, there are already thousands of monster corpses lying on the ground. Only a few hundred monsters are wandering outside the defense range of the towers. Alan pays them no mind. The 2 defensive towers in the north and south are already covered in scars and are on the verge of collapse. Alan leads Lino and Tina southward on the island, while Mia and Xia are responsible for the northern side. Wrapped in the swift winds brought by the wind child, Alan uses the power of the Diamond Barbie, leaving Tina and Lino far behind. Alan charges ahead into the swarm of monsters beneath the defensive tower. Since mastering the use of his talent, he has become increasingly adept at battling monsters. What once required all his strength to instantly kill a level 2 giant lizard can now be accomplished with a regular punch. The level 3 Berserk Sea Witch, on the other hand, possesses only ranged attack capabilities, with its melee defense weaker than that of the giant lizard. Thus, as Alan is wrapped in the swift winds and plunges into the swarm of Berserk Sea Witches, it feels like he's playing a grass-cutting game. In the blink of an eye, he has slain dozens of Berserk Sea Witches that had begun attacking the defensive tower. Furthermore, the attacks from the distant Berserk Sea Witches are all countered by Alan with the swift winds. Mia and Xia's talents are truly remarkable. But do level 3 monsters count as extraordinary beings? Should I try Linos' talent? Demon Seed, a seed containing mysterious powers that can absorb energy from extraordinary beings to undergo transformation. During transformation, you can also receive its feedback. The higher the level of the extraordinary being absorbed, the more feedback you will receive. Alan, recalling the description of Linos' talent, suddenly has an idea to test the demon seed on these monsters that are not quite at the novice extraordinary level. He swiftly moves in front of a berserk sea, which using one hand to maintain the defense against ranged attacks. In the palm of his other hand, a tiny black seed no larger than a sesame seed emerges. With a punch, he knocks the berserk sea witch to the ground, driving the demon seed into its body through the wound. Immediately, Alan focuses half of his energy on the demon seed. This is his first time using Linos' talent, and he wants to carefully observe why it has garnered such great expectations in the manual. After the demon seed penetrates the body of the berserk sea, which Alan suddenly feels as if a mysterious energy channel has been established directly between the seed and himself. The energy flowing through this channel is not something he injected. Instead, it is the demon seed that actively connects to Alan. Alan feels the demon seed absorbing the energy from the berserk sea witch on the ground. A miraculous scene unfolds. Although Alan is the one expending mental energy to control it, it cuts off Alan's mental energy output after completing the parasitism and instead provides feedback to Alan through that mysterious energy channel. No, it's not just mental energy. To be precise, it's feedback on vitality. The energy consumed during the recent battle is gradually being restored to him after the demon seed completes the parasitism. He feels that it won't be long before he is fully replenished with mental energy and physical strength. However, it seems that this berserk sea, which is too weak for the demon seed to absorb. After nearly 10 seconds of energy feedback, the berserk sea, which is drained to a mere corpse. The demon seed also flies back into Alan's palm from its remains. To Alan, the sesame-sized demon seed appears to have grown a size larger. However, since it is already so small, the difference is not very noticeable. At this moment, Tina and Lino arrive beside Alan. Seeing the seed in Alan's palm, which seems to be related to Linos' talent, Tina is already numb to it. The Lord before her is indeed the son of the gods. Tina now believes Linos' words. The monsters that broke through the defense circle and approached the defensive tower have been completely cleared by Alan. After arriving here, Tina hatches three maternal iron trees, with Alan's cover placing them in front of the defensive tower. By doing so, the tower can avoid further attacks before the 3 iron trees fall. While protecting Tina, Alan retrieves source crystals to allow Lino to infuse them into the rune core to repair the tower's wounds. Finally, after inserting 10 source crystals, the energy sphere of the defensive tower radiates a brilliant light once again. At dawn, we need to buy a few slaves. We must raise the score to 500 points. Even if we add one more level 2 defensive tower, we wouldn't be so passive now. With the protection of the iron trees, the defensive tower finally begins its clearing operations. Seeing how effective the iron trees are, Alan urges Tina to quickly head north for support. He plants 3 iron trees at the defensive tower in the north. Although the monsters that land in the north are all melee attackers, they can effectively prevent future ranged attack monsters. After Tina leaves, Alan hides behind the 3 iron trees, with Lino waiting for the next wave of monsters to arrive. At this point, Alan finally can release the swift winds. During the recent defense against ranged attacks, he has completely drained his energy. He thought he would have to rely on the energy potion on him to recover. But now it seems that he just needs to wait for the monsters to come to him. Just the demon seed is already this absurd. What about the demon seedling? Demon seedling hatched from the demon seed, it absorbs extraordinary energy to grow. During its growth, you can receive energy feedback, which can be used by yourself or given to others. Alan looks at the description in Linos' talent section. He can't help but feel curious. Can the feedback be transferred? So is this feedback vitality feedback or extraordinary power feedback? Alan feels curious. However, at this moment, his seed has not yet hatched into a seedling. He can only rely on Lino to verify his thoughts. I just tested the ability of the demon seed, and it actually can provide me with vitality feedback. I wonder what wonderful powers it will have after evolving into a demon seedling. Come on, Lino, let's see what your demon seedling does against these low-level monsters. The attack speed of the level 1 defensive tower is too slow. Once the monsters swarm, and some are bound to slip through. After waiting for several seconds, dozens of monsters approach the iron trees. Alan emerges from behind the iron trees, punches a berserk sea witch, and throws it at Linos' feet. Lino obediently raises her palm, and a demon seedling with only 2 small leaves sprouts from her hand, then roots itself on the berserk sea witch. Alan's seed absorbs the energy of a berserk sea witch over 10 seconds, while Linos' demon seedling only takes 3 seconds to drain the berserk sea witch to a corpse. A white light sphere slowly emerges in her right palm. Lino handed over the white light sphere in her palm to Alan. As Alan reached out his finger to touch the sphere, he felt a surge of life essence being infused into his body. His previously nearly depleted mental and physical energy instantly recovered to 1/8. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, Alan felt that his energy limit had also been slightly reinforced. So powerful. Lino, with your sapling, we probably won't need to buy energy potions anymore. Come on, next, I'll handle capturing the monsters, and you focus on absorbing their energy. On the aspect of raising the energy limit, since the increase was not substantial, Alan was unsure if it was merely his illusion. Fortunately, there were plenty of monsters tonight for him to verify his assumption. The ensuing battle became much simpler. The two hid behind the iron tree, quietly waiting for monsters to breach their defenses. Alan was in charge of incapacitating them. Lino was responsible for using the demon sapling to absorb the life essence of the monsters. Then she would present the essence spheres to Alan. By the time he consumed the 8th sphere, Alan's energy had fully. Upon consuming the 20th sphere, Alan could finally confirm that Linos spheres indeed had the effect of enhancing energy. Furthermore, the manual provided a corresponding progress bar. Lord Panel Lord Alan level 331,300. Alan closely monitored the changes in his experience points. He noticed that every time he used his talents, his experience would increase by 1. After consuming Linos spheres, he could directly gain 1 experience. Alan then tried using his demon seeds and found that although they could also absorb life essence, the experience gain was significantly lower. It took about 5 monsters to gain 1 experience point. Perhaps that was the unique advantage of the demon sap. Next, Alan attempted to let Lino fight alone, wanting to see how strong the feedback would be after she absorbed the energy of a mid-tier extraordinary being. Seeing Lino punch the head off a raging sea demon, Alan finally understood why the manual rated her talent so highly. This is insane. Her power is almost on par with Mia at the time of her awakening. But thinking about it, it made sense, as Lino was now the highest level on the island. Citizen Panel Citizen Lino Slave level 8, 11,800 experience. Seeing Lino facing a level 3 monster, she had no trouble defending herself. Although Alan still wanted to consume the experience that Lino offered, he ultimately decided against it. It was better for her to consume the experience herself. If she could advance to a mid-tier extraordinary being sooner, she could become a trump card for Atlantis Island. This was far more meaningful than dragging himself along to level up. While his demon seeds were less efficient, they would still gradually upgrade over time. Moreover, using the demon seeds to absorb life essence would allow them to hatch faster. With that in mind, the next battle became a matter of each fighting on their own. Under the iron tree, although it was her first experience battling monsters, there was no trace of fear on Linos' face. On the contrary, the more she fought, the more excited she became. She gradually learned to control her power, using only half her strength to severely injure a raging sea demon before implanting the demon sapling. Her smooth and systematic movements allowed her to swiftly kill over a dozen monsters, gaining over 10 experience points. Meanwhile, her demon sapling was also growing stronger as it absorbed energy. Although it still only had 2 leaves, the trunk had thickened from the width of a half chopstick to that of a full chopstick, demonstrating rapid progress. On the other side, Alan was also caught up in the fray. In the end, there weren't enough monsters near the iron tree for both of them to slay. Relying on the demon seed to recover energy, Alan charged out from behind the iron tree with the wind shield. He plunged into the mass of monsters, controlling his strength to incapacitate one with a punch, then dropping the demon seed. He efficiently harvested the life essence from the monsters. In just half an hour, the crisis on the southern shore of Atlantis Island was completely resolved. Only a few hundred monsters had retreated beyond the defense perimeter, wandering around. Alan and Lino felt unsatisfied, even though their mental and physical energies were still quite full after using their talents. However, their fatigue levels had hit the limit. A fatigue that stemmed from their souls made them abandon the thought of continuing the fight. The two retreated to the stone house and saw Tina, Mia, and the other 3 still struggling in battle behind the stone house. They could only push through their soul fatigue and head towards the northern defense tower. The southern defense tower faced a group of level 3 monsters, while the northern tower had both level 2 and level 3 monsters. Initially, after Mia and Xia charged into the monster horde, they pushed back a wave of monsters with their powerful talents, driving them beyond the defense perimeter. However, there were simply too many monsters on the northern side, even outnumbering those on the southern side. The two had no choice but to retreat to the defense tower to fend off the monsters attempting to attack it. Just then, Tina also came to provide support. However, Tina was purely auxiliary. Even if she hatched 3 iron trees, they would only be used to protect the defense tower. She had no critical impact on the situation. After half an hour of fighting, the energy potions the 3 had consumed were completely depleted. Seeing that they were on the verge of losing, Alan rushed over with Lino. Pushing through their fatigue, Alan helped Lino conjure 30 life essence spheres. After Tina and the others consumed these 30 life essence spheres, their conditions were restored once again. Especially Mia, who after consuming 10 spheres unexpectedly broke through. Citizen Panel Citizen Mia Level 4, 1400 experience. This had a decisive impact on the battle situation. Her strength increased, and her physique grew stronger. With Zia's help, she single-handedly turned the tide on the northern front. After receiving an energy boost, Tina catalyzed several more iron trees, completely erecting a barrier made of 10 iron trees around the northern defense tower. With this barrier in place, they no longer had to worry about the northern defense tower being breached. Given the hardness of the iron trees, it would be difficult to break through unless attacked by fire-type monsters. With the three working at full capacity, the crisis on the northern front was resolved within 10 minutes. Only a few hundred monsters remained wandering along the northern coastline of Atlantis Island. Just as the three were happily turning to report to Alan, they discovered that under the iron tree both Alan and Lino had fallen asleep. Mia approached the tree and gently picked up the lord who had long since earned her utmost admiration. She carried him back to the stone house. Lino was also brought back by Xia using the wind. The four lay together on the large bed as usual. Inside the stone house, Tina was the last to enter. During the recent battle, Tina had noticed something unusual. Beneath the corpse of a monster, she spotted a source crystal. Tina thought she might have been seeing things, and given the tense situation, she didn't examine it closely. Once the battle concluded, she turned over the monster's remains, and indeed found a source crystal beneath it. Moreover, this situation was not unique to just one monster's remains. Tina continuously checked several more corpses and discovered that while some monsters had nothing beneath them, others surprisingly had rye iron or in cloth. What kind of island is this? Why do the monsters that die on this island yield source crystals or other materials? Is it possible that this island possesses legendary extraordinary properties? Or perhaps even mythic extraordinary properties beyond the legendary? Tina felt puzzled. She knew that out in the ocean there existed certain inscrutable extraordinary properties. For example, the heart of the legendary island can expand the island's area. A legendary source crystal heart can cause a sea island to produce source crystals daily. Legendary extraordinary fruits can instantly elevate an ordinary person with no talent into a high-level extraordinary being. However, the concept of monsters dropping materials upon being killed was something Tina had never encountered before. Filled with curiosity, she returned to the stone house. She intended to ask Alan about it, but found that he and Lino had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, she lay down beside Lino, planning to wait until tomorrow to inquire. After the recent battle, Tina's fatigue reached its peak. Once she lay down like Mia and Xia, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Thus, on a sufficiently large bed, Alan slept on the left. Next to him was Lino. Beside Lino was Tina. Next to Tina was Xia, and Mia quietly lay on the far right. All five of them entered deep sleep. In the middle of the night, monsters attempted to approach the camp. However, with the protection of the iron tree, the safety of the defense tower was temporarily assured. A few scattered monsters could not breach the defense perimeter of the tower as they had before. As the sounds of arrows being fired from the tower continued, time quietly passed by. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to rise slowly above the horizon. Meanwhile, the monsters that remained on the island last night chose not to return to the sea, lying quietly along the coastline. Night was their active period, while day became their resting period. 1,000 monsters occupied the north, south, east, and west of Atlantis Island. This sight startled the slaves, who woke up and stepped out of their rooms. Whether it was Bruno and his 9 companions, or the 35 new slaves, they all trembled in fear upon seeing the monsters occupying the coastline. It wasn't until they saw one monster accidentally enter the defense perimeter of the tower and get shot to pieces that they cautiously stepped out of the camp. Last night, Alan officially appointed Bruno as the second steward of Atlantis Island, instructing him to handle the monster remains from this morning. Having witnessed the wonders of their territory, Bruno naturally understood what treasures lay beneath those monster remains. At that moment, there were exactly 44 subjects available. 11 subjects from each direction received fertilizer potions from Bruno, tasked with transforming the remains of the monsters that died last night into fertile soil. Furthermore, after the monster remains turned into black water flowing into the land, they were to collect the spoils beneath the remains and take them to the warehouse. Although Bruno had already witnessed the wonders of this island, he still felt astonished when the source crystal appeared again before him beneath the monster remains. The Lord must be blessed by the gods. That's why on his island monsters yield source crystals and materials upon death. As long as we serve the Lord diligently, we will surely find happiness. Bruno thought about this every day, and he would also instill these ideas in other subjects during his breaks. Other subjects, upon seeing the materials beneath the remains, also firmly believed in Bruno's teachings. With these materials, we can eat well under the Lord's guidance. The Lord has said that our next generation can be free from slavery. Yes, so we must work hard for them. This way the Lord can acquire more source crystals to buy more slaves for the construction of Atlantis Island. Moreover, the Lord has said we can freely fall in love among ourselves as slaves. If two slaves fall in love, they can live in a separate dwelling, and they will receive treatment akin to free citizens, allowing them to own personal property. Ha ha ha, I hope the Lord can buy more female slaves. Because Alan was indeed a good lord, the atmosphere of construction on the island was quite pleasant. The faces of the slaves also bore long-forgotten smiles. They were filled with longing for a better future. When a slave mentioned what Alan had promised the night before, everyone began to work with renewed vigor. It seemed that working hard for Alan would enable them to live happier lives. With the concerted effort of everyone, source crystals were collected and handed over to Bruno. Chunks of iron ore were transported to the warehouse, neatly piled alongside rye and linen, facilitating Alan's inventory. After turning all the monster remains into fertilizer and collecting all the spoils, they began the day. In their conversation yesterday, Alan pointed out the two development directions for Atlantis Island. One was to build more houses, and the other was to cultivate more land. However, the Lord also mentioned last night that there was no shortage of food on the island. The rye could sustain them for a while. If more population was added, more accommodations would be necessary. Thus, the task for the male slaves today was to construct more houses. They united their efforts and began the day's construction work. The female slaves were not idle either. Alan assigned them the tasks of raising livestock and cooking. After waking up, they first fed the livestock in the breeding area with water and rye before starting the preparation for breakfast. The Lord has instructed that they must prepare at least 3 meals a day. Some other lords might only provide 1 meal for their slaves a day, and a kind-hearted one might offer 2. But Alan required the female slaves to make a pot of rye porridge every morning, include rye cakes and vegetables for lunch, and serve cakes, porridge, and vegetables for dinner. In addition, they also had to prepare a separate meal for Alan and a few others. Alan was not so selfless as to have everyone eat the same. Therefore, the female slaves also had to use wheat flour or meat, eggs, and milk to prepare food specifically for Alan and his companions. Whether out of affection or the value brought by the extraordinary, Alan always treated Lino and the others differently from other subjects. Thus, everyone diligently performed their duties, working fervently. Time soon arrived at noon, and the 5 of them finally began to awaken from their deep slumber. In a daze, Alan reached out to touch Lino in his arms, only to feel that she was noticeably bigger than usual today. He had only experienced this sensation with Tina. Could it be? Alan lowered his head to see a delicate face quietly resting in his embrace. Her flushed cheeks and trembling eyelashes indicated her tension. Watching Tina with her eyes tightly shut due to shyness, Alan realized she was awake as well. What a wonderful fragrance. Alan inhaled the pleasant scent of flowers reminiscent of roses imbued with nectar. The subtle aroma carried a potent allure. Alan instinctively complimented the scent, causing Tina, who was already blushing in his embrace, to turn even redder. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tina rolled away from Alan's arms. Tina was aware of her habit of tossing and turning in her sleep. This tendency had been with her since she was very young, often finding herself curled up in her sister's arms while asleep. She had not changed this habit over the years. To her surprise, last night, she had bypassed the sleeping Lino in the middle and had directly nestled into Alan's embrace. This left her feeling a mix of shame and anger. Tina's movements startled Lino, who was deep in slumber. Awakening in a daze, she was still unaware of what had transpired. Ahem, what lovely weather we have today. Alan hurriedly sat up from the bed, donned his coat, and stepped outside. As soon as he exited, he bumped into Bruno, who had been waiting outside. At that moment, Bruno was holding a bag and mentally drafting a report. As soon as he saw Alan emerge, he quickly rushed to update him on the morning's achievements. Lord, you are awake. The tasks you assigned have been completed this morning. We have accounted for over 6,000 monster carcasses from last night. We extracted 400 source crystals, 200 iron ores, 500 kilograms of rye, 100 bolts of linen. All supplies have been deposited into the warehouse. However, we are running low on fertilizer potions with only 17 secret potions remaining. If we encounter as many monsters tonight, we'll only last 2 more days. Listening to Bruno's report, Alan calculated the gains in his mind. The value of the iron ore was approximately 70 source crystals, the rye about 10, and the linen around 20. Altogether, they had amassed nearly 500 source crystals worth of spoils last night. In comparison to the 60 or 70 from the previous night, this was a 5 or 6-fold increase, nearly matching the total earnings from the last dark tide. However, this came at a cost. Alan had spent nearly 150 source crystals just to energize the defense towers last night. So after deducting that 150, the actual net profit should be around 350 source crystals. Calculating further, if every night were like last night, he could earn 10,000 source crystals in a month. At an average of 50 source crystals per adult slave, he could buy 200 in a month. And this was just the passive income from the night. What if I could also farm monsters along the coastline during the day? Alan surveyed the coastline of the island, watching the monsters lounging on the shore, as if envisioning each one as a source crystal. Monsters were truly treasures to him. Their life essence could enhance his demon seed. Their remains could be transformed into fertilizer to nourish the land. Once they died, they also dropped loot. It was simply a triple benefit. Handbook, do you have any methods for a quadruple benefit? He was really looking forward to it. Here are the 400 source crystals extracted this morning. Please take a look, Lord. As Alan reveled in his thoughts, Bruno respectfully presented the bag of source crystals with both hands. Alan nodded in satisfaction. You all did a great job, Bruno. Make sure Aunt Monica adds some wheat cakes to your... Receiving Alan's reward, Bruno's face revealed a look of gratitude. He hadn't expected that such precious wheat cakes could be earned simply by diligently completing his tasks. Being bought back from the slave market by Lord was truly the most fortunate event in Bruno's unfortunate life. With the order received, Bruno happily went to find Aunt Monica. Behind Alan, Tina and the other three also walked out of the house. Just in time, Alan needed to assign them. Tina's beauty combined with her tumultuous past made it unsuitable for her to show her face on Arrow Island. She could only be kept hidden away by Alan. Lino, on the other hand, had another task assigned to her. Therefore, only the sisters Xia and Mia would head. With MIA's combat strength guaranteed and Zia's Child of the Wind ability to ride the winds, they were assured of safety and could make quick trips. Mia, Xia, here are 600 source crystals. I need you both to go to the potion market and find old John to buy 300 potions. Then buy 5 slaves. This should cost around 500 source crystals, and with the remaining 100 buy some dried fish and cured meats. Hearing Alan's promise of dried fish, Tina's companion Habby fell asleep with peace of mind. Whether it was due to the side effects of unsealing the treasure map, ever since he opened that orange legendary treasure map, Habby had been lost in slumber. He would only wake briefly for food. Now he was eating well and sleeping, waking only to eat again, effectively turning himself into a little pig. Oh no, even pigs don't sleep as long as he does. Seeing him quietly lying in the corner of the bed, Alan chose not to disturb him and continued issuing his tasks. Tina continued to oversee the plant catalysis on the island. The monster tide last night taught me a lesson, so today make sure to plant more trees near the defense tower. Still immersed in her earlier embarrassment, Tina gently nodded at the task assigned by Alan. Lino, today you and I will be responsible for clearing the monsters on the island. Don't worry about the other directions, try to clear all the monsters on the eastern side of the island before dark. Alan had not forgotten that beneath the Sea of Death to the east of Adderland Island lay a legendary treasure. Though unsure if clearing the monsters on the island would affect the ones guarding the treasure, clearing monsters itself was a guaranteed profit. If Mia and Xia were to fight, they might need to wait for their energy to recover. By having himself and Lino do the clearing, it would only consume some fatigue. Alan was very clear in his division of labor. After enjoying the lunch meticulously prepared by Monica, and the others, everyone began their respective actions. Mia and Xia headed towards the number 3 ship on the southern shore of the island, setting sail towards Arrow Island. Alan and Lino, on the other hand, arrived at the eastern shore of Adderland Island, embarking on their unique journey of monster hunting and level up. Initially, her energy would be depleted after catalyzing 10 trees. However, with Linos Demon Seedling as her power bank, Tina could catalyze plants with confidence. Whenever she felt drained, she just needed to find Lino to consume life essence, orbs for replenishment. By sunset, she had planted over 30 trees, each 3 to 4 meters tall, near the defense tower. Detected new binding of 5 villagers. Score reached 527 points. 500 points. Lord score rewards are being settled. Reward source, Crystal 500. Reward Defense Tower Rune Upgrade 2. Reward 1 draw for Silver Hex Rune 1. Next score requirement for settlement 1000. With the blessing of Child of the Wind, the Mia sisters' mobility was maximized. They set sail at noon and returned in the evening from Ayla Island with supplies. The two successfully found Old John and purchased 300 portions of fertilizer potion, solving the urgent problem of insufficient potions on the island. They also brought back 2,000 pounds of dried fish for Habby, who was so tempted that he drooled in his sleep and flew into the warehouse, using the dried fish as a blanket to sleep on. On the sea, the price of dried fish is not expensive. 1 source crystal can buy 100 pounds of dried fish. These dried fish only cost 20 source crystals. The remaining 80 source crystals were used by the sisters to buy smoked pork. 1 source crystal buys 20 pounds of smoked pork. The two bought a total of 1,600 pounds of smoked pork, enough for the island to eat for a while. Finally, the two brought 5 new slaves to Alan. At first, they thought these 5 new slaves were just ordinary and were only there to meet the 500-point score. After Alan signed contracts with the 5, he discovered that one of them was an extraordinary individual. He was a young boy with golden hair and a pair of blue eyes that carried a hint of sadness. Alan scrutinized him carefully and then opened the boy's profile. Villager profile. Villager Miles Slave. ID 050. Age 16. Loyalty 5. Talent gills can grow gills behind the ears, allowing free breathing underwater. Overall score 15. By this point, Alan had roughly grasped the rules of the system's scoring. For ordinary people, the more skills they master, or the better their physical condition, the higher the score. For extraordinary individuals, the initial score depends on the initial potential of their talent. Of course, once the talent is developed, the score will also increase. For example, Mia and Xia have increased from an initial score of 25 to the current 40. As their levels rise, their scores are steadily increasing. However, Miles in front of him likely had a two singular talent, so the score given by the system was not high. But looking at Miles' talent description, Alan's eyes lit up. If I equip this, won't I be able to dive freely into the sea? I initially wanted to be a stable lord, but with these talents, they are pushing me towards the path of an adventurer. With the gills, can I hold myself back from exploring legendary treasures? Truly, Alan didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. However, he still had a clear understanding of his own strength. Even with the gills, he could only wander near the territorial waters of Atlantis. It was absolutely impossible to venture into the deep sea. Survival is key. After signing the contracts, Alan handed over the 5 new villagers to Bruno for arrangement. Thus, the island now had a total of 54 villagers. Next, Alan returned to his study and began to review this settlement's rewards. First, he received 500 source crystals. After receiving them, his current wealth showed a total of 1750 source crystals. Originally, it was 1600 source crystals plus the 400 source crystals dropped by monsters last night, totaling 2000. However, he spent 150 source crystals charging the defense tower and another 600 source crystals for Mia and the others to buy supplies from Ayla Island, leaving him with 1250 source crystals. Now the settlement rewards had given him another 500 source crystals, so after a few transactions, he actually had 150 more than when he returned from Xiangbidi Island. Although the source crystal rewards were considerable, the current 500 source crystals did not excite Alan anymore. Only when he saw the next reward of Defense Tower Upgrade 2 did his heart skip a beat. Thank goodness the reward for the Defense Tower hasn't disappeared, and I can upgrade one more. What are we waiting for? It's getting dark soon. Let's upgrade now. The 2 defense towers that came from Paluda Island are both Storm Series defense towers. Thus, their upgrade direction would be the same as the other 2. Please choose the upgrade direction for the following secondary rune defense towers. Upgrade direction 1 Storm Mechanism Tower. Rate of fire increases by 500, power increases by 50. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals. Enhancement requires a one-time investment of 1000 source crystals. Upgrade direction 2 Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. Rate of fire increases by 50, power increases by 500. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals. Enhancement requires a one-time investment of 1000 source crystals. Upgrade direction 3 Storm Guardian. No longer attacks, actively transforms into a storm barrier that can withstand distant attacks, blocking all attacks below mid-tier extraordinary level. Barrier range 100 meters. Charging requires a one-time investment of 50 source crystals. Enhancement requires a one-time investment of 1000 source crystals. Alan still believed that the best defense is offense. After witnessing the power of the Storm Mechanism Tower and the Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower, Alan had no intention of choosing the Storm Guardian. Alan directly decided to upgrade one more each of the Storm Mechanism Tower and the Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. The Southern Defense Tower was upgraded to a Storm Mechanism Tower, while the Northern Defense Tower was upgraded to a Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. Amidst the astonished gazes of the slaves, the Southern and Northern Defense Towers began their evolution. Originally 5 meters tall, the ruined towers soon grew to 10 meters. This scene caused many of the new villagers to kneel on the ground, bowing towards the wooden house. Great Lord, Child of the Gods, blessings of the gods. Inside the wooden house, Alan had no idea that such a miraculous rune tower upgrade had made his villagers' faith in him reach a level of worship. At this moment, all his thoughts were on the rewards to be claimed. Finally, we're at the main event. I wonder what good talent I can get this time. Alan excitedly rubbed his hands, and then clicked to claim the reward for Hex Rune. After a flash of silver light, 3 silver hexes that could be drawn appeared before Alan in the form of cards. Please choose one of the following 3 hexes to claim. Hex 1 Join Operations. Join operations among your villagers. Every time a villager awakens a talent, your other villagers will gain a 1 boost in strength and a 1 boost in mental power. Current bonus 5 strength, 5 mental power. Hex 2 Team Building. Team Building, gain 1 minor talent replicator. After 5 dark tides, gain an extra 1. The minor talent replicator can copy others' talents, but has only about 30 effect of the original talent. Hex 3 Qualitative Change to Golden Level. Qualitative change to golden level. Gain a random golden level rune. This Hex Rune is part of the Dice Maniac set. Collecting other runes in the set can gain set effects. Dice Maniac set. Collecting all runes in the set gives a chance to drop an attribute forge when an enemy falls. In the study, Alan carefully examined each introduction of the Hextech runes. After reading through them one by one, he felt a sense of joy. Finally, they were no longer the frustrating runes like useful material. But then another problem arose. These 3 runes are all so enticing. Which one should I choose? The first rune, Joint Combat, if selected, would comprehensively enhance the attributes of the subjects. Moreover, as more extraordinary beings appeared on the island, its enhancement would grow stronger. Currently, besides Alan, there were 5 awakened ones on the island, so choosing it now would immediately strengthen their overall power and mental strength by 5. For ordinary subjects, such a slight enhancement might not be noticeable. However, this Hextech Rune has growth potential. The more awakened ones on the island, the more substantial its enhancement becomes. Even if we don't consider the ordinary subjects, if Mia uses Diamond Barbie and gains another 5 power enhancement, it would be very significant given her stats. This talent is appealing. However, choosing team building seems more helpful for exploring the treasures beneath the sea. If it were before Miles arrived on the island today, Alan certainly wouldn't have considered team building. Team building offers a low priority for the secondary talent replicator. After all, the talents replicated by the secondary talent replicator only have about 30% of the original's effectiveness. However, Miles' gills inspired Alan to have other ideas upon seeing this Hextech Rune. What if I let this replicator be used by Lino? Wouldn't that mean the 2 of us could duo in the ocean? Even if it's only 30% effectiveness, we could probably stay underwater for a long time. With the help of gills and demon seed, Alan believed that exploring the treasures beneath the sea was just a matter of time. Moreover, they didn't need to clear all the monsters outside the treasure. They only needed to clear around 5 kilometers outside the treasure to let Habby attempt to enter it. Even if it could only bring out items of the same size as itself from the treasure, that would be sufficient. After all, the heart of the island didn't seem too large before it was activated. It's troubling, truly troubling. Metamorphosis Gold level is also very tempting. If he chooses Metamorphosis Gold level, he might not only obtain a powerful gold level Hextech, but also gain enticing set effects. Gathering 2 Metamorphosis would yield the Dice Throwing Maniac set. At that point, Alan's dream of 1 fish serving 4 purposes would be fulfilled. The life essence of monsters can restore themselves and increase experience. When monsters die, they can drop loot. The remains of monsters can nourish the territory. With Dice Throwing Maniac, not only can they drop loot, but they can also yield attribute forging tools. Monsters have become even more attractive. Can't I just watch an advertisement and select them all? Or is there a recharge window? I'm willing to bet all my source crystals. Alan fell into endless contemplation. From evening until late at night, he only emerged from his dilemma when the monsters began to come ashore. Sigh, whatever. No matter what, a silver level Hextech can't compare to a gold level Hextech. I choose Metamorphosis Gold level to take a gamble. Finally, Alan selected the rune panel of Metamorphosis Gold level. After he selected Metamorphosis Gold level, the originally silver panel emitted a golden glow. After the golden light flashed, the text on the panel changed to Metamorphosis Heroic Goodie Bag. Heroic Goodie Bag. Gain 2 secondary talent replicators. This item allows you to replicate the talents of a high-tier extraordinary being or lower. Looking at the transformed Hextech Rune, Alan suddenly burst into laughter in the study. It all comes back around. I got it after all. Following this, as he focused his mind, 2 blue magic spheres appeared in his hands. At the same time, he also understood the usage effect of the magic spheres. The method of use was simple. Just press the sphere against the center of the recipient's forehead, and when the sphere lights up, the talent will be replicated. Then similarly place the sphere into the recipient's forehead, and when the sphere is completely absorbed, the talent replication would be complete. Alan looked at the 2 magic spheres in his hands, pondering. One of them would definitely go to Lino. Having her dive into the ocean with him would ensure greater safety. But what about the other one? Should he replicate a gills for Mia? Let her dive into the ocean and fight monsters as well. Her original Diamond Barbie would definitely have the strongest combat power. However, using such a precious item to replicate 2 gills might be too wasteful. Should he reconsider? Thinking of this, Alan stored both secondary talent replicators back into the manual. It was late now, and whatever choice he made could wait until tomorrow. It was already late, and he didn't want to disturb the subject's rest. Especially since Miles had just arrived on the island. Tonight was his first night on Atlan Island, a time of worry and fear. It was deep into the night when the Lord suddenly found him and pressed a glowing magic sphere against his forehead. Just the thought of switching places was a terrifying matter. Thus, even though he was the Lord, Alan had no intention of having him replicate anything tonight. After all, going underwater to fight monsters wasn't that urgent. Clearing the monsters that had actively come ashore first before diving into the sea would be more prudent. After all, who knows if there might be a mid-tier extraordinary monster lurking underwater. Thinking of the monsters that had come ashore, Alan suddenly recalled that he hadn't gone out to see the results after upgrading the 2 defensive towers. Additionally, he wondered if the monsters landing tonight would be more than yesterday. If there were more, it would also allow him to have Mia hurriedly help him buy slaves to reach 500. With this thought, Alan stood up from his chair and stretched heavily. Then he walked out of the study, bypassing his stone house, and headed outside the camp. To be fair, Tina's greening efficiency is quite high. In the past, he could directly see the monsters on the coastline by simply stepping out of the house. Now, after Tina's efficient planting, he needed to walk out of the camp to clearly see the seaside. Because the area around the camp has been prioritized for tree growth by Tina, these trees not only provide privacy for the camp, but also obstruct the view outward. Tina is doing quite well. I estimate that in just another month, Atlan Island will turn into a forest kingdom. Moreover, with her catalysis, it seems there's no more worry about insufficient wood. Once she plants trees around the defensive towers, he can consider catalyzing some trees for timber. After all, the planks brought from Parrot Island have already been used up. Outside the camp, Alan stood atop the crown of a tree. He gazed towards the coastline. A throng of magical creatures was lined up, disembarking from the sea. They instinctively sought to destroy the 4 glowing defensive towers at night. However, they could not withstand the firepower of the towers and were reduced to wreckage within their range. We forgot to move the 2 defensive towers outward. Previously, the 2 towers to the north and south were only level 1, which could only protect a radius of 100 meters, causing the camp to be long and narrow, constrained in the north and south. Now, with the level 2 defensive towers, which can cover a radius of 300 meters, we can push out an additional 200 meters. This will instantly create more space for farming or construction. Moreover, with Tina here, the island will not lack for wood in the future. The 5 carpenters can be freed from construction to return to their main work of crafting wooden items. As the island's population increases, the tools we brought from Parrot Island are already somewhat insufficient. This is unavoidable. After all, at the height of Parrot Island's prosperity, there were only 30 or 40 people. And now Atlan Island has over 50 people, surpassing Parrot Island's peak. Besides, with wood available as fuel, the blacksmith shop can also begin preparations. After all, these iron ores piled up in the warehouse take up space. With more people, tools are somewhat insufficient, and buying from the trading island is a bit expensive. Previously, Alan had bought some tools on Ella Island. The wooden tools were acceptable, but those with a bit of iron were almost painfully expensive. Thus, what he purchased was basically enough for 3 or 4 people. He found quite a few farming tools on Parrot Island, but they were only sufficient for about 10 people. Now, with such an influx of people on the island, whether it be tools for work, beds for sleeping, or dishes for cooking and eating, everything felt exceedingly tight. During breakfast today, this became apparent. The vassals could only queue for their meals as there were only enough forks, spoons, and plates for 20 people. Among these, Alan's 5 people's utensils had to be set aside, leaving the other vassals with only 15 sets of tableware to share. If conditions had not allowed, they would have managed with what they had. But since there were carpenters and blacksmiths on the island, and would not be lacking in the future, it was only natural to improve living standards. With this in mind, Alan sketched a rough plan in his mind, preparing to have Bruno implement it tomorrow. Thinking of Bruno, Alan smiled. He had initially thought Bruno was just an ordinary farmer, but it turned out he had been hiding his talents. Bruno not only knew how to read, but also could do calculations, managing the island's affairs with remarkable organization. Through these days of interaction, Alan had long realized that his past experiences were certainly not that of an ordinary farmer. After all, the Lord's manual had already uncovered his disguise, and his score was as high as 8. He was the highest rated among a group of ordinary slaves. It was precisely for this reason that Alan had appointed him in charge before heading to Zyangabidi Island. And he had not disappointed Alan's expectations. The work he handled over these few days was quite satisfactory. Although nominally Lino was the head steward, Bruno was the true head steward of Atlant Island. Once he worked diligently, Alan would definitely not treat him poorly. When we procure slaves again, I will prioritize rewarding him with a wife. Of course, the premise is that it must be mutual. Alan did not want to force a match. Regarding the romantic matters of the vassals, Alan adhered to the principle of consent. However, he believed that with the knowledge Bruno currently possessed, a common female slave would definitely not reject him. I clearly still thinking of finding a wife for the vassals. Tisk. Watching the 4 defensive towers on the island unleash their full firepower, the defense circle impenetrable, Alan steadily descended from the tree. He landed on the ground as lightly as if performing acrobatics, gliding gracefully. At that moment, a soft voice came from behind him. "My lord, you are out of the study." Alan turned around to find Tina standing quietly under a nearby tree. It seemed she had come out long ago. Alan had just been too preoccupied with his thoughts to notice her. "Yes, I was a bit worried about tonight's tide of monsters, so I came to take a look." "You don't need to worry. The creatures landing on Atlant Island now are all below level 5. Before level 10 monsters appear, the offense of the level 2 defensive towers is unbreakable. However, even with these 4 defensive towers, we should arrange a night watch. That way, in case of any unexpected events, we can be aware immediately. After all, Atlant Island is situated in the Sea of Death. It is uncertain when a higher-tier monster might suddenly land. Upon hearing Tina's gentle words, Alan nodded seriously. What you say makes sense. Tomorrow I will have Bruno arrange for 2 people to keep watch every night just in case. However, visibility in the camp is currently poor. We may need to build a lookout tower first. Building the lookout tower may take some time. Upon hearing that Alan had taken her suggestion and expanded it to include a lookout tower, Tina suddenly smiled, reflecting on the troubles of constructing one. My lord, did you forget that my talent allows me to manipulate plants? There's no need to build a lookout tower. I can catalyze a tree in the shape of a lookout tower. We wood elves are generally druids. At this point, Tina suddenly paused. The young lord before her seemed rather adorable, as she felt a surge of happiness and unexpectedly revealed her greatest secret. Alan listened intently. Wood elves? Are you and Lino both elves? Alan asked curiously. Tina had initially intended to conceal it, but thinking that she and Lino might stay on Atlant Island without wandering again, there was no need to hide it. So she gently nodded. Seeing Tina's acknowledgement, Alan couldn't help but asked curiously, don't elves have pointed? Why do your and Linos ears look the same as ordinary humans? Upon hearing Alan's strange question, Tina chuckled as she explained. The pointed ears belong to the elves born from the tree of nature. Lino and I are naturally bred elves. Thus we lack the pointed ear feature and look similar to humans. Not only us too, but ever since the goddess of life ceased to manifest, the tree of nature has been unable to birth elves. Now nearly all elves are descendants of the primordial elves, and only a few elven tribes still harbor primordial elves. Hearing Tina's response, Alan gained a considerable amount of knowledge. However, suddenly another strange question popped into his mind. Can elves give birth at 12 years old? Under the flowers beneath the moonlight, the evening breeze gently swept across Atlant Island, causing the flowers to sway. Every question posed by Alan was utterly unexpected. Tina was at a loss for words. How did the Lord know that I am 12 years younger than Lino? Tina pondered silently. This actually relates to another secret of Tina and Lino. Compared to their identities as elves, Tina was even more reluctant to mention the secret of Linos' origins. However, just as she had thought earlier, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she and Lino would likely settle down on Atlant Island for the rest of their lives. Moreover, she had already learned too many secrets about this little lord. If she exchanged her own secret with him, it might bring them closer. After some thought, Tina spoke up. Actually, Lino is not my child. She is the child of the former elven queen, who is my sister. It's just that my sister encountered misfortune, so I took on the responsibility of raising her. So, you are Linos' aunt. Alan was taken aback. Tina nodded, indicating that he was correct. However, Alan posed another question. How could you bring Lino to the human world when you were just a teenager? Aren't elves supposed to only interact with other elves? It's rare to hear of elves actively coming to the human world. Alan's question touched upon another painful memory. This memory was also one that Tina was reluctant to recall. However, since they were discussing it already, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Linos' mother is the previous elven queen. There was a traitor within the tribe who led a group of epic-level transcendents to Elven Island and sealed the war ancient tree on the island. They attempted to seize the divine gift left by the goddess of life from my sister. In order to protect the divine gift, my sister burned her own epic-level extraordinary source. Yet she still couldn't withstand the combined forces of those traitors. At that time, the situation was dire, but after burning her extraordinary source, my sister had a chance to escape. But for the sake of me and Lino, she sacrificed the last trace of her source and sent us away. As for herself, at this point, tears welled up in Tina's eyes. The scene from over a decade ago flashed before her, plunging her into a mix of fear and anger. This intense emotional turmoil made her body tremble. As the cause of her painful memories, Alan hurriedly stepped forward, patting her shoulder to indicate that it was all in the past. Feeling somewhat helpless, Tina curled up in Alan's embrace, sobbing. Alan gently patted her back, comforting her. All bad things have passed. From now on, I will protect you both. Tina remained silent, still immersed in her sorrow, her tears soaking Alan's clothes. Seeing this, Alan could only hold her tighter, providing a sense of safety. After a long while, Tina finally emerged from her sadness. She realized she had once again buried herself in Alan's arms, feeling a mix of sadness and shyness. Thank you, my lord. I shouldn't have pried into your past. No. For so many years, the secret has been hidden in my heart, and I often thought of it with pain. After telling you, I feel much better. That's good. As her emotions gradually stabilized, Tina felt embarrassed to stay in Alan's embrace any longer. She gently withdrew from his arms. At this moment, her tender white face bore a rosy hue, making her look particularly lovely. now that I know so many of the Lord's secrets. Let the previous secret be my exchange with you. However, I hope to keep it from Lino. I don't want her to bear the pain of hearing Tina's request. Alan nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell her. From now on, Atlan Island will be your home. Let the past stay in the past. I believe the Elven Queen would also wish for your happiness. Hearing Alan's comfort, Tina smiled brightly. Yes, from now on we will be protected by the Lord. Even without a smile, she was beautiful. When she smiled, she bloomed like a radiant flower. Alan looked on with delight. No wonder King Yu of Zhou dug out the heart of his uncle by gone for Daji. King Zhou caused chaos for Bao Si. It truly brings joy. Let's go, it's getting late. We should return to sleep. You still need to take care of the island's greenery tomorrow. 3 days have passed since the end of the Wave Festival. However, the Blue Sea was still resonating with the events that transpired during the festival. After all, it was a major incident involving the Archbishop of the Dark Church attacking Shangbodi Island. If the Blue Federation did not retaliate, other churches would become restless. Thus, the day after the attack, the Federation's Supreme Council issued combat instructions against the Dark Church. They consolidated all the extraordinary resources of the major lords and began to counterattack all the hidden strongholds of the Dark Church in the Blue Sea. They uprooted more than a dozen hidden strongholds of the Dark Church, executing over 50 missionaries and several hundred followers of the Dark Goddess. Among them, Counselor Zoro achieved the most remarkable feats. He single-handedly took down 10 Dark Church strongholds. Although he did not have as many kills as other major lords, his contributions were nonetheless indelible. During the New Year meeting on Judicial Island, many counselors acknowledged Counselor Zoro's achievements. Counselor Zoro was also in high spirits, taking on the upcoming tax work as the host. He was fully responsible for the upcoming tax work concerning the Blue Federation. At the meeting, in addition to discussing the upcoming tax work, they also mentioned the legendary treasure map that suddenly appeared a couple of days ago. Even though the orange light appeared in the Blue Sea, everyone only vaguely knew its approximate location in the eastern region of the Blue Sea. Beyond that, details were unclear. Regarding this treasure map, the Council's position was that it would be best to find it. After locating it, they would see if there was a way for the Federation to recover it and compensate the treasure map's owner with some resources. If they couldn't find it, it wouldn't matter. However, it was likely that the appearance of the orange light would attract many adventurers from other seas. They needed to be wary of these adventurers causing trouble. After all, the Code of the Blue Sea was merely an epic-level item, and there were many ways to circumvent its damage on the sea. These adventurers from outside the realm wouldn't care whether you were a major lord. In the year 1134 of the Federation calendar, on January 6th, the 3-day New Year meeting was still in session. Besides discussing taxation and the eradication of the Dark Church, there was another matter that needed the attention of the congressman. In other words, the Sea of Death has expanded, and it has spread far beyond our expectations. The expansion of the Sea of Death had already been known to the attendees at the previous year's end meeting. It was initially thought that the Sea of Death would only extend a short distance, but to everyone's surprise, it had rapidly incorporated over a dozen islands. Moreover, it had turned dozens of islands into dangerous islands. The war against the Azure Sea cannot be delayed. Otherwise, if the Sea of Death continues to expand like this, the entire eastern region will be in jeopardy. This is not the time to discuss such things. The lords adjacent to the Sea of Death have sent me messages seeking assistance from the Federation. Otherwise, they might not survive the next dark tide. And now, every night, hundreds of monsters have already. Continuing like this is not a solution. As one of the leading figures in the eastern region, Congressman Simon fought for more protection for his area in the meeting. We are powerless against the expansion of the Sea of Death. If it is truly dangerous, relocation may be necessary. Or if they are considering selling their islands, the Federation can assist them in selling their territories. This could also be a way to mitigate losses. Some congressmen, indifferent as long as they were not personally affected, responded in this manner during the meeting. If all else fails, let's do this. Grant them tax exemptions for 3 years on all islands near the Sea of Death, and provide them with a low-interest federal loan of up to 10,000. They can simply use the runic cores from their territories as collateral. Furthermore, the commercial firms operated by the Federation will buy runic cores from them at a 10% discount. Despite the plight of the affected lords, many congressmen were still reluctant to let the Federation incur losses. However, being able to secure a low-interest loan of up to 10,000, Congressman Simon felt he had done his part for the lords of the eastern region. Moreover, with the low-interest loans, the lords now had a market for the ancient war trees they had just negotiated to sell with the wood spirits. It's a win-win situation. Just as the meeting was about to conclude successfully, many congressmen were preparing to return to their respective territories from Judicial Island. In the Azure Eastern region, a beam of blue light shot into the sky, causing an uproar. That is, the light of a high-level secret realm opening. Oh no, the Azure Eastern region is about to descend into chaos. In the ocean, treasures represent exclusive treasures. As long as one successfully enters the treasure through the treasure map, they can obtain everything within. The secret realm, on the other hand, represents an open large treasure. Anyone can enter, and the higher the level of the secret realm, the more precious the items that refresh within. Like treasures, secret realms are also born mysteriously. However, unlike treasures which are one-time use and disappear after being opened, secret realms last for about 3 months once activated. During this time, items may randomly drop and refresh within the secret realm. One could say that every opening of a secret realm is a month-long carnival for adventurers. However, the lords of the nearby seas will suffer, because those adventurers who thrive on danger bring too many unstable factors. Moreover, the eastern region had already attracted a horde of adventurers due to the emergence of a legendary treasure map. Now the opening of the secret realm only added fuel to the fire of chaos. Due to the opening of this high-level secret realm, the congressmen convened an emergency meeting once again. However, in this meeting, the scheming congressmen could not reach any consensus. As they were all locals of the Azure Sea, they had an advantage over the incoming adventurers. Once the secret realm opened, they couldn't wait to return and gather their people to head to the Azure Eastern region. Among them was Congressman Zoro, but his goals differed from those of the other congressmen. What chaos! The more chaos, the better for me to navigate the waters and search for traces of the idol. Even if that secret realm was high-level, it was unlikely to contain the talent fruits he desired, because every talent fruit is an extraordinary item of epic level or above. The probability of such high-level secret realms producing items of that grade is exceedingly low, almost negligible. Even if they existed, they would likely be consumed immediately by whoever obtained them. Even if the person who acquired it had already awakened their talent, it would not hinder them from obtaining a second talent after consuming it. No extraordinary being can resist the temptation of possessing 2 talents. None. Therefore, during this temporary meeting, Congressman Zoro voluntarily took on the tasks that were originally meant for those congressmen. This included the issue of recovering federal debts in the Azure Eastern region and the auction of islands belonging to the lords who had perished during the last tide. In these 2 matters, he obtained the scepter that symbolizes legal authority. With the existence of the scepter, he could directly board the islands to collect debts without the lord's consent. At the same time, he could also represent the Federation to grant territories to auctioneers. He could be said to possess the highest authority in the Azure Sea Federation. However, those congressmen were not fools and would certainly keep Zoro in check. The runes on the scepter were only enough for Zoro to accomplish these 2 tasks. Nevertheless, Congressman Zoro's spirit of self-sacrifice still moved many of the great lords. Upon introspection, they realized that while they were congressmen of the Federation, their purpose for sitting there was more about maintaining a dignified status. As for the development of the Federation, they did not care at all. After all, as great lords, their own interests took precedence over everything. It is indeed rare to find a nobleman like Congressman Zoro who is so warm-hearted. Thus, even though the nobles harbored ulterior motives, they couldn't help but admit that Congressman Zoro was truly the most suitable candidate for the position of head congressman. If everything in the Azure Sea proceeds smoothly, then at the mid-year meeting in 6 months, Congressman Zoro is likely to be elected as the head congressman of the Federation. Even Simon, who had been critical of Zoro, couldn't help but admire the man's competence. He had somewhat come to terms. Thus, after the interlude, the congressmen ultimately dispersed in different directions. After gathering their own forces, they tacitly made their way to the Azure Eastern region. Congressman Zoro, having taken charge of the auction of the islands, boldly boarded 3 high-level large ships, sailing grandly towards the eastern region. Those passing by thought that the 3 large ships were filled with Congressman Zoro's subordinates. In fact, that wasn't wrong either. They were merely those subordinates who had been secretly protected by Congressman Zoro after being hunted down. In the year 1134 of the federal calendar, on January 13th, Atlantic Island experienced more than 10 days since the end of the Sea Wave Festival. During these 10 days, Atlantic Island entered a rapid development phase, starting with the construction on the island. As a lord with over 50 subjects living in a stone house that now seemed rather shabby was somewhat unbefitting. After multiple requests from Bruno, Allen finally agreed to allow his subjects to build him a proper lord's. With the help of Tina and Mia, the subjects worked together and built Allen a 2-story wooden house in just 1 room. The house consisted of 7 rooms, with a large room below serving as the lord's meeting hall and 5 smaller rooms above for Allen and his 4 companions. Among them was a study room for Allen. Indeed, Allen had separated from Tina and the other 4 to sleep. This was a bit unusual for him, as he was accustomed to waking up each day, either holding Tina or Lynn. Regarding the subject's good intentions, Allen was uncertain whether to feel gratified or annoyed. Bruno really doesn't understand my heart. The matter of finding him a wife is cancelled. Besides Allen moving into the large house, the subjects no longer had to squeeze together in groups of 6 or 7. The story goes back to that day. Tina suggested using plant manipulation to allow the trees to naturally grow into the shape of watchtowers. In fact, her proposal was quite successful. In the southeast and northwest corners of the camp, there stood 2 watchtowers, each over 10 meters tall, entirely formed by trees. Every night 4 subjects took turns to stand guard atop the towers. Sometimes Alan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of plant manipulation. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who could have imagined that even the staircase leading up to the watchtower was formed by the tree's aerial roots? However, catalyzing the trees into the shape of watchtowers was indeed a significant project. Even with Lynn's battery support, Tina spent 3 days completing the construction of the 2 watchtowers. Seeing the watchtowers with canopies serving as platforms and aerial roots acting as stairs, Alan suddenly had another idea. Could the trees be allowed to grow directly into the shape of houses? Or perhaps a robust tree could have a hollow inside just spacious enough for a person to live in, just like those in movies and anime. One must admit that Alan's idea was quite feasible. After numerous experiments, Tina finally managed to catalyze a treehouse that could accommodate 4 people. However, it required 2 trees to intertwine to achieve this. Similarly, this method consumed considerable energy. Yet compared to the more complex watchtowers, catalyzing treehouses seemed much simpler. With Lynn's battery assistance, Tina could catalyze 2 treehouses in a single day. Within just a week, a treehouse camp was established. The slaves finally no longer had to cram together in groups of 7 or 8. They all moved into the treehouses. The wood used for Alan's wooden house also came from this. Otherwise, even if the 5 carpenters worked tirelessly, it would have been impossible to produce so many wooden planks in such a short time. Thus, the camp on Atlantic Island is centered around Alan's wooden house with 2 rows of wooden houses flanking it, and a straight path leading to the natural harbor on the southern shore. Alternatively, from another perspective, if one were to land on the southern shore of Atlantic Island, the first thing to encounter would be the wandering monsters. However, after several days of cleanup, the monsters had become rare protected animals, with only a dozen still wandering near the coastline. The other monsters were either killed by defensive towers at night and left to become fertilizer the next day, or a few hundred remained along the coast, which Alan and his companions would eliminate as part of their morning exercise. After defeating the monsters to the last, Alan couldn't bear the emptiness of the island, so he left a few along the coastline on purpose. Landing from the southern shore, one would pass by the wandering monsters and walk north on the sandy land. After walking nearly a kilometer, one would enter the muddy land area. On the sandy land, there might occasionally be a couple of small grasses. Upon entering the muddy land area, the fragrance of fresh grass and flowers would greet your senses. At this point, one would see a 5-meter wide path leading straight to the center of the island. Walking along this path for about 300 meters would bring you to the farming zone of Atlantis. On one side of the farming zone stood a 10-meter-high defensive tower, surrounded by a few 3 or 4-meter-tall iron trees firmly enclosing its base. Not far from it was another peculiar watchtower, also around 10 meters high. It resembled a tree with intertwined aerial roots forming a staircase that climbed upwards. At the top, like a crown woven from leaves, lush foliage still adorned the tower's peak. This was the most conspicuous building upon entering the muddy area. Between the defensive tower and watchtower lay the cultivated land of the island. A rough glance revealed that the farmland wasn't extensive, only about 30 acres in size. However, the wheat seedlings in the farmland were thriving well. Some of the early planted seedlings had already grown to palm-sized and were a vibrant green. Continuing along the path, one would come into view of several peculiar tree houses. Their doors were formed by 2 sturdy tree trunks, while the body of the house consisted of branches intricately intertwined, appearing both strange and harmonious. These peculiar tree houses were neatly arranged on either side of the path, with 7 on each side. Passing through these 14 tree houses led to a square at the center of which was a spring. Water bubbled forth from it and flowed into the pre-dug channels leading to the outer farming zone. On either side of the square there were 2 shops. Inside the shops were various tools. From the tools displayed, the eastern shop was a blacksmith shop containing a variety of tools such as a furnace, anvil, and hammers used by blacksmiths. The western shop was a carpenter's shop filled with various chisels, axes, saws, and other tools used by carpenters. After circling the square, moving forward, one would reach the end of this path, a 2-story wooden building facing south. The architectural style of the wooden building resembled that of the tree houses. However, while the tree houses were constructed entirely from trees, the wooden building only utilized trees for its supports and second-floor framework. The remaining parts were constructed entirely from wooden planks, giving the wooden building a more aesthetic appeal compared to those tree houses. Of course, the tree houses also looked quite nice, but the wooden building appeared to have a more sophisticated design. Beyond the wooden building, there were a few more structures that appeared to be warehouses and kitchens. However, they were merely ordinary buildings without much creativity. This summarizes the current state of buildings on Atlantic Island. Moreover, in other directions of the island, changes have also occurred due to Tina's efforts over the past 10 days. Surrounding Atlantic Island, the once empty landscape has finally become lush and green with many trees sprouting. Alan has tried observing Atlantic Island from the sea, and it is difficult to spot the central Atlantis village. Indeed, with the presence of dozens of subjects, the current Atlantic camp can finally be considered a village. On the second floor of the wooden building, Alan stood on the balcony, gazing down at his territory. The scenery of the land unfolded before his eyes. The rapid development over the past few days had transformed Atlantis Island almost beyond recognition. If someone familiar with Atlantis Island were to return, they would hardly recognize it as the previously barren land. As the Lord, it should have been a joyful matter to see such swift development in his territory. However, Alan did not share this sentiment. The development was perhaps too rapid to the extent that anyone with keen eyes could discern something amiss about Atlantis Island. Moreover, under normal circumstances, this small island, which was once on the periphery of the Sea of Death and now situated within its interior, would not see a single unfamiliar ship pass by in a year. Even if development accelerated, no one would know what was happening on Atlantis Island. Yet ever since the incident a few days prior, ships had been passing by almost daily. Some ships had even come to Atlantis Island to replenish freshwater. Although they offered a high price of one source crystal, Alan could not bring himself to feel pleased. Thinking of this, Alan gazed again towards the southeast of Atlantis Island. The blue glow emanating from that direction was one of the sources of his sleepless nights. To understand the situation, we must start from an afternoon a few days ago. At that time, Atlantis Island was bustling with significant construction. The islanders were busy constructing wooden planks for Alan's building. Tina was occupied planting tree houses for the islanders. Lino and Alan had already begun to venture into the sea to hunt monsters. On such a warm afternoon, a beam of blue light shot up into the sky from the southeast direction of the Sea of Death. Initially, Alan thought it might be the emergence of a prized treasure. Alan did not pay much attention at first, but was informed by the well-informed Tina that it was the sign of a secret realm appearing. Confused, Alan listened as Tina explained the difference between a secret realm and a treasure. At that moment, Alan realized that something extraordinary had emerged near his island. Moreover, judging by the direction, the secret realm was not far from the legendary treasure. This realization made Alan concerned about whether the existence of the treasure would be discovered. However, considering the multitude of magical creatures in the sea, he felt somewhat reassured. Sometimes a high number of magical creatures does not necessarily signify a bad thing. After hearing about the characteristics of the secret realm, Alan felt a bit of excitement. After all, those who are close to water can access the moon. First, Atlantis Island was only about an hour's journey from that secret realm. However, it wasn't long before Alan could no longer smile. There were simply too many adventurer groups coming and going on their large ships near Atlantis Island. Alan was unsure whether there were any treasures inside the high-level secret realm. However, he knew that if his monster hunting and loot acquisition became known, the number of adventurers attracted would far exceed that of the high-level secret realm. Thus, he spent each day in worry and fear. Since that day, the lives of the inhabitants had also become difficult. They had to wake up before dawn to collect loot. Moreover, Alan and the others could not sleep in peace either. They had to rise to protect them from the potential harm of ranged magical creatures. However, this state of affairs could not continue indefinitely. As time passed, more and more ships passed by Atlantis Island, and it seemed only a matter of time before the situation was exposed. Furthermore, since Parrot Island was now situated on the outer edge of the Sea of Death, and was a territory without a lord, numerous ships had begun to anchor off the coast of Parrot Island as temporary bases. This added considerable pressure on Alan. Just as he felt like a pressure cooker unsure of how to release the stress, Tina took action. Generally, after a high-level secret realm is born, it will be shrouded in a mist. This is because high-level secret realms are accompanied by a high-level extraordinary item known as the Heart of the Mist. As long as one can obtain it, there will be no need to worry about Atlantis Island being spied on. However, the Heart of the Mist usually condenses 10 days after the secret realm is exposed. Today marks the 9th day since the high-level secret realm was exposed. Over these 9 days, Alan had sent Mia Xia and the newly arrived Miles to explore the secret realm's location for information. Finally, through these 9 days of exploration, Alan became aware of the situation inside the secret realm. My lord, the entrance to that secret realm is enveloped in a vast mist. Once you enter the mist, you can't tell the direction. Many adventurers have spent considerable time just searching for the entrance to the secret realm. However, gradually some have discovered that diving underwater is more advantageous in locating the entrance. With Miles' help, we have successfully entered the secret realm once. The entrance to the secret realm is like a teleportation portal. Upon entering its range, everyone on the ship will be uniformly transported to an underground city. This underground city is filled with magical creatures. However, after defeating those magical creatures, one can actually find source crystals among their remains. In addition to source crystals, there may also be extraordinary materials. Moreover, treasure chests may randomly spawn within the underground city. Opening the treasure chests may also reveal extraordinary materials or source crystals. However, we followed your orders and only explored without engaging. It is precisely because of this that those adventurers fighting over materials and source crystals have not noticed our intentions. In the second-floor hall at a long table, Mia was detailing everything that had happened today. According to her, due to the presence of the mist, there were hardly any teams entering the secret realm now. Alan was largely indifferent to this, as he did not expect to prosper through the secret realm. However, upon hearing that magical creatures within the secret realm could actually drop loot, Alan became alert. The secret realm can actually drop loot. Goodness, I thought the characteristics of war treasure I were unique to this world. It seems I was overly concerned. However, my war treasure I is permanent. Whereas this secret realm only exists for a short span of 3 months. Just exploring the entrance to the secret realm had already taken nearly 10 days. This meant that those adventurers had only about 20 days left to conquer this underground city secret realm. On the matter of loot drops, Tina was also surprised. So this secret realm's effect is similar to that of my lord's Atlantis Island, where defeating magical creatures can yield loot. I had only heard that some secret realms could enhance extraordinary origins after defeating magical creatures. I wonder if this secret realm can achieve that. If it has this characteristic, then this secret realm is likely to attract an unimaginable number of adventurers. Mia only heard about such characteristics from others within the secret realm. In her eagerness to return with the news, she hadn't even had a chance to engage directly. This was also due to Alan's request for her to remain as low-key as possible. Thus, she could not provide answers. Listening to the news Mia brought, Alan fell into a whirlwind of thoughts. At that moment, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. By the way, Mia, are you saying that magical creatures that approach the entrance of the secret realm will also be sucked in? Upon hearing Alan's question, Mia paused for a moment before responding. Yes, this secret realm has sucked all magical creatures nearby into it. And if any foreign magical creatures approach the entrance, they will also be drawn inside. Miles saw this quite clearly underwater. Upon hearing this, Alan suddenly smiled. An immature plan began to form in his mind. In the year 1134 of the Federation calendar, on January 13th, lies Ella Island. In the vast azure eastern sea, there are over 100 islands, and Ella Island is just one of many trading islands. Among them, Senator Simon's Evernight Island is the trade center of the eastern region. However, as a trading island established by the Federation, Ella Island certainly holds its own significance. The island is governed by a governor appointed exclusively by the Federation. At the center of Ella Island stands a magnificent building, the governor's mansion, which belongs to the governor appointed by the Federation. At this moment, inside the governor's mansion, the newly appointed Governor Wayne is hosting the federal envoy Senator Zorro, who has traveled from afar. To this end, he specifically summoned the noble ladies from the nearby territories to hold a grand welcome party for Senator Zorro. At the party, some prominent local lords are clinking glasses with other nobles who have come from afar. The noble ladies are dressed in splendid gowns, gracefully dancing to the symphonic music played by the live band. Although it is already night, the governor's mansion is brightly lit, resembling daylight. At the center of the party are the focal points Senator Zorro and the newly appointed Governor Wayne. They are old acquaintances. Senator Zorro even cast a vote for Wayne during his appointment meeting. Thus, Governor Wayne naturally reciprocates the favor and engages in a friendly conversation with Senator Zorro. Surrounding them is a group of sycophantic lesser nobles. However, Senator Zorro seems to dislike the commotion and leads Governor Wayne to a corner. Old friend, you are I thought Ella Island was a remote trading island unable to overshadow the brilliance of Simon's Evernight Island. To my surprise, a high-tier secret realm has unexpectedly emerged near your Ella Island. The next 3 months are likely to be bustling for Ella Island. Hearing Senator Zorro mention the suddenly appeared secret realm, Governor Wayne's face beams with delight. I never expected that a high-tier secret realm would actually appear over the Sea of Death. However, while it is lively, it is filled with a bunch of dangerous individuals. The pressure on the island's security is surprisingly high. I see you've brought quite a few people this time. Can you lend me some to help maintain order on the island? Hearing Governor Wayne's suggestion, Senator Zorro replied curtly, "Don't be so stingy, Wayne. With Ella Island's current prosperity, even just the income from island taxes is enough for you to sleep soundly on spirit crystals. Not to mention the trading taxes from the merchants on the island. You should allocate some spirit crystals to recruit extraordinary individuals to maintain order and stop being so miserly. After all, Ella Island does not have as powerful a rune formation as Shambodi Island. It's certainly wise to be cautious of those troublemaking adventurers." Hearing Senator Zorro mention Shambodi Island, and recalling the extraordinary chaos from a few days ago, Governor Wayne finally began to take the island's security seriously. You are right, Zoro. It is time to recruit some extraordinary individuals to bolster our presence. The two of them seem to be in sync, but Senator Zoro is quite aware of the purpose of his visit. From time to time he probes for information. 10 days ago, a legendary treasure map's light appeared in the eastern region. As the local power, do you have any news or speculation? That light indeed ascended from the eastern region, Governor Wayne said nonchalantly, but it was too quick and no one knows its exact location. Moreover, a legendary treasure is not something a small governor like me can covet. Thinking about it, it is better to focus on the practical high-tier secret realm. Hearing Wayne mention the high-tier secret realm, although Senator Zoro did not come for that, he is curious about the news regarding this secret realm. I heard that this secret realm drops spirit crystals after defeating monsters. Is that true? It is true. Not only does it drop spirit crystals, according to those extraordinary individuals, there is also a small chance of enhancing one's physique after defeating monsters. Even ordinary people can receive such enhancements. After hearing this, I feel like exploring the secret realm myself. However, now is not a good time to go to the secret. The outskirts of the secret realm are shrouded in mist, and only a few lucky ones can find the entrance through the mist. However, after tomorrow, the mist will condense into a heart of mist, making it easier to enter. Currently, most adventurers on Ella Island are waiting for tomorrow to arrive, mentioning the high-tier secret realm that could potentially bring them great profits. Governor Wayne spoke enthusiastically. Originally preparing to gather information about the small lord of Atlantia, Senator Zoro found no good entry point, so he decided to let it go. The party came to an end. Senator Zoro returned to the residence specially prepared for him by Governor Wayne. After sending away the two women that Governor Wayne kindly prepared, Senator Zoro sat heavily on the sofa. Although he did not glean any useful information at the banquet, as soon as he arrived on the island today, he had already dispatched his subordinates to gather information about old Alan and his son. How is the investigation into that small lord going? From the shadows of the room, a thin man slowly emerged. It was Ethan who had first discovered Tina at the port. On this trip as a mid-tier rune master, he naturally followed Senator Zoro, closely ready to carry out his. This morning, as soon as Senator Zoro landed on Ella Island, he dispatched the accompanying dark cult members to gather information about old Alan and his son. As a mid-tier extraordinary individual, Ethan is naturally the leader of the other dark cult members aside from Senator Zoro. We have inquired today. That small lord is quite mysterious. He has bought slaves and supplies multiple times on Ella Island. Some say he inherited a large fortune from his father, allowing him to squander on the island. Others say he was lucky, seizing the opportunity to empty Pluto Island after the death of its lord. There are various speculations, but most lean towards the belief that he emptied Pluto Island and relied on its rune core to survive until today. Hearing this, Senator Zoro nodded. Pluto, that waste, seems quite shrewd, yet he died in the dark tide. And what about the information you were to gather regarding his father? In response to Senator Zoro's inquiry, Ethan surprisingly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. There are even more rumors about his father, old Alan. Some say he is notorious for his cunning in the Azure Eastern region. He possesses an extremely clever mind. With this intellect, he married a noble descendant of a low-tier rune master. Additionally, he built his fortune from scratch and ultimately purchased Atlantia from the Federation. In fact, with the price he offered, he could have bought better islands. Yet for some unknown reason, he specifically chose Atlantia, which is close to the Sea of Death. In the end, he met his demise in a dark tide, killed by a horde of monsters. Hearing Ethan recount this, Senator Zoro grew somewhat impatient. Such tales of small figures rising to prominence play out daily on the sea and hold no real significance. I have no need to know this. What I want to know is the news about the heart of the island. The Pope once prophesied that one of the goddess statues is associated with the heart of the island. Furthermore, the prophecy suggests that the treasure is connected to the Azure Eastern region. So if old Alan truly has clues about the heart of the island, then it is likely that the statue is within that treasure. The legendary treasure map that soared into the sky a few days ago makes me suspect that the heart of the island is related to this treasure map. Tomorrow I will take you to Atlantia in person to search for clues about the treasure map. On January 14th, 1134 of the Federation calendar, Senator Zoro ordered a ship to be prepared at dawn, accompanied by his subordinates, to set sail for Atlantis Island. The high-tier ship sailed swiftly. What would take ordinary vessels an entire morning was accomplished in just 1 hour by the high-tier ship arriving at the outskirts of Atlantis Island. Gazing at Atlantis Island engulfed by black waters, Senator Zoro wore a blank expression, lost in thought. However, his purpose for coming in person was to assist the Federation in collecting the interest on debts owed by Alan. Thus, after reaching the waters outside Atlantis Island, he dispatched a small boat to notify the lord of the island. Of course, if the notification failed, the scepter in his hand would still allow him to pass unimpeded onto Atlantis Island, as if merely following a procedure. The small boat had not yet approached the territorial waters of Atlantis Island when it turned back. Senator Zorro then expressionlessly raised his scepter, signaling the large ship to land on the island. As daylight broke, everything happening at sea was naturally observed by the citizens stationed at the lookout tower. Therefore, as Senator Zorro and his party disembarked onto Atlantis Island, a crowd emerged from the village. Leading them was Bruno, the chief steward of the island. Initially, Bruno thought they were a group of foreign adventurers unbound by the codes of the Azure Sea intruding onto the island. Thus, when he came out, he and his companions were armed. Upon seeing the well-dressed Zorro and the tax official behind him, he realized he might have misunderstood. Hastily, he instructed the citizens behind him to hide their sickles and axes. He then stepped forward to converse with these outsiders. This is the territory of Lord Alan under the banner of the Azure Federation. May I ask why you esteemed guests have come to the island? Hearing Bruno's inquiry, there was no need for Senator Zorro to respond. The Federation tax official beside him would naturally take charge. Who are you? Tell your lord to come and respond. We are the Federation's designated tax officers. This gentleman leading us is a senator of the Federation. Your lord has an outstanding debt of 15000 source crystals to the Federation. Including interest, the total amounts to 18000 source crystals. The Federation now requires the collection of 500 source crystals with 300 as interest and 200 as principal. Have your lord bring the source crystals to us promptly. Otherwise, we will reclaim the island by law and confiscate all equivalent items on it. As the Federation tax officer made the announcement, Senator Zorro quietly observed the island before him. When he spotted 4 secondary defense towers, his pupils dilated in shock. As a major lord, he was indifferent to 3rd or 4th tier defense towers. However, it seemed somewhat peculiar for a minor lord's island to possess 4 secondary defense towers. After all, intelligence indicated that this island had been a wasteland just a month prior. Yet a month later, 4 secondary defense towers stood tall here. Additionally, the island had become lush and green, completely contradicting the information provided. Only the barren soil beneath his feet faintly hinted at its previous desolation. There must be something amiss with this lord. Even if it doesn't involve a divine statue, he is still a key subject to observe. Senator Zorro pondered silently. At the scene, upon hearing the tax officer's response, Bruno's expression suddenly turned ecstatic. He hadn't expected to fulfill the task assigned by the Lord today. This morning before Alan departed, he suddenly remembered that tax collection day was approaching. It was likely that tax officers would come to the island, and he had heard they would also collect debt payments. Thus, before leaving, Alan had specifically summoned Bruno to his study and instructed him that if any tax officers arrived to collect taxes, he could utilize the source crystals from his study. There were a total of 5250 source crystals inside. This was all of Alan's current fortune. Alan also told Bruno that if these source crystals were insufficient, he could allow the tax officers to take all the iron ores from the warehouse. The total value of those iron ores was approximately 100 source crystals. However, he hadn't anticipated that only 500 source crystals would suffice. This greatly exceeded the Lord's expectations. After hearing the tax officer's words, Bruno responded, "The High-tier secret realm has been opened. My lord has already gone to explore the secret realm. However, before he left, he instructed me that if tax officers came to the island, the debt payment should be handed over to you, esteemed tax officers. But before that, may I see the document issued by the Federation?" Bruno was very cautious. Even though these individuals were dressed elegantly, he did not fully trust them. Until one of the tax officers pulled out a promissory note. Bruno, familiar with the Federation's codes, instantly recognized it as genuine. He then said, "Please wait a moment. I will personally bring the tax payment to you, esteemed officers." After saying this, Bruno did not wait for the Federation officials to respond, leaving them behind as he hurried back to the village. Bruno was acutely aware that his lord possessed too many secrets that could be deemed miraculous. Should these people be allowed onto the island, they might uncover subtle traces. Thus, after leaving a few citizens to monitor them, he quickly returned to the village to move the debt payment to the beach. Not all of these Federation tax officers were under Senator Zorro's command. Seeing Bruno voluntarily bring the debt payment, they naturally preferred not to walk on such sandy soil and dirty their fine shoes. Bruno moved swiftly and soon came running with a box. Perhaps due to his rapid pace, he was out of breath, struggling to speak. Tax officers. Here are 5000 source crystals. Please examine them, esteemed tax officers. After the collection, we will need a receipt for the debt payment, so I can show it to my lord. Seeing that a mere citizen was able to take out 500 source crystals, it piqued not only Senator Zorro's interest in Alan. Even the other tax officers were curious about this lord of the remote sea region. Is there a source crystal mine on this island? How could he produce such a large sum of source crystals all at once? But that has nothing to do with us. Once the task is completed, we can return to Era Island and enjoy ourselves. Not to mention the women here have their own unique charm. As the tax officers counted the source crystals, Senator Zorro remained silent, continuing to observe the mysterious island. After Bruno easily produced 5000 source crystals, he became even more convinced of his suspicions. This lord surely held secrets. What exactly could that secret be? It's truly intriguing. Bruno and his companions kept a close watch on the tax officers after they disembarked. Even when Bruno went to fetch the source crystals, it did not allow others to let down their guard. However, at the end of the day, they were still just ordinary people. They did not notice that while Bruno was heading back to the village for the source crystals, over a dozen individuals had already vanished from the group. Of course, with the support of the mid-tier extraordinary being Ethan's phantom rune, the team still appeared to consist of the same number of people on the surface. A dozen members of the Dark Church, empowered by Ethan's shadow runes, infiltrated Atlantis Island. They moved within the shadows, leaving the locals completely unaware of their presence. The island's buildings were sparse and easily discernible. Thus, the group quickly surveyed the wooden huts on the outskirts. In fact, there wasn't much to investigate inside the huts, which contained only a bed and some burlap bedding. The simplicity was overwhelming. This was unavoidable as there were no traveling merchants passing near Atlantis Island, and purchasing goods from Ayla Island consisted mainly of bulk items. As a result, both Lord Allen and the numerous locals lived rather austere lives. This significantly reduced the difficulty of the search for these dark followers. In just a few minutes, everyone gathered beneath Allen's lord's mansion. Leading them was Ethan, a mid-tier extraordinary being. After reporting the search results from other directions, Ethan appeared calm. Is there a problem? Well, no, once we finish searching this building. Under his command, the many followers hidden in the shadows spread out to every corner of the Lord's mansion. 3 minutes later, they reconvened in front of the building. Deacon, there are no anomalies on the first floor. Deacon, there are no anomalies on the second floor. Hearing the reports, Deacon Ethan still seemed somewhat uneasy. He began to hold his breath and concentrate personally, using the high-energy detection rune. Waves of invisible mental fluctuations radiated from him towards the island. The fluctuations enveloped Atlantis Island like a tide. Finally, as his complexion turned pale, he accepted this reality. There are indeed no anomalies on this island. We should return to report to the Archbishop. Ethan felt a severe depletion of mental energy from using the expansive detection rune. Even after consuming a mid-tier mental potion, he could only maintain his current shadow state. He needed to hurry back to the shore, otherwise the illusion might shatter. If the illusion shattered and was discovered by the island's natives, it wouldn't matter much, but if it was seen by the more knowledgeable tax officials, he might be forced to silence all the federal agents present. Ethan had aspirations regarding his profession. He had always studied runes related to concealment tracking. He wanted to become a great shadow assassin, not a butcher like Brooke. Therefore, he hoped the tax officials wouldn't discover any anomalies, otherwise he might end up with blood on his hands. Fortunately, Ethan was overthinking. When he returned to the group with his subordinates, no one had noticed anything unusual. Even Senator Zorro gazed into the distance, seemingly intrigued by the tumultuous sea of death. Ethan returned to the group, replaced his illusion, and approached Senator Zorro, whispering, "There are no signs of a treasure map on the island. I have already used the mid-tier detection rune. Everything is normal." Senator Zorro had long been mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, the tales about Lord Allen's Island Heart were merely rumors. Too many people in this world loved to boast in taverns about their supposed acquisitions. Thus, even without finding any results, it was within Senator Zorro's expectations. However, he believed the island's lord certainly had his secrets. This was his intuition as a prominent lord of the Azure Seas. Since that's the case, let's wait for these tax officials to finalize their source crystals. Then we can leave this place. Ethan nodded, his face pale. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up. However, while we found nothing unusual on this island, I did sense a familiar aura in the direction of the secret realm when I fully activated the detection runes. It seems like the woman who escaped from Shambodi Island that day. Hearing Ethan's cautious description, Senator Zorro's pupils constricted repeatedly. He did not know of the ancient saying, "In another world with iron shoes on one finds no place." Yet in the dark willows a new path emerges. But his feelings at this moment mirrored that ancient saying. "Are you sure?" Upon hearing Senator Zorro's inquiry, Ethan slowly nodded. "My detection runes still recorded her aura. I can vaguely sense her presence in the waters near the secret realm." Upon hearing Ethan's response, Senator Zorro's face broke into a smile of regained hope. "If we find that woman, we can learn the whereabouts of the celestial cat. Our trip to the eastern domain won't have been in vain. Now, let's use the communication scroll to inform the Archbishop. We need to hurry back to Ayla Island. and send all the followers we've brought into the secret realm. If we succeed in this matter, both you and I will be great benefactors of the church. On the vast, desolate sea of death, a several-meter-long beginner ship was forging ahead through the waves. Surrounding it were adventure ships heading toward the same destination. On the deck, Xia was in charge of maneuvering the sails to make the ship sail faster. Mia, Lino, and others were playing the Lord's spontaneous game, poker, in the cabin. To add some excitement to the poker game, they even devised their unique stakes. Whoever won could kiss the Lord. As the first to propose this wager, Alan naturally enjoyed it. Lying on the cabin seat, he was occasionally kissed. However, age might indeed provide a natural advantage in playing such intellectual games. Thus, most of the time it was Tina, blushing, who came over to steal a kiss. Occasionally, a lucky little cat would fly over and give him a peck on the face. Habby, you can skip this one. You won, so I'll reward you with a piece of dried fish. Although Habby was in a humanoid form, Alan was not particularly fond of such things and could not accept a cat's kiss. Atlantis Island was not far from the secret realm, so just as the 3 girls and 1 cat settled into the game, the lookout boy Miles rushed in. Lord, we've spotted the entrance to the secret realm. Sister Xia asked me to report to you. Hearing Miles' report, Alan stepped out from the cabin. Standing at the bow of the ship, he could already see the distant sea shimmering with brilliant blue light. Once the ship entered the blue light, everyone aboard would be teleported to a vast underground city. The ship would dissipate on the surface of the sea until everyone aboard was teleported out of the underground city. Through several days of observation, adventurers had also figured out the teleportation patterns of the secret realm. Essentially, it would take a full day. If one entered this afternoon, they would be automatically teleported out the following afternoon. Even in the unfortunate event of dying in the underground city, if there were still bodies, the bodies would be teleported out. It is fundamentally humane. Xia followed Alan's instructions and anchored the boat at the edge of the secret realm's entrance. Alan stood at the bow, gauging the distance to his home island and to the legendary treasure. The treasure was approximately a dozen kilometers away from Atlantis Island, while the secret realm was about 40 kilometers from it. Just as Alan had guessed, the treasure was only a few kilometers from the secret realm, with the treasure located directly east of Atlantis Island and the secret realm to the southeast. Once the monsters enter the realm, they will be swallowed by it. Is there any way to attract the monsters within the treasure's vicinity? We don't need to attract too many, just those low-tier monsters within about 5 kilometers from the treasure. Give Habby a chance to teleport into the treasure. Without a treasure map, Habby needs to be very close to teleport in. With the treasure map, even from 5 kilometers away, Habby has a chance to teleport in. This was the reason why Alan brought Tina, Habby, and the treasure map on this trip. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate left Councilman Zorro empty-handed. There's no rush, we can plan this slowly. The priority is to enter the secret realm and collect the heart of the mist. When coming to the secret realm, Alan brought Tina and Habby, but he did not intend to let them enter the realm. Firstly, their combat abilities were lacking, and they wouldn't be much help once inside. Secondly, Tina and Habby's identities were too sensitive. The underground city was filled with all sorts of people, and they might be recognized. Thus, Alan arranged for the 2 of them, along with Myers and Xia, to stay on the boat and provide support without entering the secret realm. Alan then took Lino and Mia, and the 3 of them entered the secret realm from the water. To be honest, this was Alan's first encounter with the fantastical scenery of this world. He felt a surge of excitement within him. With a splash, Alan leaped from the boat into the sea, firmly holding on to Lino and Mia. Behind his ears, 3 slits opened up, allowing Alan to breathe underwater. Gills. This is interesting. Before Alan could truly experience breathing with gills underwater, he had already brought the 2 girls into the teleportation range. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and dizziness struck him. The breakfast in his stomach churned violently, almost causing him to vomit. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he kept his mouth tightly closed, preventing it from coming out. After a moment, the discomfort faded away. Alan found himself standing on a patch of soil. Beside him were Mia and Lino, who had already experienced. The 2 of them appeared much calmer. Once the wave of discomfort completely dissipated, Alan finally had the mood to survey the surroundings. Is this the underground city? Alan looked up at the sky. Hundreds of meters high above there were protruding rock formations resembling stalactites. They were densely packed, appearing boundless from a distance. The underground city was not as dim as Alan had imagined. Instead, it was bright as day, as if lit by the sun. However, he could not see where this bright light source was. Now is not the time to investigate that. The priority is to find the heart of the mist. Heart of the mist is a high-tier extraordinary material born from the mist. Initially, Alan was intimidated by its high-tier designation. He thought it was a unique, extraordinary item. Later, Tina explained that it was actually a consumable material commonly used to craft various extraordinary equipment and items with illusionary properties. It was classified as a high-tier material simply because it was rare, only coalescing when the secret realm manifested. Searching for it within the secret realm was quite simple. Wherever it existed, mist would be present within dozens of meters nearby. The heart of the mist was hidden in the center of the mist. Sometimes you could even stumble upon it while walking through a patch of mist. So where have we been teleported to? The underground city was vast, but those teleported from the outside usually appeared within the same city ruins. However, Alan and the others found themselves in a dark forest. Surrounded by towering trees with black canopies, aerial roots hung down from the crowns. Thick green moss grew on the trunks. Just by looking, it was evident that this place seemed to have existed for a very long time. Some trees appeared to have grown from the remnants of other trees. It looked quite dreamlike. This must be the dark forest outside the underground city. Some adventurers say that unlucky individuals can be directly teleported into the dark forest. It seems our luck isn't too good, the Lord. We must be cautious, but said that there are mid-tier extraordinary creatures. Hearing MIA's cautious response, Alan also became wary. After all, even though he had 3 talents and had leveled up to level 6, he still couldn't hold his own against mid-tier extraordinary beings. Last time he was able to defeat that mid-tier extraordinary being primarily because it was overly arrogant. Had it been more cautious, it wouldn't have stumbled against a few rookie extraordinary individuals. Moreover, it was fortunate that the mid-tier extraordinary being was a melee fighter. If it had been a ranged attacker or a rune master, they would have been finished. Thus, knowing there were mid-tier extraordinary creatures in the dark forest, Alan felt it was wise to be even more cautious. However, staying here was not a solution. In this primitive forest with towering trees reaching dozens of meters high, wandering aimlessly without a target would likely be even more dangerous. He'll climb up a tree to see if there's any distinctive architecture nearby, or if there's any mist we need to find. In the forest, the best method to find a path was to locate a high point for a better view. Behind the 3 of them stood a tall tree. Beneath it lay the remnants of an ancient tree, with a new tree taking root from its remains. Using the support of Child of the Wind, Alan effortlessly climbed to the treetop. Standing atop the treetop, his view expanded significantly. In the underground city, it was impossible to determine east from west. Alan designated the direction he faced as east and established the cardinal directions. At this moment, not far to his east was a continuous expanse of city ruins only about 1 to 2 kilometers. To his west lay a seemingly endless stretch of primeval forest. To his left and right, that is north and south, there were some other sites, but they were likely too far to see clearly. Hey, there's mist over there. As Alan surveyed his surroundings, he clearly spotted a mist enveloping an area of several dozen meters to the southwest. It was not far from his current location, only about 800 or 900 meters away. Just as Alan was feeling pleased, the sound of stones flying through the air reached his ears. A fist-sized stone whizzed past him, smashing heavily into a nearby tree trunk. Under the shade of the trees, several green monsters were staring intently at him. Goblin. Goblin. Alan looked at the creatures attacking him from beneath the tree. They had pointed noses and ears, their bodies entirely green. Green slime dripped from their mouths, looking particularly disgusting. Some goblins held wooden sticks in their hands, while others lifted stones again to aim at Alan. Whoosh! 2 stones flew towards him once more. However, Alan was prepared this time, and there was no way he would be hit like before. He summoned a wind shield, effortlessly blocking the oncoming stones. The commotion in the tree alerted Mia and Lino below. Soon they noticed the dozen or so grotesque monsters not far away. They saw that the goblins were still intent on attacking Alan in the tree. The 2 girls decisively switched to battle mode and charged towards the goblin group. The Goblin Clan begins as level 5 monsters. Once they reach adulthood, they still posed a certain level of danger. However, after training for over 10 days, the 2 girls were no longer the inexperienced individuals they once were. Mia had reached level 7, while Lino had even surpassed level 10. If she maximized her experience points to 1,000, then she would only need a trigger to advance to mid-tier extraordinary. Alan had also looked into this trigger. It required a transformation of her talent. However, the conditions for each extraordinary being to achieve this transformation varied, so Alan had no clues. He could only rely on Lino to explore on her own. However, considering the characteristics of the demon sapling, Alan believed that he likely needed to absorb the life essence of beings above mid-tier extraordinary to complete the advancement. As for whether it would be as he speculated, he would find out if he had the opportunity to experiment later. Alan slowly descended from the tree. By the time he landed, the battle not far away had already concluded. A dozen level 5 goblins were simply... The 2 girls quickly resolved them. You 2 are way too fast. I rapidly descended and still missed the... These are goblins, at least leave one for me. Hearing Alan's joke, Lino felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, my lord. If we encounter goblins again, I will definitely leave one for you. Alright, I was just... Let me see how lucky you are. I heard that fighting monsters here can yield extraordinary materials. By the way, I have yet to see any extraordinary materials. Alan approached the remains of the goblins and turned them over. His luck was good. Beneath the first goblin corpse lay a small transparent stone only the size of a finger with a somewhat plastic texture. It looks like the legendary entry-level extraordinary material, adhesive stone, used to make adhesive for entry-level extraordinary cloth armor or shoulder armor. Lucky indeed. I found extraordinary material on the first one. This adhesive stone is quite common, thus the price isn't high. Generally, one source crystal can buy 2 pieces of adhesive stone the size of a finger. Let me see if there are any other gains. Alan turned over the remains of the dozen goblins one by one. Not sure if it was his bad luck, but under the other goblin remains not even a grain of war treasure Rai had dropped. Haha, the drop rate is really low. Alan smiled to cover his embarrassment over his bad luck. By the way, these goblins really are quite ugly. Even though he had finished checking for loot, Alan remained crouched on the ground, carefully observing the structure of the... As someone who had seen countless goblin shows, this was his first time seeing a living one, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. However, just as he poked around, Linus' gentle call reached his ears. My lord. My lord. Hearing Linus' voice growing more urgent, Alan looked up at her. What's wrong, Lino? Lino looked tense, pointing behind Alan. Alan sensed something was amiss. He stood up and looked back. In the jungle, a dense mass of goblin troops emerged. Some held wooden sticks, others wielded stone clubs, and some carried a simple woven basket filled with polished round stones. At the center of this goblin army stood 3 goblins with wooden staffs directing the others. If the ordinary goblins had an aura around level 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, these 3 goblins with staffs exuded an aura equal to Linus, and even stronger, reaching level. However, this was not the primary reason for Linus' anxiety. Behind these 3 spellcasting goblins, there was another with an even more oppressive aura. Standing at 1.6 meters tall among a group of goblins, averaging 1.2 meters, it stood out. A mid-tier extraordinary creature, Goblin's Chief. Goodness, I do find goblins rare. But there's no need for so many to come at once. How enthusiastic, seeing that the 3 of them were surrounded by the goblin army. Alan recalled the nearby map in his mind, and pulled the 2 girls to run southwest. They began their breakout. The ruins of the dungeon were directly east, so why did Alan choose to go the opposite direction? Because the terrain in the forest was complex, and they were still about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the dungeon. There was no guarantee they wouldn't be caught by the goblin army along the way. With their current extraordinary power, they could indeed cover 1 or 2 kilometers in just a few minutes. But the issue was that the goblin chief was positioned southeast. Heading directly east would require passing through the nearby goblin army. It was hard to say whether it would enjoy playing a Catan mouse game. What if it was a decisive goblin? Meanwhile, to the southwest, about 300 to 400 meters away, they would enter the mist born from the heart of mist. With the mist providing cover, the 3 of them had a better chance of survival. Moreover, once inside the mist, it would be uncertain who was hunting whom. However, for now, they still had to escape cautiously. Alan strategized and began a tactical retreat. They sprinted southwest. The goblin chief at the back of the goblin army raised its ugly head and howled towards the sky. After its howl, all the goblins charged towards the 3. Fortunately, Alan's breakout strategy was quite fortunate. To the southwest, there were only some level 5 goblins holding wooden sticks. Relying on his own level 6, soon to be level 7 strength, as well as the careful coordination of level 7 Mia and level 10 Lino, they quickly slaughtered all the wooden stick goblins. They carved a path deeper into the dark forest. Behind him, the stones came roaring in, but Alan blocked them all with his wind shield. The spells cast by the 3 magical goblins seemed immensely powerful, and at the current strength of his wind wall, he simply could not withstand them. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the wind, his speed was incredibly fast, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. The spot where he had just landed was struck by the goblin's spell, creating a deep pit. Wow, such strong power. Luckily, I was far enough away to escape. Otherwise, even with the enhancement of my Diamond Barbie physique, taking a hit would not be a trivial matter. Just the attack from a level 10 spell goblin is already so insane. I can only imagine the strength of that goblin chieftain. Thus, Alan did not hesitate to maximize the power of Son of Wind. 3 gusts of wind propelled the in an instant. Their escape speed more than doubled. Behind them, the goblin chieftain, witnessing this scene, no longer remained foolishly in the ranks. It leaped over a group of goblins, arriving at the spot where Alan and the others had just been. With another surge of power in its legs, it leaped again, reaching the position where the magical goblin had felled a large tree. Seeing this scene behind him, Alan felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. Luckily, the mist was just ahead. Entering the mist, there was still some leeway. Alan grabbed the 2 girls, and after dodging a beam of light shot from behind, dashed directly into the mist. At that moment, the goblin chieftain also leaped into the mist. The Heart of Mist was indeed made from high-level extraordinary materials used for illusionary props. The mist it generated had the effect of concealing one's presence. Coupled with the extremely low visibility within the mist, the goblin chieftain entered, but completely lost sight of Alan and the two girls. Seeing this, it pondered for a moment before walking out of the mist. It intended to send its tribe members in first to search. The mist seemed to cover a small area, at most a radius of about 100 meters. And its goblin army had over 1,000 goblins. They could surround this mist entirely. Those 3 humans would not escape. They would obediently be captured and turned into vessels for breeding more goblins. With this thought, the goblin chieftain howled up to the sky once more. In no time, the goblin army behind it caught up, forming ranks and advancing into the mist. Over 1,000 goblins were enough to turn this mist within a 100-meter radius upside down. As the goblin army entered the mist one by one, Alan and his companions reached the center of the mist. On the ground, Alan spotted their target, a gray heart of mist. As long as they collected it from the ground, the mist enveloping this dark forest within 100 meters would dissipate. Although their goal was to gather it, clearly this was not the best time. If they took it now, the 3 of them would soon be exposed to the goblin army's sight. At that time, escaping would not be so easy. They had already witnessed the terrifying strength of the goblin chief. The best result now was to take a gamble. Gamble that the goblin chieftain would not personally come into the mist to search for them. Gamble that it would employ a strategy of sending its goblin subordinates into the mist. Alan's gamble paid off. He heard the goblin chieftains howl from outside the mist, along with the sounds of the goblin army marching into the mist. "Come on, baby. Show me your power." Alan opened his palm, revealing 3 red seeds lying there. Beginner-level extraordinary plant, bloodthirsty demon vine. As a notorious extraordinary plant, it was essentially a nightmare for all cave adventurers. With an extremely strong reproductive capability, it could grow wildly as long as it absorbed blood. Moreover, it possessed a strong offensive nature. Any creature that entered its active range would become its target for attack. This included monsters. Thus, across the entire sea region, no one ever thought of actively cultivating bloodthirsty demon vines. They were traded primarily as an important component for recovery potions. The seeds of the bloodthirsty demon vine, once crushed, had a powerful ability to bond wounds. Therefore, they were often used to stitch up severe injuries, proving to be remarkably effective. However, this extraordinary plant, which did not distinguish between enemies and allies, had different uses in the hands of Alan and Tina. With Alan's current mental strength, he could only control 1 seed. Thus, he cut his palm, storing the other 2 seeds, and pressed one against his wound. Alan felt the seed absorbing his blood. He sensed his stamina steadily declining. Hatching the seed required a large amount of mental energy, and Alan felt his head buzzing. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty seed hatched quickly. In no time, it broke free from its shell and spread from Alan's palm to the ground beneath him. Hearing the footsteps of the goblin army approaching, Alan threw it away. Then, with the last bit of strength, he climbed onto a large tree with the 2 girls. Next, he would rely on it to unleash its full potential. As a beginner-level extraordinary plant that struck fear into both humans and monsters, Alan believed it would be the key to breaking the deadlock. The bloodthirsty demon vine did not disappoint Alan's expectations. Just as a goblin entered its attack range, its tendrils quietly crawled up the goblin's leg. It then released a mild toxin, causing this goblin to lose the sensation of pain in its legs. Following that, a sharp thorn pierced into the goblin's body. The goblin's green blood was forcefully drained by the thorn and transferred to the bloodthirsty demon vine. One could say that Alan was fortunate to encounter a goblin with blood. Had he faced an army of skeletal wraiths this time, he would have truly been finished. Such bloodless undead creatures were precisely the nemesis of the bloodthirsty demon vine. Thus, while the beginner-level extraordinary vine made all adventurers headachy, once there was a rune master in the adventurers' party who controlled the rune for summoning undead. The bloodthirsty demon vine would instantly be reduced to mere roadside weeds. It was all about the principle of mutual restraint. The efficiency of the bloodthirsty demon vine was still quite high. In a short while, it had drained all the blood from one goblin, turning it into a goblin corpse. At this time, its size had grown considerably. The thorns on its tendrils had also become sharper. It resembled a bloodthirsty demon wolf wandering among a flock, breaking into the herd and commencing it. In the midst of the mist, Alan and his companions were hiding in a tree, quietly observing below. The fog obstructed their view, making it impossible for Alan to see what was happening beneath. However, the bloodthirsty devil vine was catalyzed by his spiritual power, maintaining a connection with him. Through this bond, Alan sensed its furious growth. From a small cluster, it grew to over 10 meters long, and now it had reached several dozen meters. He could no longer count how many goblins had fallen to its sharp vines. Alan estimated that there might be hundreds. With the interference of the bloodthirsty devil vine, the 3 of them would now have to join the battle. They needed to maximize their gains before the goblin chieftain noticed anything unusual. Even if they ultimately had to confront the chieftain directly, the absence of these disruptive goblins would increase their odds. With that thought, Alan slowly descended from the tree with Lino and Mia. Just below them, 4 or 5 goblins. Just right to replenish the stamina we just lost. The three of them leaped down, landing behind the 5 goblins. In a swift motion, they knocked out the goblins without a sound. Time was of the essence, and goblins were everywhere in the mist. To avoid wasting time, Alan and Lino simultaneously summoned a black sapling. Yes, after days of grinding against monsters, Alan's demonic seed had finally hatched into a sapling with 2 leaves, despite his level not rising significantly. It resembled the form of Linos sapling when it first evolved. After days of grinding, Linos dark sapling had also grown considerably. From a height of a finger to now standing as tall as a palm, its initial 2 leaves had grown to 5. It had made significant progress. Its absorption efficiency had also risen exponentially. The dark sapling in Alan's hand took 10 seconds to absorb the life essence of a goblin. In contrast, Linos dark sapling condensed a life essence orb in just 3 seconds. While Alan finished absorbing 1 goblin, Lino was already working on the last goblin's essence. With the replenishment from the life essence of a level 5 goblin, Alan instantly felt 1/20th of his energy restored. As his level increased, so did his energy limit. Previously, absorbing a level 3 monster would restore a significant amount of energy, but now even absorbing an entire level 5 goblin only restored 1/20th. After receiving the 4 life essence orbs from Lino, Alan broke free from his lethargy. Let's go, we need to kill as many goblins as possible before the chieftain notices anything unusual. With that mental connection, Alan clearly sensed the position of the bloodthirsty devil vine. To further expand their victory, he led the 2 girls in the opposite direction. The 3 transformed into butchers in the mist, entering a slaughter mode reminiscent of their many monster grinding sessions on Atlantis. They moved like a trident, harvesting the lives of 1 goblin after another at a careful distance. Outside the mist, the goblin chieftain seemed to sense something was amiss. The area of the mist was not large, and with over 1,000 goblins inside, they should have searched it thoroughly by now. However, these lowly creatures had been inside for nearly 10 minutes with no signs of activity. Realizing this, he signaled the 3 goblin elders behind him to prepare for an investigation into the mist. Upon receiving the signal, the 3 goblin elders exchanged glances. They joined forces and stepped into the mist, gripping their staves tightly. Any slightest disturbance would prompt them to unleash their death rays immediately. The mist was eerily silent as the 3 elders advanced in unison. Finally, 1 elder stopped in his tracks. The other 2 looked over and saw a goblin corpse lying silent. The goblin's death was gruesome, resembling a desiccated corpse drained of blood. The 3 elders became instantly alert upon witnessing this. They huddled together, raising their staves in unison. If anything seemed off, they would unleash their death rays without hesitation, even if it meant harming their own kind. As they continued forward, the unease in their hearts grew stronger. The ground was littered with the corpses of too many lowly goblins. When they reached the center of the mist, they encountered another form of goblin remains, as if drained of their very essence. They realized a significant upheaval had occurred within the mist. 1 elder let out a piercing howl. He summoned the goblin chieftain to enter the mist immediately. They feared that if they remained silent any longer, they too would fall prey to this strange fog. At this point, they believed that the mass death of the lowly goblins was not directly related to the 3 humans. It was possible that they had intruded upon the lair of some extraordinary creature in the dark forest. Such events often occurred deep within the dark woods. Thus, the goblin tribe chose to inhabit the outskirts of the dark forest, but they never expected to encounter such a bizarre, extraordinary creature here. Meanwhile, Alan was oblivious to what the 3 goblin elders were speculating. In just a short span of over 10 minutes, they had already eliminated a significant number of lowly goblins that ventured into the mist. It was estimated that 100 or 200 goblins were hiding in the opposite direction of the mist, trying to evade the pursuit of the bloodthirsty devil vine. Seeing that the timing was right, Alan returned to the center of the mist, preparing to lie in wait. He just happened to encounter the 3 goblin elders who had just howled. It must be noted that the experience gained from level 5 monsters was indeed greater than that from level 2 or 3 monsters. After the exhilarating slaughter, Alan successfully leveled up to level 7. Mia also reached level 8. As for Lino, she remained at level 10, but her experience had finally maxed out at level 10. She only needed an opportunity for her talent to evolve, and she could ascend to an intermediate extraordinary. She felt the surge of power feedback from the demonic sapling. Alan suddenly felt confident about facing the goblin chieftain, but first he needed to deal with these 3 goblin elders. The elders were in the light, while the 3 of them were in the dark. If they were to strike, they would naturally go all out. After the 3 goblin elders howled, they discovered the heart of the mist in the center. 1 elder reached down to pick it up from the ground. Alan knew he could not delay any longer. If it was picked up, the mist would dissipate. Their battlefield advantage would vanish. With that thought in mind, he exchanged glances with the 2 girls beside him, signaling them to act. He leaped down from the tree first. With the spiral sphere already charged, he struck down heavily on the head of the central goblin elder. Endowed with high expectations by Alan, the research on the pirated Rasengan displayed considerable power. Just gathering the energy for this Rasengan consumed 80% of his effort. However, its power did not disappoint Alan's expectations. The moment the Goblin Elder made contact with the Rasengan, its formidable force smashed it heavily to the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Nevertheless, the Goblin Elder was indeed a level 10 max being. It stood at the pinnacle of initial stage extraordinary beings. Even as a magical goblin, its physical strength matched that of a level 10 max. Withstanding this blow completely left it in a near-death state. Yet this was precisely the state Alan desired. Seizing the opportunity, he placed the demon seed above its head. Beneath the demon seed, a black root extended over its head. Continuous streams of life essence were siphoned by the demon seed, which then fed back into Alan. Experience 1, Experience 2, Experience 5. In the blink of an eye, Alan's experience bar, which had just leveled up, surged considerably. As Alan felt the feedback, his companions Lino and Mia were not idle. They confronted a goblin elder together, employing a straightforward and brutal combat style. With the immense strength granted by Congang Barbie, Mia delivered a powerful blow to one goblin elder, sending it flying until it crashed into an ancient tree where its trajectory finally halted. At that moment, Mia had already closed and standing before the goblin elder once more. Her fists fell like amidst the chants of aura taught by Alan, she quickly rendered the goblin elder unconscious. Meanwhile, Linus' combat style appeared much cleaner and more efficient. Utilizing the high values fed back from the demon seed, she easily suppressed the goblin elder's offense. After rapidly dodging 2 beams of death, she positioned herself behind the goblin elder. As the demon seed took root atop the goblin elder's head, the battle had already reached its conclusion. An ordinary goblin could only last 3 seconds under the parasitism of the demon seed before its life essence was fully drained. In contrast, the goblin elder endured for a full 20 seconds, showcasing its formidable strength. When Lino finished the battle, Alan was still siphoning the life essence from the fallen goblin elder. On the other side, Mia brought her defeated goblin elder over, ready for Alan and Lino to absorb its essence. Just then, a massive wave of energy fluctuation emanated from the mist. The earth trembled. The goblin chieftain had arrived. It slowly emerged from the mist, sensing the life of the goblin elder fading away. Anger surged in its heart. Berserk. The goblin chieftain entered a berserk state. In this form, its strength tripled. When the goblin chieftain stood before Alan and the others with its blood-red eyes, Alan knew that things had escalated. From the goblin chieftain, who stood only 1.60 meters tall, he sensed an oppressive aura of power. Run first. This state might be its skill. Let's drag its state out first. Alan could no longer afford to siphon the life essence from the goblin elder beneath him. After quickly stating this, he wrapped himself in a whirlwind, preparing to escape deeper into the mist. Seeing this, the goblin chieftain was not rushed, wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Just as Alan began to sprint away with all his might, the goblin chieftain flashed and appeared before him. Extending its right hand, it flicked its fingers, sending Alan back towards the goblin elder. On the ground, Alan felt as if he had been struck by a massive truck. He was on the verge of leaving this world. Fortunately, with the support of Congang Barbie and the recent feedback from the demon seed, he managed to survive this blow without dying instantly. However, although he did not die, his condition was far from good. He felt turmoil within, and 4 of his ribs had broken from the impact. His internal organs also sustained severe damage, and a mouthful of congealed blood spewed forth. Oh no, am I really going to meet my end here today? Alan had completely lost the ability to move. In his heart, he silently thought, no way, Atlantis has just begun to show promise. Everything is steadily progressing. We absolutely will not stop here. It seemed like an eternity had passed, but in reality, Alan's fall and thoughts occurred in an instant. Upon seeing Alan severely injured and down on the ground, Mia and Lino, who had originally planned to flee, also halted their steps. Both stood in front of Alan. The goblin chieftain looked at the 2 beautiful human women, its eyes revealing a lustful light. Initial stage extraordinary humans must certainly be more capable of reproduction than the mothers of other races. Feeling the goblin chieftain's malicious gaze, Mia could no longer suppress her temper. Just like the goblin chieftain's berserk state, Mia's talent would also be enhanced in a fury state. She gathered all her strength and struck fiercely at the goblin chieftain's head. This blow was fast enough and powerful. An explosive sound resonated through the air. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Mia had already flashed to the front of the goblin chieftain. Her right fist swung heavily, but it was easily blocked by a single finger of the goblin chieftain. Much like what had just happened to Alan, the goblin chieftain flicked her away with 2 fingers, sending Mia flying back towards Alan. Similarly, she too suffered a heavy blow. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground before her. On the battlefield apart from the enemy goblin chieftain, only Lino remained able to move. Looking on, even though she possessed the powerful demon seed and a robust physique bolstered by its feedback, she had no chance to turn the tide under such overwhelming numeric pressure. And Lino, as if giving up the struggle, crouched beside Alan and Mia, eyes closed, lost in thought. The goblin chieftain slowly approached the three. Its eyes were crimson, still in a berserk state. It showed no sign of lowering its guard, intent on incapacitating all three humans before taking them back to the goblin lair. Although Alan had lost the ability to act, it did not hinder his use of mental power. A massive wind blade coalesced in front of the three. Moments later, the wind blade shot towards the goblin chieftain. Faced with this sudden attack, the goblin chieftain showed no intention of dodging. It merely raised its arm, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. The wind blade, capable of cleaving a third-level magical creature in two, left only a white mark on its body, as if someone had lightly drawn a line with chalk. Fortunately, the wind blade was merely a feint by Alan. His real trump card was a densely grown, bloodthirsty vine towering dozens of meters high behind the goblin chieftain. At this moment, the bloodthirsty vine still hung, with several goblin corpses appearing exceedingly terrifying. In the mist, a rustling sound emerged. A bloodthirsty vine, intertwined and stretching dozens of meters long, appeared behind the goblin chief. In the pit, Alan concentrated all his mental energy to manipulate this terrifying bloodthirsty vine. However, even with his plant manipulation at full throttle, he felt the vine's resistance. Perhaps it was because he was not the genuine plant manipulationist, resulting in a lack of effectiveness. Or it could be that after draining the life force from hundreds of goblins, the bloodthirsty vine had become exceptionally powerful. In any case, merely manipulating it to the goblin chief's rear had exhausted all of Alan's mental energy. Two streams of blood flowed from his eyes, creating a ghastly sight. Difficult to control means it's powerful. Come on, let me witness your might. The dense vines surged toward the goblin chief below. Each vine bore sharp thorns that glimmered with a dark. If an entry-level extraordinary being were struck by this attack, those thorns would turn them into minced meat. The goblin chief seemed entirely unaware of the monstrous presence behind him. It continued to stride forward, a hint of derision curling its lips. Indeed, as a mid-level extraordinary being, it had already sensed the bloodthirsty vine. Yet it showed no concern. Even though it was a fearsome existence among entry-level extraordinary beings, to this mid-level extraordinary, it was merely a minor obstacle. As expected, the tendrils of the bloodthirsty vine had reached the goblin chief. They coiled around its limbs like snakes. The sharp thorns pierced into the goblin chief's body. However, this did not affect its forward momentum in the slightest. In fact, when Alan saw that mocking expression on the goblin chief's face, he realized that the plan might have failed. This ugly goblin was far stronger than he had anticipated. Sure enough, just as the goblin chief was ensnared like a zongzi, a powerful force surged forth from within. Instantly, the vines surrounding the goblin chief transformed into dried tendrils, collapsing to the ground. The goblin chief showed no mercy to the vine that had slaughtered its kin, grasping it and tearing it away. With a single punch, the massive fragments of the bloodthirsty vine rained down like raindrops from the sky, striking Alan's face. It hurt. Indeed, the bloodthirsty vine excels in group battles against weaker foes. But against a mid-level extraordinary being, it's just not enough. Its resilience is far inferior to that of the chicken blood vine. Otherwise, if it could hold the goblin chief for a moment, the tide of battle could have turned. The bloodthirsty vine's ambush tactic had failed. Alan shook his head in disappointment. Fortunately, it had still bought some time in the ongoing battle. Are you ready, Lino? This is all the time we can secure. Alan, bloodied, looked back at Lino. Mia, also bloodied, looked back as well. At this moment, behind Alan and Mia, Lino was with her eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought. Upon hearing the Lord's inquiry, she slowly opened her eyes. A shadow of a black tree flickered in her gaze. Beneath her feet lay the corpses of 3 goblin elders. Among them was one from whom Alan had absorbed a third of its life essence. In a dire situation, Alan had only absorbed a third before the goblin chief attacked. Ultimately, this one, along with the one Mia had thrown, was completely drained by Lino, who had been hiding behind the 2. After Lino opened her eyes, an aura unique to mid-level extraordinary beings spread from her. Alan felt that Lino's life level had undergone a qualitative leap. Behind her, a demon sapling over a meter tall slowly materialized, floating in the air. The base of this tree was its roots, which were hidden from view as if rooted in darkness. Its trunk was as thick as a young boy's arm, adorned with mysterious patterns. Its canopy consisted of 3 main branches and dozens of smaller branches, each bearing 100 leaves similarly marked with mysterious patterns. From a distance, the tree appeared both mystical and dangerous. This was precisely the goblin chief's current sentiment. It wore a serious expression, its crimson eyes narrowing at the sight of the demon sapling. A mid-level extraordinary being. The mid-level extraordinary life aura emanating from Lino instilled a sense of threat in the goblin chief. yet it only felt tense for a fleeting moment. After all, as a being that had been a mid-level for quite some time, even if its level hadn't increased much, it was still far beyond what a freshly advanced mid-level extraordinary could compare to. However, out of respect for Linos, the Goblin Chief chose to go all out. At such a close distance, it was a bit too ambiguous for both mid-levels. Thus, the Goblin Chief suddenly launched an attack with a fierce blow. Lino had no time to evade, especially since the Goblin Chief was currently in a berserk state. Its speed was astonishing. In a blink, it had flashed in front of Lino, delivering a heavy strike to her abdomen. Although Lino had not fully mastered mid-level extraordinary power through days of battling and leveling up, she had developed an initial sense of battle instinct. Driven by instinct, she raised her arms to block the Goblin Chief's strike. That hurt. Indeed, despite just advancing, the feedback from the demon sapling was excessively powerful. It elevated her physical condition to an unimaginable height. Had Mia taken that blow, even with Diamond Barbie at full effectiveness, she would have been blown apart. But for Lino, it was merely a slight pain. Lino glanced at Alan and Mia in front of her, wanting to protect them from the battle's aftermath. This time Lino took the initiative to attack. As the Goblin Chief had just exerted its strength and had not yet turned back, she struck its side with a whip kick, sending the Goblin Chief flying. Then Lino advanced, engaging in a defensive battle with the Goblin Chief. However, just as the Goblin Chief could not break through her defense. Likewise, Linos' strength was insufficient to directly kill the Goblin Chief. The situation became a stalemate, with their battle growing intensely fierce. The violent winds from their confrontation dispersed the mist within a radius of several meters, allowing Alan and Mia to observe clearly. However, it seemed that Linos' recent breakthrough was a factor. Her mental and physical limits were still no match for the level 12 Goblin Chief. Lino gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Meanwhile, the demon sapling also struggled under the evenly matched circumstances, failing to find its opportunity to shine. Or rather, Lino simply had no time to summon it. Often, just as she contemplated summoning the young tree, she would be struck by a heavy blow from the Goblin Chief due to her momentary distraction. This left her unable to dare to divert her attention to summon her talent. Meanwhile, the Goblin Chief seemed to sense her hesitation. It gradually shifted the battlefield towards Alan's position. It appeared to want Lino to hesitate. In fact, Linos' subsequent fierce attacks confirmed its suspicions. She indeed placed great importance on the two humans on the ground. Cack cack. The Goblin Chief let out an evil laugh as if it had grasped Linos' weakness. It aimed to break through Linos' offensive and head towards Alan. Lino could only endure blow after blow from the Goblin Chief to delay its advance, trying to pull the battlefield further away. At the same time, she also tried to investigate whether her demon sapling had any decisive role in the battle. After pondering for a while, and being unable to think of any talent skills, she cast a pleading glance at Alan. She knew that the Lord had a way to discern her talent attributes. In the crater caused by the spiral bomb, Alan understood Linos' gaze. Given his current condition, he might not be able to help with anything else. However, when it came to talent attributes, Alan was an expert. In this urgent situation, Alan wasted no time. Manual open Linos Resident Compendium. Resident Compendium, Resident Lino Slave, Level 11, 211-0000, ID 1, Age 18, Loyalty Max, Talent Demon Seed, Initial Stage Demon, Sapling Juvenile Stage, Demon Young Tree Growth Stage. Comprehensive Rating 200, Demon Young Tree evolved from Demon Sapling, absorbing extraordinary energy, allows it to grow. During this growth process, you can receive energy feedback which can be used by yourself or gifted to others. The Demon Young Tree can activate a possession state, doubling combat power in this state, allowing it to actively absorb enemy energy during combat without needing to complete parasitism. However, at level 11, this state can only be maintained for 10 minutes, and each level up increases the possession state by 1 minute. Alan had previously speculated that Linos' talent would evolve on its own. Moreover, each evolution would bring about new characteristics. After reading the introduction to the Demon Young Tree, he confirmed his guess. The current battle situation was urgent, leaving no time for Alan to think slowly. The moment he saw the new characteristics, he shouted at Lino, "Possess." Lino, let your Demon Young Tree possess. Under possession, you can use the new attributes. Hearing the Lord's final admonition shouted with the last bit of strength, Lino instantly understood what to do. This thing called talent is just like that. Unless you break through the paper barrier, you cannot glimpse the scenery within. Once you pierce through that paper, the subsequent scenery becomes fully visible. Possess the Demon Young Tree. Let me give it a try. As she focused her mind, a phantom of a Demon Young Tree appeared in Linos' mental sea. Then that sapling began to spread from her mental sea into the physical realm. As she performed the possession for the first time, Lino was still somewhat at a loss, completely unskilled. At that moment of her distraction, the Goblin Chief launched a fierce offensive. Lino felt as if she couldn't feel the pain from the Goblin Chief's attacks. She closed her eyes again. Then dark golden patterns emerged on her face, resembling those on the demon young. Filled with mystery and danger, the dark golden patterns spread to her forehead, forming a diamond-shaped mark. A surge of peculiar power erupted from her body. When Lino opened her eyes again, the area around her green pupils was encircled with dark gold. From Alan's perspective, it was breathtaking. At this moment, she resembled a Valkyrie, exuding an imposing aura. The dark golden patterns on her face, the dark golden ring in her pupils, and the diamond mark on her forehead not only did not diminish her beauty, but made her appear even more mysterious and alluring. Aesthetically, it looks quite good, but I wonder about the actual strength. Then Lino took action to demonstrate her current strength to Alan. Having already endured the Goblin Chief's storm-like offensive and being on the brink of defense, Linos' injuries completely vanished after her transformation. Then with a single punch, she broke through the Goblin Chief's defenses, sending it flying once more. But that was not the end. Lino leaned forward and charged. Arriving in front of the Goblin Chief, she activated her Berserk mode. One blow after another landed on it, while the Goblin Chief was still unable to react. Moreover, this was not the most terrifying aspect for the Goblin Chief. The most terrifying part was that with each blow Lino landed, the Goblin Chief felt its energy diminishing. After enduring Linos' 10th strike, the Goblin Chief was forcibly beaten back to its original form from its Berserk state. A mouthful of green blood flowed from its corner. Its taut skin had become quite wrinkled. Meanwhile, Lino grew more and more courageous, her momentum rising. However, Lino seemed to have thought of something and halted her attacks. Taking advantage of the Goblin Chief's momentary weakness, she restrained its hands and brought it before Alan. The Goblin Chief still attempted to resist, but felt that more than half of its strength had dissipated. Like a chicken ready for slaughter, it struggled desperately, but to no avail. Lino pinned it down within Alan's. "My lord, use your demon sapling to absorb its life essence. Surely your injuries will recover a lot." Seeing the concern in Linos' dark golden and green intertwined pupils for him, Alan nodded appreciatively. "If I can absorb this Goblin Chief, my level should also advance rapidly." With this thought, Alan no longer hesitated. He summoned the demon sapling with his right hand and pressed it onto the Goblin Chief's head. At that moment, the Goblin Chief no longer had its earlier arrogance. As if sensing its fate, its eyes were filled with fear. This sense of fear was precisely what it had hoped to see on Alan and the others' faces. Yet now it ironically appeared on its own face. When the demon sapling took root atop the Goblin Chief's head, a stream of high-quality life essence flowed from the demon sapling into Alan's body. His mental strength recovered fully within a few breaths. His physical strength also became robust after a brief moment.